In the eyes of the craftsmen and researchers of the Han tribe, there is a well-known thing, that is, their leader has unparalleled talent in the field of mechanical manufacturing, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is so wise that he is almost a monster. This is not only because Luo Chong has led everyone to develop many practical and good things, but what is even more admirable is Luo Chong's judgment on the research and development direction of various artifacts. He has never made a mistake, but any research and development direction proposed by Luo Chong, as long as everyone strictly follows what the leader says, most of the time everything will go smoothly. Therefore, in the eyes of the Han tribe people, Luo Chong was like a deceitful god. He could really look forward 500 years and look back 500 years. However, Luo Chong does have a cheat. His knowledge of his previous life, which spans thousands of years beyond this world, is his biggest cheat. So when he heard Luo Chong talk about the future development direction of clocks, and the idea that Luo Chong described to condense clocks into the size of a coin, which can be worn on the body at any time, or even on the wrist, Qingshu couldn't bear it. Stay excited for a while. How lucky would it be if such pocket watches and wristwatches could be made in his hands? Thank you for your advice, Chief. I will definitely make these things as soon as possible. After being excited for a moment, Qingshu immediately handed over his hand to Luo Chong and thanked him. He didn't know what to say, but he really admired this leader. No hurry, no hurry. Luo Chong waved his hand without raising his head. His right hand quickly drew something with a pencil on a piece of white paper. After a moment, he put the small alarm clock on the table. As well as the concept sketch of the pocket watch and wristwatch, he put it in front of Qingshu and said, "Now, this is what I imagined the three watches to look like. The larger one can be called an alarm clock, the smaller one with a chain is called a pocket watch, and the one worn on the hand is called a wristwatch. They are all about the size of a coin. That's fine, the thickness can be appropriately thicker, otherwise it won't be able to fit so many parts. In the future, we will set up a watch factory to specialize in the production of various watches. Table clocks and wall clocks are definitely used by home users. Pocket watches and watches are personal items. As for this small alarm clock, it is suitable for students to use as reminders. Work and rest time. Given that you have experience in developing mechanical clocks and self-ringing clocks, these things will definitely not be difficult for you. It is nothing more than miniaturizing various parts and then assembling them. The difficulty of this job lies in how to process qualified pocket parts, such as gears. The gears in the watch may only be the size of a bean, and the teeth on them are probably not visible even without a magnifying glass. It is definitely difficult to process such precision parts. So you don't have to worry about this matter for the time being. Get the capital clock tower thing done first, and then you can go to the second institute to customize a set of ultra-small high-precision machine tools. Although they are not good at making clocks and watches, they are good at machinery. In terms of processing, it is incomparable to yours. You can also communicate with each other and learn from each other. Luo Chong gave Qingshu the sketch he drew casually, and explained his future development direction. Qingshu was naturally grateful. He quickly handed over his hand and said, "Thank you, Chief." Even if it is a thank you, the answer is also crisp and clear. Luo Chong also prefers such people. They work seriously and speak without ink. Such people are very lovable. Okay, you two have remembered your respective tasks. Ao Fei, you have to summarize the teaching materials, and Qingshu, you have to finish the bell tower first, and then study other things. In addition, Ao Fei, when you go back, send a message to the other groups in your school and ask them to compile a textbook. You will be responsible for this matter. When the time comes, they will all collect it and give it to me. After explaining the matter, Luo Chong suddenly remembered something and gave the two instructions again. Promise, I obey. Ao Fei quickly handed over his hands and accepted the errand. Guqing also raised his hands and saluted beside him, but this time he did not speak. Okay, you go back first, I won't let you eat. Luo Chong waved his hand again and said jokingly. The two of them didn't care after hearing Luo Chong's words. They said goodbye and walked out together. Luo Chong looked at the chiming clock in the study a few more times, and then called the guards to help him place the clock in the study. He liked it very much. Well, there is also this off-axis shutter camera. This thing is not bad, but it is a pity that the Han tribe does not have plastic film or color photo paper. It is still impossible to reproduce something like the Leica camera of the previous generation. It is a pity. I don't know. He will never have the chance to see the day when color photographs come out. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, and got back to work again. On the other side, after Ao Fei and Guqing returned to the Comprehensive Research Institute on Lake Center Island, they immediately began to deal with the tasks assigned by their leader. Ao Fei first conveyed the order to organize the teaching materials to each group, and then led his own group to start sorting out the scientific research results of their optical group over the years. Guqing got a conceptual sketch of Luo Chong and the future development direction of clocks. He was also very happy, but he didn't have time to do these things yet. He first asked someone to help him find a few big guys in construction, and then told a few people about the bell tower that Luo Chong mentioned, and asked them to each come up with a construction plan for the bell tower and provide a copy of the architectural drawings. This is what he must do now, because only after he first knows the actual size of the clock tower, that is, how big is the outer shell of this super large clock, can he know how many parts to put inside. The temporarily formed bell tower team worked hard and finally drew several styles of bell towers. However, Guqing did not make a decision directly. He carefully asked people to send several architectural plans to Luo Chong. Pick. After all, it was Luo Chong who announced this matter, and it was Luo Chong who proposed to build the bell tower. Naturally, they had to satisfy Luo Chong first. After Luo Chong made his choice, they could continue with the next step of work. At the same time, the boat transporting shotguns to Heyuan County in the north finally arrived there. At this time, Chu Bing had already returned to the Yanqi camp with the large force of Shent's guard and the 1,000 militiamen. He also encountered several encounters on the way. Although the giant ape sneak attack was killed by Shent's guards, no one was happy at all. All signs indicate that there must still be a large number of giant apes in the forest, but it is impossible for Shent's guard to hunt here every day, so this matter still depends on the local people to save themselves. Not to mention anything else, first of all, a strong city is indispensable. No matter what, we must first give the people a place to stay, and we cannot let the people sleep without peace of mind. The 2,000 shotguns sent by Luo Chong were jointly accepted by Yu Yi and Chu Bing on the day they arrived. Yu Yi was responsible for recruiting young and strong people to come for training, while Chu Bing brought the regular soldiers of Shent's guard to train the militiamen. Firearms. As for the official establishment of Heyuan County and the construction of a city, that is of course the responsibility of Yu Yi, the governor of Heyuan County. Although there are not many people in Heyuan County at the moment, there are only about 7,000 young and strong men, and there are still 2,000 of them being trained by Shent's guards, and the other half have to work to maintain their daily lives. But Heyuan County is still not there as a shortage of labor needed to build the city. The reason is that since the 30,000 male and female slaves were sent back to the tribe at the beginning of this year, during the third phase of the battle against the enemy, the Shent's guard once again captured a lot of slaves. These slaves did not need to be sent back after Luo Chong sent them, which means that Yu Yi can decide the life and death of these slaves on his own. Even the leader Luo Chong has spoken, so what else is there to say? Just let these slaves build the city. After the city of Heyuan County is built, if there are still living slaves, they can be sent to the asphalt lake in the west, and these slaves can be used to mine asphalt, draining them of their last value, and also providing services to the tribe. A lot of resources have been mined, and no matter how they are dealt with in the end, Yui and the others will not suffer. Although Luo Chong originally said that he would place the county seat of Heyuan County in the Yanqi area, Yui was not stupid enough to insist on building the city around the Yanqi area. Anyone with any brains knows about the land around the Yanqi area. It must be saline alkali land. How could such land be able to grow food to feed the people in the city? Therefore, the place you chose to build the city is in the southeast of the Yanqi area. It is a large plain. The surrounding land is enough for tens of thousands of people to cultivate. It is not a problem to grow food to feed 100,000 people. There are also fresh water sources nearby. Can be used to irrigate farmland. Not far away is a branch of the mountain range of the hunting ground. There are mountains, water and trees, so there is no need to worry about firewood and timber. Even if there is no straw, the people here will not be short of firewood, and they will also need to build the city. A large amount of wood can also be picked up nearby. Of course, cutting down trees is cutting down trees, but the Han tribe could not allow the people to cut down trees indiscriminately. The areas where people were allowed to cut firewood were all divided into areas in advance, and the mountain was designated, and when cutting firewood, they could only when cutting branches. It is certainly impossible to cut down the tree directly. There are also strict requirements for official felling of wood. From now on, the forest has become the public property of the tribe. Taxes are required to cut wood, and only corresponding trees can be cut according to specifications. Those that are not thick enough will not be cut down. Do not cut down small trees, but take the initiative to remove damaged trees. In short, you cannot cut down randomly. Even if you cut down trees, you can only cut down what you need. Yui still attaches great importance to the construction of Heyuan County. He has followed his elder brother Yofu around since he was a child. Later, after joining the Han tribe, he privately decided to take people to explore north by boat. This journey lasted for several years. As he grew older and gained Yui's several years of experience in the north, he attracted tribes to join, led people to farm the fields, and organized foreign wars with Chubing. After a few years, his bohemian temperament finally came to an end. It settled down. Now that the leader has given him the title of chief official of Heyuan County, he has begun to focus on running Heyuan County well. The initial infrastructure construction is only the first step. It is a hard condition for the people to survive and maintain tribal rule. How to let the people live a good life in the later period is more important. In Yuye's plan, due to climate and geographical reasons, farming here in Heyuan County definitely does not have much development prospects. Farming here can be used to maintain the lives of local people, but that is all, enough to eat and drink. But there is basically no surplus. It is basically impossible to use the excess grain to make wine. So he focused his main business on breeding. There are a lot of yaks and alpacas here, which not only provide beef, but also textiles and leather, as well as furs provided by various prey in the forest. These are all specialties can fetch big prices in the south. But these alone are not enough. Yui also wants to make full use of the geographical advantages of Heyuan County. What advantages does Heyuan County have? It is cold enough, with at least 6 months of winter a year. During this period, people have almost nothing to do. People are prone to trouble when they are idle, so they have to find ways to make use of this excess labor force. Create wealth instead of leaving them hungry and looking for work. After much thought, Yui decided to build the largest cold storage in the entire Han tribe here in Heyuan County, which can also be called an ice cellar, to store and sell ice. The Han tribe did not have refrigeration technology, so storing ice cubes was very important for the Han tribe. There used to be ice cellars in the 8 counties of Hanyang, but they were not very large, and the amount used by the Han tribe was not very large either. But Yi felt that selling ice cubes was not without opportunity. Since the official war against the cannibals, he had spent a lot of time in contact with Chu Bing. Through daily chats, Yi knew that Luo Chong was developing cities in the south and central regions. Very quickly, all walks of life are booming. Among other things, the coastal fishing industry alone is an industry that greatly needs ice. However, they do not produce ice locally and can only transport it from the central region. But the land in the central region is fertile, and there are many businesses in the winter. People can make money by doing anything. Who cares about mining ice in the middle of winter? The 8 counties of Hanyang are not interested in earning this money at all, but Yi is interested. Anyway, they have a long winter here and there is plenty of ice. If they dig some ice cellars and store them, there will be no loss even if they can't sell them. It's just a waste of manpower, and these manpower are originally idle in winter, so they are not used in vain. After thinking about it for a while, Yi thought it could be done. The main reason was that the Han tribe now had flying fish boats. From Heiyuan County to Qingshu Island in the south, it would not take more than a month at most. With such a transportation speed, it would be impossible to transport ice cubes are already technically possible. However, he was still not at ease, so he called Chu Bing, who was responsible for training the militiamen, and told him the idea again. Well, your idea is good, and according to my idea, the scale of your ice cellar can be larger. I have received some news from my hometown. The tribe's demand for ice may increase sharply in the future. Go. After Bing listened, he suddenly broke a shocking news to Yi. Sudden increase? What do you mean? You mean that the South may need a lot of ice in the future? After hearing the suggestion to cure the disease, Yi immediately became interested. You must know that he is counting on selling ice cubes to make money. Of course, the more he sells, the better. That should be the case. I received a letter from my wife Jean a few days ago. I remember telling you that my wife is a member of the same clan as the leader's second wife. She is now helping me manage the photo studio in Hanyang County. She wrote to me and told me that a few days ago, the leader talked about setting up a food industry and using mechanical factories to produce some new foods and drinks. Among them is a kind of ale brewed from wheat. This ale is different from white wine and is most suitable for drinking in summer. It also has the effect of relieving heat, and the alcohol content is low, so it is suitable for drinking freely. It is not as intoxicating as liquor. If it can be chilled with ice cubes before drinking, the taste will be more refreshing. In addition to ale, there are also fruit sodas, which are also refreshing drinks that can be drunk chilled. There are also things like canned meat. The transportation and preservation of these meats also require a lot of ice to keep them fresh, but these food industries have not yet been established. But I think this must be a market. The places that need ice in the future are definitely not just the fishermen along the coast. That's why I think you should expand the scale. If Uncle Yu doesn't believe it, you can also write a letter and ask the leader. This kind of you can't go wrong by asking more questions. We in Heiyuan County are already far away from the center, but we have to keep up with current events. If the food industry starts to take off all at once in the future, it will not be beautiful without ice cubes. Hearing Yuya's inquiry, Chu Bing he shared the news he received without any concealment. Chu Bing's wife really knew about this matter. Of course, the reason was Luo Chong. He made too much beer when he did the experiment and couldn't finish it at home, so Xiao Dai and Zhao Ning gave it to them respectively. His mother-in-law sent some gifts, including his wife Jean, who was recovering from illness. Therefore, things about the food industry spread along the beer. Food industry? Ale and soda? What are those? Is this thing you are talking about really fake? Is it reliable? After listening to Chu Bing's story, Yi immediately frowned and thought. Chu Bing is right. Yu Yi has indeed been too far away from the center of the Han tribe for too long. Although the arrival of Shen's guard has brought him a lot of new news, the Han tribe has been developing. And it is developing at an extremely fast pace. Yu Yi is indeed somewhat out of touch with the current forefront of the Han tribe, so it is difficult to tell whether the news he told Chu Bing is true or false. Hey, didn't I just say that? I also learned this news from my wife's family letter. Where can I find out the specific information? Uncle Yu, if you are worried, just write to the leader and ask. Since the food industry was proposed by the leader, so no one's words are as reliable as what the leader himself said, so it's easy to write a letter and ask, Chu Bing suggested again. Well, you are right. Then I will write a letter to the leader right now. You should also think about whether you have anything to report, or a letter to your family. We will send it back together then, otherwise we will not waste a message. Opportunity. After hearing this, Yu nodded seriously, and immediately took out a pen and paper to write a letter. He also asked Chu Bing about it. After all, it was a flying eagle delivering a letter. If you bring one letter, you should bring it. If you bring 10 letters, you should bring it. Don't waste it. I won the Flying Eagle ticket this time. Chu Bing thought about it for a while, but he didn't have much to report. In just 2 months, he would lead his troops back, but he could write a letter home. His wife was pregnant when he came out. Calculating the time, it was estimated that the production would only take a month or 2, so he had to say hello. At the same time, Chu Bing also asked the orderly soldiers of the guard company to go to the camp to ask if anyone wanted to write letters home, and then collect them and send them back together. As soon as the order was issued, there was another wave of writing letters home in the military camp. Fortunately, this matter is not too troublesome. The giant eagles bred by the Han tribe are huge and can easily pick up an antelope and fly in the sky. Sending letters home is really not a big problem. Even if there are more than 2,000 people in the camp, each person writes one, and how much weight can it have? That night, all the letters were collected and packed, rolled and stuffed into 2 bamboo tubes, covered with lids, sealed with seals, and sealed with fire paint, and sent out by Giant Eagle that night. 2 days later, Luo Chong, who was staying at home, received the letters from these 2 bamboo tubes. The guards opened the bamboo tubes in front of Luo Chong, and then sorted all the letters according to the mailing addresses, and forwarded them separately. Ye's own letter remained in Luo Chong's hands. Naturally, the letter contained what he said about Chu Bing. Yui first greeted Luo Chong, then asked if the matter about the food industry was true, and then talked about his plan to open an ice cellar. Ice cellars can not only make him rich, but also it can solve the problem of people having nothing to do in the long winter, but in terms of the scale of the ice cellar, it is recommended to make it larger. For this reason, Yu wants to hear Luo Chong's opinion. After seeing it, Luo Chong couldn't help but give Yu a thumbs up. This man is indeed a smart person. He can actually think of making full use of the harsh local climate to get rich. In the winter, which ordinary people think is impossible for production, he can also create things in his hands. Wealth and value, this is how he should be the governor chosen. This guy really has some business acumen. So he immediately wrote a reply, saying that the ice cellar could be made larger, or simply called an ice factory. Luo Chong also gave some suggestions. First, the place should be selected well, convenient for waterway transportation, and close to clean water source for easy ice removal in winter. In addition, Luo Chong also proposed an idea on this matter, that is, product standardization. Ice cubes are also a commodity. There is nothing wrong with this, right? Since it is a commodity, of course it should be managed in a standardized manner. First of all, a standard must be established for the volume of ice cubes. What is the standard for the length, width, and height of ice cubes? The standard size must control the weight, facilitate personnel handling, facilitate ship transportation, and facilitate ice-making plants. storage, plus convenient pricing. When the time comes for transactions, there is no need to use a scale to weigh the ice cubes. Instead, the ice cubes will be sold according to the standard size. How much does one piece cost? This will also facilitate accounting and give the buyer an idea of how big the ice cubes he wants are. Yes, how many there are. The second is the quality grade of ice cubes. According to Luo Chong's idea, ice cubes are initially divided into 3 standards. The lowest level is the refrigeration grade, which is used to build ice cellars or frozen warehouses to preserve some fresh food, including seafood refrigeration. The mid-level standard is the chilled level, which can be placed in a barrel or box to bring cold beer and soda. The highest quality is food grade. This grade of ice has the highest hygienic standards. First of all, the source of freezing water must be the best, and if it is a mountain spring, even better. Secondly, every effort should be made to ensure hygienic conditions during collection and transportation. Because just like its name, food-grade ice cubes can be eaten directly. For example, add it directly to drinks, or make it the base of a seafood platter. In short, it is the kind of ice cube that you can eat with confidence. Even though it is just a small ice cube, after Luo Chong's grading, it can be sold for at least 3 prices, and the profit is naturally higher than selling the same ice cube directly. This is the business acumen. In addition to affirming the food industry and the idea of grading ice, Luo Chong also put forward his own opinions on the construction of ice plants. He suggested directly finding a mountainous area near the water source, and then hollowing out the mountain to build an ice storage facility. It is best to build a closed corridor leading directly to the dock to reduce the time the ice is exposed to the sun. If the land is flat, then dig a deep pit directly on the ground and build a huge ice cellar underneath. The excavated soil is directly covered on top of the ice cellar to create an artificial hill. A deep soil layer or mountain is very good for heat insulation. It works, and there is nothing else to explain. Regarding the scale of the ice factory, the bigger the better. In the future, when beer and soda pop up in various counties of the Han tribe, there will definitely be a huge market, especially in the south, where the weather is hotter for longer. As long as the ice cubes are not very expensive, there will never be a situation where they cannot be sold. After writing the reply, Luo Chong immediately asked the imperial guard to send the letter, and then began to dream about the beautiful life of the Han tribe in the future. Seafood, mutton skewers, barbecue, cold beer and soda, placed under the luminous willow function, he couldn't help but look forward to this pleasant summer life. On the other side, Luo Chong's reply was quickly delivered to Yui. He and Chu Bing were very happy when they saw Luo Chong's affirmative reply, suggestions, and support, so they began to follow Luo Chong's instructions. The idea was to start building an ice plant. The first thing is to find a suitable location and water source. I really have an idea for this tour, which is the original valley camp. The valley camp is located in the valley and is named because there is a wide river in it. After the Heiyuan County is built, the people here will also move to the new county. In this way, the original camp here in the river valley will be vacated, and Yui is planning to build an ice-making factory in the camp where he originally lived. Although it is a river valley with mountains on both sides, there is still an open space next to the river. After comprehensive consideration, Yui did not adopt the plan of digging into the mountain to build an ice cellar, because the amount of work to dig into the mountain is too large and he does not have the time and manpower. It is better to dig a deep pit in the original camp and build a large basement, which is an underground ice cellar. After the construction is completed, the excavated soil will be covered and piled into a hill. At first glance, it seems that the amount of work is huge, but in fact it is much easier than digging into the mountain. After all, digging soil is so strenuous, but digging out stone is much more difficult. After making up his mind, Yui began to make active preparations. However, Chu Bing could not stay here much longer. He was now left with the task of training the militiamen to use shotguns. After the task was completed, he could lead the troops back at any time. The two began to work on their own affairs. Yu Yi was still supervising the construction work of Heyuan County every day, while Chu Bing was seriously training the militia. In fact, there is really nothing to train in using a shotgun. It is just a shooting. The biggest advantage of firearms is that it allows an ordinary person to quickly acquire the ability to kill enemies. Training a firearms army is much faster than training archers. The main task of Chu Bing is actually to help Yu Yi establish a militia structure here, including arranging future training methods and organizing hunting operations. To put it bluntly, it is to establish a rule here so that Yu Yi can manage it more easily. However, Yu Yi is not incompetent either. He assisted Chu Bing in completing the northern expedition. He hung out with the sergeants of Shen's guard all day long, and did some daily training on the structure and management of the army. After nearly a year of observation, it is already clear that if he were to lead an army now, he might not be as good as Chu Bing, but he would not be unable to lead an army. In early June of the second year of his life, Chu Bing finally couldn't stay any longer. It wasn't that he disliked Yu Yi and the people of Heyuan County, but that his wife was about to give birth to a baby. His family couldn't catch up with the moment the child was born, but he just wanted to go back and see it, even if it was just a day in the morning. So on June 15th, the Shen's Guard army was ready to go. Yu Yi and tens of thousands of people from the north came to see them off. There were more than 2,600 people when they came, and there were still more than 2,600 people when they left. However, but there were 7 more coffins. Although Shensui has the most advanced firearms in this era, people will inevitably be injured and sacrificed in close combat. In this era with almost no medical conditions, injury may mean death. In a northern expedition, Shensui will still be injured. 7 people were killed, not counting the militiamen who died because of participating in the operation. There were also about 10 militiamen who died. However, compared with the results of the northern expedition, such small casualties were insignificant. Therefore, although they returned with coffins, everyone did not feel much sadness, but felt a little sorry for the brothers who had sacrificed their lives. They didn't lose. It was a great victory and a triumph for the Shen's guards. It was a pity that those brothers could not go back with them, but they still had comrades, families, and children. The conscription system of the Han tribe ensured that each of them would have descendants. Inheritance: not only will their living comrades take care of them in the days to come, but the tribe will not ignore them either. The generous pensions and preferential treatment policies are enough to allow their families to live a good life. Finally, Shensui boarded the returning ship, and the 2 temporarily modified arms ships during the expedition were also taken away. Yu Yi and the people of Heyuan County waved to each other on the shore until the fleet gradually sailed away from them. Sight. The Shen's guards have returned. The northern expedition has ended. Heyuan County has been established in the north. The people here can finally live here with peace of mind. The cannibals have been completely wiped out by the Han tribe. Maybe there are still some who have escaped in this world. The descendants of the cannibal clan, but also left here under the attack of Shen's guard. Although they will still be threatened by the giant apes, it is always a good thing that the criminal cannibals have disappeared. The remaining giant apes are nothing more than ferocious beasts. With so many hunters and militiamen in Heyuan County, sooner or later, they can completely exterminate the species. On June 15th, the second year of Ming Dynasty, Chu Bing led the Shen's guard to officially return home in triumph. On the day of return, Yu Yi also sent Luo Chong a flying eagle letter, telling Luo Chong the specific date of the Shen's guard's return. This actually means that if Luo Chong has any arrangements, he can prepare them in advance now, such as how to use the Shen's guard in the future. Luo Chong also received the letter 2 days later, and of course he understood what Yu Yi meant. Of course, he had already planned for the use of Shen's guard. Shen's has been out fighting for nearly a full year. The first thing he needs to do when he comes back is to rest, that is, take a vacation. Of course, it is impossible to disband and put them all back at once, but to take turns. After waiting for the rest, Luo Chong plans to send Shen's guards to garrisons in various places to serve as instructors and train the troops in various places how to use firearms. This way, after Xing'an County makes new guns, he can quickly provide them to the Han tribes. All armies have undergone firearms changes. By then the construction of the capital is completed and all the armies of the Han tribe have been equipped with firearms. Luo Chong can take advantage of the opportunity to establish an empire and establish a country. If possible, he can even expand the territory a little further. Now the Han tribe is gone. During the war, there are no enemies around. The only thing that can be called a threat is probably the grassland to the west. The capital of the Han tribe is on the east side of the grassland, and is only separated from the grassland by Honghu Lake. However, this Honghu Lake is not enough to serve as a barrier to the capital. If the nomads in the grassland really want to use troops against the capital, they can attack from the north and south of Honghu Lake. Invasion from both sides, coupled with the fact that the herdsmen had a large number of horses and highly mobile cavalry, once they took action, it would only take a few days to rush to the capital. Even if the Han tribe stationed troops at the north and south ends of Hong Lake, blocking the traffic arteries on the road, the surface of Hong Lake would still be a loophole for the capital. If the prairie people took boats to raid the back of the capital from the water, it would probably be worse than the cavalry going overland. You have to be quick. After all, no matter how big Hong Lake is, it is just a lake. It will take no more than 2 days to cross Hong Lake by sailing boat. This is also a great threat to the defense of the capital. Therefore, Luo Chong also had many plans for protecting the capital after the founding of the People's Republic of China. At present, the Han tribe has 4 main areas of influence on the grassland, that is, the 3 counties of Honghu and the mainland side of the cross-sea bridge connecting Qingshu Island. The sphere of influence at the cross-sea bridge was stolen by the Han tribe from the steppe wolf tribe. Can be regarded as an alpine grassland terrain. Now, because of the existence of the engineering team, although there are no officially established counties, there are tens of thousands of workers and thousands of slaves there, and ordinary people really can't conquer it. The 3 counties of Honghu are quite special. Honghu is an inland freshwater lake with a huge area. Its overall shape is a long strip, long from north to south and narrow from east to west. The capital of the Han tribe was built on the east bank of Hong Lake, while the long and narrow west bank of Hong Lake initially belonged to 3 factions. Kaiyuan County, under the Han tribe, can be regarded as the center point on the west bank of Honghu Lake. The area south of this center point was taken back by the Han tribe from Motan. Later, Zhongwu County and Benhai County were established there, which was considered a complete. It controls the sphere of influence from the central grassland to the southern seaside, but the large area of lush land along the lake in the northern part of Kaiyuan County is still in the hands of the Suerta tribe. This is a threat to the capital. Of course, it is not a threat to the Han tribe, who will soon have continuous fire weapons. But Luo Chong is unwilling to leave such a hidden danger, so he plans to control all the areas on the west bank of Hong Lake. In the hands of the Han tribe, the entire grassland was even controlled by the Han tribe, turning the entire western grassland into the Han tribe's back garden and pasture. Luo Chong was in the study, thinking about the strategic defense deployment of the future capital. At this moment, 4-year-old Luo Chong also walked in, supporting his younger brother Luo Ji. Luo Ji was the 4th child in their family. Now he is just over 1 year old, but based on Earth's history, this little guy is almost 1.5 years old now. He was just learning to walk, and now he can walk slowly with support. Dad, look, the 4th brother can walk. Xiao Luocheng shouted as he helped his brother walk to the study. Behind him, Luo Chong's second daughter Luo Lan also held the hand of the third Luo Xing followed in. Luo Cheng and Luo Lan both looked like little adults, and now they have begun to take care of their children. The third and fourth children, who were just 1 year old, were still wearing crotchless pants and would call them daddy and mommy while babbling. Brothers and sisters, I don't know how to say anything else. Why are you here? Be careful. I'm only old enough to take care of my younger brother. Can I hold him? Don't throw them again. Luo Chong saw all 4 children getting into the house and immediately became nervous. Said, Dad, I'm not young anymore. Look, I can hold him. As he spoke, Luo Cheng picked up the 4th child as if he wanted to take credit for it. The child didn't cry, but was a little strangled by his brother's short arms. Feeling uncomfortable, he grunted and struggled to get off the ground. Okay, Dad knows you are strong, put your brother down quickly, don't fall. Luo Chong's scalp went numb when he looked at these children. He was such a little brat, a 4-year-old child. Let it go. In my previous life, I was just entering the kindergarten class. A child like this didn't understand anything. What could he do? How could he coax the child? Dad. At this time, Luo Xing, the 3rd child, also yelled incomprehensibly, stretching out his arms to hug the child. Luo Chong had no choice but to go over and pick up the child, but he didn't even hold the child for a minute. There was a feeling of dampness and heat beforehand. I held a piece of grass, and actually peed. Little Luo Xing was still not satisfied after urinating, so he hugged Luo Chong's neck and started laughing. You brat, I think you did it on purpose. Next time you pee, speak in advance, you know? Luo Chong scolded these disobedient children and walked outside, calling Xiaodai and Xiaodai as he walked. Zhaning. The 2 of them were discussing with the maid outside about replacing the mat at home. When they heard Luo Chong calling them, they hurried over. Come and see your son, the brat peed all over me. Luo Chong handed the child to Zhaning, while Xiaodai was busy changing Luo Chong's clothes. The remaining 3 children also ran out of the study room and gathered around, arriving at Zhang Ying's side. Luo rushed to the bedroom to change clothes, but he heard Zhang Ying's voice, lecturing the child outside. What's going on with you two? You both said that the study is where your father works, and no one can enter without permission. Yet you still go in and disturb us? Our yard is so big that it's not enough for you to worry about. In the bedroom, Xiaodai asked Luo Chong while changing his clothes. I just saw that a guard sent you a letter, and then you were in a daze in the study. Is there something difficult? Luo Chong tied the buttons on his hands, shook his head at the same time, and said, Nothing, just a letter from Heyuan County in the north, saying that Chu Bing has returned with Shen's guard, and there is nothing else. Now that the northern expedition has officially ended, the entire north has stabilized. All the 8 counties in Hanyang are developing very well. Although Heyuan County in the north has just started and is under construction, the people there have been living there for 3 or 4 years. I'm not too worried about time. So I thought, there is nothing to worry about here in the north anyway. Otherwise, we can just move to the capital in the south. What do you think? Luo Chong asked Xiaodai while putting on his clothes. Going to the capital? Isn't it still under construction there? The houses haven't been built yet, and there are no people living there. There probably won't be any place to buy anything. What can we do there now? Xiaodai asked in confusion. It's because it hasn't been built yet, so we're going. It happens that our new home is also being built. Take a look and see if there's anything you don't like about it. It's not too late to change it now. Otherwise, you can change it after it's finished. It's difficult. Furthermore, our family will definitely settle in the capital in the future. Isn't it just to let you get used to it first? The third and fourth children on the left and right are also over 1 year old, so even taking a boat will not be a problem. Luo Chong continued to induce Xiaodai. In fact, to put it bluntly, he couldn't stay any longer and wanted to visit the capital. This was the place where he would become emperor and build a country in the future, so he naturally had to plan it himself. Xiaodai threw the dirty clothes she had changed into a basket, frowned slightly, and said after a while. "It's okay to go to the south, but I don't want to go to the capital right now. There's nothing there right now. I looked at the photos that Yuji sent you back. It's still a big construction site there. Where did we go to live? There's not even one, there is no place to play, and there is no market or anything to go around. It is inconvenient to buy things in daily life. Husband, if we have to go to the south, then let's live in Tuahai County for a few years. When the capital is built, we can move there. Sister Tang Yao happens to be not far there, so we can call her to live with her. Our family lives in Takumi County. Tuahai County has been built for many years, and there are tens of thousands of people living there. There are also markets and ports there. It is more convenient for us to buy something when we live there. Moreover, Tuahai County is also close to the capital. If the construction of the capital is not, don't worry, you can go there at any time. If the train from Takumi County to the capital is repaired, it will be convenient for our family to go there together. What do you think?" Xiaodai saw through Luo Chong's true thoughts at a glance. What made them go there early, to adapt, was that they were worried about his work. They had lived with Luo Chong for so many years and had 2 children. How could she? I don't understand Luo Chong's temper. This person just couldn't rest assured and couldn't sit still. He wanted to do everything by himself and wanted to get involved in whatever was handed over to him. It was just because Luo Chong wanted to visit the construction site himself, but in the end he had to bring his whole family with him. But it's okay to go to the south. Xiaodai doesn't dislike going to the south, otherwise she wouldn't have suggested going to Takumi County. Luo Chong thought about it after listening to it, and it seems to be the same. There is nothing in the capital now, mainly because there are not many people living there. There is not even a place to buy eggs, vegetables, and meat. He is not the kind to raise chickens by himself. If someone who lays eggs brings his family there, he can't let the whole family eat in a big pot with those workers, right? How old are 4 children? Even if it's okay for the 3 of them as adults, it's not okay for the children. Well, what Madam said makes sense, let's ask Zhaning again and hear her thoughts. Luo Chong nodded and asked again. Okay, let's ask now. Xiaodai also nodded in agreement, so the 2 of them immediately went to the living room and came to Zhaning and the 4 children. The family of 7 sat on the solid wood sofa with cushions and mats, each holding a child in his arms, Luo Chong with 2 big ones in her arms. Xiaodai next to her told Zhaning about Luo Chong's intention to move south. Zhaning also thought about it and didn't object. She just reminded Luo Chong. My husband wants to personally supervise the construction of the capital. That's okay. Sister Xiaodai said that you can live in Tuahai County. That's okay, but I don't recommend going so early. Hearing what Zhaning said, Xiaodai, Luo Chong, and the 2 older children all looked at her. How do you say this? Luo Chong asked directly. Husband, just like Sister Xiaodai said, we don't have anywhere to live there now. And I heard that the summer in the south is hot and humid, which is far less dry than here in Hanyang County. The winter here in Hanyang County is cold, so why don't we? I'll wait until autumn here to go. It's already mid-June in summer, only a few months away. If you have made a decision, why don't you write to Magistrate Lin now and ask him to prepare a yard for us? It will take 2 or 3 months, even if you ask him to build a yard now, it will be too late. Besides, my husband also has a lot of things to do here. It will only be a month or 2 since Shenswai comes back. The child who is going to be sick should also give birth in the next few days. When he comes back from being sick, he will probably be able to give birth. When the child catches up with the full moon wine, won't your husband show some respect when the time comes? And when the army comes back from the expedition, won't your husband, the leader, show some respect? In addition, the barley on the mechanized farm in Luoyang County will be harvested in 2 months. Should these wheat be used to brew that beer? What will be grown on the farm next year? Don't these men have to make arrangements? I know that your husband is anxious about the construction of the capital, but no matter how anxious you are, don't rush for 2 or 3 months, right? Waiting for the Northern Expedition's army to return in triumph, and waiting for the child Subing's wedding wine to be drunk, you can't wait for these 2 or 3 months. It's time to arrange the follow-up matters here. Autumn will be here by then, and our new yard in Takumi County will probably be ready. Then we can take a boat there together. When we reach the south, the hottest season will be over. Isn't it beautiful? After hearing this, Luo Chong and Xiao Dai had to admit that what Zhang said was more feasible. They really didn't have a suitable place to live in the past, so it would be fine to ask Dashu to build a yard for them in Tuahai County. Okay, anyway, he really can't leave Hanyang County now. Even if he goes back before going to the hospital and leaves behind, it will be a month or 2 later. Zhang is right, no matter how urgent it is, it won't take more than a month or 2. Okay, then listen to the 2 ladies. I will write to Dashu right now. Do you 2 have any requirements for our new yard? Luo Chong nodded, confirmed the move to the south, and then he immediately changed the topic and started talking. Dad, can we have a big yard? I want to bring the small train there and make the track longer, okay? Before Xiao Dai and Zhang could speak, the eldest son sitting in Luo Chong's arms took the lead in making the request. Luo Chong smiled and did not agree, but said, "You can take a small train there, but the yard is not much big. We will only live in the yard temporarily for 2 years. When the palace is built, we will have to move again. When we move to the palace, we will get a big one for you. The palace's courtyard is bigger than this Hanyang city." Okay, can Daddy get a bigger train by then? The child will be 6 or 7 years old by then, and I'm afraid this train won't be able to fit in it. Xiao Luoqing was immediately happy when he heard that the courtyard of the palace was bigger than Hanyang city. When he got up, he was still counting on his fingers how old he would be by then. He said he had a nose and eyes. Who could say what would happen in a few years? Maybe he would be tired of playing by then and no longer want to take the train? Luo Chong ignored this, but Xiao Dai and Zhang were thinking about Luo Chong's question just now. Chung'er is right. Our new yard should be bigger. Sister Tang Yao will definitely be brought here to live with her, and she will definitely give birth to a child for her husband. The yard is too small. No less, I have wronged Sister Tang Yao. Zhang was the first to express her opinion. Sister Ing is right. Husband, you have to take this matter seriously. You are going to move to the south anyway. Why don't you take this opportunity to marry Sister Tang Yao back, settle this matter, and let Tang Yao get married? The tribe is also serious about taking it over. Don't forget that the capital will be built by then, and the Tang tribe is still dragging it. When Xiao Dai heard Zhang talking about this topic, she immediately reminded Luo Chong to talk about it. Luo Chong smiled bitterly. These 2 wives were really eager to have a husband for themselves in the previous life, but now, the 2 wives took the initiative to find another one for themselves. He sighed inwardly, maybe this is the characteristic of this era, no tribe leader has only one woman, and if there is only one woman, the 2 of them will feel that it is abnormal. After all, the difficulty of population reproduction in this era is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. In the earliest stage of hunting and gathering, men hunted with risks. Even an injury could kill them. Women gave birth to children in danger. If not, there would be 1 corpse and 2 lives. Under such circumstances, the leader, as the best man in the tribe, enjoys the priority to reproduce offspring. This is basically a truth that is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people and even engraved in the bone marrow. This is the same even in the developed societies of the 21st century in previous lives. Although there are no longer leaders in tribes, it is easier for men who are rich, powerful, good-looking and tall to find a partner. This is the depth of human beings. The memory of bone marrow, no one can change it. Luo Chong shook his head to get these messy thoughts out of his mind, and then nodded in agreement. Xiao Dai was right in thinking that when the capital city was built, it would be time to establish a country. Luo Chong could not still leave the Tang tribe undecided. This matter should indeed be resolved. When he moved to the south, he could Tang Yao was officially married. If Tang Yao got pregnant again, he could justifiably take over the management of the Tang tribe on the grounds that Tang Yao was pregnant and should not work too hard to manage the Tang tribe. This trusteeship model was implemented for a year or two, and then when the Han tribe established its country, it was directly announced that the Tang tribe and the Han tribe would be merged to establish the Han Empire. In this way, it doesn't matter who annexed whom, but merged. The idea of merging can also make the people of the Tang tribe easier to accept. Anyway, they are actually controlled by the Han tribe, so it doesn't matter if the two tribes merge into one empire, right? The family discussed for a while and determined the various needs of the new yard. Luo Chong returned to the study to write a letter to Dashu. He told Dashu about moving to Tuahai County in the autumn, and then he asked him to arrange a yard for him in the town of Tuahai County. Finally, he asked about the progress of the capital's construction and whether there was anything he wanted to bring to him, and then asked the Imperial Guard to send the letter. After arranging the new yard, Luo Chong began to explain various matters after moving. Before leaving, he had to make arrangements for the 8 counties in Hanyang area. So Luo Chong once again called a guard to make arrangements. The Shen's guards are about to return in triumph, and the military camp in the back mountain needs to be cleaned. If there is anything damaged, find someone to repair it quickly. When the soldiers come back, they must live in clean barracks. Let the Jinwu guards do the work. You can mobilize a small team and ask them to find someone to do it. No. I'll do it now. The guard took the order and left. Luo Chong returned to the study and took out a piece of white paper again, and began to list the things to be done one by one on it. The farm in Luoyang County needs to be arranged, as well as brewing beer. The farm planted corn in the first quarter, which has now been harvested. The harvested corn has been sent to various places for storage. In the second quarter, barley is planted. It was originally used by Luo Chong to brew beer, so this matter had to be done. Now that there is beer, breweries must also be built, and supporting industries must also be established, such as glass wine bottles, iron-rolled beer bottle caps, rubber seals inside bottle caps, trademark printing stickers on beer bottles, etc. They are all essential items in glass bottles. Of course, the beer of the Han tribe must also be sold in barrels, so the barrels must be customized. However, this does not require special arrangements, because the wood processing factory in Luoyang County can do it. Customize these things. Then what needs to be arranged is the location of the brewery, the name of the beer, the person in charge of the company, and the construction of supporting facilities. Luo Chong thought for a while and decided to go there himself. He first went to Luoyang County to find Qingshu. Currently, the only place where the Han tribe concentrated on brewing liquor and the only place where the Han tribe produced liquor was in Weishan County. However, Luo Chong was not prepared to place the brewery there. The reason was that Weishan County was too close to the industrial zone and was not suitable for the development of the food industry. It was unsafe, so he chose Luoyang County. There are no heavy polluting industries in Luoyang County. The 3 largest factories are probably the shipbuilding yard, the wood processing plant and the paper mill. The shipyard basically does not discharge pollution and only processes wood. The wood processing plant is similar, and the paper mill there is a certain amount of pollution, but the paper mill in Luoyang County is not a factory at all. According to its scale, it can only be called a workshop at present. Therefore, taking advantage of his family's move to the south, Luo Chong is also preparing to carry out certain industrial upgrades. He will dismantle the papermaking workshop in Luoyang County and then move to the south to establish a real industrial papermaking factory. In the future, the raw materials for papermaking will also be used. Bamboo is mainly used, and wood is used as a supplement to reduce the damage of the paper industry to the natural environment. After all, bamboo grows faster than wood. In this way, Luoyang County has eliminated all sewage companies, and it will be no problem to build a brewery. Moreover, it is close to the inland waterway, has a dock, and the transportation is very convenient. After Luo Chong arrived at Luoyang County and told Shi Xian what had happened, Shi Xian immediately became excited. The leader plans to build a brewery here in Luoyang County? Shi Xian was very excited when he heard the news. You must know that Luoyang County does not have any serious star companies. The only one that is famous in the entire tribe is Luoyang County. The shipbuilding yard, because all the sailboats used by the Han tribe in the past were built here, it is not famous even if it is not famous. Yes, the brewery is the kind of sparkling ale I brewed with wheat a while ago. I remember Zhang also sent some to your house. You must have drank it, right? Luo Chong nodded and confirmed Shi Xian's guess. That's right, the second lady sent some to my house. I've tasted that wine. It tastes very unique and a little bitter, but it tastes very refreshing in the summer and it does have the effect of relieving the heat. So what does the leader want to do with this brewery? Shi Xian immediately agreed and also talked about his feelings about beer. Although it is a new type of wine, Luo Chong also has to lament that in his previous life, beer was a top-ranked drink all over the world. Its charm seems to be universal in this world, and many people also like this alcoholic beverage. How to do it? Well, I plan to build a factory here in Luoyang County, brew and can beer, and then sell it to various parts of the Han tribe. However, beer is different from liquor. This one has a low alcohol content and can be drunk by people. Naturally, the sales volume is not liquor is comparable, so one factory cannot cover the entire Han tribe, so the brewery in Luoyang County can only cover the northern region, and another branch factory will be built in the southern region. Luo Chong immediately started to analyze. We still want to build a southern branch? What about the relationship between the two parties? Is it a subordinate relationship? Shi Xian immediately became nervous because he was afraid that Luo Chong would build a brewery in the south and directly govern the northern branch. In this way, there is no more management of the winery. Luo Chong did not expose his little idea, but started talking about other issues. Do you know how the Han tribe sells liquor now? Luo Chong suddenly brought up this seemingly unrelated topic, which really stumped Shi Xian. Of course he knew the superficial answer to this question, but based on his understanding of the leader, Luo Chong was definitely not just asking about the surface. Sure enough, before he could answer, Luo Chong explained himself. At present, only Weishan County in the entire Han tribe produces liquor, so the liquor does not have a name. The common people only know that the liquor is called liquor, which has the aroma of grain, tastes spicy, and can be intoxicating. The counties here in Hanyang only know that the wine is made by Weishan County, while those in the south only know that the wine is produced in the north. But this sales method is not conducive to the future business of liquor. The most important thing for a company is its brand. It's a name that makes people know what it is when they hear it. It's even the best or the most distinctive of this kind of things. Can you understand what I'm saying? Does Shi Xian understand? Isn't Baijiu just Baijiu? There is only one brand anyway, so does it matter what its name is? As long as it's white wine, wouldn't it be enough? He simply shook his head, but Qingshu was not a fool. Although he didn't understand what Luo Chong meant, he also knew that Luo Chong was planning to name the future brewery or beer. As for the benefits of naming, he didn't understand, but it didn't matter if he didn't know. It didn't affect his establishment of a factory to make wine. Luo Chong didn't expect him to understand directly, so he continued. At first I wanted to name the beer Luoyang beer, but I felt that naming the beer with a place name would make people in other counties feel that they did not belong. Later, I thought of the name Jinfan beer, because Luoyang County sailboats are made here, but I was afraid that people would think this was a wine made specifically for sailors, so I eliminated the name. Goodbye, Chief, I think both of these names are pretty good. Luoyang does not have to be the name of our county. It is also the name of the mother river of our Han tribe. Only by naming it after the mother river can all the people of the tribe be named. Have a sense of belonging. The name Jinfan also sounds good. If you drink our Jinfan beer, everyone will be able to have smooth sailing. What a good meaning this has. Why can't it work? Qingshu became excited. It was really these two things. He liked all the names, but Luo Chong rejected them one after another. How could he not be excited? This was a good opportunity to give them the face of the Luoyang County chief. How could he let it go so easily? No, I think there is a better name that can increase the popularity of the beer and the sales of the beer. Luo Chong saw his excited look and explained immediately. Increase visibility? What do you mean? Qingshu asked with some confusion after hearing this. You need to understand something first. The beer we want to sell has not yet appeared on a large scale in the tribe. I came up with the name Jinfan myself. Of course I know that this name is good, but it is not suitable now. The most important thing now is to let people understand the efficacy of beer when they hear a name, so I plan to name it Snow Beer. Luo Chong shamelessly stole a certain beer brand. Although the name Jinfan beer sounds nice, the word snowflake is close to the people, so it's useless to use it. Snowflake? An idea flashed in Qingshu's mind, and he suddenly understood Luo Chong's intention of doing this, and he immediately analyzed it. What the leader means is to first use the name Snow Beer to increase the popularity of beer. Snow beer, snow is cold, ice formed by water, so when people hear it, they will know that this wine is different from white wine. It is cold. Yes, drinking it in summer can relieve the heat. The meaning of the word snowflake is to instill in the people the concept that beer can relieve the heat, right? Bang! Luo Chong snapped his fingers and praised. That's right, let's make it clear. People don't know what beer is yet. Now that they are already familiar with liquor, how to distinguish it from liquor is the most important thing. The different types of beer, plus the snowflakes, the name is refreshing at first glance, and people can immediately understand that this is a drink to relieve the heat in summer. When people understand what beer is in the future, when they open other breweries, they can use some names with their own characteristics, such as Jinfan beer. After Luo Chong's explanation, Qingshu also understood. After all, he was the head of a county. How could he not even understand these simple principles? Shuihua is good, snowflake is good, just hearing this name makes me feel cool. I just don't know about setting up a brewery. How does the leader want me to cooperate? Qingshu happily praised twice and never mentioned Luoyang again. And Jinfan are two names. Luo Chong thought for a moment after hearing this, and then said. The location of this brewery must first be convenient for transportation, and secondly, it must not occupy too much farmland. At the same time, the area needs to be large enough. This location is up to you. According to my idea, this brewery should be divided into at least 6 areas. The first is the headquarters administrative building, which is where the factory director, accountants, and other management personnel work. Secondly, there are 2 storage areas, one of which is the raw material storage area. It is mainly used to store raw materials such as barley and hops, and the other is a finished product warehouse used to temporarily store filled finished beer. Then there will be 3 processing workshops. One is the raw material processing and brewing process area, one is the fermentation snow storage area, and the other is the filling workshop, which must have a barrel filling line and a glass bottle filling line. At the same time, some space must be reserved to build an iron can filling line in the future. These add up to 6 areas, but it doesn't seem to be enough. We should build another grocery warehouse to store messy things, like wrapping paper, packaging ropes, empty barrels, and glass bottles. Come to think of it. Think about it, is there anything else you need? In the official office of Luoyang County, while Luo Chong was talking about his thoughts, Qingshu was writing down notes as fast as he could, recording every item mentioned by Luo Chong. When he stopped writing, he heard Luo Chong's question. He thought about it again to see if there was anything else he could add. Chief, how do you think this water should be treated? Brewing beer should require a lot of water. If this water needs to be treated in advance, should there be a special area? Luo Chong nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Yes, making beer requires a lot of water, and those glass bottles are also recycled. It is impossible to just sell them and throw them away, so we have to get them. A cleaning workshop for barrels and glass bottles. This workshop also requires a large amount of water, plus the water used for brewing beer. Together, it really requires a special area. In this way, it is equivalent to adding 2 more areas. That's 9 areas. Qingshu nodded after listening, and added again, listening to what the leader said just now, I discovered another problem. This is related to food and drink. The first thing is to be clean, so the water problem in the brewery must be solved. Like the leader said that brewing beer requires clean water, and cleaning barrels and glass bottles requires discharging a lot of unclean water, so the water inlet and drainage must be separated to prevent leakage and let them affect each other. You're right. Then I'll leave the location selection to you. I'll let people get the other supporting facilities ready first, but you don't have to worry. This brewery will be built on the scale we mentioned. It won't be built within a year or 2, so you should find a place first. Luo Chong waved his hand and handed over the task of selecting the factory site to Qingshu, and then set off again to the next stop, which was the glass manufacturing factory on the island in the middle of the lake. There are many lake islands in the large lake to the east of Luoyang County, dozens of large and small, and the glass factory is just one of them. When Luo Chong took a boat to the glass manufacturing factory on the island, it was still in full swing. Production. The current glass factory is not large in scale, but there is a lot of work. The workers here are not without work all year round, and there is no long vacation. However, this is the life they like. If there is no day off when there is no work, workers should worry about what to eat. The glass factory now mainly sells flat glass of various thicknesses, which is mainly used for building materials, building windows and doors, etc., and is also used to make silver-coated glass mirrors. The second is the production of liquor bottles. The liquor bottles of the Han tribe are not recycled. They are all disposable, and the people who bought the liquor are reluctant to throw them away. Such beautiful glass bottles are usually kept at home to contain vegetable oil or the like. Aren't they all quite suitable? Who would be willing to throw them away? Then there is another relatively large project, which is glass lampshades, mainly lampshades used on carbide lamps of various shapes, including transparent and colored ones. Finally, there is tableware, mainly various glassware, dishes, cups, spoons, and the like. There is no fixed item in this category. You just sell whatever you make. It is usually mainly used for retail, just like selling porcelain. Reason. In the current glass factory, there are more than 200 workers and managers in total, who are responsible for these production projects. However, there is currently only one semi-automatic production line in the entire factory, and when it comes to automation, it is actually mainly the ones in the factory. The role of air compressor. In the past, things like blowing glass bottles required craftsmen to hold iron pipes and blow with their mouths. But since the advent of air compressors, things like wine bottles are uniform in size and are all blown out of the same mold. Using an air compressor to blow the glass saves the craftsman a lot of energy and prevents the glass craftsman from having sore cheeks from blowing every day. Moreover, the production efficiency is much higher than before. However, although air compressors are used nowadays, some steps still need to be done manually, so it can only be called a semi-automatic production line. However, Luo Chong came here not to take care of this. He directly called the person in charge of the factory. He gave him a few drawings and said, "This is a drawing of several newly designed bottles. There are 3 views of the 1:1 ratio, as well as the actual specifications marked with data. The larger ones are the newly designed bottles, and the smaller ones are soda bottles. The soda bottles must be pure and transparent, and the wine bottles must be made green and dark brown. I will blow a few of each out and see the effect first, and then decide which one to use in the end." The person in charge flipped through the drawings and looked at it, and then said in surprise, "Snowflake? Bing Feng? Is this the name of the bottle or the name of wine and soda? It seems a little nice." Luo Chong showed a sly smile when he heard this. Yes, he not only copied the beer brand Snowflake, but also borrowed the name of the domestic soda, Bing Feng, in his previous life. After all, it is an icy drink to relieve the summer heat. The name Bing Feng sounds like it's very cool when you wake up, right? This can only be said that those seniors back then were really good at naming. In fact, there is a quite famous domestic soda brand called Arctic Ocean, but the name is too specific and cannot be applied to any snow mountain like Bing Feng. When the time comes, we will choose Arctic Ocean as the name. What is the Arctic Ocean? Luo Chong couldn't possibly say that it was a kind of goat that lived in the north where the ice was frozen, right? Yes, it's the name of the wine and soda. When can you make the bottle sample? Luo Chong nodded, explained the name, and then started to ask about the time. Is the leader in a hurry? When will he need it? The man asked instead of answering directly. It is best to make the glass bottle as strong as possible within a week, in addition to size and shape, the thickness of the body and the sturdiness of the mouth. This is different from the liquor bottle, which must be recycled. If you sell it, you have to take it back and reuse it, so make it as strong as possible. There is also the color of the wine bottle, which is mainly green and dark brown. You'd better make a few more samples according to different shades so that I can choose. The cost and price of the materials must also be listed. Provide some data analysis for the final decision, Luo Chong asked again. Yes, actually the leader understands that blowing a bottle only takes half a minute at most. But since we are making new samples, we have to open a few new molds. We can't make these molds yet. We have to find Qingshu County for processing. If the leader is in a hurry, it's best to say hello to them first, the person in charge reminded Luo Chong again. Luo Chong taught them the art of blowing glass bottles. How could Luo Chong not know these skills, so he didn't make things difficult or hesitate, and spoke immediately. I happen to be going to Qingshu County. Whoever you want to send with me, pack up immediately and follow me. You can meet up there yourself. Luo Chong arranged the beer bottle proofing work, and then led the people to Qingshu County without stopping. There are many things going on here in Qingshu County. The first is to make new metal molds for the glass factory, and there is also the task of developing a production line for the brewery. The Han tribe does not yet have stainless steel, so it is naturally impossible to manufacture food-grade stainless steel production lines. However, for the brewing industry, the same applies to copper utensils, so Luo Chong directly gave Lin Fei the task of developing a copper-plated production line. The Han tribe does not have electroplating technology at present, but there is no problem with electroless plating technology. Electroless plating only needs to put the workpiece in the potion and heat it to 70 or 80 degrees, and then the workpiece can be plated with copper without using electricity. The beer production line mainly includes malt crusher, malt soaking tank, cooking kettle, cooler, fermentation tank, etc. These are not high-tech things, they are relatively common equipment, but there is one kind of equipment that requires special research and development, that it's a beer capping machine. It is the kind of capping equipment that stamps iron sheets and then wraps them around the mouth of glass bottles. Once the capping machine is developed, it can be used not only in beer filling, but also in the soda industry. After all, the Han tribe does not have plastics now, and even soda can only be produced in glass bottles. But this is not a difficult task. The capping machine is nothing more than a multi-stage stamping technology. First, a round iron piece is punched out from the iron sheet, and then the iron sheet is punched into the shape of the bottle cap through two-level stamping. The last step is to stamp the bottle cap. There are 3 steps to hoop the mouth of the glass bottle, which is not a problem for the Han tribe who have mastered the stamping technology. However, this capping machine is not in a hurry. At the very least, it must first produce wine bottles before experiments can be conducted on wine bottles. Otherwise, who knows whether it can be used. After coming to Qingshu County to deal with the production line, all that was left was the label stickers on the beer bottles. This matter had to be left to Bai Qi. This guy was in charge of all the printing affairs of the Han tribe. Of course, printing labels was a matter of course. Gotta give it to him. Even if the labels are colored, they can be done using overdying techniques. Speaking of printing technology, Luo Chong thought of the roller ink printing technology and Chinese character typewriter proposed by Bai Qi a while ago. He didn't know if it had been researched yet. He didn't pay much attention to this matter. Luo Chong has solved most of the entire beer production process, and now only the last supporting item is left, which is the rubber seal inside the bottle cap. However, this is not a problem for the rubber team of the research institute. After all, they have even solved the more difficult tractor tires, so how can a rubber sealing gasket not be able to stop them? Although this is not a difficult task, it has to be done step by step. Luo Chong is in a hurry. Without wine bottles, it is impossible to develop a capping machine. Without a capping machine, bottle caps cannot be made. Without bottle caps, and how to make rubber seals? Nothing happened either. After arranging things, Luo Chong returned to Luoyang County again. Qingshu had found the best location for building a brewery. In accordance with Luo Chong's request, he chose a place that was close to water sources and would not occupy much farmland. This place was located between Babao Mountain and Luoyang County. It was basically mountainous land, so it was naturally impossible to cultivate it into farmland, and there is also a mountain spring that never stops flowing all year round, which can also solve the water problem of the brewery. However, there are some transportation problems. If you want to build a factory here, you will have to build a road to Luoyang County Wharf in the future. But this is not a problem. Now that there is a cement factory in Qingshu County, and the Power Research Institute has produced a lot of construction machinery, it is not a problem to build a simple cement road. Now that Qingshu has chosen the address, Luo Chong is not there. Too worried, I just left it to him. After choosing the factory site and arranging supporting production equipment, Luo Chong returned to Hanyang County. He returned home and drew a beer label himself, and then asked the Imperial Guards to call Bai Qi over. In the study room of Luo Chong's home, Luo Chong handed the label pattern to Bai Qi without saying a word and said, "Just follow this pattern and the colors on it and print it in color. Isn't it a problem?" Bai Qi took the graphic and looked at it. There were words and pictures on it, as well as the background color of the label. Altogether, there were 5 or 6 colors. However, it was not difficult. As long as the patterns of each color were carved separately. Just print the plate and then overdye it one plate at a time. This is not a complicated matter. And the labels all look the same, which is different from books. As long as there is one edition, it will be printed repeatedly. Bai Qi looked at the pattern and quickly agreed, "Don't worry, Chief. Printing this is not difficult. Once the printing plate is engraved, only 1 or 2 workers will be needed to print it. The printed labels will probably not even be used in the palace." After the matter of printing labels was finalized, Luo Chong remembered the roller ink printing technology and Chinese character typewriter proposed by Bai Qi a while ago, so he asked. "By the way, that roller ink printing using wax paper as a printing plate and the typewriter with Chinese characters that you mentioned a while ago are now available?" Upon hearing this, Bai Qi immediately reporting to the leader, "The technology for hand-rolled ink printing has been developed, but the Chinese character typewriter has not yet been completed." "Oh? Tell me in detail?" Luo Chong suddenly became interested. "Well, I was first inspired by the holobatik technology when I saw it in the history of the development of textile technology written by the lady, so I thought of transplanting this technology into the printing industry. At first I did some experiments, directly carving a hollow printing plate on the paper, and then printing through the hollow printing plate, but the effect was not good. Later I found that using brush fonts to engrave the hollow printing plates was not possible, but I could use hard pen fonts to directly engraving on wax paper worked wonders, so I had someone make a stylus to write on the wax paper. There is no problem with printing this way. There is no need to re-pick up the typesetting every time you make a printing plate, like movable type printing. There is no need to spend manpower, material resources, and time to carve a wooden printing plate and make a wax paper printing plate. The consumption only requires manual handwriting of the content that needs to be copied. This is good, but it also has certain disadvantages. That is, the quality of the printed fonts depends entirely on the calligraphy of the person who writes the printing plate. For example, the test papers often used in printing schools are all disposable. Yes, it's done when you finish writing it. It doesn't matter if the printed words are uglier. But for serious reading materials like books that can be handed down from generation to generation, you must pay great attention to this issue. There is actually a solution to this problem, which is to use a Chinese character typewriter to print out the wax paper printing plate, and then use a roller mimeograph machine to print. Although this is still not as good as the effect of woodblock printing, as long as it is used in the future, if we continue to improve this technology and find solutions, we will definitely be able to come up with a way to print high-quality books. The only problem now is that it's stuck on the typewriter. The typewriter we made is currently unable to stably type out fonts on wax paper. Sometimes the type is heavy, and sometimes the type is relatively new. There is also the aspect of picking up characters, because they are too small and all have reverse characters, it is very difficult to find them. I have personally tried using a typewriter to pick up characters. The speed is slower than arranging movable type printing plates. It is fast to type more than 10 characters a minute. Therefore, the typewriter is still continuing to be improved, and it will definitely not be put into use in a short time. Bai Qi explained the situation of the hand-rolled mimeograph machine and the typewriter, and also directly laid out the problem. Now he had no way to solve it, and after actually operating the typewriter, he even began to doubt what this invention was. Not a mistake. Because the typewriter solution given by Luo Chong actually does not break away from the scope of picking up movable type for typesetting. Its usage mode still relies on people to detect the movable type, then use the holder on the typewriter to clamp the movable type, and then knock it onto the paper behind it. Superior. These metal movable types are like metal seals. When you pick them up and print them on paper, a word will appear. The key is that these characters are very small. The fonts printed in the textbooks of Luo Chong's previous life are generally only 3 mm in length and width. Such small movable typefaces are all reverse characters, so it is of course difficult to pick up the characters. Although the Han tribe had never used such small characters, and even the smallest metal movable type was 4 mm long and wide, it was still difficult to select. After listening to this, Luo Chong pondered for a moment, and then said, "Whenever you have time, take me over and see if there is any solution." Bai Qi immediately became happy when he heard this. He mentioned that this typewriter was dug by Luo Chong. But after Luo Chong raised it himself, he ignored it and Bai Qi couldn't do it himself. Since the leader is willing to help now, it is of course the best result. Of course it would be great if the leader wants to take a look. I am always available. Anyway, I don't need to do the work myself. I am just responsible for management. Okay, let's go now. Luo Chong asked again. Okay, then, leader, come with me. Bai Qi agreed, turned around and walked out with Luo Chong. The Han tribe had very few things to print. In the past, except for textbooks, there were basically no other books. Therefore, the size of the printing department was not large. It had been living on the top floor of the school teaching building in Hanyang City, occupying 3. There are only a few classrooms, and a few folk books have been published recently, and the work of the printing department has become busy. Luo Chong followed Bai Qi to the classroom where the printing department was located, and under his guidance, he saw the newly made hand-rolled mimeograph machine and typewriter. Bai Qi enthusiastically demonstrated to Luo Chong how to write the printing plate on wax paper with a stylus, and then rolled the written wax paper printing plate on the roller of the roller mimeograph machine. Finally, he added some pre-printed materials to the mimeograph machine. The prepared ink is then filled with printing paper, and then the handle connected to the roller is shaken, and the paper printed with writing is sent out one by one. Luo Chong observed carefully. There was a leaking ink cartridge installed on one side of the drum. Every time the drum rotated, the brush at the ink outlet under the leaking ink cartridge would automatically brush over the drum, which could keep the ink on the drum. It won't dry out, so every time the drum shakes, it can print out a copy of what you need. After Bai Qi finished the demonstration, Luo Chong tried it several times with his own hands, and then nodded with satisfaction and praised, "This thing is good. The printing efficiency has been improved exponentially compared to before. It will be beneficial to our tribe's future cultural and publicity work. It's definitely very meaningful and exciting." After boasting, Luo Chong asked again, "Has this product started to be produced? Can it be spread to schools everywhere?" Bai Qi frowned and then replied, back to the leader, "Not yet, because of the problem I mentioned before. This kind of roller mimeograph machine is best used with a typewriter, but our typewriter technology is not mature yet, so there is no one to mass produce it." "Okay, then show me the typewriter. I'll see how you're doing first, and then I'll think of ways to improve it." Luo Chong nodded, not embarrassing him, and asked Bai Qi to move the typewriter. "Come over." Bai Qi turned around and moved it. In fact, the thing was on an empty table in the office, just a few steps away. This is because the printing department is relatively small. Bai Qi doesn't even have an independent office. He just set up a desk in the typesetting and review classroom and works with others every day. The only thing that is better than others is that he has a cabinet of his own. When Bai Qi brought the typewriter, he introduced Luo Chong in detail again. In fact, judging from the appearance alone, this thing is no different from the old antique typewriters Luo Chong had seen in his previous life. They are both wooden boxes filled with various small-sized metal movable types in order. The upper part is also made with horizontal and vertical tracks according to what Luo Chong said, so that the typing mechanism of the upper part can be freely selected from the front, back, left, and right on the movable type below. After a brief introduction, Luo Chong started operating under Bai Qi's guidance. However, when using it, Luo Chong also discovered some problems, such as how hard he should hit when typing. If he uses too much force, it will easily break the paper. The strength is too low, and the handwriting is not clear. This is easy to solve. Just add a buffer spring on the percussion device. The second problem is that the font is too small, and it is all backwards, so it looks dazzling, and it is very difficult to pick up the words. Luo Chong also proposed a solution to this problem, which is to install a magnifying glass on the handle. You can make the magnifying glass move with the handle, and you can quickly find the accurate movable type. The last problem, and the most serious one, is that the typing speed is too slow. The focus of this problem is that there is a problem with the retrieval method of movable type. Luo Chong took a look at their sorting method. They still used radical strokes to sort the movable type. This caused a problem, because no matter how familiar the typist was with Chinese characters, when he wanted to accurately find them among thousands of movable types, when it comes to that character, you have to write the character in your head first, recall what radical it is, and how many pictures are next to the radical. In this way, the speed of picking up characters will inevitably be greatly reduced. This has nothing to do with familiarity or lack of proficiency. It is completely a subconscious behavior of the human brain. And Chinese characters are ideograms, which are different from the phonetic characters, composed of letters. As long as you can read them, you can write it just by the sound. You don't have to worry about how to write the word. For example, in English, there are only more than 20 letters in total. Just turn it over and adjust it to just a few letters. Who can't write letters? Therefore, if you want to improve the speed of picking up characters, you must change the radical search method and use pinyin to sort Chinese characters. In this way, the Chinese characters of the ideographic characters can be retrieved in the form of phonetic characters. Thinking of this, Luo Chong said directly got up. This typewriter is pretty good. The line feed and space keys are good. Other problems can be improved. For example, the problem of tapping force can be solved by adding a buffer spring, so that no matter how hard it is used, no matter how hard you exert yourself, the spring can remove the excess force. Another problem is that the font is too small and difficult to find with the eyes. You can add a magnifying glass on the handle to make it easier to find. The last thing you mentioned is the slow typing speed. I think the speed can be improved by modifying the sorting of Chinese characters and replacing the search method. I remember I taught you spelling before, right? How many of you are now proficient in pinyin? Luo Chong first talked about solutions to other problems, and then looked at Bai Qi and asked. Bai Qi scratched his head in embarrassment when he heard this, and said honestly, Chief, I have learned pinyin and can use it, but I am usually used to the radical retrieval method, and suddenly I am not used to pinyin. Luo Chong also nodded, but he didn't mean to blame. This is a matter of personal habits, and there is no right or wrong. Just like computer typing in the past and modern times, some people are used to using the Wubi input method, and some are used to using pinyin input, so what should I do? Can a Wubi person say that using pinyin is wrong? This is not right. Typing is typing. As long as you can get used to it and type the words in a corresponding way, then there will be no problem. Let's sort by pinyin. If it works, try it first. Anyway, if you let me use it, I will definitely be more accustomed to pinyin, and I think it should be faster to find words through pronunciation. As he spoke, Luo Chong explained the concepts of ideograms and phonetic characters to Bai Qi. Using the radical search method is equivalent to writing the word once. Using pinyin search does not require so much trouble. You only need to read the words. Enter the sentence, remember the pronunciation and the corresponding word, and then search by pinyin. You can narrow the search range to those homophones in the shortest time, and finally search with the naked eye through a magnifying glass. The speed should be faster quite a few. Bai Qi frowned and thought for a while, and seemed to think that what Luo Chong said was somewhat reasonable, so he stopped insisting and wrote down several improvement plans Luo Chong said, preparing to let the craftsman revise them again. This modification was not a day or two's work, and Luo Chong had no intention of staying here anymore. But when he got up and walked out, he suddenly remembered something, so he turned around and said, "By the way, I forgot to mention just now that the sorting of this metal movable type must not only be changed to the pinyin search method, but also some movable type must be added. However, it should not be called words, but punctuation marks, such as commas and question marks, periods, quotation marks, etc. should also be made, and then a special punctuation area should be created on the dial." Bai Qi looked up when he heard this, then suddenly froze, and immediately said, "Okay, leader, I remember." Luo Chong then nodded with satisfaction and left. In fact, in order to promote education for all, Luo Chong specifically proposed adding punctuation marks. Those ancient books were very confusing. There were no punctuation marks. Later generations had to guess where to break the sentences. If there was a slight mistake, they would have to guess wrong, so if there are no punctuation marks, how can we talk about universalizing comprehensive education? Luo Chong returned to his home, while Bai Qi, on the other side, began to write and draw on the paper. He wanted to first draw a table on the paper, to simulate the pinyin arrangement. In fact, the pinyin sorting search is still different from the pinyin typing commonly used by people in Luo Chong's previous life, because it does not sort according to the 26 letters, but uses the initial consonants and finals of pinyin to sort. Place the initial consonants and finals on the horizontal and vertical axes respectively, then place the corresponding Chinese characters at these horizontal and vertical intersections, and then arrange these homophones in the order of the pinyin letters. In this way, as long as you are familiar with this set of pinyin search methods after the method, it will definitely be much faster than radical retrieval. Luo Chong was not idle after returning home. He had just finished watching the printing workshop and began to plan to move the printing department south together and expand it in the south. The printing department is too small now, and it is not a problem to stay in the school in frustration. Now that the Han tribe has more and more books and a larger population, the number of schools will also grow rapidly in the future. All these situations have shown one thing. That is, the current printing department is gradually unable to meet the needs. Industrial upgrading, organization upgrading, tool upgrading, scale upgrading, these are all urgent matters, so Luo Chong decided that they could first get the rock cylinder mimeograph machine and the Chinese character typewriter out, and then wait until his family moved south. Bring them along with us, and then set up a national publishing house directly in the capital, which will be responsible for publishing and printing various books and periodicals. If the technology matures, it will be no problem to build a newspaper in the future. However, if you want to build a newspaper, not only the printing technology must be passed, but also the paper manufacturing technology must be industrialized, such as manual papermaking. The processes of manual drawing and manual calendaring will have to be replaced by industrialization in the future. In addition, the paper can no longer be copied one by one, because such paper is not conducive to industrial printing. Only rolls can be continuously produced on the newspaper printing assembly line. Luo Chong was making plans to move south in his study room at home, recording every item in his own memorandum. In addition to the papermaking and printing departments moving south together, Luo Chong also planned to move the materials needed for southern industry. The manpower and machinery have also been brought there, so he has to go to Dali and Linfei in Xin'an County in the next 2 months to urge them. Without affecting their production, the most important thing is to find more talents from them. Not long after Luo Chong came back, in the middle of the afternoon, a letter suddenly came from the Imperial Guards. It said that the Shent's guards, led by Chu Bing, had now passed the crystal mine upstream and were not far from Weishan County. It will arrive in a few days. Luo Chong became happy after seeing the news. However, the letter also mentioned one thing. Because the Han tribe did not station manpower in the crystal mine area, the mine could not be mined stably for a long time. Who can say who is more convenient and has the ability to mine? Bring some back. Shensui was the one who dropped by Hanyang County and was capable of mining, so he applied for 2 days to mine some crystal mines here. He happened to bring some back along the way, so he gave it to Luo Chong on the way. Write a letter. Luo Chong did not refuse. The Han tribe did need crystal mines, not for making jewelry, but for industrial use. Although the Han tribe now has a large-scale glass manufacturing factory, it is only ordinary glass, such as the glass used in some precision instruments, or the glassware used in the Hushin Island laboratory, most of which use crystal. Special glass made of materials. Crystal glass has 2 characteristics, that is, it is very pure, so the light transmittance of the glass is extremely high. This kind of glass is used to make precision instruments, such as camera lenses, multifunctional scopes of sniper rifles, etc. It's definitely not too much. In addition, crystal glass is also heat-resistant and corrosion-resistant. Needless to say, the benefits of this point are needless to say. If you know a little bit about chemistry, you will know how many bottles and jars in those experimental equipment require high transparency. Light, convenient for observation, and super heat-resistant, such as used to make test tubes or beakers. Especially test tubes and beakers. These 2 utensils often need to be roasted using alcohol lamps. If they are ordinary glass, they may start to melt at around 500 degrees. Ordinary household tableware is just fine, because no matter how hot the food is, it will not be possible. Above 100 degrees, it has no effect on the glass at all. But crystal glass is different. This kind of special glass not only has good light transmittance, but also can withstand temperatures of at least 800 degrees in terms of heat resistance. With such data in hand, general chemical experiments can be carried out. Cope with it. Now that the Han tribe is developing rapidly in all aspects, and its scale is getting bigger and bigger, there will definitely be more and more places that need special glass, so Tsubing said that he would stop by to collect some crystals, and Luo Chong immediately agreed. Come down. Zhang wrote a reply to Tsubing, casually, mainly just to exchange a few words. In addition, Zhang also told him that Tsubing's wife had given birth to a son, and that mother and son were safe. Luo Chong also wrote this matter in the letter and told him, and asked him he should not go into the mine himself, he must pay attention to safety. After all, although he is a little younger now, he has already become a father early. After he finished writing his reply to Tsubing, news came from Qingshu in Luoyang County. The brewery in Luoyang County had determined the site and started architectural design. He wanted to ask Luo Chong to come and have an eye on the specific matters. After all, it was the first time for the Han tribe to establish a brewery and they had no experience in this area. Luo Chong readily agreed and then set off for Luoyang County. The brewery had last discussed and analyzed it with Luo Chong and Qingshu, and had already made a preliminary plan, such as how many work areas it would be divided into. The most important issues were clean water sources and sewage discharge, to ensure that there was no leakage or cross-contamination. However, this is not a problem for the Han tribe, who already have gas welding technology and cement. The important thing is to design the direction of the pipeline well. Luo Chong did not intervene directly. He asked the people below to design it first, and then reviewed their plans himself. In fact, the main purpose was to let the indigenous people of the Han tribe get more exercise, and he, the leader, could not do everything. It is true that Luo Chong is more concerned about these projects, but he is also relatively clear about his identity. It is not that he is a leader, but that as a time traveler, if he wants to change the world, he must give more to the origin of the world. The residents should have more opportunities to learn. Otherwise, when Luo Chong dies, won't the Han tribe still regress in all aspects? Finally, the brewery's inlet and drainage system adopted a composite solution of copper-plated steel pipe welding and concrete water diversion and drainage channels. The entire project was constructed according to the height difference of the local terrain. The design was pretty good. Luo Chong only made some minor comments and did not how to change. As for the above-ground part, it's simple. Since the construction method of reinforced concrete pouring has appeared in the Han tribe for 3 years, this kind of building structure is now increasingly popular in various large-scale buildings. Especially buildings like factories are large in area and relatively tall and empty. If wood is used as a building material, a large number of wooden beams and columns will need to be used. Not to mention whether it is easy to find giant logs that meet the requirements, or they will be cut down after they are found. It takes 2 or 3 years to dry in the shade. Moreover, wooden buildings are easy to catch fire and have too many pillars in the interior space. In this case, it is of course better to use a reinforced concrete structure that is faster to build and simpler. It happened that Qingshu County had recently built several new construction vehicles, and Luo Chong directly asked them to transport them and put them on the construction site here. Moreover, the cement of the Han tribe is produced in Qingshu County. After it is produced in Qingshu County, it must be transported to the wharf in Weishan County by rail. However, there is no railway to Luoyang County, so transporting reinforced cement is also a big problem. Luo Chong then ordered 20 tractors to be transferred from farms in Luoyang County for land transportation. The specific method is to first transport these building materials to Luoyang County Wharf by railway, and then use tractors to transport them directly to the construction site from the wharf. In addition to reinforced concrete, there is also a large amount of river sand and gravel, which also needs to be transported back and forth. Fortunately, it is not the busy farming season. Otherwise we really wouldn't be able to free up so many idle tractors. However, it can also be seen from this that the Han tribe has great demand for tractors, which are more flexible, can cope with more complex road conditions, and can directly reach the construction site. These construction vehicles must increase their productivity. However, the research and development of special trucks must also be put on the agenda. After all, tractors are just agricultural machinery, not special freight trucks. Luo Chong had previously thought about implementing the Sentinel steam truck developed by the British in his previous life on the Han tribe. There was no mature opportunity, but now it is finally possible. Today's Qingshu County has no shortage of various steel materials, R&D teams, and car-making technology. The construction truck sent by Qingshu County quickly arrived at the site and began the foundation leveling work, and then began to work on the underground part of the project, including digging and burying drainage pipes, factory foundations, etc. Luo Chong usually lived in Luoyang County to supervise the work remotely. Every now and then he would take the guards over to have a look. On that day, there happened to be another shipment of steel bars to be delivered to the construction site. At the same time, the person responsible for escorting the steel bars also came to Luo Chong. Here comes the good news. Chief, I am from the Qingshu County Power Research Institute. Our director Lin asked me to tell the leader that the 4 new types of firearms and ammunition you requested have completed the production of sample ammunition. Now each has produced tens of thousands of rounds. For our experiments, 10 prototypes of the new bolt-action rifle have also been produced, and they can be tested with live ammunition at any time. Chief, do you have anything to arrange? The main thing our director wants to ask is, does the leader want to participate? Has the ammunition been made? A prototype of the new bolt-action rifle has also been produced? Why is Luo Chong not surprised at all? Well, in fact, there is really nothing to be surprised about. Considering the current industrial technology level of the Han tribe, isn't it easy to make these things? First of all, ammunition is very simple. After all, the Han tribe already has experience in this area. In addition, the R&D team is not blindly trying out a few weapons, but is developing it based on Luo Chong's clear requirements. What the hell is this? The difficulty is actually equivalent to applying the problem according to the formula. As far as ammunition is concerned, what Luo Chong wants is a full-power rifle jacket-pointed bullet with a diameter of 7.62 millimeters. Then he first punches out a copper jacket with a warhead according to this diameter, and then pours a lead core into it, and puts the warhead into it. Fill it, and finally use a miniature scale to weigh the warhead, thereby obtaining the mass of the warhead. Full-power ammunition means that the weight of the propellant is twice that of the warhead. It can be used in bolt-action snipers or high-power machine guns. The ammunition with 1.5 times the warhead is an intermediate-power ammunition. Its applicable scope is various continuous-fire rifles, such as AK. That kind, including the Han tribe, will soon equip Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. The propellant is only twice as heavy as the warhead, and it is a pistol bullet. There is nothing to say about this, except of course, the revolver. There are many special ammunition for the revolver, and the bullet charge is between pistol bullets and among the intermediate ammunition. It does not belong to the regular type. Knowing the required amount of charge, and the double-click propellant still uses the previous formula and has not changed, then directly calculate the required cartridge volume based on the volume, then punch out the corresponding cartridge, load it with the charge, and press the warhead, apply sealant, and put it in a seamless steel tube of the same caliber for a firing test. If it can be fired without misfiring, it means the bullet is fine. As for the new bolt-action rifle, it only reduces the caliber by 0.3 millimeters. Such a small difference cannot be seen with the naked eye without measuring with a caliper, okay? Not to mention making a new gun, it's actually not much of a problem to shoot 7.62 bullets from an old 8mm gun produced before. It can be used by slightly modifying the magazine. What a big deal it can be. In addition, shortening the length of the gun barrel by 15 centimeters, isn't that just a matter of brains? The last step is to change the charging handle to a downbend type, which has a very small impact. So Luo Chong proposed so many new weapons, and the first one was a bolt-action rifle. Luo Chong was not surprised at all. It was said to be a new gun, but in fact, it was just a modification of an old gun. After hearing the news, Luo Chong thought for a moment and did not accept the opportunity to test the gun. Instead, he asked, "You just said that 4 types of ammunition have been manufactured? Including those 2 calibers of pistol bullets?" "Yes, new full-power rifle bullets, intermediate-power rifle bullets, and pistol bullets of 2 calibers have all been produced. Currently, there are more than 20,000 rounds of sample bullets for each type, and they are still in production. It has been transported to the Research Institute in Qingshu County for experiments." The visitor explained in detail again. "Yeah." Luo Chong nodded. This time Luo Chong proposed to develop 2 types of pistols. One is a police pistol that pursues high power, and the other is a military pistol that pursues fierce firepower. That's why there are 2 types of pistols. Suddenly, thinking of this, he asked again. "Has the pistol been made?" Back to the leader. The 9mm caliber military pistol is currently in the fastest development progress. It is estimated that a prototype gun will be produced in about a week. The high-power police gun will be used. Because the process is more complicated, the progress will be slower. The man replied again. "Okay, I understand. Let's wait until the military pistol comes out and then we can test the gun together. The left and right Shent's guards will be back in the past few days, and they will be able to go to the shooting range of the military camp to try out the new gun." After listening. After progressing in the development of the pistol, Luo Chong made a decision on the spot. "Okay, I understand. I will tell Director Lin when I get back, and I will resign." The messenger left, but Luo Chong continued to stay in Luoyang County, and things turned out just as Luo Chong said. 3 days later, the Tsubing fleet sent another letter saying that it was from the gods. Saway is less than a day's sail from Weishan County Pier. After receiving this letter, Luo Chong immediately set off for Weishan County, preparing to personally greet the victorious army. The Shen's guards are coming back, and Luo Chong must prepare a welcome ceremony for the soldiers who have been fighting for a year, and at the same time prepare rewards for the soldiers. Those who have made meritorious service will be promoted to nobles and assigned fields, those who died in battle will be compensated and buried, and those who are alive will also be celebrated and take a vacation. However, Luo Chong has already planned the vacation, including the tasks after the vacation and so on. On the day he received the news, Luo Chong issued an order to Lu Guangzhu of Weishan County to post a notice to celebrate the triumphant return of the Shen's Guard from the northern expedition, and asked the idle people to come to the dock tomorrow to welcome the Shen's Guard. At the same time, he must prepare for the Shen's Guard. For the dinner party, the soldiers should have a good meal after returning home. In addition, Luo Chong also asked people to temporarily build a triumphal arch out of wood on the pier, with banners hanging on it and flowers placed on it, making it look quite ceremonial. With the posting of the notice and the construction of the Arc de Triomphe, the news of Shen's Guard's imminent return spread like wildfire and began to spread everywhere. Of course, the first person to know was Weishan County, and then it spread quickly along water and land transportation. All over the 8 counties of Hanyang. In fact, this is not surprising. After all, Luo Chong did not hide it from anyone. Instead, he asked them to post notices to promote it and built a triumphal arch in a high-profile manner. Naturally, he hoped to let more people know about it. His tribe won the battle, gained new territory, and captured so many slaves. The Shen's guards themselves did not make much sacrifice. No matter how this battle was calculated, it was an uncompromising victory. It was natural to win the battle. We must publicize it well. This is a good opportunity to build national confidence. How could Luo Chong let it go? Looking at the history of previous generations, there was no concept of ethnicity before the Han dynasty, and where did the name Han people come from? That is the result of the wars against Hungary fought one after another, and the national self-confidence condensed from winning battles one after another. Because our country is invincible, the people of this country will be proud and proud. You will feel that being a citizen of this country is an honor and something to be proud of. Soon, the people who received the news became excited. Several counties under the jurisdiction of Weishan County, as well as several counties not far from Weishan County, had relatives who participated in the Shen's Guard. One after another, they set off to Weishan County to prepare to welcome their relatives. As soon as I became a soldier, I started training in the military camp. After only a few months of training, I went directly to fight. I heard that the battle was still with the cannibals and those ferocious man-eating monsters in the north. The military relatives were all worried. Now the family finally, how could these military families not be excited about coming back? People from all directions took action. There were young women holding young children, and some parents brought their grandchildren to greet them. Some of them were military wives, some were martyrs, some were parents, and some had not seen each other for more than a year. The sons and daughters all gathered at Guani in Weishan County, waiting for their relatives to return. However, the Shen's Guard is a special army. Its troops are scattered and come from various counties and counties under the direct jurisdiction of the Han tribe, including Tuahai County in the south and Honghu County in the grassland. Under such circumstances, those who are naturally family members in the south cannot catch up with the triumphal ceremony, and the speed at which they receive the news is also much slower. This has become a regret for many family members and soldiers, but fortunately, as long as people are still alive, they will have the opportunity to meet sooner or later. Not less than an hour and a half. The military families took action, and the Arc de Triomphe on the dock was completed. Luo Chong asked people to give orders to Qingshu County, asking them to mobilize 60 passenger carriages to transport the Shen's Guard troops tomorrow. Under normal circumstances, if a train is used to pull goods, it will definitely not be able to hold so many carriages, but it is different if it is only used to carry people. After all, one carriage weighs 50 people, and if it is a coal mine, it will weigh one carriage. Completely incomparable. With Luo Chong personally dispatching in Weishan County, all parties responded very quickly. Finally, all preparations were completed before the fleet returned. Amid the enthusiastic expectations of the people, the fleet of Shensui finally arrived at the dock in Weishan County at dawn the next day. Since there are no electric lights, the Han tribe basically follows the lifestyle of working at sunrise and resting at sunset. Therefore, although it has just dawned, the people have already gotten up. In addition, the specific date of the fleet's return has been publicized in the past 2 days. So the people all got up early that day, preparing to see the army's triumphant return. Huhiliali. The morning breeze blew on the huge sail, making the canvas rustle. The sailors on the ship quickly lowered the sail, and the ship gradually slowed down and slowly moved closer to the berth of the pier. On the side deck of the leading Feiyu clipper, Chu Bing looked excitedly at the people on the shore who were preparing to welcome them, as well as their leader who was standing on the dock bridge with a smile waiting for them, and the huge temporary building. At the Arc de Triomphe, even the soldiers in the guard company behind him couldn't help but puff up their chests with pride when they saw this scene, and smiled involuntarily on their faces. Reporting to the leader, Shensui went on the northern expedition last year and has returned today. He has successfully completed the tasks assigned by the leader. He has completely eliminated the cannibal barbarians in the north, captured tens of thousands of slaves and livestock, and opened up thousands of miles of territory. Please give instructions to the leader. Looking at Luo Chong, who was looking at them with a smile from the bottom of the boat, Chu Bing immediately shouted angrily and reported. We have been on an expedition for more than a year, and we have just returned. Soldiers have worked hard. Please line up and disembark. The tribe has prepared the most abundant food and wine for you. It is a tribute to you heroes. Luo Chong said hello first, and then started, let the soldiers disembark and go ashore. Promise. Chu Bing immediately raised his hands at the side of the ship and said yes, then turned around and faced the soldiers of the guard company behind him and several troop transport ships docked nearby, shouting at the top of his lungs. Everyone is here, take a moment, stand at attention, look to the right, look forward. Put your guns on your shoulders, and get off the boat in formation. A series of orders were shouted from Chu Bing's mouth, and the soldiers who had gathered on the deck quickly adjusted their formation, and then the rifles on their backs were swung in their hands, and were thrown in front of them, and then were picked up by another soldier. He held it with one hand, and finally with his right hand he held the bottom of the gun butt and placed it on his shoulder. The neat movements brought neat sounds, and just 2 clattering sounds made the people watching couldn't help but feel shocked in their hearts. The top of the 1.25-meter-long rifle is a sharp sword-shaped bayonet with a blade length of half a meter. The total length is 1.75 meters. Standing there, it is really taller than the average person. It is such a murderous weapon. But now it is placed neatly on the shoulders of thousands of soldiers, and a sea of bayonets seems to grow on the neat heads. Strips of wooden planks were placed between the deck and the dock trestle, forming long sloping ladders. The soldiers on the ship also consciously began to disembark one by one in squad units. On the shore, several cowhide drums that Luo Chong had already prepared were beating at the same time, and the long metal horn also made a low but penetrating sound. The 2 instruments complemented each other and immediately created a solemn scene at the scene. Atmosphere. The soldiers felt something, and quickly walked ashore with neat steps, and then lined up again on the trestle. Finally, their respective platoon leaders led them to form small targets and walked towards the Arc de Triomphe opposite the pier. The current Shen's Guard platoon has 9 squads, and each squad has 9 people, which is 81 people. Therefore, 1 row and 1 square team is just right, just lining up in 4 rows. Otherwise, the temporary Arc de Triomphe may not be enough. It's really not wide enough. Qiu Bing disembarked with his guard company, and then disembarked in order according to the organization of the Shen's Guard, the 1, 2, and 3 companies of the 1st Battalion, the 1, 2, and 3 companies of the 2nd Battalion, and finally the 3rd Battalion also disembarked. More than 1,600 people lined up in a long queue. Of course, this is nothing, and the most important thing is that there are more than a dozen black coffins lifted from the ship by cranes, and the remains of the soldiers who unfortunately died this time are enshrined in them. On the inside of the Arc de Triomphe on the shore, people of all ages were seen together. Some were carrying baskets containing dried meat, steamed buns, flatbreads, rice dumplings, and other food, as well as bottles of white wine. They stretched out their hands and kept handing them to those who came in from the Arc de Triomphe. The soldiers, all with warm smiles on their faces, kept talking to the soldiers. "Brother, which company are you from? Have you seen Li Erju from the 2nd Battalion and the 3rd Company? Is he still alive? Mom, please lift me up a little higher. Why haven't I found Daddy yet? Daddy, you are back. I miss our 3 of us so much. Our youngest already knows how to call you Daddy, but I haven't really seen you yet. Father." The cry of a 2-year-old child immediately brought tears to the eyes of the soldiers who had been on the war for a year. They are all about the same age, and they have wives and children at home. The children in their homes are also the same size as that child. They should be called Daddy now, right? Just as the military families were excitedly looking for their relatives in the queue, the dozen or so coffins carried out by the team finally attracted everyone's attention. Seeing those coffins containing corpses, the people on the shore suddenly felt a little bit in their hearts. Everyone knew that they were for corpses, so naturally, there could be no living people inside. Although everyone knew that this battle was a victory, just by looking at the coffins and the number of troops walking past, they knew that only a dozen people died in total, but they gained a large territory for the tribe and captured tens of thousands of slaves. This is certainly a big win. But even if it is a huge victory, it is still inevitable that someone will die. Until this moment, those military families who have not seen their relatives until now finally couldn't help crying. Their families would not just lie in that cold coffin. Right? How can they survive as orphans and widowers? Luo Chong saw that the people seemed to want to cause riots, so he immediately asked the guards around him to notify Qiu Bing and Lu Guangzhu, the governor of Weishan County, and asked them to publish the list of martyrs who died this time, so as to avoid those who have not seen it. The people who saw their families were panicked. The guards quickly followed the order and left. Qiu Bing and Lu Guangzhu also received the news quickly. Qiu Bing quickly handed over the list of those killed in battle to Lu Guangzhu. Lu Guangzhu asked his subordinates to copy the list into a list and post it. And then sent some other petty officials to publicize among the people, asking people who could not find their family members to look at the list and identify them. Those who are not on the list prove that their family members are still alive. As expected, this move attracted away the crying military family members. Some of them became happy when they saw that there were no names of their own family members on the list, thinking that maybe there were so many people just now and they didn't notice it. Others looked at the names of their own family members on the list and knew that their family members had really sacrificed their lives, and they burst into tears. At this time, the petty officials also started their own aftermath work, guiding the family members to claim the bodies and relics, and the government it will be responsible for paying the burial expenses, and at the same time, it will also handle the title inheritance and subsequent pension policies for the families of the martyrs. With the comfort of these minor officials, the mood of those martyrs who lost their families improved a lot. After a while, Qingshu came to report the situation to Luo Chong, saying that the pension matters for the 9 martyrs bereaved people had been handled, and the remaining few they are all from the south, and the family members still don't know the news, so this is not his responsibility. Luo Chong nodded after hearing this and said nothing, but in his mind he thought of a local military control department in his previous life, which was the famous Armed Forces Department. In the previous life, the Ministry of Armed Forces was mainly responsible for local recruitment, professional demobilization of veterans, condolences to the families of meritorious soldiers, and pensions for martyrs. These local issues related to active military personnel were generally the responsibility of the Ministry of Armed Forces. The current Han tribe does not have a similar system. For things like today, there is no unit like the Ministry of Armed Forces to handle it. It can only be left to the governments of various places. That is to say, there are only a few people in the Han tribe and the number of active troops is also small. Relatively few, otherwise it will really be necessary to establish a similar department in the future. As all the soldiers walked through the Arc de Triomphe, the triumphal ceremony was almost over. Xubing led the soldiers to the train station to temporarily station, and held a celebration banquet for the soldiers in the waiting hall of the train station. As the leader, Luo Chong naturally attended the celebration banquet. After the food and wine were served, Luo Chong first said some encouraging words to the soldiers, and then talked with the leadership of Shent's Guard and the governor of Weishan County. Qingshu sat at a table. At the wine table, Luo Chong was the first to speak. Xubing, you did a good job this time. With this result, your work will be better arranged in the future. Thank you, Chief, for your cultivation. I will definitely continue to work hard in the future. Xubing knew in his heart that Luo Chong's words were no longer a hint. They had already been made clear. It seems that he will definitely be promoted this time. Yes, I just don't know what kind of position the leader will arrange for me. Don't thank me yet. Your child is almost 1 month old. Just don't forget to invite me to a banquet then. When Xubing heard Luo Chong say this, his face suddenly turned red, and at the same time he couldn't help showing joy. After all, he was still a teenager. How could he not feel happy and shy when he had a child at such a young age? This is natural. I will definitely invite the leader when the time comes. Xubing nodded fiercely and said. Then let's not talk about this first, let's talk about the merit rating of Shent's Guard this time. Luo Chong immediately changed the topic and said. As the only pure firearms army of the Han tribe, the Shent's Guard has different tactics and tactics. Naturally, there is no way to record merit according to the method of taking heads, so how to redefine credit for the army becomes a problem. You must know that merit rewards and military punishment are the foundation of running an army. If these two things are not handled well, big trouble will occur. The firearms army has the method of recording merits of the firearms army. Although the modern firearms army also has something similar to the military merits of the human head, it is not suitable for the war of Shent's Guard. For example, modern armies have a method of recording merit for killing enemy officers, but the enemies of the Shent's Guard are cannibal tribes. Those cannibals do not have any serious officer system at all, and even if they have some small leaders, Han, the tribe can't tell the difference at all, so how can you judge who killed the enemy officer? In addition, the most important method of recording credit is the mission completion method. The commander assigns combat missions to designated troops, and then the credit is calculated based on the degree to which the designated troops complete the mission. If the mission is not completed, it may even cause greater harm to the war situation. Losses, then even if all the designated units are dead, they may not be able to get a single credit, and may even be punished with demerits. The reason why it is called a mission completion mode is because the missions of modern firearms armies are diverse, so it is impossible to judge them like simple beheading in ancient times. For example, The blocking mission requires a certain unit to block the enemy at a designated location. For how long? This is not an active attack, but a defensive task type. As long as the unit does not let an enemy pass the blocking position within the specified time, then even if it only attacks, killing a few people is also a successful completion of the task assigned by superiors, which of course means military merit. Another example is the sentry missions, prisoner capture missions, and interspersed encirclement missions that often appeared in this Schenz Guard operation. The commander who came up with this method used this tactic to reduce unnecessary losses to the troops and achieved great results. Huge results, then the commander also deserves great credit. Finally, Luo Chong directly proposed to copy the military merit system of his previous life, the medal system of 4 levels of military merit plus special honorary titles. They are also known as third-class merit, second-class merit, first-class merit, special merit, and 4 levels of combat heroes, as well as special honorary titles awarded to some individuals with outstanding contributions, such as Jingwu. Honorary titles such as patriotic pacesetter are much more valuable than first-class merit. At the same time, according to the process of completing the combat mission, these credits can also be divided into individual credits and collective credits. Take the example of a combat hero. His company received an order from his superiors to seize an enemy position. However, the enemy's firepower was fierce and the company suffered heavy casualties. It was delayed in completing the task. However, this went up and used it. The body blocks the enemy's bunker firepower and buys valuable time and firepower window for comrades. This is an outstanding personal contribution in the same combat unit and the same mission. In a situation like this, if the company completes the task, it will definitely have to record the collective merit. Individuals who have made outstanding contributions to the collective need to individually select the corresponding individual merit in addition to the collective merit. In other words, a heroic warrior can get 2 credits in one mission, 1 collective credit and 1 individual credit. If you have more merit, as long as you are still alive, you will definitely be promoted faster than others. There is no problem for Luo Chong to copy this military merit model, but there is a problem that needs to be considered, and that is how to use this merit system to reasonably combine with the existing 20-rank title system of the Han tribe. Luo Chong raised the issue, and several senior officers at the dinner table, as well as Lu Guangzhu, the local government official, and others immediately started discussing it. Luo Chong listened to their suggestions and judged whether the suggestions were appropriate. This method is good. Before, I was still worried about how to record the merits of the soldiers. Now the rating system mentioned by the leader can solve the problem, and it can also take care of all aspects. After hearing what Luo Chong said about the graded evaluation system, Chu Bing immediately said happily. He drank a glass of wine and continued. For example, this kind of mission completion mode can evaluate the merits of all soldiers. For example, during this battle, the 2nd Battalion was responsible for the strategic mission in the Yanqi area. They repeatedly used tricks to lure the enemy to seize the salt pool, and then used ambushes. Through tactics such as insertion, encirclement, and night raids, thousands of enemies were captured many times. In situations like this, the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion can gain more collective credit. The commander of the 2nd Battalion who proposed this method can also receive personal credit, and the soldiers who are responsible for interspersing sieges and night raids during the operation can also receive separate credit, and no one will suffer. However, this system of selecting merit for tasks requires the leader to stipulate the selection criteria, otherwise we will not be able to control it in the future. Luo Chong nodded. He naturally knew this. As a soldier in his previous life, he was familiar with these things. There has always been a saying in the army that third-class merit can be achieved by standing, second-class merit by lying down, and first-class merit by standing on the wall. This means that third-class merit is generally more common and ordinary. A soldier can perform a third-class merit by jumping around. Second-class merit can be achieved by lying down. This lying down means that even if you are not disabled, you will at least have to suffer. Only with minor injuries can you get a second-class merit. If you get a first-class merit on the wall, it's easy. Only by hanging a photo on the wall can you get a first-class merit. Of course, this is not absolute. For example, in a situation where a major equipment loss is recovered for the army, or the lives and property of the people are saved, then even if the person is still alive, he can get first-class merit. This is most common in the Air Force. Air Force pilots often encounter dangerous situations in the air. In this situation, even if the forced landing is not successful and the pilot ejects and parachutes, failing to save the aircraft is the equipment and property of the Army, as long as the subsequent investigation is not due to the pilot's operation. If you make a mistake, you will at least start with a second-class personal performance. Although a fighter jet is worth hundreds of millions, the pilot who can fly such a plane must be worth more than the plane, so as long as he saves his own life, it is a great achievement. If during ejection parachuting, there are people below the plane, and the pilot finally controls the plane to avoid the people, causing the plane to crash into the open space, and then ejects himself to parachute, in this case the pilot made no mistake and is still alive. In addition, if you do something that saves people's lives and property, then you can be awarded first-class merit. If during a war, you encounter a dangerous situation in the air, and the pilot successfully lands the plane, saving the plane, and the person is still alive, then you can consider giving a special merit in this situation. But in peacetime, even if you save the plane, the airplane is, at most, a first-class meritorious service. The above example is not easy to apply to the Han tribe, so let's assume an example that fits the situation of the Han tribe. For example, there was an operation that required artillery troops to transport field guns to the mountains to build artillery positions. During the march on the mountain road was very narrow and steep. At this time, one of the guns almost fell to the bottom of the cliff because of the slippery road. There happened to be a soldier with quick eyesight and quick hands who pulled the cannon up without falling down the mountain. So at least he was starting with a second-class personal skill. If his leg is broken by the cannon while he is pulling the cannon up, in this case, the soldier can be awarded first-class merit. First of all, he saved the equipment and property of the army, here refers to the artillery. Secondly, he was seriously injured in the process of making his contribution, then he can be selected for first-class merit. One more point, if it is because at a critical moment in the battle, such as when the front line is about to be unable to support, artillery support is urgently needed, because he saved this artillery, allowing the artillery to successfully build a position and launch bombing against the enemy, thus winning this critical moment. A battle, then you can be selected for special merit. Special merit is not awarded in peacetime. Only soldiers who have made significant contributions in war can be awarded special merit. However, those who can get this kind of merit are probably either seriously injured or disabled or have died. Therefore, for the northern expedition of Shen's Guard, those units that have completed the tasks assigned by their superiors can be awarded third-class merit to a collective. Those who have made special contributions in the task can be considered third-class or second-class merit. Those who have made special contributions and are injured may be considered for first-class merit. Those who are seriously injured to death or severely disabled due to their special contributions may be considered for special merit. There is something very noteworthy about the selection of first-class merit and special merit. First-class merit is awarded to those who are injured, and special merit is awarded to those who died in battle or were severely disabled. However, there must be a prerequisite for these two situations. That is, his disability must be caused in the process of making contributions. If he deserted on the battlefield and was beaten to death or maimed by the enemy while escaping, then he deserved it. Not only did he get no credit, but he had to be shot on his side. Not only did he have a disability, he would definitely get a lot of credit, let alone those who commit suicide and take credit for their crimes. Anyone caught will be shot. After Luo Chong stated the selection criteria, everyone nodded in agreement again. There is nothing wrong with this standard. I feel it is very complete. Anyway, I didn't expect any loopholes. Lu Guangzhu also interjected and praised it. Yes, I also feel that it is quite complete. There are no loopholes for the time being. As for the future, if special circumstances are found, we will discuss it with the leader at that time. Chu Bing also agreed. Yeah. Luo Chong nodded and asked the question again. Then the last question is, how to perfectly combine this new merit evaluation system with the existing merit system. After hearing the words, everyone fell into deep thought. As the military commander of Shen's Guard, Xu Bing had the most say in this matter. The reality was also the same. At this time, everyone was looking at him, hoping that he would take the lead. There is a lot of pressure to come up with a plan to cure the disease. After all, merit and title are major issues related to the stability of the army and society. After thinking for a long time, Chu Bing gave his opinion. Chief, let me tell you my thoughts first, and then give it to the leader for reference. I am the military chief of Shen's Guard. All battles require the chief officers of each unit to write a post-war summary and report to me, so I am quite aware of the difficulties of those combat missions. Since our Shen's Guards are equipped with the most powerful firearms and fight enemies with asymmetric weapons, I think combat missions assigned to company and platoon units are generally not too difficult, even if they involve killing people. As long as the usual training is in place, it is much easier to kill someone with a gun than to kill someone in close combat with a cold weapon. In this case, I think the credit for killing the enemy should be reduced. According to the old army's standard of being able to advance to a first-class title by beheading one head, I think Shen's Guards need to accumulate at least 4 collective third-class merits to be promoted to a title. An individual must accumulate 3 third-class individual merits to be promoted. The first-level knighthood can also be upgraded to a first-class knighthood, for example, if there are 2 collective third-class meritorious services and 1 individual third-class meritorious service, adding together 3 third-class meritorious services, one of which is an individual meritorious service. If there are 2 individuals with third-class merit and 1 with second-class collective merit, they can be promoted to 1 level. If there is 1 individual with third-class merit and 1 with second-class individual merit, they can also be promoted to 1 level. If you have first-class merit, you can consider hereditary titles. I don't think it's a problem to upgrade to 2 levels of special merit. What does the leader think? After hearing this, Luo Chong made a quick calculation in his mind. The plan proposed by Chu Bing was basically to use 4 collective third-level merits to calculate the merits of a previous head. 1 head is equal to 4 collective third-class merits. 2 collective third-class meritorious deeds plus 1 individual third-class meritorious service can also be promoted to nobility, which is equivalent to twice the individual third-class meritorious service as the collective third-class meritorious service. And if 2 collective second-class merits are promoted to a knighthood, it is equivalent to the collective second-class merits being equal to 1 individual's third-class merits. There is no problem in this calculation. However, one thing needs to be added, that is, an individual's second-class merit can be upgraded to a lifelong title, but it cannot be hereditary to future generations. In this way, the second-class individual merit is equal to 2 collective second-class merit. Finally, the collective first-class merit is directly promoted to a knighthood, and the title can still be hereditary for 1 generation. It is equivalent to the collective first-class merit equal to 2 individual second-class merits. If it is an individual first-class merit, it is a hereditary title for 2 generations. But it's still only 1 level up. Want to upgrade? Not that easy. Want to be hereditary? That must be harder. If you have special merit, you must be a martyr or seriously injured and disabled. There is no problem in being promoted to a 2-level knighthood. They have sacrificed their lives for the tribe. What is wrong with giving better welfare to their descendants? The orphans of martyrs should have it in the first place. Isn't it right to take care of me? However, if the special merit has been upgraded by 2 levels, it is not allowed to be hereditary for more than 3 generations. Luo Chong is determined to suppress the hereditary policy. You have never seen the past history and how difficult those hereditary nobles are. The country cannot support him for 1 generation, but also has to support his children and grandchildren. This puts real pressure on the country's finances. Too big. Moreover, if hereditary inheritance is allowed, the number of nobles will not decrease, but will increase, and the burden on the country will naturally increase. This method is good, so let's follow the system you mentioned, but I would like to add one more thing. Luo Chong nodded and confirmed the plan to cure the disease, and then explained his key points about the merits of second-class merit and above and the hereditary title, finally finalizing the matter. After discussing the matter, Luo Chong said again after they drank a round of wine. During your expedition, our tribe developed a new type of heat-resistant and high-hardness steel, which solved the previous problem of our gun barrels having a too short service life. So I asked the Research Institute to develop a new type of firearm using new steel. Some of them have already been prototyped. After you finish drinking this time, you will first take the troops back to the military camp in the North Mountain of Hanyang City. After selecting the merits of the soldiers, they will immediately arrange for vacations. Then you can go back home and see your family. I will give you 2 after the day off. We will test the new gun at the Shensguard's military camp shooting range. Once the new gun is finalized, we will change it for you. The eyes of all the Shensguards present lit up after hearing this. Is what the leader said true? New gun? Very good. When everyone heard about the new firearms, they immediately became excited. In addition, after drinking wine, everyone's face was flushed, and everyone grinned with joy almost to the ears. Chief, what does this new musket look like? Chu Bing immediately asked excitedly. This is more. First of all, the old ones, bolt-action rifles and shotguns, need to be reproduced using new steel materials. The main reason is to increase the service life of the barrels of current firearm models. In addition to these, I also asked they developed new types of firearms. Luo Chong paused and said again, because the new steel has the characteristics of high heat resistance and high hardness, we can now try the continuous fire firearms that we couldn't make in the past, so I asked them to develop several continuous fire firearms. Of firearms. One of them is a new type of semi-automatic rifle, which adopts the principle of gunpowder gas-guided automatic, which eliminates the original method of manually pulling the bolt to eject the case and change the ammunition, and realizes automatic case ejection and change of ammunition. In other words, this new gun no longer needs to manually pull the bolt. You pull the trigger and the bullet will be fired. Then it will eject the shell at the same time and push the next bullet into the chamber and complete the lock. These all steps are completed automatically. If you want to fire the next bullet, you only need to pull the trigger again. The eyes of several Shensguard officers present lit up after hearing this, and Chu Bing even speculated directly. Doesn't that mean that this kind of gun can shoot very fast? As long as you keep pulling the trigger, the bullets can keep firing? Then if you are quick, doesn't it mean that you can shoot 5 bullets in the magazine in one breath? Fight them all out? Luo Chong nodded with a smile. Yes, this semi-automatic rifle can indeed shoot so fast. Compared with the original bolt-action rifle, its advantage is that it has a faster rate of fire. As long as the rate of fire is fast enough, its firepower will be powerful enough. Let's put it this way, if it is a Shensguard equipped with a semi-automatic rifle, it can definitely beat the Shensguard equipped with a bolt-action rifle to the point where it cannot lift its head, because it takes the opponent a lot of time to fire a bullet from the bolt-action rifle. Several shots have been fired. Under such a density of firepower, even if the hit rate is reduced, you don't dare to raise your head at all. After all, under such firepower, a stray bullet flying from anywhere may blow your brains open. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but imagine such a scene, and then they all shrank their necks. However, at this time, Xubing raised a question again. Chief, if the rate of fire of the new gun is really that fast, wouldn't it mean that it would fire 5 bullets in one breath and then have to reload again immediately? Then it doesn't seem to be much faster than the original bolt-action rifle. Although the instantaneous firepower has increased several times, the time between firepower has become longer. After all, no matter how fast the bullet is pressed, it cannot be as fast as pulling the bolt to replace the next bullet, right? You are right, so for the new semi-automatic rifles, I asked them to use a 10-round large-capacity magazine. Compared with the previous old guns, the ammunition capacity was doubled. Besides, even if the rate of fire is really that fast, you can't really shoot that fast all the time. The skill of gun shooting still depends on the accuracy of the shot. Otherwise, no matter how many bullets you have, you won't be able to hit anyone. It's all nonsense and a waste of ammunition reserves. Several people nodded after listening and agreed with Luo Chong's point of view. Didn't the leader say that there are several new types of firearms? Besides the semi-automatic rifle, what else are there? Xubing asked again. Luo Chong smiled and revealed again, there is another type called a machine gun, which can also be called a machine gun for short. That is a real automatic weapon, a real repeating firearm. As long as you hold the trigger and don't let go, the bullets can be fired one after another. Shooting one bullet at a time, more than a dozen bullets can be fired in one breath. Considering that the rate of fire of this weapon is too fast, the ammunition supply system is no longer in the form of a magazine, but uses an ammunition chain. To put it simply, a long cloth bag is sewn from canvas, and another bag is used in the middle. Rivets were driven into partitions one by one, and then bullets were inserted into the canvas partitions one by one. Finally, the bullet chain was put into the machine gun. A bullet chain could hold hundreds of bullets at a time. When shooting with a machine gun, the sound it makes is a popping sound, or a continuous clicking sound. The firepower density is hundreds of times stronger than that of a semi-automatic rifle. Such weapons are not used for precise shooting, but are used for fire suppression, strafing cluster targets, and killing the enemy's living targets. You can imagine, if I use machine guns to fight with your divine guards, both sides attack and defend each other, you build a trench-style defensive position, and I attack, then I can deploy machine guns in my army, and then attack the machine gun's shooting range, strafing your trenches, firing a fan-shaped barrage, constantly sweeping over your heads. This way you will never dare to raise your head, because raising your head means death, and I only need to suppress you for a few minutes before my soldiers are enough to rush into your face. Everyone couldn't help but think about it again, and after thinking about it for a while, it seemed that it was indeed true. At this time, they heard Luo Chong say again. And if I use machine guns for defense, as long as I set up a few machine guns in the trenches and shoot at your attacking troops, no matter how many of you rush over, you will be shot into a hornet's nest by the dense barrage I fire. Say, under such circumstances, how should you attack? Everyone thought about it in their minds again, and then they all shrank their necks and shuddered. TSK, 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 this machine gun is too terrifying. Doesn't this mean that as long as there are machine guns in the future, the two sides will not be able to fight at all? This is indeed the case. Whenever a new type of weapon is born, it will completely change the original war model. The emergence of muskets is a tactical revolution, giving birth to the famous line tactics. The emergence of machine guns is another revolution, giving birth to the more famous skirmish line tactics are also the 3x3 group tactics unique to the flower growers. After talking about the machine gun, Xubing asked again, Chief, what are the other two weapons? It is a small pistol similar to a short-barreled shotgun. It is mainly used for self-defense. However, it uses a copper-jacketed bullet similar to a rifle bullet. However, the amount of powder is much smaller, so this gun cannot shoot far. It can only have a killing effect within 50 meters. The normal shooting distance is generally only about 20 or 30 meters. However, because they use different ammunition from shotguns, these two pistols use magazine feeding methods, which are much stronger in terms of firepower sustainability. One of the 9mm caliber can hold 15 rounds. The other large caliber one can hold 7 rounds. Both pistols use semi-automatic mode. Pull the trigger to automatically eject the case and load the gun, and then fire the next round. It weighs only about 2 kilograms and can be used with one hand. Luo Chong introduced them again. When several people heard this, their eyes suddenly brightened again. This thing is more like a toy than a self-defense weapon. But even if it is a toy that can kill people, and the killing range of 50 meters is even better than that of some tribes. The bows and arrows made have a far range. This weapon is simply incredible. Chief, when can we try these weapons? When Chu Bing thought of the good things Luo Chong said, he couldn't help but get excited. After all, how could a boy refuse the charm of guns and swords? This is man's nature. Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't I tell you that you should lead the team back first and sort out the merits? Individuals with second-class merit and below will be selected by your headquarters, but the corresponding post-war summary must be kept on file for future investigation. First-class and special-class merit must be reported to me, and a corresponding combat summary report must be issued. After all the merits of the soldiers have been evaluated, the rewards will be distributed as soon as possible, and then they will be given rotational vacations, and they will also be allowed to go back to see their relatives. When letting people go home, they can only let half of them go at most. Let them go first. The ones in the south, in the 8 counties of Hanyang, are relatively close to the military camps. Their families can also go to the military camps to see people, so there is no need to be too anxious. When the vacation is arranged, you can go home for 2 days to see your wife and children. Then when you come back, I will arrange the gun test. When Luo Chong saw Chu Bing's excited look, he got up and lectured him angrily. Chu Bing scratched his head in embarrassment, and then said, "Okay, I'll remember that. I'll finish the credit as soon as possible when I go back tomorrow." Well, that's about the same. Luo Chong nodded and didn't say anything else. Everyone quickly started eating and drinking again. During the banquet, some lower-level officers came to toast from time to time, but Luo Chong didn't drink too much, no matter who it was. They only offered him a sip. After the round of toasts, Luo Chong drank less than half a pound. After the celebration banquet was over, the soldiers began to clean the waiting hall, and then slept directly on the floor in the waiting hall. Fortunately, it was summer and the weather was hot, so it was no problem for everyone to sleep in the waiting hall together. Xu Bing also made arrangements for sentries at night. These are all things that must be done. Even if you are resting in your own tribe or even returning to the military camp, as long as you are linked to the army, there will definitely be no shortage of alerts and sentries, otherwise you will die. Don't know how he died. In the early morning of the next day, the genius had just revealed a touch of fish belly white, and it was about 3 or 4 o'clock. Xu Bing had already started to ask the cooking teams of each unit to get up and prepare breakfast. The soldiers slept until about 6 o'clock, and the buglers blow the morning bugle to wake them up. After half an hour of morning exercise, I came back just in time to wash up and eat. Then I entered the station platform and lined up on the platform to wait to board the train. Today, in order to transport these soldiers back to the military camp, Luo Chong specially transferred 60 passenger carriages. However, Xingang County was worried that they might not be able to pull them, so they got an extra locomotive. This locomotive was prepared to transport them to the south. It hasn't been delivered yet, so it doesn't hurt to use it temporarily. Soon, a super long train gradually drove over from a distance. There were 2 locomotives hanging in front of this train, that is to say, there was another locomotive hanging behind the locomotive, and then there were 60 carriages, long. It's so long that you can't see the end at a glance. But in Luo Chong's eyes, this is not the case, because the Sinway line currently uses narrow-gauge small trains. Although there are 60 trains this time, each train is only 12 meters long, and the standard gauge trains that Luo Chong was used to seeing in his previous life were each about 25 meters long. Calculating this, the Han tribe's current 60 carriages were at most only about 20 green trains in his previous life. It's just that long. There were 50 people in each carriage, and the soldiers quickly got on the train. As the whistle sounded, the train began to move slowly, then exhaled rich white gas, and gradually accelerated towards the west. Go! Luo Chong did not follow them to the military camp, but directly returned to Hanyang City with his guards. The construction of the Luoyang County Brewery was currently in an orderly manner. He had already finished explaining what he needed to explain, and there was no need to continue to stay there. On the contrary, it was Bai Qi who made the typewriter, so he was more concerned about it. After all, it also involved the future relocation to the south, so Luo Chong couldn't help but worry about it. After riding on horseback for a whole morning, he finally returned to his home in Hanyang City. Luo Chong immediately sent his guards to inquire about the improvement progress at Bai Qi's side. On the other side, the Shent's guards on the other side, after a whole morning's railway transportation, more than 2,600 Shent's guard soldiers finally arrived at the train station in Qingyang County. When they arrived at Qingyang County, it was not yet noon. They had lunch in Qingyang County at noon, and then rested for an hour before starting a walking march. From Qingyang County, they walked south to Fumaguan County, and then continued south to Hanyang. Stationed in the military camp in the mountain north of the city. This walk went straight until dark. Fortunately, such a foot march was nothing to the soldiers. During the previous northern expedition, no matter how far the journey was, marching for several days at a time was not a problem for them. I haven't walked on it before. It's such a small road, and it's a repaired dirt road. Wouldn't it be easier to walk? It wasn't until after 8 o'clock in the evening, when the sky was completely dark, that the soldiers returned to the military camp. It was definitely too late to clean up at this late hour. Fortunately, Luo Chong had already asked his imperial guards, Jinwu guards, before they came back. Cleaned up here. The barracks in the military camp have been cleaned, the windows are opened to let in the wind, and the moisture in the house is dispersed. Realgar powder has been sprinkled to repel insects. The straw mats have also been taken out and dried to remove the musty smell. When the soldiers return, they only need to lay. You can just sleep on your own marching quilt. As for other places in the military camp, let everyone clean it up when they wake up tomorrow. Luo Chong doesn't have that many guards to clean them up, so that they can have a good night's sleep when they come back. Just place. Early the next morning, Chu Bing immediately ordered all battalions, companies, and platoons to organize soldiers to clean the military camp in different areas. For example, a shooting range covered with grass would require manual weeding, etc. At the same time, he also gave orders to the chief officers and instructors of each unit. Order them to take the battle commander. We will go to the headquarters for a meeting and discussion with the merit recording application to finalize the merits of the soldiers as soon as possible, and then give them a holiday, so that those soldiers can be promoted to titles, get more bonuses, and be happy when they go home. Go home and rest for a while. The messenger handed down the order to cure the disease step by step, and the corresponding military officers and instructors immediately came to the headquarters for a meeting with thick combat reports. Instructors belonged to the leaders of the political commissar line. However, in the Han tribe, they are not called political commissars, but military commanders. The lowest level of Sima is only assigned to the guard post. The following battalions, companies, and platoons are called instructors. They are also responsible for logistics and the ideological status of soldiers, and those who work on warrior evaluation. After everyone had arrived, Chu Bing said straight to the point. The leader has given an order. Our Shent's guards have been on the northern expedition for more than a year, and we have just returned now. The next period of time is mainly to take a good rest and let the soldiers have a good rest, so this time we will select the merits of the soldiers. After that, the rotation of vacations will begin. According to the leader's wishes, the Shent's guard will have 2 rounds of holidays. In the first round, the soldiers from the south will be given a holiday first, including the soldiers from Tuahai County and the soldiers from the 3 Prairie and Honghu counties. However, the soldiers from the south will not be able to account for the Shent's guard's leave. Half of the number, so in the first round, some soldiers from the 8 counties of Hanyang will be selected. Those who have family circumstances can apply actively, and those who have made meritorious services will be given priority. Finally, before the holiday, we must first complete the merit selection of the soldiers, so that those soldiers who have made meritorious service can go home in glory. After the first batch of soldiers go on vacation, the remaining half of them cannot be idle. We have been on the ship for more than a month. Now we must resume the training mission as soon as possible after returning, so that the combat effectiveness of Shent's guard will not be reduced. Does everyone understand? Understood. After hearing this, everyone held their hands in agreement. Well, this is the merit selection system specially formulated by the leader for Shent's guard. It is roughly divided into 4 levels and 8 merit levels. If you don't understand, you can ask me, and then we will discuss it on the spot. This meeting will be done. Chu Bing asked the orderly to hand out the copied selection criteria to everyone present, and then he said. After everyone got the new selection criteria, they immediately started discussing and asking. When they encountered something they didn't understand, Chu Bing took the initiative to explain it to them. The result of the final discussion was similar to what Luo Chong had said at the wine table before he went away from the illness. During the northern expedition, the Shent's guards were divided into several battlefields for operations. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd battalions were used separately. The 2nd battalion did not capture the most people, but the 2nd battalion was the battalion that acted most independently. Chu Bing, I have been carrying the 1st and 3rd battalions with me. Especially during the time when the 2nd battalion was guarding the salt pond position, the 2nd battalion used tactics to engage in tug-of-war with the cannibals many times, turning the salt pond into bait, constantly consuming the enemy's vitality, and in total, the 2nd battalion destroyed and attracted the invading enemies more than 5 times. Although the total of the 5 times is only a few thousand people, they already have the ability to stand alone. In addition, when the 2nd battalion accepted the unified dispatching task of curing diseases, the 2nd battalion completed the task as well as the other 2 battalions. Therefore, the 2nd battalion took greater credit, and the other 2 battalions had to be convinced. In the end, the commander of the 2nd battalion who proposed using the salt pond as a bait for tug-of-war received great merit, at least a first-class merit. All the soldiers of the 2nd battalion received a collective second-class merit once. In previous sneak attacks, they participated in tasks such as insertion, outflanking, and sentry detection. All soldiers or squad leaders will be credited with second-class merit. With these 2 second-class merits as a foundation, it will definitely be no problem for the entire 2nd battalion to be upgraded to the first-class title. This is also the maximum merit level that the Shent's Guard can decide on its own. Those with more than second-class merit must be reported to Luo Chong. Let Luo Chong decide. For example, if the 2nd battalion commander's first-class merit is awarded, he needs to report it to Luo Chong for approval. The remaining 1st and 2nd battalions also had their own merits, including the task of escorting the prisoners back to the main camp, the task of transporting grain, grass and ammunition, the task of defending the position, and the task of attacking the enemy at night under the leadership of Chu Bing. These tasks are relatively simple, but there are too many tasks. Therefore, even if it is the lowest level of third-class collective skills, these warriors have obtained at least 4 or more. As long as there are 4 third-class collective skills, they can be upgraded to at least a first-class title. For example, those small groups of troops and individuals who participated in reconnaissance, leading the way, and sentry posts behind enemy lines also received their own personal second-class merit, third-class merit. As for Chu Bing himself, he doesn't need to give himself any title of merit at all. He is already the supreme commander, so why should he need such a shitty credit? Anyway, Shen's guard won this battle under his leadership. He also completed the strategic tasks assigned by the leader, and captured so many slaves. With these achievements out there, what else does he need to take credit for? The credit of the entire Shen's guard is the credit for curing diseases. In fact, this is also the practice in the army. If a subordinate does something meritorious, the credit will of course go to the commander. After all, when this matter is discussed, others can only say it. Then so-and-so assassinated an enemy general. Hey, who is so powerful? Then so-and-so soldiers did it. After all, there are so many people in the army, how can others remember the names of every soldier? So it is definitely correct to call them the subordinates of a certain commander. If such a thing really happens, others will only say, "Ah, so-and-so soldiers are awesome, amazing." However, this kind of thing seems a bit like the commander taking away the credit of his subordinates. In fact, it is not. As long as this person has really made great contributions, then this person will definitely be given priority when he is promoted next time. So people who are really capable, as long as he can perform meritorious service, he will definitely be promoted quickly. By then he will be the commander. Next time what his soldiers do, others will also say how good this new commander's soldiers are. This merit evaluation meeting lasted for a whole day, and even lunch was brought to the conference room by the orderlies. Finally, the issue of merit evaluation was finalized. In this northern expedition, all living soldiers of Shen's guard were those who have accumulated merit can be promoted to 1 level, and those with great merit can even be promoted to 2 levels. It is impossible to upgrade to the 3rd level of title in a row. At most, the issue of how many generations of hereditary titles can be increased. For example, if the merit is too great, it will be hereditary for 2 generations. But it is absolutely impossible to upgrade to the 3rd level. For individuals with 2nd-class merit and below, the Shen's guards decide on their own, but a copy of the list must be given to Luo Chong for filing, and a copy must also be sent to the local government where the soldier's registered residence is, because they are also needed to upgrade his title. To operate. After handling these matters, Xu Bing personally took these materials and the application for first-class merit and went to Hanyang City to find Luo Chong. Then he went home for 2 days, and then returned to the military camp with Luo Chong's approval. He handed down the credit and let the soldiers on vacation go home to take turns. Then he took the remaining people to do recovery training to restore the combat effectiveness of Shen's guard as soon as possible. He wanted to make sure that when Luo Chong wanted to use Shen's guard, you can win the battle if you pull it out at any time. However, Luo Chong has already made future plans for the Shen's guard. After the Shen's guard completes the replacement of new weapons, they will soon follow him south, and then be assigned to various units to serve as instructors and guide each unit in weapons training. The task of changing clothes and training reform. The military camp of Shen's guard is located in the back mountain of Hanyang City, that is, Beishan, behind the cave where Luo Chong lived when he first came to this world, so Xu Bing arrived at Luo Chong's home in only 2 hours on horseback. Chief, this is the merit selection list of Shen's guard's 2nd-class merit and below, as well as the application forms for these first-class merits, and the corresponding battle reports, which contain detailed battle processes. The leader will verify and approve them as soon as possible. Okay, put it here. I will approve it as soon as possible. When it is done, I will ask the guards to send you directly to the military camp. You can go home now. Remember to come back in 2 days. We need your soldiers to help with the new weapons testing later, Luo Chong said directly with a nod. Yes, Chu Bing promised with clasped fists, but he stopped talking and didn't say what he wanted to do for a long time. Luo Chong raised his head and glanced at him angrily, and reprimanded, "You are the commander, and you are already a father. Why are you still so slow to say something? If you have anything to say, just say it directly." "Chief, I want you to give our child a name, can you?" Chu Bing immediately braved the words and spoke out. After speaking, he looked at Luo Chong with an expectant expression on his face. Luo Chong suddenly burst out laughing. "It's easy to pick a name. Why don't we just name it after you? You were not in good health when you were a child, and I was the one who treated you. Then I will give your son the name Qiji. Well, it's the same as getting rid of the disease. I hope he can grow up safely and won't be as frail and sick as you were when you were a child." "Ah? Qiji, this is a good name. Thank you, Chief." If this child knew that his name was given by the chief, he would definitely laugh with joy. Xu Bing immediately became happy after hearing Luo Chong's explanation. "Okay, go home quickly. I know your kid has wanted to go home to take care of the kids for a long time." Luo Chong waved his hand and started to chase people away. "Yes, thank you, Chief. By the way, Chief, the crystals we collected are still on the boat at the Weishan County Pier. I forgot to mention it when we were drinking yesterday. Chief, don't forget to ask someone to come and receive it." Chu Bing said goodbye as he handed over his hand. "I know, I have already arranged for someone to be sent to the island in the middle of the lake." In the next few days, Luo Chong was busy. He went home from the hospital, met his wife and children, and then started to arrange full moon wine and invited Luo Chong to the banquet. Luo Chong and his family went there as guests. After coming back, he began to approve the merit application report of the Shent's guards. After a brief check, he signed and sealed the approval directly. For those with second-class merit and below, Luo Chong also asked the guards to help. According to the soldiers, the place of residence registration was divided into categories, and letters were sent to the local governments by Flying Eagle to let them handle the matter of changing the title of residence registration. During this period, Dashu of Tuahai County sent Luo Chong a letter, telling him about building a new yard for Luo Chong in the town of Tuahai County. There were also photos of workers building houses and architectural drawings of the houses. It has to be said that Dashu is the safest, most conscientious, and careful in doing things. As long as the tasks assigned to him by Luo Chong are not completed poorly. In addition, Shi Xian from Luoyang County also sent people to see Luo Chong several times, still about the Snowflake Brewery. Luo Chong directly commanded remotely and arranged the construction of the brewery in an orderly manner. Xu Bing stayed at home for 2 days and returned to the military camp soon. However, there was nothing important to do now. Once arrangements were made for the soldiers to take turns to take vacations and resume training, he could still go home once or twice a week. Anyway, he could go home once or twice a week. It's not too far from home. If it's too far, there's nothing we can do. Luo Chong asked the Imperial Guards to send the approval of the merit application to the military camp. Xu Bing quickly took these documents and distributed them. He began to determine the merit levels for the soldiers, and then began to select people for leave. There were 1,300 people in the first batch of vacations, and half of them were put on leave. The vacation lasted for 2 months, totaling 60 days, including the round-trip journey. the tribe would provide round-trip transportation expenses. For example, there were many southern soldiers going back this time. Chong immediately arranged for them to take a flying fish sailing boat to take them there. They were not on a special line, but on transport ships that went to various places in the south. Soldiers nearby, such as those from Qinghai County, can go there in military carriages. For those under the jurisdiction of Hanyang County, the military camp arranges carriages to transport them. Those further away, such as those from Weishan County, can go to Qinghai County and take a train. Go there, but this time it's not a special train, so you can only squeeze in the truck. If it's from Luoyang County or Dongxing County, you have to go to Weishan County to find a boat. Just when Xu Bing began arranging for Shent's guard to rest and resume training, good news came from Bai Qi. According to the modification plan proposed by Luo Chong, Bai Qi and the R&D team had finalized an improvement plan for the Chinese character typewriter. The new Chinese character typewriter, according to Luo Chong's suggestion, was changed to the pinyin detection method, which is divided into horizontal and vertical coordinate axes. The vertical coordinate is the initial consonant, the horizontal coordinate is the final, and the horizontal and vertical coordinates are intersected with small squares. These small squares inside the square are the corresponding homophones. However, in order to better distinguish these homophone words, the small squares of homophone words are further divided into 4 areas according to the 4 pinyin tones. Within these 4 different tone areas, according to the strokes of the font, how many are arranged. In this way, there are fewer strokes, and simple words are put together, and many strokes are put together, and the scene is clear. In addition, there is a handle for picking up characters. According to Luo Chong's suggestion, a magnifying glass that can follow the movement of the handle is installed on it to facilitate finding the corresponding Chinese characters faster and more accurately. Finally, regarding the knocking strength of the typewriter, they also followed Luo Chong's instructions and installed a buffer spring to solve the problem of unstable knocking strength. Luo Chong personally went to the school's printing department to do some practical work. Because he was familiar with pinyin issues, there was not much difficulty in using it. After more than an hour of actual operation, he could already type at a speed of up to that's about 40 words per minute. But don't underestimate this speed. After all, this thing is not a computer keyboard. There is no comparison at all. One is a physical typewriter and the other is a computer software input method. How can they be compared? Anyway, Luo Chong was already very satisfied with this type of typing equipment. After finalizing the Chinese typewriter matter, Luo Chong ordered the Imperial Guards to send all the drawings of the sample to the Comprehensive Research Institute on Huxin Island and asked them to be responsible for the small batch production of Chinese typewriters. The demand for typewriters among the Han tribe is not very large at present. That is, some government departments and schools in various places use them more. In fact, schools may not necessarily use them. On the contrary, the demand for rock cylinder ink printing machines is greater. Because that thing can quickly print test papers in batches. As for the wax paper printing plate, it can be made by handwriting. Anyway, the test papers are basically one-time things. There is no need to make them so fine. Just write them in a way that people can understand. It is precisely because the demand is not large that there is no need to build a special factory for production. It is estimated that a few dozen units can meet the current needs. Even the hand-rolled cylinder ink printing press can have up to 180 units. The desk is enough. After this matter was settled, news came from Lin Fei of Qinghai County. Lin Fei had someone report to him before, saying that the latest 7.62 mm bolt-action rifle had been produced, and a 9 mm caliber pistol had also been produced. It was basically completed, but that time was still a week ago. When the news came again this time, samples of the 5 new firearms had been made, but except for the bolt-action rifle, the number of other sample guns was relatively small. 20 bolt-action rifles with a caliber of 7.62 mm have been prepared, but there are only 3 prototypes of Type 56 semi-automatic rifles. The number is pitiful. There is currently only one imitation PKM general-purpose machine gun, which is still unfinished. There is no tripod for the heavy machine gun, so currently we can only use the bipod that comes with the front gun body as a light machine gun. Therefore, it is not appropriate to call it a general-purpose machine gun, because it is not complete. The last 2 pistols are the 9 mm caliber pistol imitating the Beretta Type 92, of which there are currently only 5 prototypes, and the high-power pistol imitating the Browning 1911, of which there is currently only 1. Although the quantity is a little small, there is no problem in doing simple tests. Anyway, it is impossible for the Han tribe to do complicated tests, because there are not so many experimental equipment, such as high-speed motion cameras to record the flight of bullets. Trajectories, such as measuring the muzzle velocity of bullets, these high-tech equipment are simply not available to the Han tribe. So it's a firearms test. To put it bluntly, it means testing whether it can shoot, the adaptability to various environments, the service life of the firearm, etc. Luo Chong would like to test other things, but he doesn't have the skills. This time, after Luo Chong received the news, he just arrived to go home for the second time, so Luo Chong called him over. "Chief, are you looking for me?" Chu Bing asked directly. "Well, there is a letter from the Research Institute in Qinghang County, saying that several prototypes of firearms have been trial-produced. Let me go over and have a look. Do you want to come with me?" Luo Chong explained the situation straight to the point. When Chu Bing heard this, he immediately became excited. "It's ready so quickly?" "That's not." Luo Chong was perfunctory, but he was complaining in his heart. All kinds of machine tools are ready-made, and steel is available for them to use at will. In addition, with the full support of the tribe, they can get whatever they ask for, and the research and development manpower is relatively sufficient. Even the drawings were given to them by Luo Chong. Do you think these people can be unhappy? If this can't be done again, Luo Chong will beat them to death. That's such a waste. Moreover, the firearms selected by Luo Chong are not very high-tech. They belong to the generation of weapons that were just improved after World War II. They are not very advanced things, but each one is very classic and famous internationally. The equipment model, based on the industrial level of the Han tribe, is fully capable of mass production. After all, Luo Chong also specifically considered this issue before choosing weapons. Okay, then when are we going there?" Chu Bing asked excitedly immediately. "Let's do it today. It's only morning. We'll ride over there and we'll definitely arrive before lunch." Luo Chong looked at the mechanical clock in the study room. It was just a little after 8 o'clock, so he immediately made arrangements. Good. The two agreed to go to Qinghang County to inspect the weapons research and development project together. After making some preparations, they set off. Chu Bing rode his horse, followed by 2 guards. Luo Chong was also alone. He did not bring his family with him, but there were still others behind him. Following a large group of guards, a group of people all mounted horses and rumbled towards the direction of Qinghang County. Near noon, Lin Fei was already waiting for Luo Chong outside the Research Institute. Now, because the Research Institute has taken over the task of developing new weapons, the entire Research Institute has been controlled by Luo Chong's Jingwu Guard soldiers. There are people everywhere. There are Jingwu Guard soldiers who stand guard in shifts. They are not allowed to go out without permission. Even those who go out for activities must undergo strict body searches. They are not allowed to carry metal parts or design drawings. Even for those researchers who participated in the research and development, what they got was not all the design drawings, but the parts drawings of a certain part or a certain mechanism. They only need to prototype their own part according to the drawings, and then handed over to the leader of the project team for assembly. The reason for this is to keep the overall drawings of the firearms strictly confidential and to keep them within a very small range. Those who have access to the complete drawings are also followed by 2 Jinwu Guards soldiers for personal protection. Of course, while protecting safety, we also want to monitor them and prevent them from plagiarizing the drawings or leaking them to others without permission. Tap tap tap. The sound of horse hooves came closer and closer, and finally stopped at the entrance of the research institute. Luo Chong and Chu Bing got off their horses, handed the reins to the accompanying guards, and then walked over to Lin Fei, who was waiting at the entrance. "Chief." Lin Fei immediately stepped forward to greet him. "Well, are the sample gun and ammunition ready? Let's go in and take a look at the sample gun first, and then take the sample gun back to the Shent's guard camp in the afternoon. Then you will send some people in charge to follow. If there are any areas that need improvement, it's good to record it," Luo Chong said straight to the point. "Okay, no problem. The prototype guns are ready. Chief, please come with me." After Lin Fei said that, he led Luo Chong and Chu Bing inside. Now, in order to keep confidentiality, the R&D teams of each project are also separated, so the prototype gun can only be seen by the person in charge of each project. But for Luo Chong to facilitate inspection, Lin Fei had already placed various new firearms in a yard for Luo Chong to inspect. Everyone soon arrived in a small courtyard. The door of the main hall was wide open, and there was a long table inside, with various new firearms placed on it. Chu Bing saw all kinds of new guns at a glance, and rushed over at a trot, as if Grandma Lu had entered the Grand View Garden. He looked at this, touched that, and wished he could equip these weapons to Shent's guard immediately. Lin Fei looked at Chu Bing's reaction and couldn't help but raise a confident smile. "Look, even the people in the military couldn't put it down. Doesn't this mean that he is doing a good job? Chief, do you want me to introduce you?" Lin Fei looked at Luo Chong beside him and asked. What he meant by asking was actually whether he wanted to introduce Chu Bing. After all, the drawings of these firearms were given by Luo Chong. How could Luo Chong himself not know these firearms? How could he be used to introduce them? "Well, you come and introduce me. I'll take a look first." Luo Chong nodded, and immediately picked up a copycat Type 56 semi-automatic rifle and looked at it. Lin Fei next to him also started his introduction. "Commander Xia, this is our latest improved bolt-action rifle. Compared with the original standard rifle, its barrel is 15 centimeters shorter, reducing the length of the entire gun. According to the leader, this is for more convenience. Move around the trench with a gun. In addition, its charging handle has also been changed to a downward curved type. This way, after the safety is turned off, it is less likely to be caught by the charging handle when marching with the gun. In addition, it is also to leave space above the gun body. Chief, it is said that in the future, a telescope may be installed above the gun body to aim at long-distance targets. The most critical improvement is to reduce the diameter of the ammunition. The new ammunition is changed to 7.62 mm full-power rifle ammunition. The power is not reduced much, but the weight is much lighter than before, and this bolt action, the ammunition of the rifle is the same as that of the continuous fire machine gun. While listening to the introduction, Chu Bing pulled the bolt and pushed the bolt to load the gun. Then he looked out the window with the gun, tried to aim at a distant target, pulled the trigger to empty the gun, then pulled the bolt and pushed the bolt again, pulled the bolt and pushed the bolt, testing this. The smoothness of the bolt of the rod-improved rifle, as well as its weight, and whether the downward curved charging handle is comfortable. After playing with it for a while, he said, "Not bad, this downward curved charging handle is very rhythmic to operate, and it is indeed not easy to hang clothes or other equipment. Also, after the gun body is shortened, the overall weight has also been reduced a lot, which can reduce the burden of many soldiers." But there are also disadvantages to shortening the gun body. When fighting with a bayonet in the future, it will not be as long as the weapon of the commander, and you will definitely suffer a loss then. But since the leader requested this change, the leader must have his own considerations. Overall, the improved new gun is pretty good, Chu Bing finally commented. Thank you, Commander, if you like it, but I heard from the leader that this kind of gun will no longer be used by you in the future. You Shent's guards will all be equipped with this semi-automatic type in the future. This bolt-action type will be equipped with other existing guns. From the guard army. Lin Fei explained again. So that's the case, then that's no problem. Let me guess, the semi-automatic one should be the one the leader got, right? Chu Bing nodded, and then looked at the Shanzhai 56.5 in Luo Chong's hand. As expected of the commander of the Shent's guard, he guessed it right away. It's really amazing. Lin Fei said embarrassingly from the side. Chu Bing waved his hand and didn't care about the words. He could guess that this was a semi-automatic rifle. In fact, it was very simple. That was because Luo Chong introduced them to them a few days ago. Semi-automatic rifles are loaded with 10 bullets, and machine guns are loaded with bullets. The thing is the bullet chain. This gun obviously has no entrance to the bullet chain, and the magazine is also protruding. It must be an expanded magazine. Sure enough, Luo Chong followed up and said, yes, all of your Shent's guards will be equipped with this semi-automatic rifle in the future. It is similar to the original bolt-action rifle. It is better to pull the bolt first, and then start from above. Press the magazine into the magazine, and you can load 10 bullets at a time. When shooting, you only need to pull the trigger at any time. However, one thing needs to be explained. Although the ammunition caliber used in this gun is also a 7.62 mm warhead, the powder charge is smaller than that of a full-power rifle ammunition. This can only be regarded as an intermediate power ammunition. The normal shooting distance is 300 meters. Up to 400 meters, accurate shooting at 600 meters, 800 meters can only suppress cluster targets, and it is difficult to hit accurately. I have read your combat records. The typical combat distance is only 300 to 400 meters, so using full-power ammunition for the rifle is a bit wasteful. Not only is the recoil too great, but there is no need for such a long range. Even if it is really, it can hit 1,000 meters away, but no one can see it. Instead, it is better to change it in the direction of increasing the intensity of firepower. Furthermore, semi-automatic rifles using new intermediate power bullets can significantly reduce the load of soldiers. Under the same load, the original soldiers can only carry 200 rounds of bullets. With this new bullet, each soldier can carry at least 200 rounds of bullets. Bring extra 13 ammo. Luo Chong introduced the situation of the rifle, and Chu Bing nodded repeatedly. He was very curious about this semi-automatic rifle, but this gun was also easy to disassemble, because the previous bolt-action rifles all had one barrel. Semi-automatic rifles are equipped with 2 barrels. But in fact, it is not accurate to say this, because the structure of the copycat 56.5 gun is actually similar to that of an AK. The bottom is the real barrel, and the top one is shorter than the barrel, which is actually the gas tube. It is an automatic mechanism that realizes semi-automatic shooting. Luo Chong is also very satisfied with this copycat 56.5. He has not yet conducted live ammunition shooting. Judging from the appearance alone, Luo Chong even feels that the appearance of this gun is more refined than the original 56.5 in his previous life. After all, it is a similar gun. Well, it must be more refined than the mass-produced model. There is another difference from the previous version, that is, this model copied by the Han tribe does not have a folding bayonet installed on it, nor does it have a 3-edged spear stab. Luo Chong chose the sword-shaped double-edged straight bayonet he had used before. It was issued as an accessory and had to be inserted into the gun body when needed. It was not the original folding bayonet from his previous life. After looking at the two rifles, Luo Chong and Qingshu Bing finally focused their attention on the general-purpose machine gun with a tin box hanging under the gun body and a bipod under the front barrel. Qingshu Bing couldn't help but reach out and touch it gently, as if he were touching some precious artwork, for fear of accidentally breaking it. Luo Chong, on the other hand, looked at this copycat version of the PKM general-purpose machine gun. From the appearance alone, it looked no different from the original version. It was still so classic, but he didn't know how it would be like in combat. "Chief, let's quickly find a place to try the gun. It's not interesting just looking around like this. I also want to see if this gun can be fired," like the leader said. "Why are you anxious? No matter how anxious you are, you have to finish your meal here first. In addition, there are two kinds of pistols that you haven't looked at. There is also this machine gun. Have you looked at it? Have you understood it carefully? Have you thought about how to equip it? How to train and use it? I tell you, learn from me. The use of these weapons is a big problem. You don't know how I will deal with you." After hearing Qingshu Bing's request to test the gun, Luo Chong immediately scolded him. Sure enough, Qingshu Bing immediately calmed down after hearing the words, and then he looked at the machine gun carefully, and Lin Fei next to him also started to introduce it to him. "The rifle we just looked at is called a semi-automatic rifle. It fires one round when you pull it. This machine gun should be called a fully automatic rifle. As long as you pull the trigger and don't let go, it can fire ammunition continuously, of course, with ammunition. In addition, according to the leader, machine guns should be divided into two types, light machine guns and heavy machine guns. Light machine guns are fully automatic continuous fire firearms that can be used for marching, assaulting, and shooting while walking. Heavy machine guns are mainly used for it is a fixed position for positional warfare. It is bulky, relatively stable, has sufficient ammunition, and has strong firepower sustainability, etc. But the kind the leader asked us to make is called a universal machine gun, which means that it can perfectly undertake two different combat tasks. It can be used to fight while walking, or it can be placed on the position to lay out a fire network. Technically speaking, this gun does not carry ammunition or heavy-duty brackets. The empty gun weighs about 15 kilograms. It uses a bullet chain to feed ammunition. When using it, first lift the cover of the receiver from the back, and then remove the bullet chain. Clip it into the corresponding position, then cover the receiver, pull the bolt on the right to load it, and you can aim and shoot. When used as a light machine gun, you can use a light ammunition box with 100 rounds or 150 rounds, and then hang it under the gun body. Hold the handle in your right hand and grab a bipod in front of you with your left hand. Shooting while moving. If it is used as a heavy machine gun, the protrusion for hanging the ammunition box under the gun body is stuck on the machine gun base, and then a large ammunition box with 200 or 300 rounds can be used and placed directly on the ground next to it. Lin Fei was explaining and demonstrating at the same time. Only then did Qingshu Bing realize that this gun does not have a bullet compartment like a rifle, but needs an additional ammunition box. However, this is understandable, and the design is indeed it is easy to carry. When marching or fighting, you can just bring the ammunition box with you. There is no need to carry scattered bullets and manually load them on the ammunition chain. In addition, listening to Lin Fei's explanation, Qingshu Bing also realized a problem. This machine gun is good, but it can't be used by one person. An empty gun weighs 15 kilograms, equivalent to 2 rifles, plus several ammunition boxes and heavy machine gun racks. Even 2 people, let alone 1 person, cannot carry all these things. To sum up briefly, this machine gun requires at least a 3-person tactical team to operate it successfully. Chief, this machine gun weighs a lot, and according to the rate of fire mentioned by the leader, wouldn't this machine gun be able to shoot several boxes of bullets in 1 minute? How many bullets must be prepared for a battle, and at the same time, how many people are needed to carry so much ammunition? This is a problem, Chu Bing immediately said to Luo Chong. Well, it's good that you can think of this. When the machine gun is used, it really needs the cooperation of the tactical team to bring out its power. But you forgot one thing just now, that is the barrel. I remember what I asked for. Each machine gun must have its own original barrel. In addition, we should prepare 3 more spare barrels. Added together, the total each machine gun has 4 barrels, and these barrels need to be carried by soldiers, so at least 3 people are needed. Luo Chong reminded them again. Ah? And the gun barrel? Didn't it say that it is made of a new type of high-hardness heat-resistant steel? Then why do you need to prepare so many gun barrels, and it shouldn't be easy to replace the barrels on the battlefield, right? Is it dangerous? Chu Bing asked in confusion. Lin Fei, come and explain to him. Luo Chong raised his chin towards Chu Bing and said to Lin Fei. Yes. Lin Fei agreed, then turned to Chu Bing and said to him. Commander Xia, although the barrel of this machine gun is made of molybdenum steel, the rate of fire of the machine gun is too fast. If it fires like a bolt-action rifle, it really does not need so many barrels, but the machine gun is different because the rate of fire is too fast, so the barrel heats up quickly, but the heat dissipation rate is not that fast. If the barrel is not replaced midway, the barrel will quickly become hot and red, then deform, and eventually even cause an explosion. Chamber, destroy this machine gun. So after our experiments and the leader's analysis, it is best to replace the barrel of this machine gun after firing 1,000 rounds of ammunition, then let it cool naturally, and then replace it with the next one. Calculated in this way, if based on an ammunition box with 200 rounds of ammunition, it would take 5 boxes of ammunition to be emptied before the barrel could be replaced once. In addition, the barrel connection mechanism of this machine gun is very delicately designed. Like me, I can pull the barrel handle forward and pull out the barrel, and then replace it with a new one, insert the bayonet, and pull the handle back to lock it. It is actually very simple. Once the soldier becomes proficient in the operation, it will probably take less than 5 seconds to replace the barrel, which is easier than changing ammunition. So that's it. Chu Bing was eye-opening. He didn't expect that the barrel of a gun could be replaced at will. It was so simple to replace it. The design was really exquisite. Every aspect had been thought of. After looking at the only machine gun, everyone came to the pistol again. The fake Browning 1911, and the fake Beretta 92F. Both guns are classic and moderate in size, which is suitable for the Han tribe who currently do not have pistols. It looked so exquisite that Chu Bing's attention was immediately attracted. Without any instruction, he directly grasped the pistol grip, and then held it in his hand and looked around. However, after playing with it for a long time, he found the grip, the trigger, and the barrel, but he couldn't find where to load the ammunition, and couldn't find where to throw the shell, and then he shut himself up. Chief, how do you use this pistol? I know how to hold it and how to aim it, but where is the safety, the magazine, and where to eject it? He asked anxiously. Luo Chong laughed, picked up a 92F pistol that was the same as Chu Bing's hand from the side, and then demonstrated. These 2 pistols use magazine-fed mode. The bullets are in the grip you are holding. Do you see this round button on the grip? Pinch it with your thumb and the magazine will fall out from underneath. Come out. Xu Bing followed Luo Chong's instructions and pressed the button. He heard a snap, and a dark metallic magazine fell out from under the handle, but it was empty inside. Lin Fei, do you have a place here where I can test pistols? Luo Chong asked with some itching, holding the gun in his hand. He had been in this world for so many years that he had almost forgotten what a pistol was. Yes, the pistol has a short range and relatively low power. We do have a small shooting range here for testing, Lin Fei said immediately. Okay, then bring some more bullets and let's try the pistol here. Luo Chong nodded and said happily. Lin Fei waved, and soon someone carrying a box of ammunition followed them towards the shooting range. It's said to be a shooting range, but it's actually not that big. This pistol range is an open-air shooting range, only 100 meters long, and the shooting range is only 2 meters wide. It is a lane directly pushed out by a bulldozer, which is a dead end of 100 meters long. The excavated soil was directly piled into a hill at the end to block the fired warheads. Several people quickly arrived at the shooting position, and a simple table made of wooden boards was placed next to it. The accompanying guards directly placed ammunition boxes and several pistols on it. Luo Chong skillfully released the magazine, and then started to show Chu Bing how to press the bullet. When loading bullets, just put the bullet forward and then press down. This pistol with exposed barrel is 9mm caliber and has a magazine capacity of 15 rounds. Just load enough 15 rounds. Luo Chong was demonstrating, and Chu Bing was studying next to him. Because he had the foundation of using bolt-action rifles and shotguns before, Chu Bing learned how to operate it after just one look. After the two men's magazines were full, Luo Chong did not directly ask him to load the magazine. Instead, he continued to demonstrate and explain with an empty gun. Have you seen the shell on the outside of the barrel? This part is called the sleeve. When loading, you just pull the sleeve back. But there is no bullet now, so there is no need to load the gun. Watch my operation now. First, pull the slide to the back. At this time, the gun bore will be exposed and the ejection window will open. At this time, you can find the bottom of the middle position of the slide. There is a decomposition gate here. Turn it down half a turn and then push the slide forward to disengage the gun body. Chu Bing quickly followed suit, and then the gun in his hand became an upper and lower part. The upper part was the slide, the barrel and the recoil spring, and the lower part was the receiver, firing mechanism and grip. Then he listened to the rules. Chong continued. After these guns are put into service, normal maintenance can be broken down to this step. Pull out the recoil spring to reduce the pressure, wipe the inside and outside of the barrel, and then reassemble it back. The assembly method is to reverse the disassembly action just now. Do it again. Chu Bing understands it immediately, because when they used bolt-action rifles, they often needed maintenance. They needed to remove the entire bolt and clean the barrel with a purge. This pistol is similar. Insert the barrel into the slide, and then use the recoil spring to block the barrel. Then insert the entire slide into the chute on the lower part of the gun, pull it all the way back, and then return the decomposition brake to its original position. The pistol, it's assembled. After assembling the pistol, insert the magazine from under the grip and lock it. Then look at the side behind the gun. At the joint gap between the slide and the receiver, there is a retraction button. Use your thumb to push it in. Just flip it down, and the slide will automatically spring back into place. At this time, the bullet is already loaded. Pull the trigger to fire. Be careful not to misfire and injure anyone. Do not put your finger on the trigger when it is not firing. Luo Chong reminded him while watching Chu Bing. It was very dangerous for a pistol to go off, especially for someone like him who was playing with a pistol for the first time. Going sick did not disappoint Luo Chong. This kid had some talent in the use of firearms. After loading the gun, he raised the pistol without any instructions and used the front sight and rear sight gap on the slide. He aimed at the target in front of the alley and pulled the trigger. Bang! With a crisp gunshot, the sleeve was affected by the recoil and quickly retracted backwards. At the same time, the ejection window was opened. The cartridge case flew out automatically. The recoil spring drove the sleeve to extend forward, and the next round was ejected again. The bullet was pushed into the barrel of the gun, completing a perfect automatic reload. Chirp. The warhead passed through the air, let out a scream, and accurately hit the half-human wooden target 20 meters away. Hit. Chu Bing was overjoyed. He didn't expect that this pistol was easy to use. He could shoot so accurately the first time he fired it. He knew that the gun was semi-automatic and there was no need to load it again, so he raised the gun again and aimed at the front area that was painted. The red-painted round steel plate is 40 centimeters in diameter, about the same size as a human torso, and is hung under a wooden beam. Bang. Bite. The bullet hit the steel plate, making a crisp metal impact sound. The more you fight the disease, the happier you are. This little pistol is very powerful and small in size. It has a sophisticated and compact design. It has simple and practical functions. It is easy to maintain and is light in weight. No wonder the leader said it is a self-defense weapon and should be carried with him. It's really convenient to stick it on your belt like a dagger. The design of the leader is really amazing. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Bing fired one shot after another. The large ammunition capacity of 15 rounds made him enjoy shooting. This thing was simply more powerful than the previous bolt-action rifle. It loaded the gun without firing, and automatically ejected the shell and changed the ammunition. And it holds a lot of bullets. The previous bolt-action rifle could only hold 5 rounds of bullets, and even the new semi-automatic rifle could only hold 10 rounds of bullets. Compared with those rifles, this pistol is simply incredible. Apart from the short range, I really can't find any other faults. But for a pistol, which is a close-range self-defense weapon, the short range is not a problem. If the distance exceeds 50 meters, wouldn't it be better to use a rifle? However, Chu Bing had not yet unleashed the true potential of this semi-automatic pistol. At this time, he saw Luo Chong loading the bullets and loading the gun. After Chu Bing finished shooting a round, he stepped forward and said, "Look at me, learn from me, today I will teach you what quick reaction shooting is." After speaking, Luo Chong took a step forward and stood in the shooting position. His feet were shoulder-width apart, his legs were slightly bent, and he was in a jama stance. He held the gun in both hands and quickly drew out the gun, leaning his upper body slightly forward for convenience. He took aim, and then heard a series of gunshots that sounded like exploding beans. Bang 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 bang. A semi-automatic pistol fired like a burst of fire under Luo Chong's operation. There were also continuous dinging sounds coming from the steel target in the distance, indicating that Luo Chong had not missed a shot. One can imagine this shooting technique. How perverted. Chu Bing, Lin Fei, and others stood by and were stunned. It turned out that this was the correct way to use the pistol. Even the guards not far behind Luo Chong were drooling after seeing this. This pistol is so powerful. I wonder if we can give them a batch of equipment for these guards. This is too greedy. Can a pistol actually shoot so fast and so accurately? Although the target is only 20 meters away in total, the shooting speed and hit rate are simply invincible. Chief, please give in and let me do it again. I want to try it too. Xu Bing saw Luo Chongshui's sloppy operation and immediately asked him to take another shot. Luo Chong happened to be reloading, so he made room for him. Bang 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 bang. Xu Bing had a good time there, and the guards around him looked at him with envy, as if they wished they could take his place, so they stood there and played with 2 shuttles. Luo Chong had reloaded a bunch of bullets at this time, but he did not continue shooting. Instead, he turned off the safety and inserted the gun into his belt, and picked up the only 2 fake Browning 1911s next to him. This pistol is a large caliber and powerful pistol. It uses a single-row magazine to feed ammunition. It can only hold 7 rounds at a time. The automatic mode is also a short-barreled recoil mode. However, the structure of the slide is more complicated than that of the Beretta 92F. The muzzle needs to be twisted to disassemble the slide. After Chu Bing finished shooting the second shuttle, Luo Chong once again demonstrated to him the disassembly and assembly steps of the 1911, then loaded it with bullets and came to the shooting position again. Isuzu Isuzu Isuzu. A series of gunshots rang out, and all 7 bullets were quickly fired by Luo Chong. The round steel plate target 20 meters away was also swayed by Luo Chong, and was full of bullet marks. Chu Bing was also very curious, so he picked up another gun and shot several times in succession until he ran out of bullets, then shook his head and complained. "This gun is not good, it has too few bullets, and the recoil is bigger than the one before. It made my wrist numb." "Chief, since we have the ability to make the kind of gun just now, why do we need to make another one? Is this it?" Chu Bing asked with some confusion. In fact, it is normal for people who are not familiar with these two types of firearms to have such questions. The two pistols have the same range, one has a magazine capacity of 15 rounds, and the other has a magazine capacity of 7 rounds, which is less than half that of the previous model. Moreover, the recoil of 7 rounds is large, the structure of the firearm is relatively complex, and the functions are not as many as those of 15 rounds. No matter how you look at it, it's not cost-effective. But since Luo Chong made this choice, of course he also had his own considerations. Luo Chong was seen playing with 2 pistols and said, "It's just that you don't like this gun, because this type of pistol was not originally prepared for you." "Ah? It's not for us? Then who is it for?" "Oh, I know. Are we going to equip other guards with this kind of pistol?" Chu Bing was surprised at first, and then immediately analyzed it. But it's not wrong for him to think so. After all, there is precedent before. The Shent's guards are all equipped with semi-automatic rifles. Luo Chong also plans to replace other troops with bolt-action rifles, so the Shent's guards' pistols are also equipped with semi-automatic rifles. A bit more advanced than other troops, is this analysis correct? But Luo Chong shook his head and explained. This type of pistol is not equipped for the army, but for the execution rooms of local governments and police officers. It is used when arresting criminals to prevent criminals from using swords, to resist and injure people. Don't underestimate this model of pistol. Although it has greater recoil, its caliber is also larger and the bullets are more powerful. The biggest feature of this gun is its powerful ability to stop, no matter how many a strong man can definitely knock someone down with just one shot. But the 15-round bullet is different. Even if it hits the body, it may not be able to knock down one shot. But the advantage is that its firepower is more sustainable, it has more bullets, and it is more suitable for military use. When police officers arrest criminals, they don't need so many bullets at all. What they need is high power. When facing criminals with swords, if the criminal resists, they can be shot down with one shot. Because the needs of both parties are different, it is naturally impossible to use the same model. Chu Bing nodded in agreement upon hearing this. There was nothing wrong with using different firearms for different needs. After everyone briefly tried out the two types of pistols, it was almost noon. Lin Fei had someone prepare lunch, and also asked Dolly to come to accompany him. A group of people had a simple lunch here at the Research Institute, because in the afternoon they also had to bring other firearms to the Shent's Guard barracks for comprehensive testing, so no one drank at noon for fear of causing trouble. After eating at noon, he took a brief rest. In the afternoon, Lin Fei found a carriage filled with the guns and ammunition that needed to be tested this time. The rest of the scientific researchers followed on horseback, and everyone rushed back all the way. Arrived at the military camp. Because there were many items in this test, it took several days to conduct it. It was almost past 3 o'clock in the afternoon when everyone arrived at the military camp. Because the time was relatively short, Luo Chong directly asked them to start testing the new bolt-action rifle, copycat version 98K. Because the soldiers of Shent's guard used a similar type of gun before, the difference is not big if they change to this one now. The changes are only small details, and the results can be tested quickly. Ever since Luo Chong arrived at the military camp, the sound of gunfire at the shooting range has not stopped, because the service life of the barrel needs to be tested. According to the design data, these prototype guns can fire 10,000 rounds and still maintain a certain accuracy, so if you want to test the actual effect, you have to actually fire 10,000 rounds. Bang, 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 bang. A soldier kept pulling the bolt to shoot at a target in the distance. There were people counting and delivering bullets. After every 100 shots, the soldiers would be replaced and asked to talk about their experience using the new gun. After every 1,000 shots, the soldiers would be replaced. After firing the bullets, you need to remove the bolt and do some simple maintenance. After every 2,000 rounds of ammunition, you not only need to maintain the bolt, but also the barrel. Throughout the afternoon, you will continue to test at this frequency. With 10,000 rounds of ammunition, 100 soldiers took turns taking turns, allowing these soldiers to become familiar with the practical feel of the improved rifle. In the simulated trench, not far from the shooting range, there is another group of soldiers testing the new gun. The main test is the portability of the new gun, such as charging with the new gun, crossing obstacles, jumping over trenches, and that is to move back and forth quickly in the trench with the gun, so that when the soldiers turn around in the trench with the gun, if the gun body is too long, it will easily get stuck in the narrow trench, and the new gun with shortened gun body length you won't encounter this problem. There was also a group of soldiers who were assigned to another shooting range for live ammunition testing. The test item was not the durability and service life of the firearms, but the reliability in various harsh environments. For example, the gun body is soaked in sand to simulate use in sandy weather, or the gun body is sprayed with water to simulate heavy rain, or it is soaked in river water for a long time to simulate armed troops swimming or crossing rivers. The most severe one of the subjects is the use in swamp environment. You need to soak the gun body in the mud, and then take it out and hit it directly with water and mud to see if the gun can work normally. Maybe it's because the sample guns are carefully crafted, or maybe it's because molybdenum steel is really powerful, so there were no unacceptable problems during the test. The results of the 4 environmental tests were relatively satisfactory. The improved bolt-action rifle had no problems in firing and using it. As for whether it was accurate or not, this was not within the scope of the test. After all, when it is raining and covered in mud and river sand, sometimes the front sight and rear sight are covered in mud, making it impossible to aim, so how accurate can you expect to be? In this case, as long as the bolt can be pulled, the bullet loaded, the bolt loaded, the safety opened, the trigger clicked, and the firearm can be used normally, then it is considered perfect, at least in actual use. There can't be any big problems. The current environmental test still needs the last item, which is whether it can be used normally in an environment of tens of degrees below zero in ice and snow weather. Unfortunately, it is summer now, even in Huyuan County in the north, it is very hot now, and the Han tribe does not have refrigeration equipment, so this project can only be skipped. However, judging from the performance of the previous copycat G98 standard rifle in the northern expedition, there was no problem. So the new gun improved on this model will not be unable to overcome the cold environment of the north. On the other hand, the portability test of the improved rifle has also ended. It is easier for soldiers to carry the new gun for cross-country travel than it is for soldiers to carry the old gun, because the weight of the gun body is also much lighter after the shortening. In addition, in terms of shuttling back and forth in trenches, simulating battlefield charges, and crossing armed jungles, it has shown better qualities than old guns. For example, in terms of traveling through the jungle, the new gun is shorter and is not easily stuck on trees. The downward curved charging handle is also not easy to get caught on branches, which is much better than the old gun. After the portability and environmental tests are over, only the bullet power and accuracy, and the firearm life test are left. The lifespan experiment will not be completed for a while, but the power and accuracy of the bullet will be easier to test. The way to test the power of bullets is to hit steel plates. At different distances, shoot a steel plate target with a thickness of 3 mm to see how many layers it can penetrate. The other thing is the difference between ordinary bullets and steel core armor-piercing bullets. Ordinary warheads are lead cores wrapped in copper skin. Steel core armor-piercing bullets are copper-clad and filled with a 3-in-1 warhead with a steel core wrapped in soft lead. When the copper skin of the bullet is flattened on the target surface at this time, the steel core inside can continue to fly and shoot through thicker steel plate targets. The cost of this kind of bullet is not much more expensive, but it requires one more step in the production process. Fortunately, the Han tribe does not need so many steel core armor-piercing bullets, because no enemy has so much armor that can threaten the Han tribe's power, let alone steel armor. Didn't even have many wooden shields or leather armor, so there was no need to worry about this problem at all. The improved rifle still uses the 4 right-hand rifling firing methods of the old gun. The only difference is that the twist distance is slightly smaller than that of the old gun, and the rotation speed of the warhead after exiting the chamber is increased, which allows the warhead to fly lower and deeper. Straight, this is also a change deliberately made to reduce the caliber of the bullet. After this small improvement, although the barrel of the improved rifle has been shortened by 15 centimeters, the bullet that flies out can still maintain the characteristic of not falling within 300 meters. In this way, there is no need to do anything on the gun sight. For other changes, you can simply omit the steps of testing ballistics and re-establish the shooting ruler. Moreover, the 7.62 mm full-power rifle bullet has stronger penetration compared to the original 8 mm bullet. It can be said that the power has continued to increase, and because the diameter of the sub-cartridge has been reduced, it is easier to install. The amount of medicine has also been reduced accordingly, which has resulted in a corresponding reduction in recoil. Generally speaking, the improved 7.62 mm full-power bullet is stronger than the old model bullet in all aspects. I just don't know how effective it will be when used on a machine gun. However, the number of bullets is limited, and the sky is also it was almost dark, so Luo Chong did not ask to test the machine gun. Environmental adaptation, portability test, power and accuracy test. When the results of these tests are completed, the firearm life test on the other side is almost completed. Shooting 10,000 rounds of bullets continuously is something that was unthinkable with old guns. If an old gun were used to shoot 10,000 rounds of bullets, the rifling would have been smoothed out long ago, and it would become a smoothbore gun by then. The warhead lost the ability to rotate automatically, and the fired bullets flew to nowhere. After firing 10,000 rounds of ammunition for the new gun, Luo Chong first asked someone to maintain the gun, clean it and wipe it thoroughly, then apply gun oil to the parts. Finally, he removed the barrel and used a carbide lamp to strengthen the inner wall of the gun chamber. When exposed to light, it was found that although the rifling inside was worn a lot, it could still be clearly observed with the naked eye. This shows that after firing 10,000 rounds, the wear of the barrel is not very serious and it still has the value of continued use. So now we only need to actually test the accuracy after 10,000 rounds, and then we can finally draw a conclusion. For the last round of accuracy testing, Chu Bing volunteered to perform maintenance on the gun himself. Then he filled the gun with bullets and started shooting at the shooting range at the 300-meter human chest target, the 350-meter target, and the 400-meter target. Targets, all the way up to a 600-meter target. No matter how far it is, you can still shoot. After all, it is a copycat 98K that can be used as a sniper rifle. But no matter how far it is, the target cannot be seen with the naked eye. For distances exceeding 600 meters, unless your eyesight is abnormal, you can only shoot through the scope. Shooting. Starting from 300 meters, 10 bullets are fired at each target, for a total of 100 rings, and the final score is determined based on the number of rings. In order not to be affected by personal factors, such as who has better marksmanship, in addition to Chu Bing, Luo Chong also randomly selected 2 other soldiers, and used the same gun in the same order as Chu Bing. After playing it again, and finally comparing the data of 3 people, we can get a more reliable result. After the final test, the improved bolt-action rifle, after experiencing 10,000 shots, was still able to obtain a good score of more than 90 points on average in the chest target test at a distance of 300 meters, which shows that at a distance of 300 meters, the gun is the wear of the tube did not affect the muzzle velocity and trajectory of the bullet, and the bullet still flew out so flat. As for the following shooting distances of 350 meters, 400 meters, 450 meters, 500 meters, 600 meters, at these shooting distances, there is no obvious difference between the results of a new gun and an old gun after firing 10,000 rounds. This result shows that the service life of a new gun starts at least 10,000 rounds of bullets, and after firing 10,000 rounds of bullets, the performance does not decline significantly and it still has use value. This alone saved the Han tribe an unknown amount of military expenses. After a series of test projects, the improved bolt-action rifle was finally finalized. As for the model name of the new gun, Luo Chong thought about it again and decided to continue the previous naming rules and call it the Standard Type 2 rifle. According to the naming convention of firearms in previous generations, there are generally 3 ways, either named after the inventor, such as Browning, Mauser, etc., or named after the head of state, such as a formal rifle, or named after a new gun. Year names are named, such as the 56th style and the 81st style. However, these naming methods are not suitable for the current Han tribe. First of all, the actual inventor of the new gun is Luo Chong, so it can't be called Luo Chong style, right? Then there is the font size of the head of state. Luo Chong does not have a word similar to a certain Zhongjing. In the end, if it is finalized according to the year name, then this gun should be called Daming Second-Year Rifle. It sounds weird, okay, it is better to sort directly according to Standard 1 and Standard 2. Luo Chong personally defines it as cross-generation nomenclature, which is the upgrading of firearms, so that when you hear the name, you can know which generation of rifle it is. After resting for a night in the military camp, the test continued the next day. Because there was enough time today, Luo Chong decided to test the remaining 2 pistols, as well as the semi-automatic rifle and machine gun, and strive to complete the test within 1 day. If they pass the test, they will be finalized. If it is not qualified, continue to modify it. After breakfast in the morning, Luo Chong asked Chu Bing to start arranging the test of the pistol. They had already preliminarily tested the 2 pistols when they were at the research institute yesterday. It was no problem to shoot. Now it will be seen whether the various performances can meet the standards. That's it. The test of the pistol is still similar to the previous Standard Type 2 rifle, including accuracy test, bullet power test, environmental test, and firearm life durability test. As for the portability test, just skip it. What else needs to be tested for the portability of a pistol? So why can't it be carried with something smaller? According to the standards proposed by Luo Chong, a pistol barrel made of molybdenum steel must withstand at least 10,000 shots without any obvious performance degradation after that. The test process was similar to yesterday, with 1 person being replaced every 100 rounds. Perform simple maintenance after 1,000 rounds, perform detailed maintenance after 2,000 rounds, and retest the accuracy after firing 10,000 rounds. This job is actually relatively simple, but it takes a long time to fire 10,000 rounds of ammunition, and in order to reduce the interference of human factors as much as possible, a large amount of manpower must be used to participate, but these are nothing to the Han tribe. Question. Chu Bing directly handed over the test of the pistol to the battalion commander of the 1st Battalion, and he followed Luo Chong closely, because this kid knew that today's semi-automatic rifles and machine guns were the highlight, and pistols, and other things. I beat it with my own hands yesterday. Chief, when we test this semi-automatic rifle and machine gun, do we need to use tracer bullets to observe the ballistics? Chu Bing reminded him from the side. If you want to see the ballistics, you will definitely need tracer bullets. By the way, Lin Fei, did you bring tracer bullets? Luo Chong turned to look at Lin Fei beside him. The preparations for the weapons and ammunition were all left to him, regardless of asking. Who did he ask? Lin Fei was a little embarrassed when he heard this. He really hadn't prepared much for the tracer bullets. Back to the leader, the production of these new types of bullets is not large, and the number of special bullets such as tracer bullets is even smaller. We have prepared some, but not too many. There are only 1,000 rounds of tracer bullets for semi-automatic rifles and only 1,000 rounds for machine guns. There are 5,000 rounds of tracer bullets. I don't know if that's enough? Lin Fei answered cautiously. Luo Chong did a quick mental calculation. The biggest problem in semi-automatic rifle testing is the life test, which is also the life standard of 10,000 rounds of bullets. These 10,000 rounds are to cause wear and tear on the gun. It doesn't matter whether it can hit the target, as long as it is fired, so there is no need to specifically use expensive tracer bullets for testing. After 10,000 rounds are fired and the ballistics and accuracy are retested, it is not too late to use tracer bullets again. As for the machine gun, it is even more unnecessary. I have never heard of a machine gun firing all tracer bullets. Machine guns sometimes need to use tracer bullets on the battlefield, but they are used to indicate targets to their comrades. It is easy to use brightly. The ballistic direction tells the comrades around him where the enemy is. But even so, when the machine gun uses tracer bullets, it is to install a tracer bullet after a few ordinary bullets, such as 3+1, or 4+1, for normal bullets plus 1 tracer bullet. This ammunition distribution method is enough. Used to point to the target. According to the standard of 250 rounds of bullets in one ammunition chain, with the 4+1 ammunition distribution method, that one ammunition chain requires 50 rounds of tracer bullets. Lin Fei brought 5,000 rounds, which can fill 250 rounds of ammunition. This quantity is enough for use. Well, it's enough to be sparing. Let's have someone load the bullets. First, get some bullet chains for ordinary bullets, all in the length of 250 rounds, so that we can count more easily, and then get 10 tracer bullets. Ammunition chain. The loading method adopts the 4+1 module formula, that is, 4 ordinary bullets plus 1 tracer bullet, and then 4 ordinary bullets plus 1 tracer bullet. Just fill the ammunition chain in this order. You can arrange for the soldiers to load the ammunition. Don't mess up the order. That's fine. Luo Chong nodded and made arrangements for the two of them. No. The two of them agreed at the same time, and then began to make arrangements. After waiting for a while, the two came back. Chu Bing asked again. Chief, how do you test the machine gun? I have given the semi-automatic rifle to the 2nd Battalion commander and asked them to test it according to the way they tested the standard 2nd type rifle yesterday. The problem should not be big. The only problem is that the test of this machine gun has not been arranged. Luo Chong nodded and said, prepare the ammunition first. We will use 250 round bullet chains for this test, and there will also be 200 round medium-length bullet chains. Let's use the 250 round bullets first. 4 is equivalent to 1,000 rounds, and 40 is equivalent to 10,000 rounds, so that we can make calculations easily. As for the test items, they are similar to those of rifles. The first is the durability test of the life of the firearm. but we will put this test later because we only have this model of gun now. If it is damaged, the others cannot be tested. The two of them all nodded when they heard this, and Chu Bing even asked, then let's test the portability first? Or the precision shooting? Or the simulated environment test? Test the portability first, including armed marching with firearms on your back, rapid maneuvering in trenches, and jungle crossing. These are still the 3 items. After testing the portability, we will then test the precision shooting. Lin Fei, you will assist me. When the time comes, we will test. When it comes to accuracy, tracer bullet chains should be used to mark the trajectory. Also, the precision shooting test of the machine gun should start from 400 meters, and then increase the gear every 100 meters, all the way to 1000 meters. In addition, there are standards for the hit rate of precise shooting of machine guns. Machine guns do not need to fire accurately with a single shot, so as long as burst firing and strafing are accurate, then there will be no problem. Take burst shooting as an example. Every time you pull the trigger, let go, and control the number of bullets fired to no less than 3 and no more than 5, which is a burst shot. For strafing, the target must be at least 10 human-shaped chest targets placed side by side at the same time. The shooter is required to use 50 rounds of bullets to shoot 10 side-by-side targets in one go. The qualification standard is that each of the 10 human-shaped chest targets must be shot at least once the shot is fired. It doesn't matter how many rings it hits, as long as it hits the target. That is to say, if you hit 10 out of 50 shots, you are qualified. If you hit 20, you are good. If you hit 30, you are excellent. And if you hit 30 or more, you are a special machine gunner. You must train people like this well in the future. While Luo Chong introduced the accuracy standards of machine guns, he also gave Chu Bing instructions about future training. Chu Bing also listened and nodded repeatedly, indicating that he had learned new knowledge. In the past, we only knew how to evaluate the accuracy of rifles, but now even machine guns have been set standards by the leader. And from the standard proposed by Luo Chong, we can see how he uses weapons like machine guns. The machine gun is used to suppress fire. There is no need to use it to fire single shots. If you want to hit, just fire in bursts. If there are 1 or 2, or 3, or less targets, fire in short bursts. It will be a series of bursts at the target. If it is a cluster target of more than 10 people, use 50 rounds of bullets to kill them directly. 1 out of 5 rounds is considered qualified, which shows that Luo Chong does not care about bullets at all. If he shoots 1 out of 5 shots with a rifle, he will probably be beaten to death by the leader. You loser! Have you ever wasted bullets like this? But the machine gun will not. But thinking of this, Chu Bing thought of a new question. Chief, for the burst shooting you just mentioned, are there any corresponding standards for its use under any circumstances? If there are standards, it will also facilitate our later training. Luo Chong thought about it, and it seemed that it was true. He had forgotten to mention this issue just now. There are standards. I forgot to mention just now that the machine gun has a total of 3 shooting methods, which are short bursts of 3 to 5 bullets. The shooting target is a combat group of less than 3 people. If there are 3 to 6 people for targets in between, use long burst fire. Long burst fire means 10 bullets at a time, no more than 10 consecutive bursts. After the long and short bursts, what's left is continuous shooting, which means continuous strafing at cluster targets with more than 6 people. However, you can't hold on to the trigger and don't let go. You still have to control the speed of ammunition consumption. Try not to shoot without meaning. At the very least, you have to do it so that you can gain something every time you shoot. Even if you fire 50 rounds at a time, as long as you hit one person, it's not a loss. Also, our machine gun has a theoretical rate of fire of about 700 rounds per minute, but I don't want you to really waste bullets like this. Taking a 200-round bullet chain as an example, try to consume the ammunition as quickly as possible. It's controlled at 200 rounds per minute, and changing one ammunition belt per minute is already a luxury, remember? Luo Chong kept teaching the skills of using the machine gun. Chu Bing and the 3rd Battalion commander were also listening and nodded like chickens pecking at rice. It turns out that there are so many ways to use the machine gun. Portability testing, accuracy testing, and then environmental testing. Apart from the changes in the previous standards, there is no essential difference, but this simulated environment test is really going to change. Because Luo Chong knew a big problem with similar machine guns. Canvas elastic chain is afraid of moisture. When the canvas bullet chain gets wet, it is easy to cause bullet jamming. So you often see in war movies that there is always a zipper next to the machine gunner. Although the ammunition handler is originally responsible for pulling the ammunition chain, it depends on the situation. If it is a sunny and dry environment, you only need to install the ammunition chain and do not need to pull it separately. However, if the ammunition chain is soaked in water, do not pull it. It won't work if you leave it alone. During World War II, machine guns that used canvas belts, such as the Maxim and G42 machine guns, almost had this problem. Those who use metal repellent chains in modern times do not need to worry about this problem, because moisture will not have much impact on the metal. Even if it does, it will not appear in a short time, such as rust. The Han tribe is not yet luxurious enough to use metal dispersible bullet chains. You must know that after using such bullet chains, there is basically no possibility of taking them back and reusing them. They are basically metal consumables. Rather than doing this, it is better to use reusable canvas elastics are a great deal. So in order to avoid such trouble, Luo Chong also explained to them that no matter how strong the canvas bomb chain is, it is still made of cloth. As long as it is cloth, it is definitely afraid of getting wet, so the tests must be done separately. For example, in a water immersion experiment, you can soak the machine gun in water or mud, but don't put the ammunition belt in it. After taking the gun out, shake it to clean out most of the water before installing the ammunition belt. Shooting. No one had any objections to Luo Chong's suggestion. Everyone understood it because the machine gun was powerful, it fired continuously, and it had so many parts inside. Why is such a powerful weapon a bit more delicate than a rifle? Shouldn't a big killer like a machine gun be kept as a treasure? Who is willing to throw a machine gun in the mud and waste it? Chu Bing said he would definitely not be able to kill him. The last subject is durability, which is the lifespan test. However, the testing methods of machine guns and rifles are different. Rifles fire slowly and the barrel will not overheat, but machine guns will. If the barrel is not replaced, the barrel will be shot red. So Luo Chong arranged to use 2 barrels and use them in rotation. Each barrel had to fire 10,000 rounds of bullets, a total of 20,000 rounds of bullets. Fortunately, this machine gun fired faster, and might finish firing before the rifle. The test procedure is to replace the barrel every 1,000 rounds of ammunition, without any cleaning or maintenance in between, and only replace the overheated barrel once. Then after firing 5,000 rounds of ammunition for a simple maintenance, the barrel still does not need to be cleaned. After firing the final 10,000 rounds, clean the barrel and main mechanism again. After testing according to this process, retest the accuracy subject with tracer bullets to see if there is any obvious decline in the performance of the entire gun. After explaining these things, bursts of unconscious gunshots rang out from various shooting ranges in the military camp, especially the sounds from the machine gun range. The burst of fire suddenly attracted many soldiers, and many soldiers were shocked beyond measure. What kind of gunshots are they? They are all connected together. I can't even count them. The rate of fire is so fast. It seems to be called a universal machine gun. Come on, let's go over and take a look. Wow! This machine gun is so powerful. Look at the bullets. They are all connected in a string. As soon as the trigger is pulled, they are sucked into the gun. The empty shells below fall out like wheat. I really want to be a machine gunner, but I don't know how many weapons will be equipped with this kind of gun. It will definitely not be the same as a rifle, right? How many bullets will be wasted? I think so. With such a powerful gun, I think it would be good to have one in each company. Our entire Shent's Guard only has 9 companies in total, so there are 9 machine guns in total. Oh, forget it, after hearing what you said, I just gave up. There are only 9 machine guns in the military camp with more than 2,600 people, and I can't get it no matter what. It's so enviable. Chu Bing, who was not far away, heard the discussion of these soldiers and began to think about it. He was still thinking about the skills of using the machine gun before, but he never thought about how to equip the machine gun and how to use the unique tactics of the machine gun. After all, even the company, he hasn't even equipped the equipment yet, so how can he know how to use it? So the quick and studious Chu Bing went directly to Luo Chong's side. If you don't understand, just ask. This is the way to cure diseases. Chief, if this machine gun is finalized, how will it be equipped? What units can be equipped with a machine gun? In addition, how do we select machine gunners, and how do we train machine gunners? Luo Chong explained while looking at the test situation ahead. Different armies have different equipment plans. For example, your Shent's Guards are the Imperial Guards, directly under me. Your main defense mission in the future is to defend the capital, protect the central court, suppress possible rebellions, and foreign wars, so the equipment must be a higher level than that of the local garrison. Take rifles as an example. You are equipped with the latest model semi-automatic rifles, while other local troops can only get standard second-type bolt-action rifles. This is the gap. The number of machine gun equipment is also the same. The equipment standard for your Shent's Guards is 1 machine gun for each squad and 1 heavy machine gun for each platoon. In fact, the guns are the same, but the platoon will be issued another heavy machine gun. The triangular stabilizing bracket of the machine gun can be used as a heavy machine gun when combined with the machine gun. There are relatively few garrison troops in other places. They have 1 machine gun per platoon and 1 heavy machine gun rack per company. They are several times less than yours. Their firepower is far lower than your equipment level. Hearing what Luo Chong said, Chu Bing and the 3rd Battalion commander next to him laughed so hard that their faces turned into chrysanthemums. They smiled so brightly and were so happy. The leader really loves them. Shen Cui is the leader's biological son, and those local garrison troops are stepmothers. Take machine guns as an example. There are 9 squads per platoon. Each platoon on the Shent's Guard side has 9 machine guns, while the local garrison only has 1. This is the gap. Luo Chong saw their smiling faces and couldn't help but give a serious warning. Don't think it's great just because you are well equipped. I'm warning you, after these weapons are equipped, give me good training. The soldiers below must train their weapon operating skills well, and you generals must also learn to change new tactics. No matter the weapons have been upgraded, the tactical thinking is still the same. I tell you, you don't have to laugh. Just give me a local garrison with equal numbers of troops with your equipment. You have 9 machine guns in each platoon, and everyone has a semi-automatic rifle in their hand. I use all bolt-action rifles, and each platoon has a semi-automatic rifle. A machine gun can still easily annihilate you. When Chu Bing and the 3rd Battalion commander heard what Luo Chong said, they immediately stiffened their faces and began to reflect on their mistakes. Of course, I am not reflecting on whether I laughed or not just now, but I am reflecting on whether the machine gun really has any special tactical application. Otherwise, when the number of equipment between the enemy and ours is 9-1, and the gap in firepower density is extremely huge, how can the leader have the confidence to be able to how about annihilating everyone here? And he also said that if the number of people is equal, they can be easily wiped out. In fact, there are skills here. For example, in positional defense battles, how to arrange machine gun firepower to achieve the greatest effect. The most classic tactic is the crossfire network. According to the characteristics of machine gun firepower, if it is a defensive position in a horizontal formation, placing 50 machine guns side by side will not be as effective as placing 2 machine guns at both ends of the position. Only by pressing sideways and firing sideways can the maximum lethality of the machine guns be exerted. In addition, there are also forward machine gun bunkers, etc. Various tricky fire angles can make the enemy hard to defend, which can often work wonders. When attacking, what kind of assault formation can be used to send the machine gun to the front faster, or how the machine gun can provide fire cover for his comrades during his own charge? These are all knowledge. If Luo Chong does not, if you teach them, the Han tribe may have to pay the price with the lives of countless soldiers in the future, so that those generals can explore this knowledge on their own. In addition, when the enemy's firepower advantage is extremely huge, how can we attack using backward weapons? The most famous classic case of this problem is the geotechnical excavation method used in the Huaihai battle. The protagonist in Liangjian also used this method to bring the troops as close as 30 meters in front of the enemy's position for grenade bombing. But that's a film and television work. In a real historical battle, during the Battle of Huaihai, our army launched a geotechnical excavation offensive with a total force of more than 400,000 people. The trenches were dug to a position 200 meters in front of the enemy's position, and then a mine cannon modified from a gasoline barrel was used to pack the explosives. Throw it onto the enemy's position and annihilate hundreds of thousands of enemy troops in one fell swoop. That power is simply more powerful than a naval gun with a caliber of more than 400 millimeters. And don't think that soil excavation is simple. Isn't it just digging trenches? In fact, it is very particular, and there is a set of rigorous scientific methods of operation. Under normal circumstances, when charging, look for bomb craters as bunkers, or rush to the enemy's position and lie down on the spot, then lie on the ground and dig a hole. First dig a 20 centimeters deep bunker for a prone individual soldier. If the enemy does not have one, as for countermeasures, just lie down and continue digging, turn the lying bunker into a kneeling bunker, then into a standing bunker, and finally open up each bunker and turn it into a continuous trench. Not to mention other things, just lying on the ground and digging a hole, if you haven't practiced it, you may not be able to dig. There are dense bullet nets on your head and back. How can you barely move your body? Digging safely? Otherwise, if you raise your head even a little bit, your head will be smashed. This is a difficult technical job. Luo Chong did not teach them immediately, but continued the various firearms testing projects in front of him. The first one to complete the test is the semi-automatic rifle, because the bolt-action rifle was tested just yesterday. There is not much difference between the semi-automatic rifle and the bolt-action rifle in terms of testing, and the semi-automatic rifle loads faster and has a faster rate of fire. After becoming familiar with the test process, the soldiers quickly completed all test subjects. As a result, the semi-automatic rifle was successfully finalized and was named the Standard Type 3 rifle by Luo Chong, which is the third-generation rifle and officially entered the stage of preparation for mass production. Subsequently, the two pistols also successfully completed all test subjects. Beretta 92F and Browning 1911, these two pistols are classics among classics. It can be said that as long as there is no problem with the quality of production, there cannot be any problems in terms of design. After all, Luo Chong copied them directly. Although there may be some differences in the specific data of the knockoff products, they are pretty much the same. The appearance still looks the same, and the internal structure also retains some of the classic designs of the prototype. If a gun like this doesn't pass the test, then no gun will. And because of the use of molybdenum steel, the service life of these two pistols has also reached the design life of 10,000 rounds of unobstructed firing, and has excellent performance with no significant decrease in accuracy after 10,000 rounds. In terms of naming the two pistols, Luo Chong used quasi-physical names to name them, calling them dagger pistols. The one with a 7-round bullet capacity is the dagger type 1, and the one with a 15-round bullet capacity is the dagger pistol. Short sword type 2. Because the function of a pistol is equivalent to a short sword or a dagger in cold weapons, using this name can easily make others understand its function. After the two pistols and a semi-automatic rifle were finalized, it was noon. On the other side of the machine gun range, the accuracy test and simulated environment test have just been completed, and the firearm durability, that is, service life test, is still in progress. It stands to reason that with the rate of fire of the machine gun, it should be able to shoot through 20,000 rounds of ammunition quickly, but in fact, the reloading speed is too slow. Since the research institute still has a hand-cranked loader, the soldiers can only manually load the ammunition on site and insert each bullet into the canvas belt by hand. That's literally half an hour to reload, half a minute to chug. There was no way, manual loading was too slow. When the good news came from the pistol and semi-automatic rifle, Chu Bing suddenly realized the problem and asked Luo Chong. "Chief, it's so hard to load this machine gun. If we really go to the battlefield, we have to start preparing ammunition a month and a half in advance. Otherwise, we have to shoot 1 bullet chain per minute. This battlefield has to be how many bullets are consumed? It's too late to reload on site." Luo Chong looked at the test site and nodded. This was his own mistake. He only remembered to tell the research institute how to make a gun and how to make a canvas belt, but he forgot to tell them how to make a hand-cranked loader, so this is his responsibility. Seeing the soldiers still there with their heads facing the bright sun, sweating profusely while inserting bullets, Luo Chong immediately ordered, "Let's stop the actual test project of the machine gun. According to the current situation, there is no practical effect at all. If we were to shoot at the fastest rate of fire and firepower density, those barrels would have been hot and smoking. But now, I have been waiting for bullets for too long, and the long barrel has already cooled down by itself. If I change the barrel, I won't be able to get the desired effect at all." Chu Bing and the 3rd Battalion commander lowered their heads when they heard this. They thought that they had not arranged their work well. Luo Chong became angry. Lin Fei, next to him, did not dare to speak. He was afraid that Luo Chong would blame him for not doing more. Prepare some ammunition belts, and why the bullets are not loaded directly before they are delivered. But the situation that several people imagined did not happen. Luo Chong did not blame any of them, but called Lin Fei over. "Lin Fei, do you know about the hand-rolled cylinder printing press made by Bai Qi in the printing department of Hanyang City?" Lin Fei scratched his head inexplicably when he heard this, with a confused look on his face. He didn't know what Luo Chong meant when he suddenly mentioned this, but he still answered honestly. "Well, back to the leader, I know this. I was the one who made those things for him. Is there anything wrong with this printing press?" "No problem, I just want to tell you to ask the team in charge of printing technology to get me a hand-cranked loader." "Hand loader?" Lin Fei, Chu Bing, and the 3rd Battalion commander asked in unison. "Is there such a thing? The leader is really awesome, you can imagine that." Several people marveled in their hearts, and Luo Chong also began to talk in detail. "Yes, get a hand-cranked loader. It shouldn't be big in size and as light as possible. It can be the size of a carbide lamp. Its overall structure is a base at the bottom and a funnel for loading bullets at the top, and then in the middle is a hand-operated gear with 2 thimbles, reciprocating back and forth. 2 thimbles are arranged side by side. One has a pointed cone shape and is used to open the loading port of the canvas bullet chain. The other pushes the bullets that funnel down from the top into the bullet chain. Each time the gear is cranked by hand, it can hold one bullet, and there must be gear linkage underneath. Every time a bullet is loaded, the bullet chain moves outward by one space, freeing up the space for the next bullet. Do you understand what I'm saying? Can I draw you a sketch? Lin Fei has been dealing with various machines all year round. He understood the simple mechanical structure Luo Chong was talking about as soon as he heard it. How could he not understand it? So he said, "Please rest assured, Chief, this thing sounds very simple and not difficult at all. Chief, give me 3 days, and I will definitely be able to deliver it." Luo Chong nodded with satisfaction. 3 days, including the distance to bring it back, plus design drawings, prototype production, actual testing, and a series of work, can be delivered to the military camp in 3 days. It's already very fast. Okay, then you can start making arrangements. Remember to bring more bullets and tracer bullets when you come back. Luo Chong nodded and ordered. No. Lin Fei immediately clasped his fists and accepted the order and left. The military camp of Shensgard was not very far from Xingyang County. It was only a 2 to 3 hour ride on horseback. Lin Fei quickly rushed back with Luo Chong's order, and then immediately organized people to start loading the hand-cranked loader. Design. This thing is not difficult. At least it is not as strenuous as a hand-operated rice transplanter. It can only be regarded as a small tool. With the research and development strength of the Power Research Institute in the field of machinery, it only took more than an hour to draw a sketch, and then spent another after 2 hours of making wooden models and simple experiments. The formal production of steel samples began the next day. While making samples here, Lin Fei was not idle. He asked the bullet production workshop not far away to get a lot of bullets, as well as tracer bullets with barium sulfate added, and dozens of new ones were made. Canvas bomb chain. After both sides prepared the things, they immediately began to experiment together. However, in order to better adapt to the needs of use, the R&D team added a vertical bullet feeding plate to the structure Luo Chong mentioned, with a funnel for loading bullets on it. It has become a movable and detachable structure. The advantage of this is that when loading ordinary bullets, you can directly use the funnel, pour a box from the top, and shake the handle from the bottom to quickly complete the loading, and the function of the bullet feeding plate is in order to load tracer bullets. It is best to use the bullet feeding plate to sort the bullets and complete the loading sequence of 3+1 and 4+1 that Luo Chong said. If you only use a funnel, there is no way to sort the bullets. The final experimental results were also very good, perfectly solving the problem of manual loading being too laborious. In addition, the loader was made in accordance with Luo Chong's requirements and was relatively compact, low-cost, solid, and not easily damaged. Even if such a thing is taken to the frontline battlefield, it is no problem to squat in the trench and reload. It can be used at any time, and it is easy to carry and transport. The total weight is only 3 or 4 kilograms, and any soldier can carry it on his back. The 3 days were not used up at all. After Lin Fei got the 2 qualified loaders, he rushed back to the Shensgard barracks in the evening of the next day, so the machine gun test here could continue. The previous simulated environment test and accuracy test have ended, leaving only the durability of the firearm, that is, the life test, and the second accuracy test subject after the life test. Now there are more sufficient bullets, and there are still, with the more convenient hand loader, the remaining test subjects can finally be completed. Chug tug tug tug. The roar of machine guns once again echoed through the shooting range in the mountains and forests, scaring away flocks of birds. A dozen soldiers took turns to fire, and every 1 or 2 minutes, they could use up a bullet chain. The staff of the nearby research institute immediately stepped forward to change the bullets. After the 4 bullet chains were used up, they would change the barrel. Behind him, several soldiers were still loading ammunition using the hand-cranked loaders they had just made. The empty ammunition chains were sent over and would soon be refilled. In the end, it took less than 2 hours to complete the task of 2 barrels and 20,000 rounds of ammunition. Chu Bing, the 3 battalion commanders of Shen's guard, and some company commanders were silently counting in their hearts. According to the leader, the rate of firing 250 rounds of bullets per minute is almost the rate of fire in normal combat. In this case, 20,000 rounds of ammunition were fired in about an hour. This consumption rate is really terrifying. According to the quantity of 3,000 rounds in 1 box of bullets, at least 7 boxes of bullets need to be prepared in 2 hours. How many people are needed to transport 7 boxes of bullets? This machine gun is fun to shoot, and the firepower is indeed powerful enough, but maintaining logistics is also a huge problem. Report, the shooting mission has ended, please give instructions. At this moment, the soldier next to him who had finished the last shuttle, came to report the situation to the leaders. Luo Chong nodded, looked at Lin Fei aside, and said, "Go check the 2 barrels. If there is no problem, start the secondary test of accuracy." "No." Lin Fei raised his hand and immediately started working with the 2 people around him. They first removed the gun barrel, then watered it to cool down, and then wiped the water with a dry cloth. Then they took out the sticks, brushes, and tung oil brushes, and began to clean the gunpowder residue in the barrel. After wiping it clean inside and out, illuminate the inside of the barrel with a carbide lamp to observe the degree of wear on the rifling. The heat resistance and high hardness characteristics of molybdenum steel have once again been confirmed. Although both barrels have experienced 10,000 rounds of bullets, the degree of wear of the rifling is similar to the previous test results of Type 2 and Type 3 rifles. There is wear and tear, but it is not serious and is still within the usable range, which is enough to finalize the look. So everyone started shooting with precision again. At this time, the sky was gradually getting dark. It was the best time to test the ballistics. Lin Fei's staff quickly reinstalled the barrel of the machine gun, and then replaced with the tracer bullet chain prepared in advance. The accuracy test subjects are still the same as the old 3, which are 5-round short burst shooting, 10-round long burst shooting, and 50-round cluster target shooting. In addition, different shooting distances, from 400 meters to 1,000 meters, a total of shooting needs to be done. Several rounds. The shooting range was quickly set up again. Because the accuracy was to be tested, it was necessary to select fighters with good marksmanship. During the 2 days of shooting tests, there was really a genius who stood out. He was very talented in operating machine guns, so he shot, after firing a few hundred rounds of bullets, it was already far beyond the shooting level of others. "Shaoli, you come and shoot." Chu Bing greeted the soldier and said, "Yes." Shaoli agreed, quickly got into position with the gun, lay down on the ground, put the machine gun on the sandbag, and began to aim at the target in front. Sudden, 5 rapid-fire bursts, 400 meters away. If the 3 targets outside the target are knocked down at the same time, this can already represent a hit. Because the accuracy of a machine gun is like this, it doesn't require how many rounds you hit, as long as you can hit the target with a sweep. Chu Bing was secretly proud of himself as he watched from the side, then he moved closer to Luo Chong and started to show off. "Chief, how do you think I am doing as a warrior? Am I very talented?" Luo Chong nodded expressionlessly. He is indeed very talented. This person not only shoots accurately, but also has a good sense of rhythm. He can train to achieve this result with so few bullets in such a short period of time. Of course, he is talented. Is good. Actually, accuracy doesn't matter. They are all top shooters with rifle shooting experience. There is no problem shooting machine guns. The most valuable thing is actually the shooting rhythm. Look at this guy. He shoots as many rounds as he is told. He can control it. Unlike some people who don't know how to let go when they hold the trigger. They always want to take more shots to enjoy themselves. Furthermore, when firing long bursts and strafing, the machine gun needs to move left and right in a small amount. This person also controls the angle of strafing very well, and the hit rate is very high. According to the standards I mentioned before, this person, if you shoot 50 rounds, the hit rate should be more than 30, right? Luo Chong also praised without hesitation. Qiu Bing grinned, hey, the leader is right. After firing 50 rounds of strafing, Shaoli can basically control the speed and angle of the strafing. There are 10 targets in total. He can hit 10 targets with one sweep. Send, exactly one target. With 50 rounds of bullets, he can shoot out 5 rounds. Others can shoot out all the bullets with 3 or 4 rounds at most. Or they just shoot randomly, with 50 rounds of bullets floating around, and finally hit the target. There are not many on the target. While Qiu Bing was talking, Shaoli also started firing 50 rounds of bullets, continuously. Amidst the burst of gunfire, several rounds of tracer bullets mixed in the bullet chain also dragged a bright green light into the distance. Those targets were shot out in a fan shape, which shows how strong this person's control over the machine gun is. But at this time Luo Chong said, "Don't be too proud, what I want is not how good a person is at shooting machine guns, but the overall shooting level of the unit. This is because our enemies do not have equivalent weapons and equipment. If the enemy is also equipped with our bolt-action rifles, then in the battle, the machine gunner will be the fastest and most casualty unit. For example, if I lead a fight with you and you have more machine guns and more firepower than me, then I will definitely choose a group of soldiers with good marksmanship to focus on your machine gunners. I will kill anyone that comes up. 1. Your machine gun won't be able to fire at all." Qiu Bing grinned as he listened, and couldn't help but cursed in his heart that this leader was too ruthless, actually staring at his machine gun to shoot. But then he thought about it, if he and Luo Chong just swapped places, I am afraid that I will do the same thing. When I think about it, I can't help but be a little more cautious. Luo Chong obviously meant something in his words. What he actually meant was to say, don't be too proud of having a genius. Sometimes such talent is not necessarily a good thing. On the battlefield, such a person will die the fastest. So what did the leader want to tell him? Tell him that the machine gunners suffered too many casualties, so they need to train more substitute machine gunners? Thinking of this, Qiu Bing quickly figured out something. The leader said before that each machine gun team should have at least 3 people. One of them operates the machine gun to shoot, and the other carries bullets and is responsible for changing and delivering ammunition, which is equivalent to the first. There is also an assistant who is responsible for auxiliary tasks such as guarding and changing gun barrels, which is equivalent to a second assistant. But now it seems that these 2 assistants must not only complete auxiliary tasks, but also be trained as machine gunners. If the main shooter dies on the battlefield, the first and second assistants will soon take over. Even the other ordinary infantrymen must have someone who can continue to operate the machine gun when the machine gunners in the squad die. In this way, having a machine gun talent is not necessarily a good thing. On the contrary, it may be the first round of sacrifice on the battlefield. Thinking of this, Qiu Bing started to have a toothache. After he told Luo Chong his thoughts, Luo Chong also nodded seriously and confirmed. Your idea is correct. Every machine gun must be equipped with a main shooter, and at least one assistant shooter, that is, the ammunition hand. Among these 2 people, the shooting performance of the main shooter must be excellent or above. In the 50-round strafing subject, an excellent shooter must hit at least 30 bullets, and the assistant shooter must reach at least a good level of 20 out of 50. Other ordinary infantrymen will also need to undergo machine gun shooting training in the future, but the requirements are not so high. They can hit at least 10 rounds and pass the training. Qiu Bing nodded when he heard the words, and once again confirmed his thoughts. It seems that after being equipped with machine guns, the training tasks of the soldiers will increase again, but now the soldiers of Shent's Guard already have rifle shooting subjects. With rich experience, you can appropriately reduce rifle shooting training in the future and use the free time on other weapons training. The accuracy shooting test of the machine gun ahead continued. Green glowing tracer bullets kept whizzing in the air, making chirp screams, which seemed particularly terrifying in the dim evening. Zheng Huan was fighting in the front, and Chu Bing was also behind to continue discussing other equipment issues with Luo Chong. "Chief, how should we equip our pistol?" Pistols are currently only equipped for officers above the platoon, as well as machine gunners and deputy machine gunners. Because their weapons are not suitable for close combat, they can only use pistols for self-defense. Luo Chong casually decided on the number of pistols to equip. Chu Bing did a quick mental calculation and found out that there are 3 Shent's Guard battalions, each battalion has 3 platoons, each platoon has 9 squads, and each squad has 1 group of machine gunners and deputy machine gunners, so each squad has 2 pistols, which adds up to approximately 200 pistols, plus officers at all levels. The total number of pistols in the entire Shent's Guard will not exceed 300. Less is a bit less, but what Luo Chong said is right. There is basically no need for a pistol on a frontal battlefield. Unless you have rushed into the enemy's face, or the enemy has rushed into your face, there is no use of the pistol at all. After all, the total range is only 50 meters. When equipped with a large number of rifles, the range of a pistol is enough for what it can do. After thinking about this problem, Chu Bing asked again, "Chief, during the celebration banquet before, I remember you said that besides these kinds of guns, there are other weapons? What are those weapons?" Luo Chong was stunned when he heard this, and looked sideways at Lin Fei, who was discussing something with others not far away, and then turned back to Chu Bing. "It is a small, deflection-type artillery that fires tail-stabilized grenades. It is much more powerful than previous field artillery, because its shells will explode twice when fired, exploding in the enemy crowd. Furthermore, this kind of gun is very light and can be disassembled and assembled quickly. In the marching state, it only needs 3 soldiers to carry it on its back. There are 3 large parts in total, each weighing 1 to 20 kilograms, and the range can reach about 3 kilometers. When I heard about Chu Bing, my eyes widened. Oh my God, that's a cannon. It can hit 3 kilometers, and it is still a second explosion grenade. The most important thing is that it is so light that 3 people can carry it on its back. The total of all the parts of the gun only weighs about 60 kilograms. What is the concept of this? Just when Chu Bing was excited, Luo Chong once again released a piece of bombshell news. Oh, I forgot to mention it just now. Let me add one more thing. This kind of gun is called a mortar. It has a rate of fire of 30 rounds per minute. Its shells weigh more than 8 kilograms. One shell can explode an area of 3 acres square. All enemies within range will be blown to pieces on the spot. When Chu Bing heard this, he was immediately stunned on the spot. Chu Bing had seen the standard field cannons made by the tribe before. To be honest, in Chu Bing's eyes, those field cannons were actually just larger firecrackers, and the loading process was not as good as the pole bolts they used. The rifle is convenient, and its only advantage is that it can shoot far, but that's about it. In the past, artillery fired solid bullets, which, like rifle bullets, relied on impact to kill people. Although the range was indeed relatively long, the weight was extremely scary. Even a horse with a weight of several thousand kilograms could not maneuver quickly. But now, the leader suddenly told him that there was a kind of artillery that could shoot farther than standard artillery, was more powerful, and was so light that it didn't even require animals and only 3 people could carry it on their backs for marching. What was this concept? This simply ruined the development of several generations. What's even more surprising is that the rate of fire of this artillery actually reaches a terrifying 30 rounds per minute, which means one shot every 2 seconds. This rate of fire is even faster than the bolt-action rifle they used before. Hurry up, but this is a cannon. How not to shock? Chief, what kind of mortar has it been made now? Xubing suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked with some anxiety. He was really shocked that such a heaven-defying weapon could be built in the world. Not yet, I don't know the current progress. When the research institute was assigned tasks, they focused on the production of small light weapons first. There is also the matter of mortars. In fact, the artillery body does not have any difficult technology. The most difficult part is the shells. The reason why this kind of gun can shoot so far and have such great power depends entirely on those special shells, so even if the cannon is made, it will be useless without the shells. Luo Chong explained. Chu Bing was a little disappointed when he heard this, but when he turned around and thought about it, he felt that it was normal. How could such a powerful weapon be manufactured so easily? The more difficult it is to develop, the more powerful it becomes. After thinking about it, he asked again. Then the leader mentioned other weapons. Besides this mortar, what else are there? Luo Chong recalled for a while, flexed his fingers and said, there are also individual hand grenades, which are a throwing type of explosive, about the size of a duck egg. They are thrown into the enemy group by throwing. The throwing distance is within 30 meters to 50 meters. The explosion of the grenade will instantly shatter the outer iron shell, producing many fragments with the power of bullets that fly radially in all directions. The killing range is about 6 to 7 meters in radius. It is suitable for attacking small groups of enemies gathered together, and can also be used during a charge. Throw it into the enemy's trench. Chu Bing and some of the surrounding officers were surprised again when they heard this, but they were already used to it. After hearing the mortar introduced by the leader just now, even if Luo Chong told them, there is a weapon that can destroy an entire city thousands of miles away, they wouldn't find it strange if it was a city. However, Luo Chong's introduction was not over yet, and he continued to speak. In addition to mortars and grenades, there is also an individual grenade launcher. It is used similarly to grenades, but is slightly more powerful. The killing range can reach 10 meters in diameter, but this is not the key. The most important thing about this kind of individual grenade launcher is to fill the gap between grenades and mortars. The range of grenades is from 0 to about 50 meters, and the range of mortars is as close as 300 meters and as far as 5 kilometers, and the range of an individual grenade launcher is the distance between 30 meters and 300 meters. You should understand what I say? Everyone nodded again. Luo Chong's introduction was easy to understand. In addition, these people were originally officers of Shen's Guard and had certain experience in the use of thermal weapons. They usually attached great importance to issues such as weapon range. Now after hearing Luo Chong's introduction, they have roughly understood Luo Chong's idea, which is to use 3 different explosive weapons to bring the entire range from 0 to 5 kilometers into the range. Such firepower, coupled with the emergence of machine guns, just ask who else in this world is the opponent of the Han tribe? There are also some weapons, such as machine guns, which are large-caliber machine guns that are also firing continuously. But you won't need these weapons for the time being, and I don't plan to equip them for you. Instead, they are reserved for the Navy to install on ships. It's used on the ship, so you don't have to worry about that for now. Luo Chong thought for a while and said again, oh, by the way, there is one more thing I want to tell you. After you Shen's guards are over, I will send you to other guard posts to serve as instructors and be responsible for training each individual. The guard station was fully transformed into a firearms army. Those local garrison troops will also be equipped with machine guns, standard Type 2 rifles, grenades, and a certain number of mortars, including some other weapons in the future, so you must prepare these training items in advance. Make plans. In addition, your Shent's guard may need to expand again next year, or the year after that. The specific expansion plan has not been decided yet. It will depend on the situation at that time. You just know it in your heart. Everyone nodded again and took Luo Chong's words to heart. Expansion is a good thing. Expansion means more soldiers. With more soldiers, more officers are needed to lead them. Whenever the army is expanded, it is an opportunity for officers to be promoted. Battalion commanders are promoted to guards. Under the command, the platoon leader is promoted to battalion commander, the squad leader is promoted to platoon leader, and the soldiers are promoted to squad leader. Everyone has the opportunity to make further progress. Who wouldn't want to expand? Just as everyone was discussing weapons and future expansion in low voices, the machine guns in front finally stopped, and the soldier whom Chu Bing called Shaoli happily ran over and reported. Reporting to the leader, Commander, the machine gun accuracy test subjects have been completed. The results of each subject are good and there is no obvious performance degradation. Please give instructions? When Luo Chong heard this, he looked at Lin Fei who was not far away. Lin Fei also nodded towards Luo Chong and raised a notebook for recording, indicating that there was no problem with the test. Luo Chong nodded and said, "Then let's end the test." Since all subjects have been completed and all passed the test assessment, let's name it qualitatively. He hesitated for a while and said, "Can you call this machine gun a standard Type 4 general-purpose machine gun? Wouldn't it be easy to confuse it with a rifle?" After hearing this, everyone expressed their opinions. "I think it's okay. Aren't the previous bolt-action rifles and semi-automatic rifles all called standard type? So what's the problem with adding a machine gun?" "Yes, I think it's okay. Besides, we only have one kind of machine gun anyway. No one usually calls the standard model or model when they are idle. When we use it ourselves, we call it rifle and machine gun. Now naming is just a written name to facilitate the coordination of logistics supplies and equipment." Chu Bing also expressed his opinion. Luo Chong nodded when he heard this. "Well, that's right. Xu Bing is right. Let's do it this way. It's called Standard 4. After finishing these words, Luo Chong turned to look at Lin Fei and said, "Your technical team will sort out the data and firearms information for this test as soon as possible, and then start preparing materials and production lines, specifically when and how much to produce. I will inform you separately at that time that no production is allowed without my order. Promise?" Lin Fei led a group of technicians from the institute and immediately accepted Luo Chong's arrangement. After the test was over, Lin Fei led a group of people away and took all the sample guns back. After all, some sample guns had been ruined after various tests, and these firearms did not belong to the property of Shenzhou is the experimental gun recorded in the name of the research institute. It will not be officially equipped with the army until it is mass-produced in the future. The officers of Shenzhou Guard were disappointed for a while. They watched so many excellent weapons being sent to the military camp and then were taken away by them. How could this not make them heartbroken? However, the leader Luo Chong didn't have so many worries. The entire Han tribe could be said to be his, including of course anything produced by the tribe, so Luo Chong took away several guns and daggers without ceremony. He also took 2 of the Type 1 and Type 2 pistols, 2 of each, as well as the standard Type 2 new caliber bolt-action rifle and semi-automatic rifle, including a large amount of ammunition. These are collections Luo Chong prepared for himself, and they are also weapons for self-defense. Chu Bing was left in the military camp to handle military affairs, and Luo Chong took a group of guards directly back to Hanyang City. When they were about to walk to the door of their home, Luo Chong saw a group of craftsmen tinkering with something in the school square in Hanyang City from a distance, as if they were building a new building. Luo Chong was immediately puzzled. He remembered that he had not asked anyone to build any construction in the school. Was he doing illegal construction here on his own initiative? Or is something broken and these people are fixing it? So he casually pointed to a guard who was following him and said, "Go to the school and ask to see what they are doing and whose order they are following." Without saying a word, the guard dismounted and handed the reins to his companion. Then he cupped his hands to Luo Chong and immediately ran towards the school. Luo Chong did not continue to pay attention to this matter, and asked several people to take the firearms he collected into his study and set them up, and then sat down in the study. Not long after, the Imperial Guard who went to check the situation returned and reported to Luo Chonghui. "Chief, the school said that the Huxin Island Research Institute is going to build a small bell tower there to replace the original one. They say that this new bell tower can tell the time on its own. The leader is a young man named Guqing. He said that he was ordered by the leader to build a large bell tower, so a small model must be built first for verification, but this model can still be used. It would be a waste if it were placed in the research institute, it would be better to put it in the school, so I took it upon myself to build a bell tower here." Oh, so that's what happened. This kind of thing is understandable to Luo Chong. In fact, the researchers learned this method from Luo Chong. Luo Chong is the kind of person who wants to verify the model first no matter what he wants to do. When building the palace, he asked someone to make a miniature version of the palace sand table. When building a sailboat, he would also find a carpenter to make a small-scale ship model in advance according to the steps of making a real ship. The advantage of this is that it can save a waste of materials. If there are any problems in the design, they can be discovered when making the model, thus saving some unnecessary trouble in actual operation. Luo Chong had previously asked Guqing to build a large bell tower in the capital. Guqing had never built such a thing before, so even if he designed the drawings, he would not dare to start them easily without verification, so he simply come to Hanyang City School to make a small-scale model to verify the feasibility of the design. If there is no problem, he will go to the capital to enlarge the scale and build a larger one. From this point of view, there is no problem. Okay, I understand. You go tell Guqing and ask him to do a good job and hurry up. Luo Chong nodded and said casually, and then began to deal with the backlog of official business these days, while the guard quietly Mimi clasped her fists and followed the order. In the study, Luo Chong looked through the reports sent from various places, including the material transfer data and project progress of the cross-sea bridge, as well as the construction progress report sent by Yu Ji from the capital, and the report from Yu Fu from Qian County. The construction progress report sent there, as well as a list of some requested supplies. There was also Yu Yi, who was far in the north. He also sent some construction reports from Huyuan County, explaining the local situation and applying for the mobilization of some materials. Finally, there is a construction report sent from Dashu in Tuahai County, which talks about the construction status of the new courtyard built for Luo Chong. Luo Chong looked at the pile of reports in front of him and suddenly smiled bitterly. He felt that he was not the leader of a big tribe, but like the project director of a real estate company. There were a lot of people asking him to make construction reports, so he became what? Big contractor? Luo Chong was familiar with the process of approving these documents and reviewing the list of supplies applied for by various places to see if they were really necessary. If transportation was needed, how many transportation resources would need to be mobilized? These things that may be a headache to others at first glance, become much more relaxed in Luo Chong's eyes. Anyway, he will not be personally responsible for specific events. He only needs to look at these issues from an overall perspective and then respond accordingly. Just delegate the power to some capable people and let them do it. Luo Chong is just like what Han Xian said, when Han Xian orders troops, the more the better. Han Xian did not lead the troops himself, because he was the commander. The commander led the generals, and the generals were the ones directly responsible for the soldiers. Luo Chong doesn't care about the specific matters. He only needs to assign tasks to the county guards and then supervise their work. Luo Chong handled the official affairs in various places in an orderly manner, and the days passed day by day, and the day when Luo Chong's family moved south was getting closer and closer. Speaking of the current construction situation in various places, Luo Chong is actually most concerned about the construction situation in the middle and lower reaches of Luyang River where Yufu is responsible, which is where the southern coal mines are produced, Chungkong County and Qian County. The Han tribe is making an industrial layout in the south, and the cornerstones of industry are steel and coal, both of which are indispensable. Without coal, there is no way to make steel, and without steel, it is impossible to produce various steel machines. The Han tribe produced a lot of steel in the north, but it was still too laborious to transport it to the south, and even if it was transported, the cost would be much higher than the cost of labor. What Luo Chong wants to do most now is to develop the coal in Qian County as soon as possible, then refine the coke, and then follow the principle of proximity to develop the hematite mine near the Baiwu tribe and build an ordinary mine nearby. Steel plant. High-performance steel is not expected, but if ordinary steel, such as carbon steel or steel bars for making farm tools, can be produced in the south, it will reduce a lot of transportation costs and at the same time create jobs in the south. This time Yufu wrote to Luo Chong asking for support. In fact, what he wanted was more construction machinery, such as tractors, excavators, loaders, and road rollers. After nearly half a year of continuous construction, the cities in Chungkong County and Qian County have now begun to take shape. The people of the Baiwu tribe who worked for the Han tribe in Qian County also saw this with joy in their hearts, but at the same time they were deeply shocked and uneasy. What they saw was the superb production technology of the Han tribe, and what they were happy about was that they got a lot of wages from the Han tribe, and then used the wages to buy a lot of good things, including cloth, tools, there was food, and even a trolley, and the most important thing was that they learned a lot of skills from their work. What was shocking was the huge amount of manpower and material resources that the Han tribe invested here, which shocked them. Let's not talk about anything else, let's just talk about providing food for the workers. How much food would be needed? What's more, in addition to food, they also received a lot of wages. There are countless other building materials, as well as large steel appliances such as trains. They still can't name many of them. They only know that those things are the leaders of the Han tribe, carrying two or something. The ones made by the people in the institute are all the smartest craftsmen of the Han tribe. Each one is more powerful than the other. Anyone who comes out is enough to serve as the leader of their Baiwu tribe. The final and disturbing thing is that the more resources the Han tribe invests here, the more it shows that the Han tribe attaches great importance to this place. They knew that the Han tribe wanted to dig out the black stone here, so they wanted to build a settlement here for many people to live here, and then mine the ore there. Coupled with the batch of slaves transported from the north, the Baiwu tribe knew that the Han tribe was not so generous to everyone. The Han tribe also has a ferocious and powerful side, and is very powerful, with very sophisticated and advanced weapons, and there are tens of thousands of professional warriors. It makes people feel chilly just thinking about it. Without these, how would the Han tribe have captured them? So many slaves. The workers of the Baiwu tribe were very worried because of this. They were worried that after they built the city in Yufuyo, the Han tribe would capture them and turn them into slaves, and finally send them all to the mines to dig out black stones. However, based on recent situations, they suddenly found that their worries were unnecessary, that is, large construction machinery was active throughout the city's construction sites. Yufu deliberately revealed the news that the Han tribe was preparing to use construction machinery to mine, and the people of the Baiwu tribe immediately felt at ease. Think about it, those steel machines are so powerful, and they don't need to eat or rest. They only need to fill them with black stones and water, and they can continue to work tirelessly. The key is that the efficiency of those machines is higher than human power. The Han tribe would be stupid and would be willing to use these people to dig coal. How much grain and meat is needed to feed 100 workers? How much does it take to feed a machine? Coal is dug out of the ground, and there is plenty of water in rivers. A machine requires at most 2 drivers to operate it. No matter how you think about it, it is more cost-effective than feeding so many workers. This is also true. The Han tribe did need a lot of slaves to maintain the operation of mining, but now they don't need it. Because of the various construction machinery, the entire Han tribe's mining industry is undergoing an active industrial transformation. Machines can be used to do things, try not to use human power. The same is true for the coal and iron mines in Qian County. After Yu Fu saw the power of various construction machinery, he began to advocate that all mining should be done by machinery. The material application sent to Luo Chong this time requires 10 excavators, 2 road rollers, as many self-unloading dump tractors as possible, and preferably no less than 4 loaders, so that he can develop 2 at the same time. Mineralized. In addition, Yofu also said in the letter that he had sent people to discover a large amount of lime mines further north. As long as they have this lime, they can build coking plants, cement plants, and even calcium carbide used in the south. The calcium carbide in the lamp can also be produced here itself, and there is no need to transport it long distances from the north. Limestone is not a rare thing. This mineral is everywhere, and it is normal to be found by tourists. Now that there is coal and lime, the establishment of a coking plant is a certainty. However, Yu Fu also said again in the letter that if these factories are to be built, it is best to get some supporting machinery and equipment, otherwise they may not be able to start work. A cement plant or a coking plant sounds nice, and is very tempting to think about, but the investment is very huge. It is a huge problem to transport all kinds of large-scale machinery and equipment. Fortunately, the railway from the riverbank of Qingshu County to Qian County has been repaired, otherwise it would be really difficult to transport. Luo Chong naturally expressed his full support for this. If the South wants to develop, industry is naturally indispensable. If you want to have industry, the 2 pillar industries of coal and steel cannot be absent. Now Luo Chong is planning to move his family south. In the future, he is also planning to build a series of factories in the south. The number may be hundreds. With so many factories, how much reinforced concrete will be needed to build the factory buildings, and how much steel will be needed? To produce machinery and equipment, how much coal will be needed to maintain the operation of those steam engines? If you want to achieve these goals, you naturally cannot ignore Yu Fu's application for supplies, but even Luo Chong himself cannot decide this matter immediately. He wished that he would give Yu Fu whatever he wanted. If Yu Fu wanted one, he would give him a pair, directly. The problem was that those heavy construction machinery required workers to produce, and they could not be made by Luo Chong with just a word. Moreover, Yu Ji from the palace and Zhu Ping from the cross-sea bridge have seen the power of construction machinery, and they are stretching their necks to get it one by one. The problem is that the total output is so much, who should give it to them? It would be a big problem not to give it to anyone, and Luo Chong himself couldn't handle it. He could only send people to find Lin Fei and vigorously increase production, while coordinating the needs of various places. As the latest batch of construction machinery came off the production line, Luo Chong immediately arranged to send some to Yu Fu, and another batch to Yu Ji in the capital. Cross-sea bridge? Just take your time. Luo Chong is not in a hurry anyway. Is it really as simple as building that bridge to open it to traffic? The Han tribe had many sailing ships that could transport them between the 2 places. The reason why Luo Chong insisted on building the bridge was to strengthen the control of the Han tribe, or the northern mainland, over Qingshu Island, so that the island would not be easily lost or rebelled. These are all planned for 100 years later, so it doesn't matter if it is completed in a few years. At present, the main goal should be to reform the industry in the south, establish a capital, and proclaim an empire. Just when Luo Chong finished handling these matters, the guards outside reported another news. Chief, Sheriff Shi from Luoyang County in the east sent someone to ask, saying that the barley on the farm is about to be harvested. Do you want to go and take a look? It's harvested? So fast. Luo Chong was surprised when he heard the news, but after calculating the time, it was almost the same. Since the first season of spring corn was harvested, barley was planted quickly. It is already early July, and it is indeed time to harvest. If you were just harvesting barley, there would really be nothing to pay attention to, but this time is different. This is the first time that the Han tribe has used a grain harvester to harvest wheat. The importance is self-evident. If this grain harvester can successfully harvest barley, then it can be promoted to more places for use in the future. Because wheat, rice, corn, and millet are all cereals, that is, plants with ears of grain growing on the top of their stalks, they can all be harvested with this harvester. If it can really be promoted by all tribes, the agricultural level of the Han tribe will be raised to a new level. In this case, as the leader of the Han tribe, Luo Chong naturally went to watch the event in order to show his importance to agriculture. So I heard him ask the guard, "Did you tell me the specific time for harvesting?" Back to the leader, the man said that it will only take a few days, depending on the weather conditions, and we will start harvesting on a sunny day. The guard answered with cupped fists. Okay, then you go ask about the specific date, and then come back and tell me. Just say that I will definitely go. It's not that far anyway. You can get there in an hour on horseback. Luo Chong nodded and casually agreed to the matter. Promise. The Imperial Guard took the order and left, while Luo Chong continued to stay in the study room processing documents. After a while, Xiao Dai walked in again holding the child. Husband, if we go to the south, would you like to take your mother with you, as well as the newly established slave clothing factory on the island in the middle of the lake? Who will be responsible for managing it in the future? Luo Chong thought for a moment and said, What does mother mean? Does she want to go? If she wants to go, we must take her with her. If she doesn't want to go, I will make arrangements for her here. As for the matter of the garment factory, can't you just find someone to arrange it? Why should you personally manage such a garment factory? If you have suitable candidates, you can also tell me. Hearing this, Xiao Dai nodded, handed little Luo Ji into Luo Chong's arms and said, Then you take your son with you first, and I'll ask mother to see if she will come with us. After that, she turned around and left. Luo Chong and little Luo Ji, who was over 1 year old and still hadn't spoken, were left staring at each other. Luo Chong, what are you looking at? Xiao Luo Ji, wow. The fourth child burst into tears immediately, which made Luo Chong so anxious that he hurriedly carried the child out and found Zhaning, who was eating grapes with the third child. He threw the child away and ran away. Coaxing children or something like that doesn't exist. JPG. The Imperial Guard quickly asked for the specific date of the barley harvest, and temporarily decided to set it for the day after tomorrow, because today's weather is extremely hot and humid, and if it doesn't rain today, it will definitely rain tomorrow, so we will wait until the weather clears before harvesting. Luo Chong nodded to show that he knew about this. Sure enough, it started raining heavily that night, and then turned to moderate rain. It rained continuously until noon the next day, and then it finally cleared up. On the farm in Luoyang County, dozens of workers quickly went to the ground with tools, dug ditches for drainage, and drained the accumulated water in the ground, hoping to dry it as soon as possible so that machines could be easily put into the ground. The threshing floor of the farm is also busy making preparations. As long as the water in the threshing floor can be swept away, it will be no problem to dry it in an afternoon, so as not to delay the newly threshed wheat tomorrow. Let dry. In the warehouse of the farm, someone is also doing general cleaning. At the same time, quicklime and realgar are sprinkled in the corners to drive away various snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Of course, this batch of wheat will not be stored here for long. After the warehouse at the brewery is built, this batch of barley will be transferred there, because this batch of barley was originally prepared for the production of beer. The weather cleared up that afternoon, and Luo Chong immediately led a group of guards on horseback to the farm in Luoyang County. Because it had just rained, the road was not easy to walk, so Luo Chong did not take Xiao Dai and the others with him. While walking on the road, Luo Chong was still thinking about whether to wait for a while, after the cement factory's output increased and the cement factory in the south was built, and then repair the main roads in various counties. It is best to build a cement road. But after thinking about it, Luo Chong hesitated again. The Han tribe's main means of transportation now are horses or carriages with wooden wheels, and horses cannot run on hardened paved roads. Otherwise, they will be beaten with horseshoes in a short time. Run away the horses' hooves. Hardened cement or asphalt pavement can be built, but it must be done after bicycles and tricycles become popular, so that people can ride on official roads without any problem. As for the horse, it can be gradually eliminated in the future. A group of people rode horses on the dirt road, kicking up little bits of mud. Not far from the official road, on the south side, was the farm's large mechanized farming area. The barley inside has just been exposed to rain, and when the sun shines on it, it looks like a golden ocean shining with golden light from a distance. The moist air with the fragrance of earth gently blows over the wheat field, as if there are layers of waves. Against the backdrop of such beautiful scenery, Luo Chong finally led the guards to the farm's office area. Everyone rode to the farm. Qingshu had been waiting here for a long time. He knew that Luo Chong would definitely come back. Chief, the 5 grain harvesters have been prepared and are being heated up now. Qingshu took the initiative to come over and hold the reins of Luo Chong's horse and said, "Yes." Luo Chong responded and turned over to dismount. Nowadays, all kinds of vehicles in the Han tribe that use steam engines as power are all good, but they start too slowly. The steam engine cannot start without burning the boiler for an hour. Handing the horse to the guard behind him, Luo Chong followed Qingshu to several harvesters that were being heated up. The harvesters were probably the final batch of agricultural machinery. Because they had not caught up with the harvest season before, they could not be tested. So it has been delayed until now, and the Han tribe has only produced a total of 5 grain harvesters. Luo Chong stepped forward and took a look. The drivers of each harvester were all familiar faces. They were still the dozens of tractor drivers who had been trained before. Now they were driving harvesters again, but this was normal. A series of Han tribes' construction machinery is all developed on the basis of tractors. The power systems and operating devices used on them are also the same. They are all driven by hydraulic pumps and controlled by pull rods. It looks good. Is everything ready in the drying field? And in the warehouse, our model of grain harvester has a direct threshing function. When the time comes, the grain and straw will be discharged separately. Don't just think about it. We need to prepare a grain warehouse and dry the straw for storage. These barley straws are the best livestock feed. Luo Chong asked Qingshu about the situation as he walked. Don't worry, Chief. As soon as the rain stopped, everyone started to prepare separately. I also transferred a lot of people from the county to help. They were already prepared. There are also fire prevention preparations. I also asked people we prepared a lot of water, sand, and high-pressure water pumps. The biggest fear of these straws is catching fire. Qingshu immediately reported the situation. Well, it's not just in the warehouse, it's the same in the farm fields, especially when doing mechanical operations. Our harvesters are powered by steam engines. If a spark pops out of the boiler, maybe it will ignite the entire wheat field, causing huge irreparable losses, so you must be careful and cautious, and summarize the rules and regulations of the operation, such as the security vehicle to follow up at any time, and do a good job in cleaning up cinders and adding water and coal. Wait. Luo Chong reminded them again. Yes, I will arrange for them to go. Qingshu nodded seriously when he heard this. He had only thought about moisture-proofing and fire-proofing in the warehouse, but he had forgotten that the unharvested wheat fields were also likely to catch fire, and the hidden dangers were very serious. Big. After all, every harvester itself is a moving source of fire. Luo Chong's worry is not unreasonable. Qingshu urgently contacted the person in charge of the farm and asked them to mobilize more tractors to serve as support vehicles. Some of them laid a thick layer of wet sand in the truck bed to load the harvest. Others pull a cart of water, which can be used to add water to the harvester at any time, and are responsible for putting out fires, putting out the sparks before the fire starts. Fortunately, it had just rained and the ground was still relatively moist, which kept the possibility of fire to a very low level. After some arrangements, the 5 harvesters were quickly prepared and all started running. The drivers of several vehicles also started the harvesters and began to go to their respective working areas. Grain harvesting operations are still based on the previous method of harvesting corn, harvesting in circles around the working area, gradually shrinking from the periphery inwards. This is because large agricultural machinery is huge and difficult to turn around, so this setting is carried out. Luo Chong and the others mounted their horses again and started moving along with the harvester. There were guards holding the latest off-axis cameras taking photos or making records. The person in charge of the Sinon temple on the farm also started time it and prepare to test the fastest efficiency of the grain harvester during field operation. Woo-woo. The driver sounded the whistle and pushed the joystick. The huge steel cage in front quickly started to rotate under the drive of the hydraulic piston pump. When the speed of the steel cage reached a certain level, he pushed the power joystick again and the harvester began to slow down. Move forward slowly, and then pull the joystick that controls the left and right steering to control the forward path of the harvester. With skillful driving skills, he quickly maneuvered this behemoth to crush the wheat field. In front of the grain harvester is a steel cage similar to a drum, with very long iron bars on top, which are constantly rotating forward, so that when the harvester moves forward, the iron bars on the steel cage move. You can push the wheat down in the direction of the vehicle, and it can overwhelm a row every time. Then it is caught by the supporting plate under the steel cage, and the rotary knife below cuts off the straw roots close to the ground. At this time, the steel roller on the head of the harvester can swallow the whole cut wheat plant. After rolling and threshing, the blower performs gravity screening, and the finally harvested wheat grains will be discharged from the discharge port on the side of the harvester and directly into the grain bucket truck mounted on the side. The cut straw will then be discharged by the harvester. After the wheat bundles of a certain size are accumulated in the harvester, they will be discharged from the rear of the harvester and dropped directly on the wheat field. They only need to wait for the tractor to load them away. Chug tug tug tug. The chimney of the harvester spewed gray smoke, constantly gnawing at the golden wheat field in front of it. On the trolley hanging on the side, a stream of wheat grains continuously flowed into it, piling up the grain bucket of the trolley. The more full it is, the more joyful it is to look at these harvested grains. Behind the harvester, there is a bare land with only 7 or 8 centimeters of straw roots left, and there are ruts and horse hoof marks on it. Qingshu said with emotion as she watched from the side. Chief, I think back when we first joined the Han tribe, we were still shirtless when collecting grain, wearing bamboo hats and sickles, grabbing a handful with the left hand and cutting a crop with the right hand. We couldn't harvest much grain in a day. And that's not all yet. The cut grain needs to be dried, and then taken to the threshing floor for threshing. Stone mills, bamboo rakes, donkeys, trolleys, all kinds of tools are used, and the threshing also needs to be done. On the last day, sometimes I still couldn't take off my clothes completely, for fear that I might not get all the food and it would be wasted, which would make me feel bad. But now, to be honest, I never thought that farming would become so easy one day. Using this harvester to harvest wheat, one row can cut 8 meters of wheat. It still needs to be cut continuously, and the harvest is not finished. Forget it, it can also thresh grains automatically. This harvester is so powerful. How many manpower does a harvester need? Qingshu's emotion made everyone around him nod unconsciously. It was not a bad thing. Most of them had tried farming. They knew how hard it was to farm. Without these steel beasts, they would never have done it. There is this scene in front of them now. Luo Chong doesn't have much emotion about this. He has never farmed much himself, but he has seen a lot of things in his previous life. He is still very calm about the things he has developed. It can be said that the scene that appears now, he didn't know how many times he had envisioned it in his mind. This was what he wanted and the result he wanted. Luo Chong continued, knowing how powerful machinery is, you should invest more in this area. This investment does not mean that you spend your fiscal revenue to buy a lot of machinery, but that you increase your investment in basic education. You should also know that the reason why our Han tribe can build these powerful machines depends on the countless talents in the institute, and most of these talents are trained in schools. As long as you do a good job in basic education, our tribe will have more and more talents. With more talents, we can develop better and more advanced things to benefit the entire tribe. After the wheat harvest is over, it will be autumn in less than 2 months. I must pay attention to the enrollment of young children every autumn. I must do a good job in this task. I will check carefully according to the household registration and send all the school-age children to school. Go. If the school is not big enough, then expand it and use the fiscal revenue to build a school for the people. This will be worthy of the taxes we collect from the people. Only by running a school can the children of the people benefit. In addition, if there are school-age children who cannot go to school, officials must conduct home visits to investigate the reasons. If people have difficulties, find ways to help them solve their difficulties, and strive to prevent a school-age child from missing the opportunity to go to school due to family reasons. Luo Chong summarized the reasons why the Han tribe was strong from a high position, and then told Qingshu to do a good job in basic education. A group of Luoyang County officials who followed him also took notes, one after another. Even Luo Chong's own forbidden way, there are also those who take notes crazily with small notebooks and pencils. After they finished memorizing it, Luo Chong turned to the stenographer and said, "Come back and sort out the affairs of running the school and draft a decree for me. I will approve it and send it to all counties of the Han tribe." "No." The guard quickly responded with his hands in hand. Qingshu also nodded hurriedly in agreement. He couldn't help but think that the leader had a better overall view. He only saw the power of the harvester, but did not see that the Han tribe as a whole was getting stronger, and he did not realize that the Han tribe was getting stronger now. The reason why the tribe is so powerful turns out to be in school. But think about it, the Han tribe graduates so many students every year, and most of the elites are now used. Some who are good at laws and regulations are indoctrinated and become minor officials, and then they grow rapidly at work. Some are good at calculations. Yes, all of them have entered 2 research institutes, and even those who are just a little bit there can join a factory as a skilled worker. Even those students who have been eliminated and continue to go home to farm have become better managed. For example, during militia training, those who have attended school have stronger discipline and know some words. Whenever there are government orders, when promoting propaganda, these people are the most able to understand the meaning, and sometimes help to persuade the elderly to obey the arrangements of the government order. As more literate students enter the society, even the daily management of their offices becomes easier and simpler. Chug tug tug tug. The steam machine was still spitting out smoke, but Luo Chong didn't care at all. Even if the steam machines of the Han tribe kept smoking all year round, it would be absorbed by the huge number of forests in this era, and pollution would be short-lived anyway. There is no need to think about it for hundreds of years. The harvester was still working with high efficiency. Luo Chong and the others followed for half an hour. Because they had made complete preparations in advance, the harvester's stoker was careful every time he added coal and poured cinders, so Luo Chong did not appear. Against the worries of wheat field fires, this is a good thing. The officials of the farm Sinan temple secretly kept this matter in mind and secretly decided to carry forward this practice in the future and truly prevent problems before they occur, as the leader said. Seeing the carts of barley and straw being transported away by tractors, Luo Chong and the others did not stay with them. They directly diverted to the grain drying field under the leadership of Qingshu. The scene at the grain drying field was even more spectacular. The wheat that had been transported earlier had been spread out to dry on the cement floor. The golden layer looked as beautiful as a carpet. This was a scene that those who had almost starved to death could not even dream of. Today's Han tribe is so luxurious that they can use these precious grains to produce beer. Even without the current agricultural machinery, the Han tribe has long been freed from the two problems of hunger by relying solely on human and animal power for cultivation. The impact of words. An official from Sinan Temple saw Luo Chong approaching them and immediately stepped forward to say hello. Chief, according to the yield we calculated this time, the yield per mu of mechanical planting is significantly lower than 15% of manual planting, and the damage to the soil fertility is also very great. We will plant a third crop on that land this year. Crops? Luo Chong had already expected this, so he didn't appear surprised or angry, and just listened to what he said slowly. Mechanical farming is of course not as good as manual farming. Not to mention other problems, you can't solve the problem of fertilization. Our machines are heavier and more efficient, but without sufficient fertilizer, it is normal for the yield to be lower. But you shouldn't just compare the yield per mu of mechanically cultivated fields and artificial fields. You should think that anyway, there weren't so many manpower to cultivate new fields, so now the food we grow with machines, no matter how much, it's more money earned. Since it's more money, why don't we plant it? Didn't the previous land have been planted with 1 round of corn and 1 round of barley this year? Since you said that the fertility has declined, then make up for it. Leave it fallow for half a month, then conduct overall fertilization, and then take advantage of the weather. It's warm and we'll plant another round of soybeans this year to solidify the soil so we can continue farming next year. Luo Chong's words were immediately recognized by everyone. Yes, don't just see that the yield per mu of mechanized fields is smaller than that of artificial fields. That is due to the lack of fertilizer. What if there is enough fertilizer? The yield may be higher than that of artificial fields. What's more, what the leader said is that it is a wasteland anyway, and the tribe does not have that many people who can cultivate it, so all the food cultivated by machinery will be more profitable. What the leader said is absolutely correct. There is also the last step of planting soybean fertilizer fields. This idea is not bad. Now, after several years of continuous farming, people have summed up this experience. The land that has been planted with soybeans will usually grow very well if other things are planted. Well, they don't know why, but if only they knew that soybeans fertilize fields. Everyone took another look around the farm's grain drying field and checked the readiness of various measures. After seeing that there were no problems, Luo Chong was ready to leave. He was the leader of the Han tribe, and he still had a lot to do. He couldn't keep focusing on how to collect food. However, Qingshu had other plans and was going to take Luo Chong to another place. Chief, there is progress at the brewery. Would you like to go over and take a look? Huh? Is there any progress? What progress? Luo Chong turned to look at him and asked. Now the foundation of the entire factory has been completed, the ground has been hardened with cement, the water supply and drainage system has been installed, and 2 large factory buildings have been built. The research institute has begun to design the production line there, and the glass bottles, cans, stamped caps, etc. that the leader mentioned have been produced. Qingshu immediately reported the situation. Oh? Have the capping machine and filling line been built? I really need to go and have a look. Luo Chong became interested as soon as he heard it. It was beer in a glass bottle. It had been nearly 10 years since he traveled to this world. He had never seen this kind of industrial drink again. How could he not take a look? When will we go, Chief? Qingshu asked again. Luo Chong looked up at the sky. It was already around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Even if he set off for the brewery now, it would probably be 5 or 6 o'clock when he got there. There wouldn't be much to see, so he said, I won't go there today. Now, go to your official residence in Luo County and stay for 1 night. We'll go there after dinner tomorrow morning. Okay, then I'll make arrangements. Qingshu nodded in agreement. It was still early in the evening, and Luo Chong suggested going to the breeding farm affiliated with the farm to have a look. Anyway, it was not far away. Everyone agreed, and the group set off again. The farm is still carrying out the tasks that Luo Chong had given before, and there hasn't been much change this time. The new breed of beef cattle that Luo Chong asked them to breed is still in the belly of the cow. This means that it may not be able to give birth this year. The several breeders in the cowshed are responsible for taking care of them wholeheartedly. These calving cows. Fortunately, the breeders were all herdsmen transferred from Qingshu County on the grassland and were very experienced in raising cattle, so the problem was not a big one. On the other side, the research on the pig pen is also going on. Luo Chong had previously asked them to try castrating piglets and raise a batch of castrated piglets, and asked them to sum up their experience, from feed to growth process, as well as the habits of castrated piglets, etc. Now these eunuch pigs are growing bigger and bigger, directly related to the same piglets. The other piglets born in the same batch opened up a big section, which proved the point made by Luo Chong before. Castrated animals are relatively lazy, do not go into heat, make noise, and are inactive. They sleep when they are full and eat when they wake up, so they gain weight quickly. It's just that these pigs have not yet been put on the market, and they have to continue to be raised. Through comparative data observation, we can judge how long the castrated pigs should be raised, and then how many cycles they will be put on the market. This may be the case in the future. Pigs are also bred on a large scale and finally sent directly to factories to be made into various canned pork, sausages, and other products. What remains is the most stable project of the farm, the confinement of sheep. The reason why these sheep are raised is to consume the grain straw grown in the farm's mechanized fields and produce some more. Livestock manure is fermented into fertilizer and used to fertilize the farmland. After walking around the farm, it was time for dinner in the evening. Luo Chong directly bought a few sheep and took them to the Luo County office to eat meat for everyone. Although everyone usually eats meat, but this was a guest invited by the leader, so he was still very happy. After staying 1 night in the backyard of the Luo County government office, everyone had breakfast the next morning and started running towards the brewery north of the main city of Luo County. It took more than an hour on the road. When they arrived at the outskirts of the brewery, Luo Chong directly ordered everyone to dismount and walk into the factory area. This is because he saw the newly made concrete floor of the brewery from a distance. Horses' hooves walking on such a paved road will cause huge wear and tear. It is also for the sake of the horses not to let the horses come over. He led everyone to walk to the brewery. It seemed to be very open now, because the fence had not been put up yet, and there was no gate. There was only a gray-white bare cement floor with 2 tall factories built on it. In addition, there were 2 tractors were parked and nothing else. When Luo Chong and the others walked towards the brewery, some temporary staff here also looked over, and when they saw the leader Luo Chong, everyone said hello. At this time, there are no brewing staff in the brewery. The ones staying here now are all construction engineering teams from Qingshu County. They are here to be responsible for the construction of reinforced concrete factory buildings. For pouring concrete, this craft is currently mastered by not many people in the Han tribe. In addition, the remaining people are researchers from the New Steel County Research Institute who come to debug machinery and design production lines. If they are called according to modern terms, they can actually be called mechanical engineers. They also provide services for the construction of factories. A little advice. For example, researchers who develop production lines must first predict the size, height and length of the production line, as well as the floor area on the drawings, and then leave a certain amount of excess margin, and then tell this data to those responsible for factory construction, so that they know exactly what is going on. How big of a workshop should be built? When Luo Chong walked into the factory, he felt that it was very empty. There were only a few machines painted with green paint temporarily placed in the corner near the door. Didn't I say there is a capping machine here? Where is it? Show me. Luo Chong asked directly. Go back to the leader, over here. I came to see this thing once when it was first delivered. It's very powerful. Qingshu responded, taking the lead and leading Luo Chong straight to the several stamping machines in the corner. The stamping machine looks very old and is not new at first glance, but some parts on it are very new. Even a fool can tell that they were added later. Well, this should be a capping machine directly modified from an old-fashioned stamping machine. Luo Chong immediately made a judgment in his mind. Commander, please look. This is the capping machine. I heard it is just a model machine for testing, but it can also do what the leader said. It can punch an iron sheet into a bottle cap, and put a layer of milky white rubber seal inside. Gasket, and then tighten the bottle cap on the bottle mouth. I heard that they made many improvements before it was successful. Qingshu immediately introduced it from the side. Luo Chong walked around several machines twice, nodding from time to time but not expressing any opinions. After Qingshu finished the introduction, Luo Chong asked him, "Is the person in charge of this capping machine here? If so, call me over and introduce these machines to me." Luo Chong has always adhered to the concept of letting professional people do professional things. Qingshu is an administrative official and he knows shit about mechanics. What's the use of just listening to this guy bragging here? What Luo Chong needs to know is whether this machine can be used, and if so, when it can be equipped in batches. If it cannot be used, what problems have it encountered? If you tell them, Luo Chong might be able to help solve it. Qingshu saw that Luo Chong was not interested in listening to his talk, so he went to find the researcher in charge of the capping machine. However, he was not the project team leader, just a team member, but fortunately he knew everything about capping. It's okay to introduce him to Luo Chong. Chief, we modified this using 2 old-fashioned stamping machines. We first punch out iron sheets from the iron sheet, and then punch the iron sheets into bottle caps. We also installed an adhesive device in the bottle cap stamping process. That is to say, the steps of pasting the rubber gasket and stamping are carried out together. We initially used thermal adhesion technology to stick the gasket on itself by heating. After this step is completed, the iron sheet has become a bottle cap with a pleated skirt, and a rubber seal has been attached inside. Finally, a shrinking machine is used to clamp the bottle cap on the bottle mouth. We have bottles that have been made and capped here. The leader can test the effect. So far, in our own tests, no problems have been found. Safety is absolutely guaranteed. However, we currently do not have real beer for experiments. I heard that the beer seems to have bubbles in it, I wonder if it will affect the bottle cap. Luo Chong nodded and asked again, did you encounter any problems during the research and development process? Is this your final product? Will you have to remake the production equipment when you actually equip it in the future? Yes, this is a prototype model used for experiments. Otherwise, we wouldn't use the old stamping machines to modify them. However, these two prototypes have completed all our experiments and are considered qualified. When it is officially equipped in the future, it will definitely be a new machine. I heard from our team leader that the production line that will be officially equipped by then will use a lot of copper-plated parts. I don't know why. As for the problems encountered during research and development, there are actually no unsolvable problems in stamping. It is just stamping a bottle cap. It is not difficult. On the contrary, we encountered some troubles when rolling the cap and hoop the bottle mouth at the end, but now it has been solved. Solved. The researcher explained again. Oh? What's the problem? The bottle isn't strong enough? Luo Chong asked speculatively. The leader is really awesome. You can guess the reason even if you haven't seen it before. The bottle is not strong enough. The new mold they made at our glass factory seems to be due to the lack of materials or something. I heard that the bottle is not thick enough. The mouth of the bottle often broke during the final capping process. Later, after we reported the situation, they made a new batch of bottles and this solved the problem. Luo Chong nodded. He had been worried about this when he first brought it up, but he didn't expect that something went wrong in the end. Fortunately, they solved it themselves and didn't let Luo Chong worry more. After understanding the capping equipment in front of him, Luo Chong looked at the empty factory floor and asked again. How much do you know about the filling line and fermentation equipment? Do you know the progress there? The researcher thought about it and hesitated for a long time before saying, I don't know this very well. I just know that they have been arguing fiercely all day long. Some people say that the leader's request is too difficult for them to do. Even if they really have to do it, it will be difficult for them to do it. It's not worth it to consume huge resources just to make wine. Oh? Luo Chong raised his eyebrows and became interested. What are they arguing about? Is it difficult to fulfill the requirements I made? The young researcher hesitated for a long time before making up his mind and said, looking back to the boss, it's very difficult. You require all brewing equipment and canning production lines. All parts that need to be in direct contact with raw materials must be surface coated. However, this is really difficult to copper plate. Take the fermentation tank as an example. I heard that the tank is about the same size as a boat. How can you perform electroless copper plating on such a large workpiece? The electroless copper plating technology currently used by our Han tribe is to boil the workpiece in potion, but if we were to copper plate a ship, how big of a pot would we need? Furthermore, the copper-plated surface is actually not strong and has poor wear resistance. It may not take long for the surface coating to be worn away, so they came up with another idea, that is, no plating is needed. Copper workpieces are directly made of new bronze alloy materials for production lines. They can definitely do this, but if they want to get the entire production line down, they need too much copper. A few days ago, another batch of copper ore was sent from Babayashan. After we smelted it, we sent it to the mint. Part of it, the rest was taken away by the weapons project team, saying that they were going to produce bullet casings, and we simply can't get that much copper to use for this beer production line. The little researcher may have let go of his courage and started complaining in front of Luo Chong, which made Luo Chong frown. It's not that Luo Chong is angry with them, but he is reflecting on his mistakes. With the increase in the equipment rate of the Han tribe's firearms army and the emergence of continuous fire weapons such as machine guns, the Han tribe's consumption of bullets is increasing. Coupled with the fact that the Han tribe still used copper coins as currency, the tribe's originally small copper production was almost directly divided up. Copper plating is not wear-resistant and is not easy to make. As this little researcher said, chemical copper plating is actually boiling it in potion. The problem is that the Han tribe does not even have such a big pot, so how do you cook it? It was Luo Chong who thought too simply. He thought about it for a moment, and then said to the little researcher. In this case, you go back and just tell them my order, let them temporarily not consider copper plating or new bronze alloy materials. I will see if I can ask the Comprehensive Research Institute to get a new type of corrosion-resistant steel. This will save you the trouble. At this moment, the idea of making stainless steel suddenly popped up in Luo Chong's mind. The Han tribe actually has a lot of copper mines. The nearest one is the Babaishan copper mine, and a little further away, there is also a copper mine in the sandbank area in the middle reaches of the Luyang River, where the Li tribe who kept cats was first discovered, but the Han tribe also has a copper mine. The tribe has not developed power there yet, so it has not mined it. To the north, in the Heiyuan County controlled by Yu Yi, he previously reported that there was a copper mine, and he also organized mining and smelting. However, Luo Chong later ordered the mine to be closed and did not continue mining. Finally, there is also a huge copper mine on Qingshu Island at the far southern end of the mainland, which was mined by the Xian tribe for many years. Now that the Han tribe has taken over, only a small amount of mining is maintained, and it is not of much use. Currently, the only place where the Han tribe has a long-term stable supply of copper mines is the Babaishan mine in Luyang County, and the copper produced by this copper mine has to supply the copper consumption of the entire tribe. The largest copper consumption item is the currency of the Han tribe, and now there is also the consumption of weapons and ammunition. Even if the Han tribe machine adopts bullet reloading and cartridge-saving technology, the ammunition reserve cannot be too low, and the bullet's warhead also requires a brass jacket. Although there is not much copper in this part, it is basically impossible to recycle it. You can still pick up the bullet casings, but where can you find the warheads? In addition, there are various copper parts that need to be used in machinery. Although the consumption of this part is not much, there is still a certain demand. Now let the Han tribe use bronze to build an industrial production line at once. Just think about the amount of copper consumed and you will know how huge it is. This is still the current situation of the Han tribe. If the Han tribe starts the era of electricity and uses a large amount of copper wires, the consumption of copper will probably increase by more than 10 times in a short period of time. If we want to usher in the era of electricity and use a large amount of copper wires, we must not only reduce expenditures, but also increase revenue, so that we can meet the supply. Mining new copper mines is inevitable, and at the same time, it is necessary to reduce previous consumption. At that time, the Han tribe is likely to directly issue paper currency and gradually recycle and eliminate the original metal currency, which will be more conducive to development. But for the time being, it is impossible in a short time. We should focus on the immediate difficulties and solve the problems of brewery production first. When Luo Chong first asked the institute to use a copper plating production line, the main consideration was the problem of rust. Ordinary carbon steel is easy to rust, and container-type machinery and equipment are also used to produce food and beverages, so you cannot. The interior of these mechanical containers is painted, and beer is a liquid. Rust is an inevitable result of long-term contact. So Luo Chong wanted to use more stable copper to solve the problem, but the Han tribe's copper production was not enough, so now he had to think of another way. In fact, the best choice for production line equipment in the food industry is not copper utensils, but stainless steel. The biggest advantage of stainless steel is its stable chemical properties. However, stainless steel is just a general term. There are more than 100 types of alloy steel that can be called stainless steel, but the basic ingredients are only those types. The correct written name of stainless steel should be called acid-resistant steel, that is, it is not easy to be corroded. Chemically stable steel. Among them, the simplest one and the easiest one to make by the Han tribe is chromium iron alloy steel. This kind of stainless steel just adds about % food metal chromium to normal carbon steel. The properties of metal chromium under natural conditions: it is very stable and not easily corroded, but there are not many mineral reserves under natural conditions, and they usually do not exist in the form of individual mineral deposits. Most of them exist in the form of associated minerals. For example, just like the manganese iron ore in Taigang County of the Tang tribe, there is also a composite iron ore called chromite, which poses great difficulties to the geological detection of the Han tribe. But don't give up directly if there are difficulties. Luo Chong originally planned to start large-scale development of the food industry after moving to the south in the autumn. However, he has just built a brewery, and there has been so much resistance and difficulty. If there is no stainless steel, how will it develop in the future? So no matter how difficult it is, the Han tribe must develop stainless steel. After making up his mind, Luo Chong left the brewery. He first went home and thought about it carefully. After making a plan, he set off again to the research institute in Qingshu County and called Dolly and Lin Fei over. "Chief." Lin Fei greeted him as soon as he arrived. Luo Chong waved his hand nonchalantly and asked straight to the point, "I heard that the brewery's production line is encountering difficulties. We don't have such a large electroless copper plating reactor, right? And you want to use bronze alloy to produce equipment, but the production of copper is not enough?" Lin Fei heard what Luo Chong said and no longer concealed it, so he replied, "Yes, everyone is worried now, but yesterday we received a report from the members of the capping machine team, saying that the leader intended to develop a is it true to grow new steel materials for production equipment." "Of course." Luo Chong nodded and said with certainty. "As the top metal machinery research and development institution of the Han tribe, I think your knowledge of the properties and applications of metals should also be the top in the tribe, so you should know that steel is actually a kind of iron-based material. Alloy. Carbon steel is sharp, cheap, and suitable for daily use. The molybdenum steel you just developed has better heat resistance and higher hardness. Therefore, you should be able to see from this that as long as we make alloy steel, by adding various metals to it, can we get special steel with corresponding properties? So now I have a new idea. Is it possible to develop a new type of alloy steel that is very stable in chemical properties, does not react with acids and alkalis under normal circumstances, and is not easily corroded by oxygen? To put it simply, it will not cause corrosion. Rusty steel, we can call it stainless steel, for the time being." After hearing this, Dolly and Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Stainless steel. If such a thing could really be made, it would indeed be a good thing. You must know that this one thing alone will not rust, or is not easy to rust, and can solve many problems that could not be solved before, or there were ways to solve them before. But now the simpler question. However, what metal and iron need to be fused to make stainless steel? This is the fundamental problem, because everyone doesn't know. Luo Chong seemed to be able to see what they were thinking, so he listened to Luo Chong continue. "It doesn't matter if we can't find the corresponding special metal. We can cast the net all over the sky and conduct experimental additions. Even if we may not be able to produce stainless steel, we can find more other metals and more special properties in the experiment. Steel, that's a good thing. Things that are not used now may be used someday, right?" Lin Fei and Dolly both nodded. What Luo Chong said makes sense. This alloy steel project can even be laid out as a long-term research direction. Although they don't know exactly what was discovered, the significance of this discovery: the process is an accumulation process, and the things developed will be used sooner or later, but they still have no direction in their minds, or they can't start. At this time, Luo Chong said again, "We can try to search for iron mines or nearby iron mines in various places. I have a feeling that this new metal will be a composite type like the manganese ore in Taigang County, Tang tribe. Iron ore and manganese steel are harder and brittle and are suitable for making rails for heavy-duty trains. So why is there not a new type of composite iron ore that has such stable chemical properties and is not easily corroded? Then, where should we look for the leader? Should we look for it in the existing iron mines of the Han tribe? Dolly asked, still confused. Yes, not only the iron ores currently mined by the Han tribe, but also the iron ores that have been discovered but have not yet been mined, including the iron ores you are mining and smelting. In fact, you can't necessarily guarantee that there are really no other ingredients in them. There are metals, such as those slags. Are you sure there are no other metal components left in them? Luo Chong prompted. Dolly and Lin Fei nodded again. They all understood what Luo Chong said. For example, the slag discharged from the blast furnace, let alone other special metals, even iron cannot be completely refined. There must still be iron in it. And if there happens to be a metal with a melting point temperature higher than that of iron, then the possibility of it being left in the slag and being discharged together will be very high. However, iron making is usually too busy, so who has the time to care about the slag? Even most of the slag from the Han tribe has been dragged away to build roads. In fact, Luo Chong knows the basic components of stainless steel. In addition to the main iron, there is also metal chromium. This is the most basic. Steel without chromium is generally not called stainless steel, but it is a relatively low-end stainless steel with higher quality. Better stainless steel should also add a certain proportion of nickel, which is also one of the main materials of stainless steel. Stainless steel with added nickel has a characteristic, that is, it is whiter than ordinary steel, and its polishing performance is slightly worse. It is not as bright as other stainless steels, and its reflective properties are poor. Unlike other stainless steels, the surface can be slightly polished. It can be used as a mirror to reflect people. Nickel-added stainless steel is generally gray-white rather than bright silver. However, the Han tribe does not need this high-end product. Ordinary stainless steel, with a chromium content of less than 15%, is enough to meet the needs of various food industries. This kind of steel is resistant to acids and alkalis, as well as heat and high temperatures. Even if it is used as a steam pot, it is not easily corroded by high-temperature steam. This is completely sufficient in the food and beverage industry. Of course, if you need stainless steel that is more resistant to high temperatures, it must be corrosion-resistant and resistant to high temperatures. For example, to make fan blades for steam turbines, you can add a certain amount of molybdenum to the chromium-containing stainless steel to meet the requirements of high-temperature resistance and high-temperature resistance. Dual properties of anti-corrosion. Among the metals in nature, tungsten has the highest melting point, so it is also the metal with the best high-temperature resistance. Chromium is the hardest metal in nature. It can not only be used to make stainless steel, but can also be used to chromium plate the inner bore of gun barrels. Increase the service life of the gun barrel. The current design life of the Han tribe's gun barrels is 10,000 rounds of bullets, and the lifespan of chrome-plated barrels is generally more than 20,000 rounds of bullets. This is the value of chromium, so Luo Chong is also very interested in finding this metal. After a brief discussion between Lin Fei, Dolly, and Luo Chong immediately gave orders to the county guards in various places, asking them to mine some specimens from the known iron ore mining areas within their jurisdiction, even if they were from the same country. For a mine, samples must be taken from different locations, and then sent to Luoyang County, and then taken to the Comprehensive Research Institute on Huxin Island for testing to see if there are any other metals besides the known metals exist. Then there is the blast furnace slag here in Qingshu County, which also needs to be sampled and selected. As for the previous tasks at the brewery, let's put them on hold for the time being. However, the basic design still needs to be continued. If there are no materials, then find suitable materials. But the design work must not stop, so that once the Han tribe develops stainless steel, then production can be carried out quickly without delaying the brewery for too long. There is also the brewery site. The factory building that needs to be built still needs to be built. The equipment is a problem. The construction must be completed first to save procrastination. In the end, it may become an unfinished project. Luo Chong's order was quickly issued, and people from all over the country received this task to collect specimens from various iron mines within the Han tribe's sphere of influence, and then send them to Luoyang County for testing. Everyone didn't know what the test meant, but they understood the task of finding iron ore. When they thought about it, the leader must have wanted new metal materials again, and it was related to steel, otherwise it would be impossible to issue such an order. For a time everyone everywhere became busy. Dashu, representing the Han tribe, obtained some iron ore specimens from Taigang County of the Tang tribe, and then loaded them on the Feiyu clipper and sent them to Luo Chong. In the middle and lower reaches of the Luoyang River, Yufu also received this news. He directly asked people to mine specimens from the hematite mine near the Baiwu tribe, and noted the specific location of the mining, and then also loaded it on a ship to Luo. Rushed over. In Xingang County, Dali and Lin Fei are not idle, and because they have first-hand resources, it is more convenient for them to do tests, because the chemistry team of the Comprehensive Research Institute that helped them develop molybdenum steel alloys is still there. They can participate in this work at any time without leaving here. Not to mention, hard work paid off. After half a month of screening and searching, Dali and the others found a metal that perfectly matched the characteristics Luo Chong said. And it was really found in the slag, but it was not the iron or blast furnace slag in Xingang County, but the slag from a blast furnace in the Huxin Island Mint. This was a furnace specially used for melting lead. Because of its high pollution and toxicity, Luo Chong placed it in the swamp. As a result, after all the units related to metal smelting received the news, the mint finally realized it. Reported the discovery of unmelted metal in the slag. Luo Chong couldn't laugh or cry when he received the news. He never thought that the lead mine in Xingang County would actually be a chromium lead mine. Chromium has a certain chance of being associated with lead ore, called chromite, and it may also be associated with iron ore, called chromite. The main body of the minerals here in Xingang County is a huge magnetite. And there are also some associated lead and silver mines. In other words, this mine in Xingang County not only contains iron, silver, and lead, but now chromium has also been discovered. In fact, this situation is also very common. Generally, there are no simple minerals in nature. Most of them are associated minerals. When determining what kind of mineral a mine is, you only need to look at which mineral component is the most in it. If it is an associated mineral, it is a mineral. There are 180 kinds of associated minerals, none of which are surprising. Luo Chong can say with certainty that there must be many other minerals in the magnetite in Xingang County, but it is just that with the current chemical level of the Han tribe, they cannot be separated from them. And even if it is separated, there is no technology to identify what metal it is. In fact, this kind of situation has already happened at the mint on the island in the middle of the lake. However, the mint is located deep in the swamp and has always been in a state of high confidentiality. In addition, they have never paid much attention to this situation. This is why the news has only been exposed until now. From the beginning, when these people were smelting lead ore, because the melting point of lead was very low, only 200 to 300 degrees, while the melting point of chromium was more than 1,800 degrees, which was about 200 degrees higher than the melting point of iron. Therefore, every time the ore is put into the lead furnace, the lead liquid flows out quickly, and the associated chromium ore is directly discharged as slag. Although sometimes there are some small pieces of metal chromium that exist as simple substances, but it is still because people don't pay attention to it, and the hardness of chromium is very high, which is far beyond the comparison of soft metals like lead. So it is easy for everyone to distinguish it from lead. They paid less attention to it, and some people even thought it was iron ore mixed in. After all, the collection point of lead ore is originally around the magnetite, so this situation is normal. So it was delayed until a few days ago, when Luo Chong ordered to search for new metals around the existing iron ores. The people at the mint suddenly realized that the chromium ore in these slags might be the unknown new metals the leader said, so this only then did he finally report it. At this point, there is no point in worrying about the mint's fault anymore. It is better to focus on the things in front of you, especially the brewery. Luo Chong doesn't want to wait until he moves to the south in a few months, Luyang. There is also a brewery here in the county that is holding him back. When it was determined that there was suspected metallic chromium at the mint, Luo Chong immediately ordered the guards around him to collect specimens at the mint, and then sent them to the chemistry team of the Comprehensive Research Institute for testing, and then sent them to the other side. A part of Qingshu County asked them to go to the lead mining area to find the corresponding ore based on the specimen's appearance, and then bring it back and try to smelt it. With the order personally issued by the leader Luo Chong, the execution intensity was still very high. The tasks assigned by Luo Chong were quickly implemented. The Comprehensive Research Institute began to organize personnel to carry out testing, purification, and various chemical analysis of chromium elements. Characteristics are analyzed. On the New Steel County side, they moved faster, especially the people responsible for the research and development of the brewery production line. When they heard others say that there was a metal that could improve the properties of steel, making it corrosion-resistant and resistant, oxidation, non-rusting properties, and this metal has always been around them, so they were immediately excited. Dolly was responsible for the daily operations of Qingshu County. After receiving the order from the guards, he immediately organized people to go to the lead mining area with chromium ore and chromium elemental metal in hand to search for it. Based on the analysis of previous mining areas, they quickly identified the mining area rich in metallic chromium, and then started mining and storing it separately that day. After collecting enough charge for one furnace, Dolly asked someone to restart a blast furnace and prepare for smelting. And according to the news from the leader guessed that the melting point of this metal might be higher than that of copper and iron, and asked them to pay attention to this temperature issue. So, Dolly asked people to add 2 more furnaces to the blast furnace. Assemble the regenerator and steam-powered blower, and then you are ready for smelting. Grind the ore, prepare the furnace charge, put in coke to preheat, and then put in the chromium ore after the temperature is raised. The lead inside will quickly melt and be discharged, and then continue to heat and melt the remaining metal chromium. After several rounds of slag discharge and feeding after that, the metal chromium from the first furnace was finally smelted and cast into small pieces of chromium ingots. At the same time, the test results from the Comprehensive Research Institute were finally sent over, proving that the chemical properties of this metal are indeed relatively stable, not easily oxidized, not easily corroded by acids and alkalis, and more heat-resistant than ordinary carbon steel. In addition, the hardness of this metal is also very high. The suggestion given by the Comprehensive Research Institute is that if possible, you can try to use this metal to make lathe alloy cutting tools in the future. The effect should be better than molybdenum steel. After all, this metal is hard enough. With the first furnace of chromium metal and these laboratory data, it was enough to prove that Luo Chong's speculation was correct, so the work of smelting stainless steel began soon. According to Luo Chong's suggestion, the wine boiler in the brewery must be resistant to high temperatures, so we simply process a batch of molybdenum-containing stainless steel. The molybdenum used does not need to be too much. According to 15% chromium, 15%, 5% molybdenum and 80% carbon steel are used to smelt stainless steel. The steelmaking plant over Dolly quickly fused the first batch of stainless steel according to the proportions given by Luo Chong, but the actual stainless steel produced was different from the stainless steel in Luo Chong's impression. In Luo Chong's memory, stainless steel should be shiny, the kind that can be used as a mirror, and the brightness is very high. However, the stainless steel produced here in Qingshu County does not have that kind of visual effect. It looks gray and reflective. Not that high either. It wasn't until these steel materials were polished by the grinding wheel that they finally bloomed with the dazzling luster that Luo Chong was familiar with. Wow! This stainless steel is really bright. It feels better than the copper mirrors we used before. If our tribe didn't have silver-plated glass mirrors now, I would have thought that this stainless steel is the best material for making mirrors. Dolly looked at it. He said in shock when he saw the polished stainless steel. Luo Chong also nodded with satisfaction. The most important thing is that the use of stainless steel in the food industry is definitely of great use. Dolly, your steel-making plant should open a furnace specifically for smelting stainless steel. In the next few years, within this period, our Han tribe will actively develop the food industry. The brewery is just the first project, and there will be many more in the future. Even if we can't use up that much steel for the time being, we can still use these stainless steels to produce some household appliances, such as teapots, lunch boxes, wash basins, plates, bowls, spoons, and other kitchen utensils and cooking utensils. There will definitely be a big market. Don't worry. No one wants it. Dolly kept nodding aside and began to fantasize about various things made of stainless steel. Apart from other things, if stainless steel wash basins could be used to replace the wooden basins now widely used in every household, if it is not very expensive, many people will buy it. After all, how heavy is a stainless steel basin? How much does a tub made of solid wood weigh? Do you still need to consider this choice? Lin Fei interjected on the side, Chief, since this stainless steel is so good, can it be used in the manufacture of weapons and equipment, especially the anti-rust feature, for weapons that need to withstand various harsh environments? Equipment is beneficial. Lin Fei also began to actively put forward his own suggestions. Luo Chong thought about it for a while, and then said, forget about the firearms. If you need to develop a special sniper rifle or a heavy barrel in the future, you can consider it. However, it would be a good idea to use stainless steel for the gun. Idea. Hasn't our mortar not yet started trial production? Then it will be made of stainless steel. However, this ratio still needs to be adjusted. If it is to make a mortar, the hardness and heat resistance of the steel must be the same. To improve the quality, it is best to increase the proportion of molybdenum and chromium to 15% for the stainless steel material used to make the gun body. It just so happens that the two of you are here now, and they are close to each other. Let the two of you negotiate and resolve this matter, and see if you can produce a furnace of such steel on your own, specifically for making cannons. And Lin Fei, in order to save these precious steel materials and avoid causing too much waste, you'd better get them a new seamless steel pipe rolling machine from the beginning, otherwise they can only cast it into steel columns are then turned using lathes and boring machines, which wastes a lot of steel. However, if the direct use of seamless steel pipes will cause damage to the performance of the artillery, then we would rather turn it than use seamless steel pipes. Remember, performance parameters must come first. Dolly and Lin Fei nodded repeatedly and expressed that they knew about this matter. Speaking of weapons, Luo Chong thought for a moment and then mentioned another thing. By the way, there is one more thing I want to tell you too first, which is about the research and development of weapons projects. Many of these comprehensive projects are related to the research and development of explosives, but our existing double-click propellants are not suitable for use as explosives. Double-click propellant is only suitable for use as gunpowder propellant, but is not suitable for blasting. The same is true for existing granular black powder, and the explosion power is too small. So I'm going to ask the Institute of Comprehensive Research to develop a new type of yellow explosive, called picric acid. This explosive is corrosive to a certain extent, but very powerful. It also has adhesion and burning properties. It is expected to produce the high temperature maybe twice the melting point of steel, and the flame released will not be extinguished when exposed to water, and can continue to burn even in water. You must pay attention to this kind of explosive during loading operations, and do not corrode the ammunition shell in direct contact with it. My opinion is that all metal parts that need to come into contact with this new type of gunpowder should be painted or waxed to create a protective layer. In addition, except for the guns developed before, all explosive weapons must be moved to a research location to prevent accidents. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, your entire research institute may be blown up to the sky. Also, I plan to put your later research on explosives and the refining of this new type of gunpowder on the island in the middle of the lake. There are still many empty islands in the middle of the lake. When the time comes, we will pick them out. 3 are for you to use, 1 is for research, 1 is for gunpowder factory, and the last one is used as an experimental site. Although it is a little troublesome, it is absolutely safe. When the time comes, I will ask someone to select the specific location. Regarding the gunpowder factory and the Explosives Research Institute, we still need your help in the construction. Especially the gunpowder factory must be built. When the 2 heard this, they expressed that they were very shocked. The leader actually came up with such a powerful new type of gunpowder? Not only is the explosion more powerful than granular black powder, but it also has the effect of adhering to combustion, and the temperature can reach twice the melting point of steel. If all the characteristics of the new gunpowder can meet this parameter, doesn't it mean that even a house made of iron can be blown up by this kind of shell? Even if it can't explode into the sky, the high-temperature flames released inside are enough to burn the iron house, right? In fact, this is indeed the case. In Luo Chong's previous life, picric acid was the first to be used in the military field in the West. Before, it had been used as a yellow dye in the textile printing and dyeing industry. What people didn't expect was that since this thing started to enter the military field without doing its job, its power has become even more powerful. Later, after this thing was spotted by the bad guys, many spies were sent to do everything possible to get rid of it. Got it, and finally developed their shiitase gunpowder. And this kind of picric acid gunpowder called Shimo's gunpowder was used for the first time in the Sino-Japanese War of 1898. Even if the explosive bombs fired by the Japanese combined fleet did not hit the ships of the Beiyang fleet, as long as they exploded near the ships, they would be destroyed. The severe high-temperature combustion caused considerable danger to the battleship. This kind of high-temperature flame will not go out in sea water, but can also cause considerable damage to the ironclad ship. One can imagine its power. However, making picric acid was not Luo Chong's whim or intention, but rather out of frustration. Because they do not have the technology to synthesize ammonia, the Han tribe cannot make any high-tech gunpowder now. Even TNT, which was eliminated during World War II, the Han tribe cannot make, because the main raw materials of TNT come from petroleum, that is, trinitrate and nitrate, base, the toluene in toluene and benzene. Picric acid is different. The scientific name of picric acid is trinitrate, nitrate, benzene, and phenol. The most important one, phenol, comes from coal. Coal is something that the Han tribe has in abundance, and it is actually extracted from coal tar. It just so happens that the Han tribe also has a coking plant and the ability to fractionate coal tar. They want to provide enough phenol to make picric acid. At least in a short period of time there will be no problem. Luo Chong's order was quickly conveyed to various places, and active construction began in all aspects. First, it was the steel mill in Qingshu County. After Luo Chong left, Dali immediately called in a construction team and started building a new blast furnace in the steel mill, specifically for smelting stainless steel. From then on, stainless steel has existed as a long-term project of the Qingshu County steelmaking plant. After all, according to Luo Chong, a large number of food industries will be built in the future, so more stainless steel will be needed, as well as weapons manufacturing, and even in terms of people's livelihood, what kind of pots and pans don't need stainless steel? However, although it is a new blast furnace, it is still built in the original factory building. The new stainless steel smelting furnace is 4 times larger than the original blast furnace. It is the first steel shell blast furnace in the Han tribe. The outside is riveted with steel plates, and the inside is riveted with steel plates. Use angle steel keels to support it, and then use refractory bricks to build a layer inside the furnace. The advantage of this is that the furnace can be made larger, provide a larger volume, and produce more molten iron at a time. In the past, the Han tribe would never have been able to make such a large stove, not only because there were no hard conditions, such as being unable to process such large steel plates, drilling holes, and riveting. These are all hard conditions. To put it bluntly, the manufacturing technology is insufficient and it cannot be made. In terms of soft conditions, the Han tribe could not complete it at that time. As soon as the blast furnace starts working, it will not stop for 24 hours under normal circumstances. This requires a continuous supply of coke and/or raw materials. In the past, when the Han tribe relied on manpower to mine minerals, how dare they build such a large furnace? I remember that in Hanyang City, the Han tribe built the first brick blast furnace. The furnace was only a little bigger. Even such a small furnace required the labor force of the entire Han tribe to save materials for a quarter before it could be opened. At one time, the entire Han tribe could only make 4 furnaces of pig iron a year, let alone steel. But things are different now. In the past, manpower was used to dig with shovels and pickaxes, but now people are digging with excavators and loaders. In the past, more than a dozen oxen were used to transport or carrying baskets on their backs, and they had to be transported by ship on the way. Not to mention the trouble, the amount of ore transported in one trip might be less than a ton, so it was necessary to save up for a quarter. Only raw materials can be used to open the furnace once. Now, after using excavators and loaders to dig out the ore, the Han tribe can use dump-type hydraulic dump tractors and trains to transport the ore and coke. This supply transportation capacity is not comparable to that before. Even if coke needs to be transported by ship, the Han tribe's ships are no longer the same as before. When the copper ore was mined from Babao Mountain and brought to Hanyang City for smelting, small boats with hand-rowed oars were used, but now, they have long been transformed into large 3-masted sunken sand ships. Therefore, in comparison of software and hardware, the Han tribe now has enough strength in terms of manufacturing technology and software support to meet the operation of such a huge blast furnace. At the same time, this is also an experimental demonstration for the steel plants to be built in the south. If the new blast furnace in Qingshu County can be successfully operated, then the same level of blast furnaces, or even larger blast furnaces, can be built in the south in the future. On the other side, Luo Chong, the governor of Weishan County, also sent people to follow the guards sent by Luo Chong to days in the east to find a suitable island in the middle of the lake to build a suitable picric acid factory and explosive weapons research institute, as well as an explosive weapons testing base. The guards sent by Luo Chong are mainly responsible for confidentiality and security matters. The people from Luo Chong are responsible for transportation, construction, and living conditions. In addition, there are also people from the Qingshu County Power Research Institute and Huxindao Comprehensive Research Institute. After all, the people from the Research Institute are still involved in scientific research work. Without the 2 people from the Research Institute, it would not be possible. The group took a boat to inspect various uninhabited islands for 4 days, and finally decided on the final choice. Then Weishan County provided construction personnel, Qingshu County provided building materials, and 2 research institutes were responsible for the establishment. The R&D team will also move to the island to work. Luo Chong's guards will also be sent out, mainly responsible for security inspections when entering and exiting the island, verifying identities, preventing the leakage of secrets, and the military defense of the new department. As for coal tar, the raw material used to fractionate phenol, a lot of it is already stored at the coking plant on Hushin Island. We are just waiting to take it out and use it when the refining of phenol begins. In Qingshu County, a large amount of building materials were loaded onto the train, and then transported to the wharf in Weishan County. They were immediately shipped to the Lake Center Island. The craftsmen began to get busy. In the Power Research Institute of Qingshu County, Lin Fei also led his people to start researching the manufacturing process of brewery production equipment. As for those in the weapons research team, the team responsible for gun research and development has completed the design. The next work is to carry out process and quality control issues in the mass production process. The remaining unfinished explosive weapons will have to wait until they are moved to the lake. The new research institute on Hart Island will not start until later. Now that there is a large amount of stainless steel, the problem of brewery production equipment and materials has finally been solved. They have already prepared the drawings. Before, they were always stuck on the problem of not having enough copper. Now that stainless steel is available, the Research Institute has immediately started working overtime to build the production line. The brewery's production line mainly includes a set of cooking equipment, which requires the production of a very large tank and the assistance of equipment such as boilers and steam engines. In addition, there are fermentation tanks, glass bottle filling lines, beer capping machines, etc., except for a small amount of auxiliary equipment that does not come into direct contact with beer. Everything else is made of stainless steel as much as possible. This is a huge project. However, compared with the production line of the brewery, the glass factory on the other side does not need to be so advanced. The glass factory also needs to be expanded and also needs automated production equipment. But they do not need stainless steel, only ordinary steel, which is enough. Need. The glass factory needs to launch a supporting glass bottle production line. This production line is simply an automatic bottle blowing production line. It requires the use of a large number of metal molds of the same standard specifications, as well as a lot of air compressors, that is, air pumps. After all, glass bottle blowing mainly depends on this thing. The rest is the transfer equipment of the assembly line. These equipments all need to use stainless steel, but they can be used in the bottle blowing mold. There are not many requirements for the mold for blowing glass bottles. There are basically two requirements. The surface is smooth enough so that the blown bottles are in good condition and have no burrs and other defects. The second requirement is high temperature resistance. In fact, the temperature of the semi-molten glass liquid is not very high, only about 400 to 500 degrees. As long as the mold is not made of lead and tin, it can basically handle such a temperature. However, now that stainless steel is available, stainless steel is used to make the mold. Also a good choice. Luo Chong originally planned to use bronze to make the mold, but as the currency of the Han tribe, the cost of copper was much higher than that of stainless steel. Luo Chong just sat in the study room of his home, always paying attention to the construction progress in all directions through the guard's news channels, and actively preparing for his family's move south. Luo Chong is the leader of the Han tribe. His move to the south means the shift of the strategic focus of the Han tribe. After so many years of hard work by Luo Chong, the north is on the right track, while the Tang tribe, Tuahai County and Qingshu in the south are on the other side of the island. There is also a population of more than 200,000, accounting for less than half of the total population of the Han tribe, but it has not received vigorous development from Luo Chong. Now that the north is on the right track, Luo Chong no longer needs too much care. It is time to start running the south. In order to start large-scale development in the south, infrastructure construction is indispensable, so what Luo Chong is most concerned about now is the preparation work for the coal mine and steelmaking plant over there in Youfu. It was originally planned to build the southern steel plant in Taigang County of the Tang tribe, but the relationship between the Tang tribe and the Han tribe was very delicate, and it was not suitable to make major changes at this time. Today's Tang tribe, under Luo Chong's prompting, has actually completed the planning of the county system, and has also promoted the currency of the Han tribe. Even the officials from various places were actually sent by Luo Chong. Although it is still called the Tang tribe in name, it has actually been taken over by the Han tribe. Even if he takes over, there are still problems in name. Luo Chong is using time to dilute the resistance of the Tang tribe people and let them adapt to the Han tribe's way of life. As for large-scale reforms and infrastructure construction, he still has to wait until he has passed. Let's start taking action after getting married to Tang Yao. In fact, there is another problem that cannot be developed immediately in Taigang County, Qingshu, and that is the problem of inconvenient transportation. If you want to make steel, you need a large supply of coke. However, the coal mine in Ufanali is still a bit far from Taigang County, and there are a series of mountains in between. To repair the railway, we need to build tunnels and bridges. The amount of work is too large. It cannot be completed in a short time, and it will take at least 3 or 4 years. This is still speaking, when construction machinery and a large number of blasting operations are used. In this way, if Luo Chong wants to develop infrastructure in the south, he must first utilize the hematite mine near the Baiwu tribe. In addition, we must also pay attention to the matter of attracting the Baiwu people to join the Han tribe, because if the Han tribe wants to develop iron mines there or even build a large steelmaking plant, it must not be resisted by the local Baiwu people. Then the only way is to make them a part of the Han tribe. The Baiwu tribe has a population of 2,000. It is unrealistic to kill or drive them all away. Besides, Luo Chong is not a war maniac. Every war he launches has a reason for fighting. However, the Baiwu tribe and the Han tribe are currently, we still have a good relationship with each other, and Yufu is doing a good job there. When the time comes, Luo Chong will go over and work harder, and it won't be a problem to peacefully absorb the White House clan. At the same time, Dolly and Lin Fei are also working on talent reserves. Many factories are currently implementing a multi-person system for one job. That is, one job is usually assigned 2 or 3 people, and old workers are used to lead new apprentices. The technical level of these new apprentices can be improved soon, and the number of workers in each factory can be quickly increased by 2 to 3 times. In this way, after the factory in the south is built, Luo Chong can take half of the workers and start work quickly. At the same time, Luo Chong's move to the south is also an opportunity for all walks of life to improve their status. Take the factory as an example. Luo Chong will definitely transfer some of his key personnel to the south to build a new factory this time. Then when they arrive, they will naturally improve their status and become senior managers or technical engineers of the new factory, while the workers at the bottom will a group of new people can be transferred from these recently trained people. Similarly, because the original backbone of the northern factory has been transferred, the old people who stayed in the original factory will also be promoted accordingly, and then the remaining intern workers will be reinstated. In this way, the factories in the north and the south have all completed the old-to-new model. At the same time, the old technical backbones have also been promoted to positions, and the new intern workers have also successfully become regular workers. It can be said that everyone is happy. Other political systems and military systems will also get corresponding opportunities for promotion. For example, after the Shens Guard's change of equipment, because of the new weapons, new establishments will definitely be added. So as long as the Shens Guard expands, it is possible for all the officers in the original class to be promoted to one rank. In terms of the political system, after Luo Chong arrives in the south, he will definitely increase the construction and investment in the capital. When the capital is built, Luo Chong will definitely transfer all the county guards from the original counties to work in the center of the imperial capital. They are experienced and work well with Luo Chong, and can better assist Luo Chong in managing the country. When all the county guards in this batch are promoted to the central government, then the original local officials in each county will definitely be promoted quickly. The deputy officials will be promoted to full-time officials, and the minor officials will become truly high-level officials. This is all a matter of course. To complete all of this, the most important things are the factories, steel mills, coking plants, coal mine development, and railway line construction planned by Luo Chong. At present, in the middle and lower reaches of Luyang River, the railway line from Qingshu County to Qian County has been opened, but the railway from Qian County to Taigang County of Tang Tribe will take 3 or 4 years. Now Yu Fu is in charge of the construction matters in Qingshu County and Qian County, as well as the development of coal mines, as well as wooing the Baiwu people and inspecting new railway routes. He can no longer take care of it. The people currently inspecting the route on the mountain railway from Qian County to Tang Tribe Taiyan County are still the team under Yu Fu before, but this time, Yu Fu is not leading the team himself. This group of people is very experienced. They have explored many places for the Han tribe under the leadership of Yu Fu, so now that this group of people is responsible for the task of exploring new railway lines, Luo Chong is also very relieved. The road construction team that previously laid the Qingqi Line Railway has now been transferred to Tuahai County, and is responsible for opening up a new railway line from the coast of Tuahai County to the capital. With Luo Chong in charge in the north, allocating various resources in the middle, all work was progressing in an orderly manner and at a rapid pace. The first construction task to be completed is the new stainless steel special blast furnace of the Xing'an County steelmaking plant. This big thing started production as soon as it was completed. It can produce a large amount of stainless steel every day. At the same time, the molybdenum steel, that was just developed recently, is also continuing producing. With the continuous supply of these basic materials, other corresponding production tasks can be accelerated. Linfei's Power Research Institute took the lead in completing the task of weapons production. The first batch of products produced were 5,000 copycat Type 56 semi-automatic rifles, which are the standard Type 3 rifles named after the Han tribe. These 5,000 semi-automatic rifles are specially equipped for the use of the Shens guards and the Jinwu guards around Luo Chong. They are all Luo Chong's direct guards. The 5,000 semi-automatic rifles are only the first batch of equipment. After careful calculation, it may be it's not enough, because the Shens guard will be expanded soon, and more firearms will definitely be needed by then. In addition, there are also the first batch of 250 general-purpose machine guns, which are also equipped for use by the Shens guards. Other troops cannot get them yet. However, the production of machine guns continued. After all, it was a weapon that would be equipped to the entire Han tribe army in the future. It was impossible to produce only 250 guns. Then there are the first batch of 3,000 standard Type 2 rifles, which are improved bolt-action rifles with shortened barrels and calibers. These 3,000 rifles are prepared by Luo Chong to be equipped to other troops. Who will be temporarily equipped with them? I haven't thought about it yet. As for the firearms, I can save them for now. It would also be a good choice to change the equipment of each unit when Luo Chong and his family go south. With enough special steel, the weapons production project is progressing quickly. After all, the Han tribe has produced similar weapons before and has a large number of engineering technicians and workers with mature experience. Now it is just a change of materials. Others the difference is not huge. On the other hand, the renovation and expansion work at Huxindeo Glass Factory is also proceeding very quickly. The beer bottle production line is not a high-tech thing. It is nothing more than cutting a certain amount of semi-molten glass liquid according to the weight and then putting it into the mold. It is blown into shape and finally cooled to shape. The relevant technical reserves of the Han tribe are also very mature, so it is not difficult at all to design and manufacture. Besides, now that there is better stainless steel that can be used to make molds, the quality of the products can be improved to a higher level. Finally, there is the production line at the brewery. The steel and cement factory building is fast enough and extremely strong. It can be said to be the strongest building in the world at present, and the production line inside is not particularly difficult. The main reason is that beer brewing itself has no technical content. Luo Chong could make it at home with some simple cooking utensils before. Now all he needs to do is turn manual work into industrial production. A set of malt crusher, a set of malt leaching tank, and a kettle for cooking wine. Finally, it is transferred to the fermentation tank. When the fermentation reaches a certain level, it is filled into the wine bottle using a glass bottle filling line, and then just use a capping machine to seal it. This is the main process of beer production, and there are also some auxiliary equipment, such as beer bottle cleaning machines and wine bottle high-temperature sterilizers, which are also indispensable. After all, the Han tribe was not so luxurious as to throw away the glass bottles directly. They must be recycled and reused. In this case, disinfection and cleaning work must be indispensable. A complete set of equipment has been drawn up at the Research Institute and some model experiments have been carried out. Now that the steelmaking plant has a steady supply of stainless steel, the equipment was quickly manufactured. However, since there are no trains to Luoyang County, it is difficult to transport these large equipment and production lines. In the end, they can only be dismantled into parts and then transported to the factory one by tractor for assembly. Some equipment, such as for something as large as a fermentation tank, the materials can only be transported to the brewery and then processed in the factory. The brewery has been busy for several months, and it was finally completed in early August. The glass factory can now provide a steady stream of glass bottles, and the Research Institute on Lake Center Island can also provide enough. Rubber sealing gaskets and bottle caps from Qingshu County are not a problem. This thing is originally stamped with a layer of iron sheet, and the most lacking thing in Qingshu County is steel materials, not to mention a small beer bottle. How much iron can be used for the cover? At this point, the entire supporting industry chain of the brewery was completed. Then Luo Chong transferred a person from the machinery factory in Qingshu County to be the factory director, responsible for the mechanical technology work, and transferred someone from the liquor factory in Weishan County. The factory transferred a deputy director in charge of brewing technology. Qingshu transferred several experienced clerks from the Luoyang County Sheriff's Office to do financial work, then recruited workers and conducted training. After the training was completed and they had similar experience, she purchased barley from the granary as raw materials used in the production of beer. The entire Snowflake Brewery has entered a rapid preparation mode and can start production at any time. Moreover, this is a government-run enterprise. In addition to paying wages to the workers, the rest of the company's income and profits will all go into the Han tribe's fiscal revenue. This is a huge sum. Not a small income. In the foreseeable future, when there are more similar enterprises in the Han tribe, at least Luo Chong's court will no longer worry about money. Time has entered August, and the development of the brewery has been on the right track. By mid-August, the factory has decided to conduct trial production. It will take about 10 days to produce the first batch of beer. If the quality and effect are still, if it works, then it will be officially put into production. At the same time, the time for Luo Chong to move south is getting closer. Luo Chong's original plan was to wait until autumn, around September, to set off, but now it is already mid-August, and there is only half of the full plan left. About a month. Fortunately, he has taken care of everything in the beer industry chain, otherwise he would have to worry about things here after he leaves. At home, the relationship between Zhang and her family is not very good, and Luo Chong doesn't like the Zhang clan very much. You must know that the reason why Luo Chong and Zhang met was because the Zhang clan regarded Zhang as some kind of bullshit saint girl, and then wanted to throw her into the river and drown her, to sacrifice to the river god. If Luo Chong hadn't happened to save her, Zhang would have died long ago. Therefore, Luo Chong had no favorable impressions of the Zhang clan, and Zhang also had no favorable impressions of her family, so there was no need to take them with her when moving south this time. But Xiaodia's side is different. Xiaodai has a very good relationship with her mother's Chong. Chong has also made great contributions to the textile industry of the Han tribe. Chong has no husband, and she is not too young herself. What I miss the most is Xiaodia's daughter, and the two children born to Xiaodai and Luo Chong. Although Shang was unwilling to move south and follow him to cause trouble to Luo Chong, in the end, with Xiaodia's persuasion, he decided to go along with him. So one more person had to be added to the moving matter. Fortunately, apart from Xiaodai, Shang didn't have any other relatives. She only brought a few old people with good connections with her to follow her, who would help take care of her in the future. In fact, if it was just to take care of Chang's life, there was no need to bring these people with him. As the leader of the Han tribe, would Luo Chong, the future emperor of the Han Empire, have no one to take care of his mother-in-law? In fact, it's just that Chong has been with those old guys for a long time and can't bear to leave them. Besides, she is not familiar with the place in the south. If Chong goes there alone, no one will really talk to her, and her life will be really boring. Preparations are proceeding quickly. Luo Chong basically has nothing important to bring here. Except for the collection of industrial products in Luo Chong's study, plus some clothes and other things, there are also children's toys. Even Xiao Luoqing's the train has been dismantled and cannot be completed in a short time. If Luo Chong hadn't promised to lay a longer track for him when he got to his new home in the south, he probably wouldn't have allowed it to be dismantled. There is no need to move other furniture and other things. For the home in Takumi County, Dashu has already prepared new ones, and the standards are no worse than the current ones. September is approaching day by day. Luo Chong is still sitting at home and dealing with official affairs in various places. Xiaodai, Zhang, and Shang are busier. They take turns watching the four children, and the rest begin to lead. The maid packed her things, and then with the help of the guards, she began to move the things to the dock in Luoyang County. At this time in Luoyang County, there were more than a dozen sailing ships gathered on the pier, including 6 large flying fish ships, and the remaining 7 or 8 three-masted sailing ships. Among them, Luo Chong and his party will occupy 2 flying fish boats. In addition to carrying Luo Chong's family, they also need to carry Luo Chong's family's luggage. In addition, some guards will be responsible for security issues, and the remaining guards will take the another flying fish boat followed Luo Chong's boat. In addition, a battalion of Shent's guards will also be sent to accompany the sick Shent's guards this time. They have 2 main tasks this time. One is to escort Luo Chong to Tuahai County safely, and Luo Chong will dispatch them after they arrive in the south. Go to garrison troops in other places, and let them be responsible for training the firearms training of armies in various places to help the Han tribes implement the full firearms reform of the army as soon as possible. In addition to the 2 security teams, the remaining ships will also be equipped with a group of engineering and technical personnel, the same talents Luo Chong said were used to form southern industry. Among them are those in charge of mining, some in charge of coking, some in charge of machinery, and some in charge of steel mills. These people are the first batch. After they have established factories in the past and stabilized things, they will be recruited in the future. They moved there together with their families, and the tribe has redistributed fields and houses to these people so that they can work with peace of mind after they move there. Luo Chong is preparing here, and those who will follow Luo Chong to move south are also preparing. In addition to these accompanying persons and a small number of family members, there are also a large number of mechanical equipment that will be loaded on ships and will follow him south. After all, preparations for various factories, advanced equipment and materials also need to be transported from the north. The current situation of the Han tribe is different from before. In order to develop a complete industrial system, the entire Han tribe spent a lot of resources and time to build it. Now it is different. The industrial system in the north has matured, and the south will no longer. If you think of similar factories, you can get strong support from the north. Although it requires long-distance transportation, it is better than starting R&D from scratch with nothing, right? The fleet going south began to actively prepare and was divided into two parts. The fleet docked at Luoyang County Pier is mainly responsible for transporting personnel. The fleet at Weishan County has a railway line above the port and a roll-off berth. Therefore, a fleet of ships was docked here specifically to transport large equipment. Finally, a few days before Luo Chong was about to set off, good news came from the brewery. After a week of fermentation, the wort had turned into fragrant beer, but it is still stored in the fermentation tank. After Shi Xian heard the news, she immediately came to inform Luo Chong and wanted to invite Luo Chong to visit the canning production line in person. After all the beer in this batch is poured into glass bottles, Luo Chong can also take some of it with him to the south. Luo Chong was so excited about this idea. You must know that the industry in the south is still in its infancy. When the south can produce its own beer, we don't know how long it will take. In the foreseeable future, the main tasks in the next 2 to 3 years will be the source of beer must still depend on the supply from the north. Early the next morning, Luo Chong took people to the brewery early. He first inspected the various workshops and equipment of the factory, then asked about the management here and the workers' feelings, and then went to the tank where the work was about to start. The assembly workshop is here. Next to the canning workshop, there is another workshop that has already started work. This is the wine bottle decontamination workshop. Even if it is a newly made glass bottle that has not been filled with beer once, nor is it a recycled bottle, it must also be processed first. It can only be used after cleaning and disinfection. Luo Chong has already asked people to write the production slogan in big characters on the wall of the workshop. The food industry focuses on hygiene and safety. It must make people eat and drink with confidence. Only by making their workers dare to eat and drink can they produce go to sell. If the production environment is unhygienic, the operating procedures do not comply with the rules and regulations, and even the workers in the own factory are afraid to eat their own products, then there is no need to work in the food industry. The cleaned and disinfected bottles are turned upside down to dry out the water, hung on a trolley made of an iron frame, and then manually pushed to the filling line, and the trolley is stuck in the bottle conveying position. When the transmission link of the production line is started, the bottles will be automatically transferred to the production line. This was originally designed like this for convenience. After everything was ready, as Luo Chong shouted the start command, someone immediately moved the wrench, opened the valve of the beer and wine delivery pipeline, and started the entire production line. The current beer filling line of the Han tribe actually has a relatively small output. There is only one pipe and one filling port, and it can only fill one bottle at a time. Moreover, the Han tribe does not yet have electronic numerical control technology. For the frequency and speed of filling operations, as well as the amount of filling, they still use the simplest physical control method. Just for this technology, the research institute wastes a lot of time. Most of the metal pipe valves currently produced by the Han tribe are manually controlled. The process of pouring beer into a bottle is like using a bottle to collect water under the faucet. However, the automatic production line cannot do this, and must solve the quantitative problem of each filling. The issue of drinks. In the previous liquor factory, the beer was poured manually using funnels. Because the output was not large, manual pouring was completely affordable, but beer was different. In order to solve this problem, the institute specially invented a double cavity valve, which means a valve cavity is added between the pipe and the valve outlet. The volume of this cavity is the same as the volume of wine that needs to be added. The Han tribe also adopts modern beer standard rationing, with a net content of 560 milliliters per bottle, so the internal volume of the cavity above the valve is also 560 milliliters. When starting the filling operation, the machine will automatically open the inlet valve above the cavity, fill the valve cavity with wine, and then the upper injection port will close again. At this time, the switch of the lower discharge port will be turned on, and the quantitative amount can be poured. All 560 milliliters of alcohol can be put into beer bottles. There is also the last key question, which is how to ensure that the beer will not foam when pouring. You must know that beer is the easiest to foam. If the foam is full when half of the filling is completed, the remaining beer will definitely not be poured in, and will automatically overflow, causing product loss and substandard filling. Product. In order to solve this problem, the method proposed by the Institute is to make the filling port into a slender tubular nozzle. When filling, first wait for the empty bottle on the assembly line to reach the filling position, and then fix it securely. The spout will descend and be inserted all the way to the bottom of the bottle, which is still 2 centimeters away from the bottom. Then it will start filling. When it is full, lift the filling mouth and pull it out of the bottle. In this way, the wine liquid will hardly come into contact with the air, and the probability of foaming is greatly reduced. Even if there is still some foam, the space left at the neck of the wine bottle is enough to hold the foam, so that it will not easily overflow. A series of optimized designs make the performance of this beer filling line very reliable. Apart from the low output, there are no other problems. But it is enough to cope with the existing market size of the Han tribe. As the machine starts up, the empty wine bottles line up one by one and walk to the bottom of the filling station. Then they are filled with wine and continue to line up to the capping area at the back. The speed here in the capping area is even faster. It only takes about 1 second to cap a bottle of beer, but the previous preparations require several steps. The Han tribe promotes dark brown beer bottles. Glass of this color can be fired by adding a certain proportion of iron oxide crystals. The iron oxide crystals are produced when the Han tribe uses pyrite to produce sulfuric acid. The byproducts were basically not used before, or they were put in the enamel to adjust the color. Now when brown wine bottles are mass-produced, these iron oxides can finally be used. Because it is a dark brown wine bottle, I chose a black bottle cap, so that the color looks very coordinated. The steps for making black bottle caps are basically to roll the iron sheets into rolls at the steel mill, and then spray the iron sheets with black paint. The paint sprays them into pure black iron sheets, and then sends them to the brewery for processing. Stamped and finally turned into bottle caps. The packaged beer produced here in the capping area is equipped with pure black bottle caps, but this is not the end of the world. The packaged beer needs to undergo 2 quality inspections. The first one is to check whether there is any loose packaging, air leakage or wine leakage. If so, it must be reported in time to the capping area. Stop work and check to see where the problem is. If there is no leakage, the quality inspector will take out a white seal and stamp it on the black beer bottle cap. On the top of this seal is a snowflake crystal pattern, which is the snow beer logo. There are also 2 Chinese characters for snow below. However, this seal is not dipped in ink pad, but white paint. The final product is a dark brown wine bottle with a white trademark pattern printed on the black bottle cap. But this is not over yet. This step of quality inspection mainly checks whether there is any leakage, and the second step of quality inspection checks whether there is any foreign matter in the bottle. The beer that has passed the sealing inspection will be sent to the second inspection position. There are many carbide lamps here. The sealed beer will pass in front of the light one by one on the conveyor belt. The quality inspector will use the light to observe whether there are any defects inside the bottle. Foreign body. If there is foreign matter, it will be picked out. If not, a color overprinted trademark label needs to be affixed to the bottle to prove that it has been inspected. Therefore, the two trademarks on the bottle mouth and bottle body not only exist as trademarks, but also serve as proof of qualification for two inspections to ensure the product's qualification rate. After these steps are completed, you will finally go to the packaging area and be packed into nailed wooden boxes, or directly tied into bundles with hemp rope. 10 bottles of beer are tied into a bundle with rope, which is called a bundle. Have a beer. Both types of packaging have their own advantages. Packing in boxes is convenient for transportation, and can be stacked infinitely. No matter what, it can be stacked 7 or 8 layers, but it cannot be tied directly with ropes. It is inconvenient to transport, but it is very suitable for small traders. For example, roadside barbecue vendors don't use a large amount. If they use a tricycle to pull goods, 200 or 300 bottles at a time may be just right. It's enough to sell for one day, and they can take the bottles to restock the next day. Of course, if you want a large quantity, such as a restaurant, etc., you can deliver it directly to your door. In this case, it will be more convenient to pack it in a box. But this is all temporary. After the brewery production gets on track in the future, the Han tribe will definitely develop some barreled beer and sell it to individuals or roadside stalls. This kind of customer group will either drink at home or drink at home. They sell bulk draft beer at roadside stalls. They sell it by the cup. How much does it cost per cup? But Luo Chong doesn't need to worry about such trivial matters. He only needs to make sure that the filling production line can run stably and that all the previous investments have not been in vain. This is enough. I visited the brewery and had a big meal with the workers here. In the afternoon, when the brewery produced 5,000 boxes of beer, Luo Chong directly asked them to load it onto the tractor and transport it away. Shipments are shipped directly from the dock in Luoyang County. The beer boxes of the Han tribe all use 24-bottle standard boxes. One bottle is 560 milliliters, and 5,000 boxes of beer are almost 672 tons of liquor. Note that this is the net content and does not include the weight of the box and beer bottles. 672 tons of beer are produced at one time, which is basically the maximum output of the brewery in a single time. The brewery itself doesn't have much left over. Even if all the fermentation tanks are full, it is estimated that they can only hold 800 tons. Wine or so. But this time it was originally a trial production, and not all the production capacity was used at all, so Luo Chong took away almost all the production this time. Nearly 700 tons of beer, plus the weight of glass bottles and wooden boxes, the total weight has exceeded 1,000 tons. One ship will definitely not be able to load it. In the end, only 3 ships were needed to completely transport the 5,000 boxes. Pack the beer to go, and leave some space for people. The day is approaching day by day, and those who are going south with Luo Chong have begun to gather in Luoyang County. The cargo ship fleet at the Weishan County Pier has already set off. In order to pursue a larger load capacity, the cargo ships also have portable equipment for loading. So there is no flying fish boat, they are all old-fashioned, 3-masted sailing ships. Such a sailboat has a large displacement, high load capacity, and good seaworthiness, but it is not as fast as a flying fish boat, so it sets off immediately after loading the cargo and completing the cargo manifest. Finally, on August 29th, Luo Chong's family also arrived in Luoyang County in a carriage. The 4 children were very excited, and the eldest and second child were even more excited. The 2 children were almost 5 years old, and they were still very excited. I have never been on a large sailboat. Now that I have come to the dock and see so many sailboats, it would be strange not to be excited. Xiaodai, Zhaoning, and Shang are looking after 4 children, but they can't control them. It happened to be the weekend again, and the weather was good. It was cloudy, with no blazing sun, and a slight breeze. It was very suitable for outdoor play, so Luo Chong asked Xiaxian to organize a dinner party on the school playground in Luoyang County. Among the participants were the group of people who were about to go south with Luo Chong, as well as their family members who came to see them off. It was considered a farewell lunch. After lunch, we rested for a while. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone started to board the ship. By this time, the third and fourth children of Luo Chong's family had fallen asleep due to exhaustion. These 2 children were still young, only 1 year old. Half and half, they were still not able to speak clearly, but Xiao Luoqing and Xiao Luolan were different. After getting on the ship, they ran around on the deck, looking here and there, touching each other, getting on the deck, and getting into the cabin again. Same as visiting. This is not the case on other ships. The people who traveled with Luo Chong this time basically didn't bring any family members, not even their wives, and it was even less possible to bring their children. They had to go to the south to settle down first. Only by handling the house and land affairs in the new environment can the family be brought over. But one good thing is that the Han tribe government will cover one-way travel expenses for their families, and will organize a special ship to pick up their wives and children. They will also be responsible for the safety, food and accommodation along the way, which is a good welfare package. The fleet quickly set sail and the journey was smooth. Now the only people who have the ability to drive so many fleets on the Luyang River are the Han tribe. Other forces or tribes simply don't have that strength, and they don't have the ability to do anything to the sailboats on the Luyang River. The people of the Han tribe can be very proud to say that the Luyang River is the inland river of the Han tribe. When sailing on this river, as long as there is no weather problem, no one will be able to attack them on the boat. The first stop of the fleet is the newly opened Qingshu County and Qian County in the middle and lower reaches. It does not go directly to Tuahai County, because most of the people who followed Luo Chong this time are actually going to Qingshu County and Qian County to work. To mine coal mines, to build coking plants and steel mills and rolling mills. In addition, Luo Chong, as the leader of the Han tribe, has not visited the 2 newly established counties yet. Since he passed by there this time, he could not pass without entering. The speed of the flying fish boat was very fast. After only 1 day of travel, it was far away from the old sailing ships in the fleet. On the second day, it had already surpassed the cargo ships that had set off early. By the 5th day, it consisted of 6 flying fish boats. The small fleet has already arrived at the dock of Qingshu County. Luo Chong sent a message to Yu Fu on the ship a few days in advance, telling him that he was bringing people over, so that he could be prepared to welcome and settle the people. Yu Fu naturally agreed happily, especially for the placement of personnel, he had already prepared it. The Han tribe hired the entire Baiwu tribe to build in Qian County. Although the city does not yet have walls, the houses, schools, government offices, markets and other supporting facilities in the residential area have actually been built long ago. Stand up. As long as those technicians are willing to come, they will be able to live in a house immediately, and their families will be allocated acres of land. Moreover, the land has already been cultivated and is being cultivated by the slave corps. The children's schooling is not a problem. At least the school has been built and there is space for them to attend classes. However, there is still a shortage of some teachers. This requires Luo Chong to find a way to dispatch some teachers. For food, you can be self-sufficient here. For clothing, although there is no weaving here, you can buy it from other counties. Water and land transportation are very convenient, so there is no need to worry at all. If you want to live, the government will directly allocate houses. Okay, you basically have to rely on your legs. However, Luo Chong's ambitions this time are still very high. As the Han tribe's industrial system becomes more and more complete, bicycles that were not able to be mass-produced before may not be possible in the future. Luo Chong is planning to build a bicycle factory in the south this time and start promoting bicycles throughout the tribe. The technical reserves are sufficient. After all, a batch has been produced in small batches before. However, the industrial conditions at that time were not yet mature, there was not such a large steel production volume, and there was a shortage of skilled technical workers, so it could not be popularized on a large scale. However, now, Luo Chong finally has the confidence to promote bicycles. On the pier of Qingshu County, Luo Chong walked down the deck with his 2 wives and 4 children. On the pier, he was greeted by Yu Fu and 2 strangers. These 2 people were none other than the 2 heads of the Qingshu faction, Guji and Tian Hong, who were in charge of the White House clan. They heard the news 2 days ago that Yu Fu said that the leader of the Han tribe was coming. At that time, they wanted to come over and have a look. They wanted to see what kind of person the leader of such a powerful Han tribe was. Now that they finally saw the real person, the 2 of them opened their mouths in surprise and stared at Luo Chong's family in disbelief. They didn't expect that the leader of the Han tribe was actually so young. Well, in fact, he is not too young anymore. Luo Chong is now 19 years old. In this world, he is actually in his prime, and is no longer as immature as he was when he was 12 or 13 years old. On the dock pier in Qingshu County, Yu Fu came to greet him with the 2 chiefs of the Baiwu clan. As soon as Luo Chong took his family off the boat, Yu Fu came up to him and bowed to him. Yu Fu has met the leader and the 2 ladies. Guji, Tian Hong, the patriarch of the Baiwu clan, has met the leader of the Han tribe. The 2 members of the Baiwu clan followed suit and saluted a little awkwardly. This is the leader of the Han tribe, and he is still alive. This is the first time that the 2 of them have seen such a powerful person. Well, no courtesy, this is not the place to talk. By the way, we are here now. Yu Fu, should you join the friendship of the landlords? How do you plan to arrange for us, and these 2, why don't you introduce them to me? Luo Fu Chong gave him a casual hand and said, Chief, let me introduce to you. This is the Guji clan leader of the Baiwu clan. This is the Tian Hong clan leader of the Baiwu clan. There are 5 clan leaders in the Baiwu clan. They are the 2 youngest ones. Currently, they are responsible for coordinating the work of the Baiwu tribe for us, and both of them are friends of our Han tribe. Yu Fu introduced the 2 people's attitude towards the Han tribe with a pun. Luo Chong raised his lips slightly when he heard this. Are they all good friends of the Han tribe? That's because I think the Han tribe is good. Then wouldn't this be easy to handle? As long as the other party thinks that the Han tribe is good, then there is no need to worry about the other party not being won over. Oh, it turns out they are our friends. I have heard from Yu Fu about you a long time ago. I heard that you are leading your tribe to work for the Han tribe, so I told Yu Fu not to treat our friends badly. When you work, you have to take care of the food, so that everyone has enough to eat, a place to sleep, clothes to wear, and wages cannot be owed. It is not easy for a small tribe to survive. We in the Han tribe will help if we can. I wonder if the 2 chiefs and the members of your tribe are living well in the Han tribe during this time. Have Yu Fu ever treated you badly? You? If he has wronged you, just tell me, and I will make up for it. Guji and Tian Hong were immediately flattered when they heard this and waved their hands quickly. Don't dare, don't dare. What the leader of the Han tribe said is serious. Ambassador Yu is very good to our Baiwu tribe. He works for the Han tribe. Every adult, regardless of gender, has 3 full meals a day, and every meal has meat. There are eggs, and even the children who help herd the sheep and collect grass, Yu Changshu gave them enough food, and there was never a shortage of wages. We, the White House clan, have used the wages to purchase a lot of good things. But the Han tribe is a big tribe. Everything from your Han tribe is good. Our tribe likes it very much and wants everything. I'm afraid we have to do a lot of work for the Han tribe to buy what they want. Tian Hong quickly explained for Yu Fu, fearing that Luo Chong would deal with Yu Fu indiscriminately. Yu Fu snickered beside him, and Luo Chong also had a warm smile on his face. Routines, these are just routines. How could I punish you, Fu? I just want you to be grateful. That's good. It's good that he didn't treat you badly. But two clan leaders, you said that no matter how much work you do, you won't be able to buy things. I don't agree with this. In fact, there is still a way to make your clan live a peaceful life. We Han tribe people live the same life, Luo Chong said in a persuasive way. Guji and Tian Hong's eyes lit up when they heard this. I wonder what the Han leader said. This matter is actually easy to handle. You Baiwu people can just join the Han tribe. As long as you become a citizen of the Han tribe and have a household registration of the Han tribe, you can naturally enjoy the same treatment as us common people. Divide the fields and go to school for free so that the children can learn useful skills. The tribe will protect the safety of the people and create better living conditions for you. Of course, you must also fulfill your obligations as citizens, such as performing military service, taxes, etc. Luo Chong said casually, but in fact he was still secretly observing the two people's reactions. When Guji and Tian Hong heard that they were asked to join the Han tribe, they felt excited. You must know that this was the wooing of the Han tribe leader. It was not on the same level as Yu Fu's wooing. It was only the Han leader who could win over them. True glory. But when they heard about the obligations of Han tribe citizens, they hesitated. The living standards of the Han tribe people are good, but they are also subject to tribal control. The two of them still don't know enough about the Han tribe, so they still can't make an immediate decision on such an important matter, otherwise they will be cheated. Tribe, wouldn't you have become a sinner? But if he doesn't agree, will the leader of the Han tribe be angry, and will he cut off all contacts between the Han tribe and the Baiwu tribe? Then who will they work for in the future, and where will they get so many good things? The two looked at each other and frowned at the thought. Luo Chong saw their hesitation, and he didn't expect that he could win them over with just one word. The Baiwu tribe has been working for the Han tribe for nearly a year. If they had joined so proactively, they would have joined long ago. Why should they wait for Luo Chong to come and win over them in person? So Luo Chong said without any hesitation, "Don't worry, two clan leaders. It's all voluntary for you to join our Han tribe. Our Han tribe never forces any tribe to join. So many clans took the initiative to join our Han tribe. In fact, it's just to live a better life. Only with more people can the tribe become stronger and make its people safer. Only with enough security can the people farm and develop with peace of mind. Therefore, things like military service are not something that people in our Han tribe can do. It is very positive. Being a soldier can protect the tribe, which is what every warrior yearns for. If you don't want to join the Han tribe, you can still work as usual in the future. However, our 2 new counties will be built soon, and there may not be so much work for you by then. Let's talk about this later. If it doesn't work, I'll ask Yu Fu to look for you and see if there is any job suitable for you." Luo Chong tightened the net a little, deliberately putting some pressure on them, so that the White House clan could make a decision as soon as possible. Chungkong County and Qian County will soon be operating at full capacity. By then, we cannot allow this place to have an unstable neighbor, otherwise it will hinder the development of the Han tribe. Therefore, regardless of whether the Baiwu tribe joins, whether to be directly annihilated by the Han tribe or not, a decision must be made quickly. Thank you, Chief Han, for the invitation. This matter is too big. We are just 2 clan leaders in the tribe and cannot represent the entire tribe. We still need to discuss this matter. I hope Chief Han will not mind. Guji quickly pleaded a little. He bowed his hands and apologized, for fear of offending the powerful young leader. Don't worry, you too. Our Han tribe has never been a domineering tribe, not to mention that you are still friends of our Han tribe. Luo Chong waved his hands casually, expressing his indifference to this matter. Guji and Tianhong breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. They looked at each other and saw worry and fear in each other's eyes. After Luo Chong's family got off the boat, people from the other boats also got off one after another. The first to come down were Luo Chong's two security teams, including a battalion of Shent's guards with about 900 people, and a Jingwu guard with 500 people. Both teams were nominally Luo Chong's Imperial Guard, but the Jingwu Guard has a heavier garrison task and is similar to a guard force, while the Shent's Guard is more inclined to the style of the main field army. Both teams have now been equipped with new semi-automatic rifles. Each of them carried a gun on his back, with a bright white sword-shaped bayonet on it. They walked off the ship in a neat line, and then quickly lined up without anyone at all. After giving the order, he ran to various parts of the dock and began to control the situation. The neat steps stepped on the wooden planks of the pier trestle, making a tapping sound that struck the hearts of everyone present. This is the majesty of the leader of the Han tribe. Guji and Tianhong were both frightened. They had never seen such a scene before. Although the Han tribe had brought over a slave regiment of tens of thousands of people before, that regiment was made up of cannibal children. They were captured to form a group to reclaim wasteland and farm here. This legion is said to be a legion, but in fact it is more like a prisoner of war concentration camp. The children in it farm and work under slavery every day, and there is no way they look like soldiers. But the two guards around Luo Chong are different. They are all tall and strong, carefully selected and strong men. They have received strict military training for a long time. They are not only professional soldiers, but also Han Chinese. The elite ace among the tribe's many professional armies. Wherever such an army stands, its momentum alone will be different from that of an ordinary army. Guji and Tianhong were stunned on the spot. Wasn't it fine just now? Didn't you just say that you won't do anything to the White House clan? So now that there are suddenly more than 1,000 strong men, each carrying a sharp short spear, what kind of trouble will the Han tribe cause? The two of them immediately panicked. Tianhong quietly rubbed his feet on the ground, finally sneaking up to Yu Fu's side, and then asked in a low voice. Chief Yu, who are these people? Why are they holding weapons, and why don't they say anything? Is it possible that we just angered your leader and he wants to? Yu Fu laughed out loud when he heard this. Ha 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 ha, Chief Tian is overthinking. This is the most elite warrior of our Han tribe, who is responsible for protecting the safety of the leader. When the leader travels, there will be troops following him wherever he goes. This is normal in our Han tribe, and it doesn't matter, don't worry, the Han tribe has the best weapons and the most powerful army, but they will never aim at our friends. Do you understand? Yu Fu looked at the two of them with a smile. Said. Yes, 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 we are friends, we must be friends. Tianhong and Guji were both scared to tears, they wouldn't be so frightened. If they dare to say that they are not friends, they will be poked into a hornet's nest by these strong men with short spears in the next second. After the guards took control of the field, the first batch of technicians and workers who came with Luo Chong also disembarked one after another. Everyone had been on the ship for several days. This time, they had to reorganize in Qingshu County first. Then transfer to their respective work locations to start work. After Luo Chong settled his wife and children, he followed Yu Fu to inspect the construction of Qingshu County. Qingshu County is now well under construction. It has a very large wharf. What is available at the wharf in Weishan County is also available here. And because of the experience, the planning is more reasonable. Warehouses, docks, train stations, freight yards, and storage yards are all reasonably concentrated. Not far away is the city. However, like Qian County, Qingshu County has not yet built a city wall. Because they have entered industrialization, the Han tribe is no longer very enthusiastic about building city walls. Having a city wall will hinder the development and growth of the city. If it is to be expanded later, it will have to be demolished twice. Not only is it troublesome, it will also affect the planning. Furthermore, the urban construction in Qingshu County has not been completely completed. Now that the city walls are erected, it is inconvenient to transport various building materials inside. However, there is still room for the city walls for the time being, but the size of the city gate is things are different. The Han tribe's vehicles are getting bigger and bigger, so naturally the city wall can't be as stingy as before. Schools, government offices, post offices, streets, residential areas, shops, granaries, sewers, and willows used as street lights on the roadside, the facilities that should be in the city are now almost complete, but they are still being improved. At noon, everyone had a dinner together at the school. Because there is currently no settled population in Qingshu County, the schools here are not open yet. After finishing the meal, Luo Chong took them back to the dock to inventory the supplies. He told Yu Fu about the various mechanical equipment he had brought this time, and told him the focus of his future work, which was to complete the southern project as soon as possible. Industrial layout. Guji and Tianhong accompanied them throughout the whole process, and once again saw the power of the Han tribe. The Han tribe is so powerful. Not only does it have a huge population, it can also build large ships, trains, and iron oxen and horses, tractors. As far as they know, the Han tribe seems to be unable to build anything other than flying in the sky. Running and swimming, there is nothing that the Han tribe cannot create. After the inventory of supplies and personnel was completed, and it was almost evening, Luo Chong proposed taking them to the countryside for a stroll and hunting to see if they could hunt any game delicacies. Guji and Tianhong were very happy. They followed Luo Chong and Yu Fu all day long, listening to them talking about this factory, that mine, this stone and that cart, but they couldn't understand anything. Just know that the Han tribe is very powerful. Now it's finally a topic they can understand. Hunting. They can do this too. In the past, when the Baiwu people did not work for the Han tribe, the whole family, young and old, relied on hunting and growing potatoes to survive. They were very familiar with hunting. But when he arrived in the forest, when Luo Chong suddenly pulled the trigger on the wild boar in the distance, he heard a loud bang. The wild boar, which weighed hundreds of kilograms, immediately fell down with a hole as big as a bowl in its body and was covered in blood. The flow doesn't stop. Guji and Tianhong were dumbfounded on the spot. Is this what you call hunting? Why is it different from how we hunt? What about a battle of wits and courage with the prey? Did you agree to dig a trap first and then lure the prey there? Woo 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 woo. Before the two of them could say anything about their hunting experience, they heard gunfire in the forest. Weasel weasel. Da-da-da-da. A group of wild boars in the forest were unlucky. They happened to encounter Luo Chong and his guards coming over for hunting. Shotguns, rifles, and machine guns were fired at the same time, and the group of wild boars were wiped out in less than 2 minutes. Ancient plan, Tianhong. These two people both want to die. Guji and Tianhong had always thought that the soldiers of the Han tribe were armed with short spears made of iron. However, only now did they realize that they were not weapons for throwing. This magical iron pipe weapon has a thin sword inserted in the front and can be flexibly attached and detached. However, this seems to be just an auxiliary function, because in fact, this should be a long-range weapon. Something similar to a bow and arrow or a crossbow. However, the two of them did not see arrows on it. They only found that every time the Han tribe used this weapon, it would make a loud noise, like thunder in summer, and spit out fire. The prey that is hit will bleed profusely on the spot, fall to the ground, and a big hole will be blown out of its body. They couldn't figure out what this thing was, whether it was a technological creation or a gift from the gods. But one thing they knew very well was that this weapon was very powerful. There should be no tribe in the world that would be a team player of the Han tribe. They don't understand other tribes, but they know one thing very well, that is, the White House tribe will definitely not be able to win. Not to mention the fire-breathing weapons in the hands of these soldiers, even if they were all replaced with large blades, wooden sticks, and spears, the White House clan would still be unable to defeat them. Why? Because there are more than 1,400 escorts of these Han tribe leaders alone, and all of them are strong adult men. Looking back at the White House clan, the total population is only about 2,000 people. All the men, old and young, combined, are not as many as the guards around Luo Chong. How can you fight like this? Fortunately, the two tribes are still friends, and there is no reason for either side to take action. But if the Han tribe turns against them in the future, that might be a problem. By then, let alone confrontation, the Baiwu tribe might not even be able to escape. After all, the Han tribe had tractors and a large number of horses. How could they possibly outrun them? Two clan leaders, do you want to come and try the weapons of our Han tribe? Luo Chong actively invited with a smile on his face and a rifle. Guji and Tianhong were stunned when they heard this, and both of them immediately started to tremble. I couldn't tell whether I was scared or excited. Do they actually have a chance to touch this godlike weapon? Really? What is this weapon called? This is a weapon used by gods to punish mortals. This weapon is too powerful. Guji and Tianhong said very excitedly. Of course, I just have time and space now. Come and try it out, Yofu. This is the latest model of semi-automatic rifle. Shenswai just changed it. You probably haven't seen it before. Luo Chong nodded affirmatively. And at the same time invited Yu Fu to join him. Yu Fu had long wanted to give it a try. He had seen bolt-action rifles before, but this was the first time he had seen such a weapon that could automatically eject the shell and change the ammunition. Although the semi-automatic rifle does not look as long as the previous standard bolt-pull rifle, it is definitely far superior in terms of ammunition capacity and firepower sustainability. Of course, Yu Fu wants to give it a try. No man will reject the charm of guns, even swords. Not to mention Guji and Tianhong, both of them excitedly started to fight. Luo Chong waved, and soon 3 guards came, handed his rifle into their hands, and began to teach them how to use it step by step. Yofu knew how to do it at a glance, and soon started shooting at the trees in the distant forest under the guidance of the guards. As for the prey, it had long been scared away by the intensive gunfire. Guji and Tianhong were a little excited and at a loss after getting the gun. However, under the guidance of the guards, they quickly figured out how to use this thing called a gun. Only now did they realize that this was really a weapon similar to a bow and arrow, except that this gun was not loaded with arrows, but something made of metal called bullets. This kind of gun was machine-made by the Han tribe. The main materials are iron and wood. It can hold 10 rounds of bullets at a time and can be fired continuously. It can kill targets within 400 meters. It is not a gift from the gods. However, this news is more terrifying than a gift from God. As long as there is iron and wood, it can be made. Doesn't that mean that the Han tribe can produce without limit? Can you make as many as you want? This is more terrifying than a gift from God. There is another more critical point, that is, this weapon is very easy to learn. Guji and Tianhong couldn't even speak Chinese well, and they had a disdain for weapons like guns. But just like that, they learned how to use a rifle in 5 minutes under the guidance of the instructor. What does that mean? This means that the Han tribe can bring any commoner over, and with a little training, within a few minutes, an ordinary person can have the ability to kill any enemy within 400 meters. This is absolutely terrible. If the Han tribe wanted to invade, as long as the production of weapons could keep up, they could pull out an army of hundreds of thousands of people in a short time. Just thinking about it makes my head tingle. Weasel weasel. The two men quickly fired the mixer under the guidance of the guards, and a series of roars were emitted from the guns. The ground not far away was splashed with earth and rocks, and a small tree with a thick wrist was broken in half, although they did not aim at anything. Living animals come to fight, but looking at the wild boars that were killed by Han tribe soldiers just now, it is not difficult to see how much damage this weapon will cause to living animals. I'm afraid that as long as he is hit, his bones and tendons will be broken, and his flesh and blood will fly everywhere. The critical medical conditions in this era are basically non-existent. Once you suffer such a serious gunshot wound, even if you are not killed on the spot, you may not be able to survive for a few days. In addition, the new semi-automatic rifle uses intermediate power bullets, the amount of bullets loaded is greatly reduced, and the corresponding recoil is also reduced a lot. The two of them did not feel any discomfort due to the recoil, so they fired alone. After 10 rounds of ammunition, I fell in love with this weapon. It's a pity that they are destined to be impossible to get it, because let alone them, even Yu Fu, who they regard as a big shot, has no right to own a gun of his own. The Han tribe had extremely strict control over firearms. Although swords and spears were not prohibited, muskets were never open to anyone outside the army, not even to frontier officials like Yu Fu. The two experienced a magical weapon from the Han tribe and took the initiative to return it to the Imperial Guards. Because there were no more bullets, they only had 10 rounds for each person, and they couldn't fight anymore. But the two of them were still very happy. After this shooting experience, the Han tribe gave them a different feeling. First of all, let them understand one thing, that is, the Han tribe is very powerful and cannot be provoked. The second one is the obligation of Han tribe citizens that Luo Chong just mentioned when he won them over. For example, as a commoner of the Han tribe, you have the obligation to protect the safety of the tribe. When the tribe is in danger and needs warriors to protect the tribe, every Han tribe must protect the tribe. Citizens of the tribe are obliged to join the army and take up arms to kill the enemy. They were still a little resistant to this kind of obligation before. They always felt that Luo Chong and Yu Fu were deceiving them. After they agreed to join the Han tribe would let them join the army and then become cannon fodder. But after shooting experience, they found that they were wrong. Take up arms to protect the Han tribe? If they had this kind of weapon, they really wouldn't mind helping the Han tribe to fight the enemies, because with such a weapon in their hands, it was impossible for anyone to be the opponent of the Han tribe. In such a complicated mood, a group of people carried the harvested prey and rushed back to the city of Qingshu County. Naturally, there was a dinner party in the evening. The game barbecue, combined with the special condiments of the Han tribe, chili and cumin, makes everyone salivate and cannot stop eating. During the dinner, Luo Chong also asked people to bring hundreds of boxes of beer from the ship. After tasting it, everyone said it was delicious. They all said that beer is the best drink to go with barbecue. Yu Fu even said bluntly that he hoped to be able to serve it in Qingshu County and Hunan in the future. Qian County also has a brewery here. This beer is different from liquor. The taste is not so spicy, and the alcohol content is not particularly high. It is very suitable for drinking and will definitely be liked by many people. Luo Chong did not agree directly. There is no doubt that Qingshu County and Qian County will be positioned as heavy industry bases in the future. Putting heavy industry companies and food companies together is definitely a stupid idea. Guji and Tian Hong also drank a few bottles of beer, and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts that the life of the Han tribe was really good. In the past, the White House tribe, because they grew potatoes and still hunted and gathered, they would not go hungry, but they had never eaten too much. Sometimes roasted potatoes could fill them up, but if they couldn't hunt prey, then eating meat becomes a problem. Now after working for the Han tribe, because the Han tribe takes care of the food, they finally live a good life with 3 full meals a day, including meat and eggs. Originally this was already good in their eyes, but now they see that damn barbecue and beer are the way to go. While they were still rejoicing that they had meat and eggs for 3 meals a day, the Han tribe was already discussing which kind of grain made better wine. Listen, listen, are these human words? You gave us so much food that we couldn't eat it all, but we actually used it to make wine in a luxurious way. Is this a personnel matter? The beer tastes so good. After the dinner party, Luo Chong followed Youfu and took the train to Qian County early the next morning. On the one hand, he inspected Qian County, and on the other hand, he wanted to see the actual situation of the Baiwu people, and also to take a look at the coal mine. How is the development situation over there? In the end, all the technical personnel brought here will be sent over. The distance of more than 100 kilometers is not very far. The length of this line is similar to the railway from Xingyang County to Weishan County. Moreover, Luo Chong and the others stopped at the coal mine station halfway to inspect the specific conditions of the coal mine. The first mine discovered was 16 meters above the ground, and it had already been marked. Youfu also sent many people to continue digging wells in a radial pattern around it to determine the specific size of the coal mine. There is burial depth. Not to mention, in the end they actually discovered a shallower buried snow area 2 kilometers away from the initial point. It was probably the so-called coal cap of this coal mine. After digging wells to detect the depth, they found that the shallowest area was only 6 meters deep. A 6-meter deep mine can only be said to be quite shallow. This kind of mine does not even need to dig a well, because the burial is too shallow, the soil layer above is not thick enough, and the supporting force is not strong enough. If a well is dug to excavate coal, the mine will be very difficult. Landslides can easily occur. In this case, it is better to dig out the soil and mine it as an open-pit coal mine. Digging out a 6-meter deep layer of soil may have been a big trouble for the Han tribe in the past, because it required a lot of labor to dig by hand with shovels. But things are different now. The Han tribe can continuously produce excavators and bulldozers, and can also use tractors and trains for transportation. It is not too simple to dig up a mere 6 meters of soil. The mining technicians Luo Chong brought this time just briefly understood the situation here and immediately came up with a plan similar to Luo Chong's. They also suggested using a large number of construction machinery to build an open-pit mine. For the convenience of transportation, you can directly build a spiral mine pit, dig a circular pit, and then use a winding mountain road to let the car drive down and up from the top. Then, with the degree of development in the future, the mine pit will be gradually expanded until this place is completely mined. As for the excavated soil, you can first find an out-of-the-way place to pile it up. When the pit is dug out in a few hundred years, you can backfill the earth into the huge pit dug out to clean up the planet. Patch. Of course, this was Luo Chong's idea. It was impossible for the mining technicians he brought here to think of things so far in the future. Coal mining will still take some time. The first is to wait for the equipment to be in place, and the second is to have further exploration by professionals to come up with a detailed mining plan. Luo Chong did not stay at the coal mine for long and continued to take these technicians to Qian County. Nothing else matters this time. Let's settle these technical personnel first and then talk about other things. Only when these talents are stabilized can the industrial development of the Han tribe in the south be realized. The main people brought here this time are mineral mining technicians. In fact, there are not many mines here. There is a molybdenum mine near Qingshu County. It is now an indispensable mineral for the Han tribe and must be mined, which is very important to the weapon security and military development of the Han tribe. Then there is the coal mine located between the two counties. This is the basis of southern industry. Without this coal mine, Luo Chong would not be able to do anything in the south. Finally, there is the hematite mine close to the Baiwu tribe. This is also an important resource point. The Han tribe in the south will definitely need a lot of ordinary steel. Not to mention, the various tools used for construction in the future will also be used, and the steel bars in the house can be extracted from this hematite mine. Luo Chong planned to use the manganese mine in Taigang County of Tang tribe to produce heavy-duty rails, and it had little to do with civilian use. These three mines in Chungkang County and Qian County are the cornerstones of southern industry, and their importance is self-evident, so more mining technicians were brought this time. In addition to them, there are also a group of people from the Xingang County steelmaking plant and steel rolling plant. These people have matching positions, including technical backbones, intern workers, and veteran workers who have just become regular workers. As long as the factory is built okay, the raw materials are in place, pull people in and start work immediately. In addition, there are technical personnel assigned from the coking plant, who are also a whole team of people, who can start work just as soon as they are recruited. But they have just arrived, and the most important goal now is to settle them down first. Here in Qian County, many red brick houses have been built in the urban area. They were all built by workers from the White House clan. Even after they were built, no one lived in them. Now people are finally coming. The Han tribe already has a lot of experience in building houses, and the new batch of houses in Qian County are already different from the original ones. Each household has its own courtyard, with a square yard 5 feet long and 5 feet wide, which is 16.6 meters times 16.6 meters when converted into meters. Under normal circumstances, if it is built directly to the end, a row of 5 main rooms can be built. However, the Han tribe only built 4 main houses for each household, a simple dry toilet, and a kitchen on the side of the door. In addition, each household also drilled a pressure well, which completely said goodbye to going outside to fetch water. Trouble. As for other places, they are still empty. This part of the open space is left for each family to freely develop. If there are many children in the family, or there are elderly people living there, a few side rooms can be built to live in. If you need to raise livestock at home, you can also build a few sheds or build a pig pen or stable in the south room. A yard that is 5 feet long and wide is definitely big enough. Even if it is a quadrangle covered with a circle, there can still be a lot of open space in the middle as a yard. In addition, every household now has wells and sewers. In such a day, it was very convenient. Especially for well killing. First of all, it has no well mouth, so there is no need to worry about children or livestock falling into the well. Secondly, there is no need to run out to fetch water. Even some elderly people or children can easily drink water. In addition, the Han tribe has also begun to promote the cultivation of potatoes. If you want to store potatoes or vegetables and fruits, you can dig a cellar in the yard. In the old Hanyang city, the entire city was so big, and you still want to dig a cellar. That's really all I can think about. When Luo Chong, followed by Yu Fu, Gu Ji, and Tian Hong, came here with a group of technicians and workers, the White House clan members who were still working in the city were stunned. Luo Chong clearly saw fear, envy, anger, and deep inferiority in their eyes. In short, the emotions of these White House clan members were very complicated. They build houses here every day, eat 3 meals a day, and live a life that they never dared to dream of. In the Baiwu tribe, they do not have strong and light fabrics to make clothes, and they live in small houses made of stones, which are not as big as the pig pens of the Han tribe. What they eat every day is either baked potatoes, wild vegetables, and berries, and occasionally they can eat them. A piece of meat is worth a few days of fun. But when the Han tribe came, they had clothes, they learned to tie their hair, they put on shoes, and they started to greet each other when they met. They learned from the Han tribe how to build houses with bricks and cement, how to put tiles on the roofs, and they watched with their own eyes as the Han tribe carpenters installed windows and doors on those houses. Haven't they imagined that one day they could live in such a house with their family? However, when Luo Chong came here with a group of technicians and workers, they knew that their dream was shattered after all. They just worked for the Han tribe. They had known for a long time that these houses were built for the Han tribe, but when the day finally came, they still couldn't help but feel disappointed. They were envious of the identity of the Han tribesmen. They were jealous that they could not live in such houses. They were angry that these houses they had built brick by brick were still occupied by others. At the same time, they have such low self-esteem. The Han tribe is such a powerful tribe, but what does their little White House tribe mean in front of the Han tribe? Gu Ji and Tian Hong also discovered the abnormal situation of their tribesmen. They knew very well what those tribesmen were thinking and even felt the same way. In fact, they had the opportunity to let their tribesmen live such a life, but when Luo Chong really invited them, they hesitated again. They didn't know whether that was right or wrong, and whether joining the Han tribe would harm their own people. But until this moment, they discovered that the people's requirements seemed to be so simple, only 5 feet long and wide, and a few they only have a small house and live the same life as the Han tribe. The two quietly left the team, returned to their own tribe, and began to comfort them in a low voice. However, the members of the White House tribe were still in a low mood. Even the children who usually liked to play seemed to have discovered something was wrong. He kept asking his parents, "Dad, Mom, who are those people? Why did they enter the house we built?" The child's parents were very upset when they heard this, but they still said, "Those are the Han tribes who moved here to live here, and the houses we built are all for them." Oh. The child looked longingly at the people who rushed over after Luo. They walked into the yard one by one to check the situation inside, walked into the house and looked at the sunshine outside, and discussed with their companions what kind of sheepfold they would build in the yard in the future and what furniture they would buy in the house, with smiles of satisfaction on their faces. The Han tribe provided very good benefits to this group of technicians who moved south. Houses were allocated, their jobs were stable, and their fields were also redivided here, based on their titles. Even if they want to renovate the distributed yards, the Han tribe will provide building materials for free. However, without workers, if they want to build a new house, they can only hire people to help build it. If they just build a sheepfold, this way you can do it yourself, but with the help of neighbors and colleagues, it's not a big deal. Just help each other. After everyone had seen the house, Luo Chong said to Yu Fu, "The house is well built. Let's count the units to which they belong, and then divide them. If there are any special requirements, or those who do not obey the allocation, we will make other arrangements. If the conditions are not excessive, we will satisfy them, let them settle down as soon as possible, and then organize them to build the factory." Yu Fu nodded, "That's no problem. The houses are already made and there is a lot of food. This year, the fields planted by the slave corps have harvested a lot of food. For the time being, the food in Qingshu County and Qian County is acceptable. Now that we are self-sufficient, even if we don't have enough, we can also grow some potatoes. They taste good, and except that they can't be stored for a long time, everything else is fine." After Yu Fu agreed to the matter, Luo Chong glanced at the White House workers around him, and then whispered, "See, these people are emotional." How could Yu Fu not see it? He had been in contact with these White House clan members for a longer time. How could he not tell what he was like in normal times and what he was like now? What does the leader mean? Does the leader want to? Eh? What can I mean? Luo Chong waved his hand to stop him from making random guesses, and explained. Actually, this is very good. As long as they have desires in their hearts, it is not difficult for us to control them. What we are afraid of is the kind of desirelessness. Obviously we have everything here and our life is thousands of times better than theirs, but in the end, they still want, if we go back and live a hard life, then we really have no choice but to use force to solve the problem. Yu Fu heard this and thought about it. As long as you have what you want, it will be easy. Could the Han tribe be missing that little thing? If you are afraid that people will have no desires or demands. As the saying goes, if you have no desires, you will be strong. In the end, it will be the most difficult to deal with. Then what is the leader going to do? Yu Fu nodded with confidence and asked again. When everything is settled here, go talk to Guji and Tianhong, and tell them that I am going to express my condolences to their clansmen, thank them for their help to our Han tribe, and prepare some gifts for me. They don't need to be too expensive. Just cloth, cooking utensils, etc., just take whatever is practical. In addition, are there any breeding farms here? Let's prepare some livestock meat. Tomorrow, we will go to the old tribe of the White House to visit the remaining people. By the way, we will take our technicians to inspect the hematite mine. Let's see how to develop it, Luo Chong explained in a low voice again. Okay, I'll do it right away. Yu Fu agreed and turned around and left. By the time it was almost lunch, the technicians and workers who had moved south had completed the grading of the new houses and had all been allocated houses. As for the subsequent renovation work, you could go to the local government office to apply with your ID card and house deed. In addition to not giving people to people, the Han tribe can still be satisfied with building materials. However, the tribe will take back the houses they once lived in the north and use them to live in others. On the other side, Yu Fu also prepared things according to Luo Chong's instructions, and brought Guji and Tianhong over again. Han leader, are you going to visit our people? Guji and Tianhong are still a little surprised. They didn't expect Luo Chong to pay so much attention to them. They thought that Luo Chong, as the leader of a huge Han tribe, would look down on them. From the White House tribe, I didn't expect that the opposite would be true. Yes, I want to visit the people of your tribe. Thank you for your tribe's help to the Han tribe. The people I brought here like these houses very much. This is all your credit. As the leader of the Han tribe, now that I'm here, I should naturally thank you in person for my people. Luo Chong said beautiful words with a very sincere expression on his face. Guji and Tianhong were deeply moved by these words. They didn't expect that the leader of the Han tribe was such an emotional person. No wonder so many tribes would take the initiative to join the Han tribe. I heard that Yu Fu himself was also the leader of a tribe at the time. At that time, the Han tribe was not too big and did not even have a city. Yu Fu met Luo Chong, and after just a few contacts, they became friends. He made plans to take the initiative to join the Han tribe. It has to be said that there must be part of the reason for Luo Chong. If Luo Chong was not easy to get along with, would there be so many leaders willing to join him? It was not yet lunchtime, so Luo Chong did not go directly to see the White House people. They were all still working and scattered. It was impossible for Luo Chong to go to the construction site to express condolences to them one by one. While there was still some time, Luo Chong called Xiao Dai and Zhang over, and took his two children, Xiao Luoqing and Luo Lan, to appear in front of the White House people as a family. Only in this way, can they appear more approachable and not put too much pressure on them. After all, this is condolences, not a show of force. By the time it was time to eat, the people who were working had gathered together. Everyone suddenly saw Luo Chong and his family appearing in front of them. They were all a little excited, surprised, and at a loss. The dress of Luo Chong's family is really too unusual. Ordinary Han tribesmen still wear linen clothes and cotton clothes. Luo Chong's family is so good, neatly dressed in silk brocade, shining in the sun. Can it be unobtrusive? The man is tall and handsome, and the woman is very beautiful. Of course, she is beautiful in Luo Chong's eyes. As for the aesthetic concept of the White House clan, Luo Chong doesn't know. There are also two children of Luo Chong, a boy and a girl, who are fair and as long as porcelain dolls. Looking at the children of the Baiwu tribe, many of them only wear simple robes and look like it's as simple as punching a hole in a sack, and the comparison shows it now. Tribesmen, please be quiet for a moment. The leader of the Han tribe is here today. Knowing that people from our tribe are working for the Han tribe, he came to see us specially and brought us gifts. Come and welcome us. After hearing this, the people of the Baiwu tribe immediately buzzed and started discussing, but they all spoke very quietly. I don't know why the leader of the Han tribe came to see them, people from a small tribe, and even brought them gifts, but because of the gifts for my own sake, everyone still gives me face. Everyone sparsely said hello to Luo Chong's family, saying anything. Maybe they didn't know how to greet the leader of the Han tribe. After all, they were people from two worlds, so how could they interact with each other? Luo Chong has also asked Fu to prepare things. Today's lunch will be directly supplemented with a lot more meat. He also prepared some small gifts such as straw hats, cloths, towels, etc. for them, and also prepared a lot of sticks. Lollipops are something that both adults and children have. It's not a lot, but everyone has it. There are only 2,000 people who come to work in the Han tribe, so Luo Chong can still take out this little candy. After the gifts were ready and everyone had arrived, Luo Chong walked up to everyone and spoke. People of the White House tribe, I am the leader of the Han tribe. I came to this newly built city today and saw your help to the Han tribe. I am very grateful for this. Thank you for everything you have done to help the Han tribe these days. Without your help, the people of our Han tribe would not have been able to live in such good houses as soon as we arrived, so today, as their leader, I would like to express my gratitude to you on behalf of the Han tribe. Everyone must already know Yofu. I have heard him say a lot about your White House tribe. I know the hardships you have lived, so I specifically asked him to help you more. But I also know that just by working for the Han tribe and getting that little salary, even if we can provide you with rich food every day, it is impossible for you to live the same life as the Han tribe people, such as those bricks behind you tile house. Having said this, Luo Chong paused for a moment, and the members of the White House clan standing opposite him also felt heavy. Yes, they would never be able to live in such a house just by working. Unless the Baiwu tribe can learn all the techniques of the Han tribe, build their own brick kilns, quarry their own soil and bake bricks, and they can also make something called cement. But how much manpower is needed to make these things? Even if they can provide so much labor, who will farm and hunt? To put it bluntly, the White House clan is still short of manpower and cannot provide so many off-duty laborers. What's more, this is just a house, there are many other things. How can the White House clan realize these illusory wishes by themselves? But what Luo Chong said immediately touched them. Our Han tribe is a very tolerant tribe. We are always very friendly to our friends. The Baiwu tribe helped us when we first set foot here. They must be our friends, and of course we are willing to help. You must also want to live in such a strong, safe and spacious house, with clean water to drink at any time, and endless meat and food. In fact, I also hope to make this wish come true for you. Actually, this wish is not difficult. I have said that the Han tribe is a very inclusive tribe. Our tribe is not an ethnic group with one surname and one clan. In our Han tribe, all the tribesmen are called common people. Although common people is just a general term, it should be seen from this, that the Han tribe is composed of many clans. In this case, why can't you join in? As long as you join the Han tribe, you are a member of the Han tribe. You are still your own clan and have your own independent surname. But from now on, you can have the identity of a Han tribe member and enjoy all the same things as the Han tribe people. Treatment. The tribe will allocate you the same houses and the same fields, distribute livestock cubs to you to raise, send special personnel to teach you raising techniques, and will build schools for your children to attend and teach them more skills so that isn't it better to let future generations live a better life? I know that some of you must have such thoughts, and our Han tribe is also very willing to help you. I hope you can think about it carefully. Okay, that's all I have to say today. I didn't bring much with me this time. I only gave you some small gifts to express my gratitude. I hope you all like them. Okay, everyone, come and get the food. Don't make everyone hungry because of me. Don't worry. Today's meat meal will satisfy everyone. Ha 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 ha. Luo Chong's heartfelt solicitation really touched the hearts of many people, and his last joke made everyone in the Baiwu tribe burst into laughter, and their inner views on the leader of the Han tribe became clearer. This is an excellent leader, warm-hearted, willing to help others, and also very capable. This can be seen from his ability to develop the Han tribe so much. The Han tribe now has everything and lacks nothing. They don't have to worry about any enemies. They even have a lot of food in stock and water conservancy facilities in the fields, such as ditches and wells. I would like to ask, what else can defeat such a tribe? No tribal force in the world is the opponent of the Han tribe. Whoever dares to go against the Han tribe will be easily crushed by the Han tribe. Even if a natural disaster occurs, the Han tribe will have enough food reserves to tide over the difficulties. Coupled with the ditches for water diversion and drainage, the Han tribe will not be afraid of any waterlogging disasters. There are also those motor-driven wells and wells scattered across the fields, which will save the people from having to worry about waterlogging. Concerns about drought. As long as the people had enough food to fill their bellies, what difficulties could the Han tribe not overcome? The Han tribe is so great. They really want to join the Han tribe, but they also understand that this is not something that can be decided by one or two people. In the end, it is up to the patriarchs to make the decision, and the patriarchs are responsible for leadership. The tribe has important responsibilities, and they also dare not make decisions easily. After Luo Chong's impromptu speech was completed, food began to be distributed here. The workers of the White House clan had been busy all morning and were already starving. They soon started queuing up to receive lunch. They were already very skilled in this method of queuing up to receive lunch. The tableware for eating is the plate provided by the Han tribe. Everyone eats enough staple food first, and then puts on a few spoons of vegetables, and sometimes a bowl of soup. This is their daily meal, but today's meal is different from usual. The difference is that there are indeed a lot more meat dishes, especially a new type of meat with a bright red color. The meat is cut into pieces and is reddish-brown all over. It exudes a special aroma, and the smell makes people endure it. Drooling all the time. Every worker who comes to prepare rice will fill up 2 large spoons without hesitation, and then immediately stuff it into his mouth eagerly. In fact, this is just ordinary braised pork. These workers have eaten pork before, but they have never tried the braised method. After all, braised pork needs to be fried with sugar. It would be great if the Han tribe can let them eat meat and get sugar. Fry them into candy? This was what Luo Chong had specifically ordered to do for them. The person serving food to everyone here today is Zhang. Although she is wearing an apron, her outfit still makes people dare not look down upon her. The people of the White House clan are also cautious when facing Zhang, not even daring to look at each other. The queues were much more disciplined than usual. On the other side of the dining area, Luo Chong and Xiao Dai were also distributing towels, ceramic water cups and other small gifts to them. Both adults and children also handed out lollipops. The lollipops of the Han tribe were also popularized by Luo Chong. The Han tribe can only make hard candies now, but if the hard candies were made directly into candy bars, many children would be stuck. So Luo Chong directly asked people to make small sticks with bamboo skewers, then wrap the sugar on them, wrap them in paper, and the simple lollipops were ready. Although this kind of lollipop is still very crude, it is at least safe enough to avoid the unnecessary trouble of getting stuck while eating candy. The children of the White House tribe who got the candies quickly tore off the candy wrappers and stuffed them into their mouths under the introduction of Xiao Luo Chong. Their eyes immediately narrowed with joy. This is sugar, the most lacking substance in nature. Some people in the Baiwu tribe have never eaten anything so sweet in their lives. Although there was only a small one, it was already very precious in their eyes. They did not expect that the Han tribe could make such food, which really opened their eyes. When the meals were distributed to the workers, Luo Chong asked Yu Fu to get more than 100 boxes of beer and give them to the White House people. In September, when the weather is still relatively hot, even if it is beer at room temperature, let everyone drink happily. Everyone sighed again. Is this the life the people of the Han tribe live? The meat can be cooked so fragrant and delicious, you can also eat such sweet snacks, and even the beer tastes so good. In that moment, the people of the Baiwu tribe became even more excited about the idea of joining the Han tribe. The more they behaved like this, the more uneasy they became. During lunch, the Luo Chong family also ate with the workers of the White House clan. During the meal, Gu Ji and Tianhong looked at each other. At a glance, they all saw the worry in the other person's eyes. Now they suddenly couldn't figure out why the leader of the Han tribe suddenly wanted to win over them. Before, he only wanted to win over the two clan leaders. Now it's better to go directly to win over their tribesmen. What does this Han leader want to do? Thinking of this, Tianhong, as the older one, finally couldn't help but ask Luo Chong. Chief Han, why do you insist on letting our Baiwu tribe join the Han tribe? Luo Chong smiled when he heard his words and did not answer directly. Instead, he took a sip of beer and was silent for a while before speaking. I would like to ask the two clan leaders, wouldn't it be good to join our Han tribe? As long as you agree to join our Han tribe, I promise to let you live a good life. Isn't this the best result? Tianhong was still so worried after hearing this. To be honest, he had really thought about joining the Han tribe and was not particularly resistant. But the more proactive Luo Chong was about this matter, the more uneasy he felt, so he hesitated for a long time. I decided to ask directly. Chief Han, we don't completely disagree with joining the Han tribe, but I still want to know, why do you insist on us joining? When Luo Chong heard what he asked, he simply showed off his cards. Let me tell you this, because I am interested in the land here. The land here contains minerals. There are molybdenum mines and coal mines in the west, and there is an iron mine in the east, next to your tribe, although the grade is not the same. High, but enough to mine and smelt more steel. Since our Han tribe has arrived here, we will definitely not give up easily, and since we have decided to develop this area, it is naturally impossible for our Han tribe to allow other tribes to stay near us. They must either join us or become slaves, there is no third option, even escape is impossible. I think you should believe that the Han tribe has this ability. When Guji and Tianhong heard this, their faces immediately became serious, which was very ugly. However, they could not refute because they knew that what Luo Chong said was right and he did not mean to brag at all. The Han tribe really had this ability. But at this moment, Luo Chong suddenly raised his wine glass to the two of them. Here, have a drink. The two of them were stunned for a moment, wondering what Luo Chong meant, but due to Luo Chong's status, they obediently had a drink with Luo Chong, and then they heard Luo Chong say, You may think that I am domineering, and the Han tribe is also domineering, but I have never been hostile to you from the beginning. You don't object to this, right? Luo Chong continued without waiting for the two to answer. From the beginning, I have planned to let you join the Han tribe, and I am not planning to use force against you, because it is not necessary, and the Han tribe needs more people. Letting you voluntarily join is a disservice to the Han tribe and you, us, best outcome for both parties. Our Han tribe has enriched its population, and you Baiwu tribe have gained a better life. Isn't this the best of both worlds? And from the beginning to the present, although I have invited you and your tribe, have I ever forced you? No, right? Even now, I have always wanted to persuade you to join willingly, rather than bowing your head under the force of the Han tribe. I still say the same thing, I hope you can join. The Han tribe can make the people of the Baiwu tribe live a good life. You will not lose anything and will only gain a lot of benefits, and our Han tribe can dominate this place. All the resources on the entire land can expand the population by 2000. Good to you and the Han tribe. This is the best solution. But I still won't force you. I will continue to give you time to think about it. Luo Chong took a sip of beer and said again, by the way, I have one more thing to tell you. I didn't come here specifically this time, I was just passing by. In a day or two, I will go to the south of the Han tribe, where our Han tribe has larger cities and counties. If you want to know more about the Han tribe, you can come with me this time and I can show you part of the Han tribe's territory. After listening to Luo Chong's words, the two felt that they were reasonable. Luo Chong said it directly, and they were relieved. Now they heard that Luo Chong invited them to visit other territories of the Han tribe and understand the Han tribe on a deeper level. I was immediately interested. Guji even said bluntly, is it just a part of the territory? Of course, I don't have time to accompany you to visit the entire Han tribe. The Han tribe is too big, beyond your imagination. Maybe you think Qian County is very big, but I can tell you that in the south, like Qian County, in a place as big as An County, we still have at least dozens of people, and the population is hundreds of thousands. However, you probably don't know how many hundreds of thousands there are. Luo Chong spread his hands. He said helplessly. Okay, we want to go and have a look with the Han leader. When we come back this time, we will definitely give the Han leader an answer. Tian Hong made a decision immediately after hearing this. Ha 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 ha, okay, come on, let's have another drink. Luo Chong raised his glass to them again. Luo Chong had lunch with everyone from the Baiwu clan, and they became quite close to each other. They also spent the afternoon inspecting everywhere in Qian County. On the next day, he took Yu Fu, Gu Ji, and Tian Hong and others went to inspect the place where the Baiwu tribe lived. It took about 2 or 3 hours for everyone to ride horses and tractors, before arriving at the residence of the White House clan. When the 3 elder patriarchs of the White House clan who stayed behind saw Luo Chong and the others coming over, they all looked very excited. Although they didn't know Luo Chong, they were already very familiar with Yu Fu. Every time Yu Fu came over, he always said it will bring them some good news. Although there was no good news this time, the people it brought were enough to shock them. When Guji and Tian Hong told the 3 old clan leaders that this was the leader of the Han tribe, all 3 of them showed very shocked expressions. Almost everyone had the same reaction. They did not expect that the leader of such a powerful Han tribe would be so young. However, Luo Chong did not stay with the Baiwu clan for long. After chatting with several clan leaders, he took his people to the nearby hematite mine for field inspection. He was accompanied by Yu Fu, a member of the Baiwu clan. The young patriarch Gu Ji, as well as a group of guards and mining technicians responsible for geological exploration. Tian Hong, who came back together, stayed in the Baiwu tribe and told them about Luo Chong's invitation to the Baiwu tribe to join the Han tribe. Hong, you said the leader of the Han tribe wants us all to join the Han tribe? Yes. Tian Hong nodded firmly. After all, they had already decided on this matter, and Luo Chong had already had a showdown with them during dinner yesterday. Is he really willing to allocate houses and fields to our clansmen, and give livestock to each family? Another elderly clan leader also asked closely. Yes, that's what he said, and he told us several times. Yesterday he had lunch with our tribe and gave everyone a lot of gifts. The Han tribe is really rich and has everything. They can also make something called sugar, which tastes as sweet as honey, Tian Hong explained again. The 3 older clan leaders who were left behind frowned when they heard this. This invitation sounded good, but why was the Han tribe so kind to them? What is the purpose of the Han tribe? This is what they are most worried about. At this time, the three clan leaders were also caught up in the thoughts of Gu Ji and Tian Hong, and they always felt that the Han tribe had some conspiracy. Immediately, one of the clan leaders immediately raised a question. Hong, if we agree to the leader of the Han tribe and join the Han tribe, how will our tribe make money in the future? If we can't make money, how will we buy things if we join the Han tribe? Tian Hong can answer this question himself. He has been responsible for the Baiwu tribe's work for the Han tribe for more than a year. He has also had a lot of contact with the Han tribe people and has long known about the situation of the Han tribe. Old Patriarch, don't worry about this problem. The people of the Han tribe can live a stable life even if they don't work for the tribe. The people of the Han tribe have their own houses, and there is no shortage of places to live. Moreover, they live in the city and are protected by the army, so they are very safe. They also have fields distributed by the tribe. As long as they work hard, they can still live a good life, just relying on the output of the fields. The people of the Han tribe usually rely on the grains, vegetables, and livestock they raise at home. In addition to paying the grain tax to the tribe, some of the excess grain can be left over. The Han tribe will buy these excess grains and get some money every year just from selling the grains. Daily food and drink are what they produce, and the money from selling the grains is used to buy other things. Most of the people in the Han tribe also run some side businesses, such as selling eggs at home, or making some tools and selling them in the market, such as brooms for sweeping the floor and bamboo for carrying things. Baskets, and some also take private jobs, such as making clothes and shoes for other people, which can also make money. But these are the most ordinary farmers. Those who have skills can work in the factories of the Han tribe. Those who are literate can also work as managers, helping the leader manage the tribe, or teach literacy in schools. Those who have the ability, the people who make more money. Tian Hong explained the situation of the Han tribe in detail based on his contact with the Han tribe over the past year. After listening to Tian Hong's introduction, the three older clan leaders thought about it for a while and suddenly became worried again. What you are saying means that if we join the Han tribe, even if we are just ordinary farmers who only know how to farm, we can still make money and buy things? Support a family? One of the clan leaders asked again. Yes, you can say that. Tian Hong nodded affirmatively again. Why is this happening to the Han tribe? Why are they so kind to our tribe? What benefit does this have to their Han tribe? According to the conditions you mentioned, inviting us to join the Han tribe will only bring losses to the Han tribe, right? What other plans does the Han tribe have? The oldest clan leader asked, still puzzled. Tian Hong shook his head. The leader of the Han tribe said that he was interested in the land here. He wanted the Han tribe to monopolize the minerals here, including the black stone they sent people to find, and the iron mine near our tribe. The Han tribe wanted to use those stones to make steel. So he said that he didn't want other tribes besides the Han tribe to exist here, but he didn't plan to use force against us, so he thought of inviting us to join the Han tribe. As long as we also join the Han tribe, then there will be no other forces nearby. In addition, he also said that he hopes that the Han tribe can continue to expand its population. Although our Baiwu tribe is relatively small, there are about 2,000 people. He hopes that we can become part of the Han tribe and expand the population of the Han tribe. He felt it was beneficial to the Han tribe. Tian Hong even told the three old clan leaders what Luo Chong said during yesterday's showdown. It turns out they want our population. If that's the case, it makes sense. But Hong, do you believe what the Han leader said? Another clan leader said thoughtfully. Tian Hong frowned and thought for a moment before answering. At least the purpose of the leader of the Han tribe is very clear. What he said should be true. The Han tribe does attach great importance to the minerals here. This time I followed you Fu to greet him. He went to see him as soon as he came over. That coal mine came to us again the next day, to see the iron ore. Doesn't that mean something? He also brought a lot of people this time. It is said that they are all very capable people who know how to mine and smelt iron. These people are important figures even in the Han tribe. As for whether he lied to us or not, I don't think it's necessary, because we don't have anything that he can like at all. What we have are all obtained from the Han tribe. What can we give to the Han tribe? Except for the rest of us. And you think he has other ideas? Even if he plots against our population and wants to capture us all and turn us into slaves, I think it is impossible. The Han tribe may really lack people to work, but it is absolutely not possible. There is a shortage of people like us. Our entire Baiwu tribe has only a few adults in total, but the leader of the Han tribe is surrounded by thousands of young and strong warriors every time he travels. If he lacks people to work, he will still use such. How many people are there to protect your own safety? When several other clan leaders heard this, they also said, "You said the Baiwu clan is so poor. Why do the Han tribe care about them? Even if they are concerned about their population, the population of the Baiwu clan is really not that big. The young people who can work are not that big." Zhuang picked them all out, and there were not as many guards as Luo Chong. What do you think he was after? After a long silence, Tianhong said again. No matter what his plans are, at least he has a good attitude towards us. Even if he wants us to join the Han tribe, he has never forced us. By the way, there is one more thing I want to tell you. The leader of the Han tribe is leaving tomorrow. He said he was going to the south of the Han tribe. He invited me and Guji to go to the south of the Han tribe. Let us take a look at the situation in other parts of the Han tribe, and then give him an answer on whether to join the Han tribe or not. The Han tribe has given us enough sincerity. I think we should trust him, so I have decided to go to the south with him this time. Only by understanding the Han tribe better can we make the most appropriate choice. After hearing this, several clan leaders just nodded and did not express any further opinions, because Tianhong had already made it very clear that this matter was a good thing for both parties, and the Han tribe did not force them and expressed enough goodwill to them. This is enough. On the other side, Luo Chong also led a group of people to inspect the hematite mine near the Baiwu tribe. After completing the inspection, Luo Chong asked the person in charge of a southern steelmaking plant. How's it going? Did you see any clues? Reporting back to the leader, we have already made preliminary plans, including where to start mining, where to transport, and where to build our new steelmaking plant and rolling mill. The person in charge responded straightforwardly. Oh? Then where are you going to build the factory? Luo Chong asked again. This. The person in charge didn't say anything for a long time. While speaking, he carefully looked at Guji next to him with the corner of his eye, indicating that he was embarrassed to speak. Hey! Don't have any worries. There are no outsiders here. Just tell me what you plan to do. Luo Chong urged impatiently. Yes, back to the leader, I think the current place where the Baiwu people live is quite good. It is close enough to the iron mine, and it is also a plain. The terrain is open enough and the transportation is convenient. It is convenient for us to build roads and transport, and the surrounding area is also beautiful. It's suitable for living, and it's not a problem to have a staff residential area. The person in charge was secretly observing Guji's reaction as he spoke. Luo Chong also stared at Guji's reaction, but Guji did not appear to be very emotional as expected. Luo Chong nodded after hearing this, then prepare according to this plan and improve your plan. No. The man bowed his hands and turned around to retreat. The rest of the matter had nothing to do with him. As for how to deal with the White House clan, that was something the leader needed to consider. Guji, did you hear what we just said? The Han tribe needs your tribe's current residents for iron smelting. I really hope that you can all move to Qian County and live with us. We don't have a house. It can be built again. Anyway, there are plenty of materials. We have reclaimed the land and can distribute it to each of you as long as you are willing to go there. According to the standards of the Han tribe, you must have whatever the Han tribe people have. Luo Chong said again. Guji said with a show of his cards. Chief Han, I. Before Guji could express his position, Luo Chong interrupted again, I still say the same thing. I am not forcing you. The Han tribe can give you a better life. I hope you will join the Han tribe sincerely and voluntarily. Besides, you don't have to give me an answer so quickly. Anyway, I'm leaving for the south tomorrow. Then you can follow me to visit other places in the Han tribe, and it won't be too late to make a decision. As for the place where your tribe lives, construction will not start so soon. They also need to make a lot of preliminary preparations. Guji breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and his affection for Luo Chong strengthened a bit again. If the Han tribe wants to develop iron mines, they need the current residents of the Baiwu tribe. The Han tribe is obviously very powerful, but Luo Chong has no use for being powerful. Luo Chong even repeatedly said that they did not need to express their stance so quickly, hoping to let them see the benefits of joining the Han tribe. These actions again and again proved Luo Chong's goodwill towards the White House clan. Unless Guji's conscience was eaten by a dog, how could he turn a blind eye? Okay, thank you Han leader for your tolerance. After our trip south this time, we will definitely give an explanation to the Han tribe. Guji also followed the example of the Han tribe and bowed his hands to Luo Chong. After an on-site inspection of the iron mine, it was time for Luo Chong to leave. Early the next morning, he once again took his family, the guards, Guji, and Tianhong and set off by train. They first went to Qingshu County Pier, boarded the sailboat again, and then set sail. After sailing non-stop for half a day and a half, the fleet finally arrived at the dock of Takumi County on the fourth day. At this moment, Guji and Tianhong's understanding was once again refreshed by the Han tribe. Before, they only knew that the Han tribe had horses that could be ridden, so the Han tribe could travel farther. Later, they learned that the Han tribe also had trains and tractors, which were not only flexible, but could also carry a large amount of heavy objects. Now following Luo Chong, their worldview has been refreshed again. It turns out that the Han tribe also has this kind of wooden boat that can travel on the water. It can not only carry cargo and people, but can also travel thousands of miles. No wonder the Han tribe is so good. Such a large population and such a large territory. When Luo Chong's fleet docked at the dock of Tuahai County, Dashu had already received the news and led a group of officials from Tuahai County to greet them at the dock early. There are a very large number of officials in Tuahai County. Although there is only one county organization, the area under its actual jurisdiction is not small. Tuahai County itself has jurisdiction over Tuahai County, Taitsong County, Yubane County, Jisong County, and Chadu County, a total of 5 counties. In addition, the construction of the entire capital currently requires Takumi County as rear support, so the administrative power of the capital is temporarily anchored in Takumi County. Because the capital city now has only the engineering team as slaves, and the Jingwu guards who supervise the work there and are responsible for organizing logistics and maintaining security. There is no permanent population to manage, so there is no need to set up another administrative agency, which was directly affiliated with Luo Chong. Under Takumi County. Opposite Tuahai County, the Tang tribe has 8 major counties. Because it is only separated from Tuahai County by a big river, and Dashu is the largest Han tribe official in the area, he naturally has full authority to negotiate with the Tang tribe on behalf of the Han tribe. Therefore, the troops of the various Han tribes currently stationed in the Tang tribe are temporarily controlled by Xiutu, while the officials dispatched by the Han tribe who are responsible for the administrative operation of the Tang tribe directly obey the arrangements of Dashu. This is equivalent to Dashu being the governor of Tuahai County, but actually managing 10 major counties, 8 Tang tribes, 1 in Tuahai County, and 1 in the capital. Dashu can be said to be a real frontier official, and his real power is even greater than that of the Qingshu governor. But this is also thanks to the fact that other counties do not require too much intervention from him, otherwise he would really be too busy. There is currently no permanent population in the capital, as long as he is responsible for providing construction support. Although the Tang tribe has 8 counties, all of which are officials sent by the Han tribe, they are still nominally managed by the Tang tribe themselves. Therefore, those officials also need to report to Tang Yao and Tang Ji. Generally speaking, Tang Ji and Tang Yao can handle the events within the Tang tribe that are not particularly important. Unless it involves the Han and Tang tribes, or something major, or there is a problem with the officials sent by the Han tribe. Only when something like this happens, Tang Yao and Tang Ji will report it to Dashu and let him find a way to deal with it. Still the same as before Luo Chong got off the ship, the guards distributed on the 3 ships boarded the pier first, and then began to strictly control the area. After controlling the safety of the scene, Luo Chong took his family and returned. 2 visitors, Gu Ji and Tian Hong, got off the boat together. Takuhai County Governor Lin Shu welcomes the leader. Seeing Luo Chong and his family disembarking from the boat, Dashu immediately stepped forward and bowed his hands to say hello. "Excuse me, I haven't seen you for 2 or 3 years. Dashu, do you still miss me?" Luo Chong took 2 steps quickly and lifted the tree up with his own hands. The 2 of them exchanged pleasantries. Dashu was the first group of people Luo Chong brought into the Han tribe. Apart from Xubing, who he exchanged for a pile of pottery, the first group of people from the entire tribe that Luo Chong recruited was his Dashu tree. Tribal. If we only talk about seniority, not even the rat chief of the Black Rat tribe can compare to him. Of course I miss the leader, and I wish I could go back to our original Hanyang city immediately to see it. I could farm the land every day, feed the pigs, and talk to the leader in my spare time. Sigh, but I also know that I have a heavy responsibility. The leader has entrusted the entire South to my care. This is the leader's trust in me. Naturally, I cannot let the leader down. And leader, you have to take care of the entire Han tribe. You are more tired than me and have heavier responsibilities on your shoulders. I only need to keep an eye on the South, but leader, you have to lead the entire Han tribe to become stronger. Dashu doesn't have much ability. He is exhausted just to defend the South for the leader, and he doesn't dare to relax at all. As soon as Dashu saw Luo Chong, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Luo Chong was also touched by his words and couldn't help but feel sour in his heart. Yes, the Han tribe has a population of 700,000 to 800,000, but how many people can really gain Luo Chong's trust and have the ability to help him share the burden of the entire Han tribe? Dashu is definitely the best in this regard. He works diligently and always talks less, but does more. Although he is not very talkative, he is extremely capable. As long as it is a task assigned to him by Luo Chong, he will do it. It will definitely be done, and the time to join the Han tribe will be the earliest. From the very beginning, when the Han tribe separated the first Luoyang County to the east, Luo Chong asked him to be the governor of Luoyang County. From then on, he became more and more powerful, and finally became a feudal territory that ruled the entire south. Officials really work step by step in a down-to-earth manner. Well, I also know that you are working hard, but the greater a person's ability, the greater his responsibility. We can't be lazy. If we are lazy, I don't know how many people in the Han tribe will be affected by our actions. Being lazy leads to depression. Luo Chong originally wanted to comfort Dashu, but as he spoke, he himself started to smile bitterly. Comforting the tree? It was tiring for Dashu to manage the entire south, so wouldn't it be even more tiring for Luo Chong to manage the entire Han tribe? He came to comfort the tree, but who came to comfort him? No need to say anything, Chief, Dashu understands it. Don't worry, Chief. As long as Dashu is still breathing, Dashu will never refuse if Chief asks me to do something. Okay, I will definitely lead you to see the day when the Han tribe dominates the world and the country is rich and the people are strong. At that time, we will leave this tribe to the children and let's go and take care of ourselves. Luo Chong and Dashu held their arms tightly and were excited for a while. Dashu is definitely Luo Chong's confidant. Only he knows what Luo Chong wants, and only Luo Chong knows that Dashu has been giving silently all these years. This is Luo Chong's best helper in the world. Come on, Dashu, let me introduce to you. These are the two chiefs of the Baiwu tribe near the newly established Qian County on the middle and lower reaches of the Luyang River, Guji and Tianhong. At the beginning of this year, I ordered to promote planting in various places. The potatoes come from their tribe. The two of them are hesitating whether to join the Han tribe, so I specially brought them here to visit and inspect. Just like Jiang Xian, the clan leader of the Jiang clan, you must entertain them well when the time comes. Luo Chong finished introducing the situation of Guji and Tianhong to Dashu, and then introduced the two of them. Guji, Tianhong, this is Lin Shu, the governor of Tuahai County of our Han tribe. His identity is probably similar to that of Yu Fu. He is mainly responsible for the administrative management of the Han tribe in the south, but the place he manages is bigger than Yu Fu. Funari is much larger and manages hundreds of thousands of people, so don't underestimate him. After Luo Chong finished speaking, he looked at both of them. Dashu naturally understood it as soon as he heard it. Luo Chong had told Jiang Xian, which meant that Luo Chong was trying to win over their tribe to join the Han tribe, and the other party was actually very interested. This time he came here specifically to learn more. Only by learning more about the situation of the Han tribe can you make the most beneficial choice for yourself. Guji and Tianhong also understood that Dashu was a character similar to Yu Fu, except that he managed more people and territories, and his status in the Han tribe should be higher than that of Yu Fu. It turns out that the Han tribe relied on these people to help the Han leader manage so many territories. No wonder the Han tribe was so big and he could still manage it. If the Baiwu tribe had a population of hundreds of thousands, I'm afraid all the clan leaders would go crazy. It turns out we are brothers from the White House clan. Welcome. I hope the results of your visit this time will satisfy you. Dashu took the initiative to greet the two of them. Thank you, Governor Lin, for the hospitality. Guji and Tianhong were not good at words. With a simple sentence, they bowed their hands to the big tree and finished their greetings. After all Luo Chong's entourage got off the boat, Dashu also prepared a carriage to take everyone back to the county town of Tuahai County. The new home Dashu had prepared for Luo Chong was in this county, but Guji, Tianhong and the others could only live in Guani. Luo Chong first asked Xiao Dai and the others to take the children to their new home, to see and tidy up. He followed Dashu and called Guji and Tianhong to the magistrate's office in Tuahai County. As soon as the four of them sat down, Luo Chong said directly, "Two clan leaders, now you have arrived at Tuahai County of the Han tribe. Our Tuahai County governs 5 counties. Its size is roughly equivalent to 5 Qian counties, and the population is much larger. You should be able to see a lot of them. Something. I won't accompany you to visit in the next few days. If you want to go somewhere, I will let my guards be in charge of your itinerary and introduce the situation to you. After you finish visiting Tuahai County, I can also arrange for you to visit other places, such as the grasslands in the west. There are also 3 counties of our Han tribe there, and they are the main source of large livestock for our Han tribe. You can also go overseas by boat. There is a big island in the south that also belongs to our Han tribe. There are hundreds of thousands of people living on it. There is also a tribe called Tang tribe across the river where we came from. But now the Tang tribe actually falls under the jurisdiction of our Han tribe, and they will soon become part of the Han tribe. This tribe is much larger than you think. It has 8 counties and a population of more than 100,000. It has just been taken over by the Han tribe for less than 2 years. If you want to know what will happen to your tribe after joining the Han tribe, what kind of life you live, then the situation of the Tang tribe will be more meaningful. Both Guji and Tianhong were stunned for a moment. Good guy, the Han tribe is really big. Not only does it have a large territory, but it also has a huge population. The Han leader just said that there are 100,000 people and hundreds of thousands people. They can't even imagine what 100,000 people are. Concept. However, after the two began to visit, they quickly realized what the concept of hundreds of thousands and hundreds of thousands was. Guji and Tianhong talked with Luo Chong and others in the official office for a while, then got up and walked out. Before leaving, Luo Chong sent a small flag Jinwu guard to them to be responsible for their daily life and visit, travel, and personal safety. After the two people left the official office, they immediately came to the streets of Tuahai County. It was just in time for school to end at noon. Groups of children immediately poured out of the schools in Tuahai County. The scene was overwhelming. The whole place is full of people, plus the parents picking up and dropping off their children outside. What a huge crowd. It's hard to overstate it. It wasn't until this moment that Guji and Tianhong realized what a real crowd meant. Moreover, most of these people in front of me are children. There are so many children in a city. What is the concept? The flag officer of the Jinwu Guard assigned to them by Luo Chong was named Jian. After seeing this scene, Guji asked Jian, "Brother, please tell me where that place is and why there are so many children there." Jian is responsible for their safety and itinerary, and also serves as a guide, so he naturally has the task of explaining and introducing them. This is the school of our Han tribe. The one you were building in Qian County was the school. The school is a place that teaches children how to read. You can learn a lot of knowledge by studying in the school and become useful people to the tribe. Some people become officials who manage a party, and some people become researchers who manufacture machinery. There are also people who can live a better life with the knowledge taught in school even if they don't work in tribal agencies. If your tribe joins the Han tribe in the future, you will definitely have your children study in school so that they can be more promising in the future. Jian immediately introduced the situation of the school to the two of them. So this is the school. Can we visit the school this afternoon? I want to know what our children can learn in the school after we join the Han tribe. Tianhong said immediately. Okay, of course there is no problem with this. Let's go have dinner first. I will come to negotiate with the school in the afternoon and I will definitely take you in to have a look. Jian also agreed immediately. The group of people returned to Guani for lunch and took a short break at noon. At about 2 o'clock, Jian took them to the school again, took out Jinwei's unique identification certificate, and explained the purpose of their visit. The group was very happy. Entered the school easily. Then they began to visit the corridors of the teaching building. Every time they walked to a class, Guji and Tianhong would stand at the back door of the classroom and look in for a moment, watching the teacher in front holding white chalk on the blackboard. Writing and drawing, the children below sometimes read aloud, sometimes write furiously, and work hard to learn the knowledge taught by the teacher. After walking around for a while, they met a class where the whole class was going out for physical education class. They entered the classroom again and flipped through the students' textbooks while no one was in the classroom. Of course, it was impossible for Guji and Tianhong to know Chinese characters, but when they saw the books the students studied and how many Chinese characters they had to learn, they couldn't help but admire them. The Han tribe is indeed a great tribe. They have created their own set of words to record various knowledge, so that the Han tribe can be passed down forever. Perhaps joining such a great tribe is the best solution for the White House clan. Guji and Tianhong followed Jian to see the teaching building, and then the group went to the campus to visit the playground. At this time, there were several classes of students taking physical education classes on the playground. Some classes are practicing formation, some are playing football on the football field, and others are doing free activities. The Han tribe still has quite a lot of sports activities. Playing shuttlecock, skipping rope, throwing sandbags, and playing football are the most common sports games among the Han tribe. However, Guji and Tianhong have not seen each other before. It should be the first time for them to see so many children from the Han tribe. After all, when we were in Qian County before, it was originally under construction. Except for some adult workers sent by the Han tribe, there were no children living there at all. How could they see it? The two of them watched the children playing in the playground and couldn't help but stop and watch. After watching for a while, Tianhong suddenly pointed to the students who were practicing in formation not far away and asked Jian, "What are those children doing? They are all standing so neatly." Jian smiled when he heard this. This is just a Q exercise in physical education class, mainly to cultivate children's discipline and teamwork ability. At the same time, this is also an early preparation for them to join the military when they grow up. Join the army? Do you mean to become a warrior like you? Guji asked in confusion. Yes, to become a warrior like me. All the armies of the Han tribe are strictly disciplined and have a set of military standards for walking, sitting, and lying. What they are practicing now is the most common formation exercise for soldiers. Conducting such training in advance at a young age will help cultivate their habits, so that when they grow up, if the tribe needs it, they can quickly mobilize these little kids. Of course, the tribe will not use such older children easily. Even if it is used, it will have to wait until they grow up. Guji and Tianhong nodded, and then turned their attention to the children playing football on the other side, pointing over there and asking, "What are those children doing?" "They are robbing that thing." "Why don't the adults care?" Yian couldn't help but laugh when he heard this question, because it was originally a game. The thing they played was called football, and it was originally meant to be used for robbing. There were 10 people on each side, and everyone competed for the football. The winner is determined by the number of times the ball is kicked into the opponent's defensive gate. This game called football is very common in our Han tribe, and this kind of activity is often organized in various armies. This game can not only exercise your body, but also exercise your command and tactics. It is also one of the rare skills on the battlefield. 1. Yian introduced the situation of playing football, but Tianhong saw some clues from it. "I always feel that they contact each other, cooperate with each other, and chase that thing called football. This kind of activity is very similar to the hunting of our tribe." Guji was stunned when he heard this. "Yes, isn't it?" After listening to Tianhong's words, he looked at the playground and saw that this was not hunting. The two of them thought about this issue at first. They thought that the life of the Han tribe was so good. They could have endless food through farming, and they could have endless meat by raising livestock without hunting. They could not even imagine such a life before. But if this kind of life goes too long, will the people degenerate and forget the hunting and gathering skills passed down from their ancestors? Before, they envied the life of the Han tribe and had this kind of worry at the same time, but now when they saw the children playing football, they suddenly understood that it turned out that the Han tribe had transferred their hunting technology to other methods and did not transfer it to other methods. It was completely discarded. Although the people of the Han tribe lived a good life and no longer hunted and gathered, their housekeeping skills continued to be passed down. After the two of them finished visiting the school, Yian took them away, and the group went to wander around the Tuahai County city. It was only then that Gu Ji and Tian Hong knew what a real crowd meant. Although they are both called counties, the population in Tuahai County is completely different from the population in Qian County. After all, there are not many settled people in Qian County, but the people here in Tuahai County have been living and operating on this land for many years. Compared with Qian County, the population structure here is obviously more complex. Change. From stooped old men to babbled and shambling children, there are also a large number of young and strong people who are either farmers or workers. Such scenes are impossible to see in Qian County. When the three of them went to the market in the evening, there was a feeling of being crowded and rubbing shoulders. There were really too many people. Guji and Tian Hong had never seen so many people in their entire lives. The two of them visited all the cities in Tuahai County and visited several counties. They learned about the people's livelihood here and learned more about the Han tribe's policies towards the people. For example, Han tribe taxation and so on. Guji and Tian Hong would often discuss calculations during meals. They calculated how many fields the people would have and how much they would produce each year under this kind of tax after joining their own tribe and joining the Han tribe. They would pay enough taxes and daily expenses. How much output is left after living expenses? These two people had never learned arithmetic, so it was impossible for them to calculate clearly, but fools have their own tricks. Taking advantage of their status, the two of them went directly to the homes of the common people to inquire about their living conditions, how many acres of land they had at home, and how many acres of land they had. How many laborers are there, how many people live, what livestock are raised, what is the standard of living, and whether there is any surplus after 1 year. Moreover, the families they selected are all the most ordinary-looking families. Only such families can better reflect the living conditions of ordinary people at the bottom of the Han tribe. But no matter how they inquired or asked, the final result was the same. The Han tribe could really bring a good life to the people. Especially in Tuahai County, the people here are also people brought by the Han tribe from the surrounding clans and tribes. They have only joined the Han tribe not long ago, which is very representative of the situation of the Baiwu tribe. After wandering around Tuahai County, the two of them thought of visiting other places, so they went to find Luo Chong, asked his opinion, and obtained Luo Chong's permission. When they arrived at the official office and had someone notify Luo Chong came out and asked, "Have you finished watching Tuahai County now? Do you want to visit somewhere else?" Luo Chong asked, looking at the two of them. "Yes, we have already seen the situation here in Tuahai County. We heard that there are many other territories near the Han tribe, so we want to go and have a look." At this point, the two of them paused again, and Tian Hong quickly spoke again, said honestly, "Actually, we already have a plan in mind. There will definitely be no disadvantages in joining the Han tribe, but we still want to know more about the Han tribe, so that we can be sure to go back and convince other tribesmen. Another point is that I know that although the transportation in the Han tribe is very developed, it is still inconvenient to travel. After all, the Han tribe is too big. So if there are no accidents, we will never go to other places in the Han tribe after we go back this time. Opportunity, so I wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to walk around and see more." Luo Chong nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this. "You should really travel more and see more. It is good to know more about the situation of the Han tribe. After all, you are still young and you will have a lot to do in the future. If you become familiar with the situation in various parts of the Han tribe and can learn to read and write Chinese characters after you return, I can consider giving you both a half-official position, so that you can manage your tribe more conveniently, and by the way, help me share some things." Now that you have made plans and want to go out and see something, then go and see it. I am very supportive of this matter. A person cannot be proficient in certain things, but he must be knowledgeable and knowledgeable. It's good to go and learn more. By the way, do you have a planned route for the visit? Xian asked again. Not yet, we want to ask the Han leader for his opinion. Guji shook his head and said honestly. Then let's go out to sea by boat. It's only a few days' voyage from here to Qingshu Island. The journey will allow you to appreciate the majesty of the sea and experience the life of sailors and fishermen. After arriving at Qingshu Island, there are 6 counties there. You can see it all the way from east to west, and finally return to the mainland from the cross-sea bridge in the northwest of Qingshu. On the way, I will let you see the bridge built by the Han tribe. When you return to the land, you will ride to the grassland to visit the 3 counties of Honghu and appreciate the vast grassland and the herds of livestock on the grassland. Then, it is the main source of livestock for the Han tribe. After visiting the 3 counties of Honghu, we can then take a boat across Honghu to the east and arrive at the capital. We will see the largest city in the world that the Han tribe is building. It will be the center of the Han tribe in the future and the most important city of the Han tribe. Place. When you finish this tour and see the capital, I estimate that the railway from the capital to Takumi County will be repaired. By then you can take the train back here, and then I will let you go to the river. Take a look at the Tang tribe opposite. Once you finish seeing the Tang tribe, you will have almost seen the entire southern territory of the Han tribe. Then tell me your plans, and you can go back. Luo Chong thought for a while, immediately arranged a travel route for them and said. Okay, we will obey the Han leader's arrangements in everything. Gu Ji and Tian Hong agreed quickly. The travel route arranged by Luo Chong sounds very reliable. Basically, they can see almost everything they want to see, except for the Han tribe in the north. After all, it is too far there, but it is good to visit the south. Luo Chong continued to arrange for Yan to be responsible for their itinerary and all expenses along the way, and then let them leave. Guji and Tian Hong prepared for 2 more days in Tuahai County, finally packed their things and embarked on this long journey. On Luo Chong's side, he returned to the new home prepared for him by Dashu and visited the small nest where he would live for about 3 years. The yard of Luo Chong's new home is not very big. It can only be said that it is slightly larger and more limited than the house in Hanyang City, but it is not much bigger, but it still has all the functions. The yard where the servants live is also completely separate from the yard where the master lives. There are stables, livestock pens, and a special large kitchen. The main building where Luo Chong's family mainly lives is also a 2.5-story structure. That is, 2 floors plus 3 floors. The overall style of the balcony looks like a modern antique 2.5-story villa, but it covers a much larger area than the villa. Xiaodai and Zhang have been organizing the servants to clean up their new home these 2 days, arranging rooms for the children and a study for Luo Chong. The messy things they brought from their hometown must also be relocated to the new home. People have been very busy for a few days. Naturally, Luo Chong doesn't need to worry about such trivial matters. He only worries about the construction of the capital, the political situation of the entire south, and the industrial layout. In the past 2 days, while Luo Chong was listening to Dashu's various reports, he was drafting an industrialization list, which mainly included various factories that the Han tribe would build in the south in the future. Only by listing the goals first can we develop better and prepare sufficient manpower and construction resources in advance. At present, due to the availability of construction machinery, the train from Takumi County to the capital is also being rapidly constructed. It is estimated that this railway line will be connected in a short time, and it will be much more convenient to transfer materials by then. Luo Chong thought for a few days and drafted a preliminary list of southern industrial projects. Heavy industrial plants expected to be built in the south include steel plants, cement plants, coking plants, machinery plants, large shipbuilding yards, bicycle factories, and multiple rubber processing plants. Among them, the rubber processing plant is the key. With the continuous advancement of industrialization, the Han tribe will need to use rubber in more and more places in the future. The Han tribe currently does not even have a professional rubber factory. Currently, the Han tribe uses the various rubber products are actually produced privately by the rubber R&D team of the Huxindeo Comprehensive Research Institute. They are not large-scale at all and feel a bit like a small workshop. Now that Luo Chong has come to the south, to the origin of rubber, he naturally wants to take care of the rubber processing plant. In addition, the light industry is mainly dominated by the food industry, including sugar mills, paper mills, spinning mills, textile mills, breweries, canneries, vermicelli factories, sausage factories, soda factories, carton factories, and so on. Among these light industrial factories, the vermicelli factory should be regarded as a new industry. Luo Chong loves to eat vermicelli, but there have never been any raw materials suitable for making vermicelli. Although he had made some taro before, he actually didn't like those fans very much. Now that the Han tribe has potatoes, as long as the supply of potatoes is increased after large-scale promotion in the future, potato fans will not be sold by then. Fly? After all, potatoes are not easy to preserve, but they can be easily stored for several years when made into vermicelli. Needless to say, there are benefits in this. Luo Chong is planning the industrial layout in the south, and Xiao Dai and Zhang Ning at home are not idle either. Ingmei, do you think Tang Yao will like this house? Probably so. Didn't she think it was pretty good when she lived in that house in Hanyang City before? Now this new house is more beautiful than the old house in Hanyang City. How could she not like it? Besides, I think the house is not actually the most important. The most important thing is the husband's attitude towards her. Just like the two of us, we live with our husbands. Wherever our husbands are, that is our home. As long as our husbands treat us well, it doesn't matter if we live in a hut, we will not starve to death if we farm our own land and raise pigs. Zhang Ning also expressed his opinion after hearing this. Well, what you said makes sense. The house is not the key. The key is the husband's attitude towards her. Then should we urge the husband? We have been here for several days, and the husband has not visited her in the Tang tribe. Will she feel uncomfortable if she finds out? Xiao Dai also nodded in agreement. When she first got together with Luo Chong, she lived in a thatched house, but it didn't matter, as long as Luo Chong was good to her. Then let's urge him. Maybe my husband is too busy and forgot. Let's wait until he has dinner in the evening. Zhang Ning suggested again. The two of them discussed the matter and immediately began to take care of all aspects of their new home. Before Luo Cheng's train was laid for him, this boy started to make trouble again in the past 2 days. On the other side, Gu Ji and Tian Hong, accompanied by Yan, boarded a sailboat out to sea. This time they were not on a flying fish boat, but a trawler converted from a ketch. This ship is not big, and there is not much room for people to live in it. Most of the space in the cabin has been converted into a cargo hold. This ship was not specifically going to Qingshu Island. It was just that the ship's boss was going to go fishing. They stopped by for a visit and made an agreement with the ship's boss to take a detour to Qingshu Island to drop them off. Yan is the Jinwu guard of the Han tribe. He is the leader's personal guard. He entertains guests from other tribes, specifically to see how the Han tribe fishes. Besides, Yan and the others don't give money, so the boat boss doesn't have any money at all. The reason for rejection was that they were brought on board. The boat sailed out to sea and followed the Luyang River to the mouth of the sea. The scene at this time was very shocking to Gu Ji and Tian Hong. When they were young, they used to hunt with the hunting team. At the farthest point, they went to the bank of Luoyang River, which is where the dock of Qingshu County is now. At that time, they looked at the width of Luoyang River, which was 300 to 400 meters. I already felt that it was the largest river in the world. This concept was still the same when they arrived at Qingshu County, because the river was so wide along the way, but until now, when they arrived at the mouth of the sea, they watched the land on both sides gradually disappear, and there was no edge that could be seen in front of them. The two of them felt deeply shocked and endless fear. After all, the feeling of not being able to see land and being surrounded by water was really uncomfortable for two landlubbers, Guji and Tianhong. Brother Yan, do we really want to go to sea? Is the place in front where there is no land and is all water called the sea? Guji asked nervously, grabbing the railing on the side of the ship. Yes, that's the sea. You can't see the end at a glance. It's all water. Our Han tribe calls the water flowing on the land a river, and the water gathering in a big pit is called a lake. The water that can't be seen to the end is the sea. Yes. Yi and introduced the two of them. Why do you have to come here? The Han tribe obviously has so much territory and countless people. There is nothing but water here. What are you doing here? Tianhong asked in confusion. While the few people were talking, the fishing boat had already sailed into the sea riding the wind. At this time, Yan explained with a smile. Because there are countless resources in the sea. Even though it is full of water, there are some of the most precious things in the world. Guji and Tianhong looked at Yan as if they were looking at a madman. There was obviously water here, and the water was so deep that you couldn't see the bottom at a glance. It was all pitch black. What resources could there be here? At this moment, as if he knew what the two of them were thinking, Yan grabbed a bucket on the boat and threw it down. When the bucket was half full of seawater, Yan picked up the bucket again. Come on, two clan leaders, try the seawater here and see what it tastes like. Remember not to drink it, just taste it. Both of them looked at him strangely, then took a handful with their hands and sucked it into their mouths to taste. It didn't matter if they tasted it, their expressions suddenly changed, and their brows furrowed deeply. The water in this sea is actually salty. Is there salt in it? Tianhong spit out the water and asked in surprise. Yes, the water in this sea is all salty, and it is inexhaustible. You tell me, if the Han tribe does not practice salt from the sea, how will we feed hundreds of thousands of people in the entire tribe to eat salt? Yi En explained again. The two of them understood immediately upon hearing this. Before they had any contact with the Han tribe, the Baiwu tribe, a small tribe with a population of only 2,000, had a big problem if they wanted to eat salt. The Han tribe had a population of hundreds of thousands and so much territory. How could they support the entire tribe without a large and stable source of salt? Not to mention other resources, the fact that seawater can continuously produce salt is enough for the Han tribe to make great efforts in this area. Don't underestimate the sea. Even though it is salty, there are fish in it, and they are bigger and fatter than the fish in rivers on land. We don't need to raise these fish, and they don't cost anything, as long as you can fish them out. There are countless meats to eat. You may not believe it. If the fish in our land rivers can grow to be as big as an arm, they are already big fish. If they can grow as long as human legs, they are rare. But in this sea, there are countless fish as big as pigs and sheep. Some are even bigger than cows and horses. They are so big that you can even ride on their backs. I once heard a captain say that he had seen fish bigger than a sailboat. They generally don't catch monsters like that. Some people say they are monsters in the sea, and others say they are sea gods. Their screams are like coming from another world, and water jets will spray out from their heads. Their big mouths can set up a table and let several people sit around it. If you can see it, the scene will be very spectacular. Yi En introduced the rich fish resources in the sea, but Guji and Tianhong were dumbfounded. Oh my God, a fish as big as a pig or a sheep is enough to surprise them, and a fish as long as an ox or a horse would be astonishing, and this is not even the biggest one. The biggest one is actually bigger than what they are under their feet. The boat was even bigger, and they couldn't even imagine what that kind of fish looked like, because they really didn't have the concept or outline in their minds. Hey, guests, we are about to reach the muddy water area, and we will start to lower the net. Do you want to go inside and sit for a while, or stand to the side? While a few people were chatting about what resources there were in the sea, the boss of the boat was also ready to lower his net for fishing. Are we going to set down the net? Okay, come on, two clan leaders, let's stand aside first, so as not to delay other people's work. Yi En quickly pulled the two of them to the side to make room for the sailors. Get off the net? What does it mean to get off the net? Guji asked puzzledly. Oh, it's like this, look over there, do you see the line of different colors in the sea? That place is called the muddy water area. The water coming down from the big rivers on land contains a lot of food. The leader said that what is called plankton is what fish and shrimp eat anyway. After these foods are washed into the sea, they will gather in such muddy water areas, attracting many fish and shrimps in the sea, and then the fish and shrimps will attract countless seabirds and larger fish, so the food in this muddy water area there will be a lot of fish down there, and they are going to fish in that muddy water area. And the net they are talking about is a tool used for fishing. You see, that is called a trawl net, which is made of hemp rope. When Yi En introduced the fishing knowledge to the two of them, the boss of the boat also led the sailors to start lowering the nets. Trawling is the simplest method of fishing, and it mainly targets fish that live on the seabed in shallow water. It sinks the net bag into the bottom of the sea through several ropes, and then moves forward with the boat, so that all fish below the fishing boat's course will be caught in the fishing net. When it is full, the net is pulled up with a winch. You can harvest a net full of sea fish. The boss of the boat directed the sailors to adjust the sails and rudders, control the speed and direction, and slowly aim the fishing boat at the boundary of the muddy water area. This position is usually filled with various large fish. After the fishing boat is aligned with the operating area, the sailors at the stern release the winch and lower the trawl net. At this time, the net is pulled forward for a while, the net is fully unfolded, and the operation can begin. Raise the sails quickly, and move forward with full sails. The boss of the ship shouted standing on the deck. Hearing this, the sailors yelled and hoisted the sails, and the sea breeze was instantly caught in the canvas and swelled by the wind, and the ship's speed also increased instantly. The two sails carried the fishing boat forward quickly, and the fishing boat pulled the trawl net below. The trawl net sinking to the bottom of the sea was like a black hole, wildly devouring all living things on the sand and rocks on the bottom of the sea. Whether it is fish, shrimp or mud coral, they are all swept in. At this time, the role of the fishing net grid comes into play. The fishing net will screen prey according to the size of the grid. Smaller prey can escape from the grid by luck. Fish that are larger than the mesh are not so lucky. Once caught in the fishing net, unless it can swim faster than the boat, it is possible to escape from the front of the fishing net, otherwise it will be a dead end. Today's harvest was quite good. The boat had only traveled about 1,000 meters when the boss of the boat ordered the net to be closed. What the Han tribe lacks now is more advanced mechanized fishing trawlers, such as a steam engine winch or something. Because of the current situation, in fact, if you continue to net, you will definitely be able to catch more fish, and the boat will definitely be able to drag it, but if the net is really full, then the sailors on the boat will be sucking no matter how hard I tried. It was impossible to pull it off. A net full of fish can be pulled up, even with labor-saving pulleys and winches, because human strength is only so strong, and no matter how many fish they have, they will not be able to pull it up. They can only use boats to drag the fishing nets back to the shore. Only the large cranes at the port can lift it. However, it is not yet time to return to the port with a full warehouse, so there is no need to do that. If the warehouse is full and the fish in the cabin are full and cannot be loaded, and if there are more fish that day, the boss of the ship will consider whether to drag the net back to the port. When the boss of the ship ordered the net to be closed, the sailors began to gather again. They came to the wooden winch together and inserted several long wooden sticks on it as labor-saving levers. Only a few people could push such a lever together. More than a dozen people worked together to slowly pull up the net. When the fishing net was just hoisted to the deck, several sailors immediately stepped forward to untie the ligature at the bottom of the fishing net. The fish inside instantly fell like rain on the deck. This was the first time for Guji and Tianhong to see such a fishing scene. It turns out that fishing in the sea is like this. At first, they only knew that the shirtless and barefoot men threw the nets down, and then drove the fishing boat forward quickly. However, they did not expect that when the nets were collected, they were already filled with so many things. Especially when the fish came out of the water, the fishing net was untied, and the fish fell onto the deck like rain. They were both deeply shocked. If fishing can be considered a kind of hunting, then what kind of hunting efficiency is this? I saw all kinds of fish falling on the deck. Some were silver white-skinned, flat and long, some were long and strangely shaped, with several tentacles, some were wearing armor and had a lot of legs, and some were holding 2 pliers. It looked like a general holding 2 sledgehammers. There was even a turtle bigger than a wash basin inside. The turtle looked like it was not something on land. Because turtles on land all have long claws with toes on their claws, but turtles in the sea have 4 fins sticking out and no toes at all. Of course, although there are everything, the most popular ones are all kinds of fish. This is the disadvantage of trawl fishing. Although trawling is the simplest fishing method at present, its disadvantage is that you cannot choose the fish group for fishing. Once you go down the net, you don't know what you will catch. Unlike those large multifunctional fishing boats developed by tribes, which have advanced and expensive equipment, they have the opportunity to try to catch a single fish species. But laymen obviously don't understand these things. Just like Guji and Tianhong, they have already begun to calculate how much meat this net can catch and how many people they can feed. The fish caught in the fishing nets were all piled on the deck, and most of them were still jumping around. The sailors adjusted the course of the fishing boat, cleaned the net a little and prepared to set it down again. The remaining people were not idle either. Everyone was quickly sorting the first catch. The trawler's catch compartment is divided into several compartments. There are compartments dedicated to ordinary small and medium-sized fish. There are compartments dedicated to storing large fish. There are also compartments dedicated to storing crustaceans, such as turtles, crabs, and lobsters, and finally, there are compartments dedicated to storing small and medium-sized fish. Store soft-bodied fish, such as squid and octopus. The remaining corals and clams will also be sorted. Some can be used as decorations and can be sold at a good price. Those that are really worthless will be thrown directly into the sea. The fishing boat quickly adjusted its head and followed the same channel again. The first catch on the deck had already been cleared, and everyone should go into which cabin. As the 2 sails were raised, the fishing boat quickly accelerated again, dragging the fishing net behind it to sweep the bottom of the sea again. The people on the boat worked back and forth all morning, and finally filled all the catch tanks. Then the boss of the boat ordered to adjust the course and sail straight to Yashan County on Qingshu Island. At noon, everyone gathered around the deck grilling seafood, simmering seafood hot pot, eating rice, and drinking light rice wine. Guji and Tianhong, 2 guys who saw the sea for the first time, had a great time. It was the first time for both of them to experience the unrestrained life of fishermen at sea. You can easily catch countless meats, and the seafood is all delicious. Although fishing and cleaning the fish are also very hard, for such a harvest, the hard work is nothing. Guji took a lobster with its head removed and dipped it in red chili oil. The juice was overflowing. As he ate it, he asked the boss of the boat. "Boss, does this ship belong to you? Or is it for the tribe?" Hearing this, the boat boss took a sip of rice wine and said, "I used to be from Luo County of the Han tribe. At that time I was working as a sailor for the tribe's fleet. Later, the tribe expanded its territory in the south and needed many sailors to move to the south, so I moved to Takumi County with my family, and my current household registration is also in Takumi County. When I first came here, I was running ships for the tribe and doing transportation. But after I moved here, I became the second mate with my good skills and 2 years of sailing experience. At that time I worked on a 3-masted ship. Big ship. Then for some unknown reason, the tribe suddenly introduced fishing boat loans, saying that it allowed people to borrow money to buy boats, and the boats became privately owned. At that time I was running the long-distance route from Shanjun to the Cross-Sea Bridge for the tribe. The transportation was all cement, steel bars, and the like. It is for this reason that I was familiar with the people in charge there. They said that their construction site we need a lot of meat, and if we can deliver fish to them steadily, we will definitely make money, so I decided to quit my job and go it alone. What does it mean to take a loan to buy a boat? Tianhong asked in confusion. Hearing this, the ship boss said again, "It's because the ship is too expensive. Not only do we need to harvest wood, we also need to process planks, make keels, lay decks, and ship planks, and finally seal them waterproofly. We also need to launch and outfit them. A lot of processes are required. Professional shipyards require many workers to make them, and no one can afford them privately. For example, my boat is a small and medium-sized boat with a length of more than 20 meters, and it has 2 masts. But even such a small boat needs a high price of 3,000 yuan to buy it. This is not even includes prices for fishing nets and other hired sailors. With such a high price, even if the tribe is willing to sell the boat to private individuals, no one can afford it, so in order to encourage fishermen to go fishing, the tribe came up with a loan method, which is actually borrowing money. Whoever wants to buy a boat by himself should first go to the shipyard to order it, and then go to the government office to apply for a loan. Finally, with the loan application from the government office and the ship deed issued by the shipyard, he can borrow enough money from the bank. Money. However, in order to prevent the boat buyer from not repaying the loan, the bank will go to the official office with the borrower to sign a contract. The bank will detain the boat deed. When the money is paid off, the boat deed will be released again. Return it to the person who lent it, and if it is not repaid by then, they will take the boat away. The government office will also issue a fake ship deed to the borrower, which is the kind of ship deed that is used to prove that the ship is mortgaged to the bank and who actually owns the ship. In short, it is very troublesome, but in this way, it gives people who want to buy a boat an opportunity, which is actually good. This boat actually costs 3,000 yuan? Oh my god, it's so expensive. Guji sighed in surprise. 3,000 is nothing. Don't forget that this is a boat. If you put it in the water, it is a mobile house and a mobile dock. It is also a dock that can transport goods, fish, and make money. In fact, it's not expensive at all, the boat boss said immediately after hearing Guji's exclamation. With that much money, the ordinary monthly salary of a skilled worker from the Han tribe is only 30 yuan. 3,000 yuan, that is 100 months, which is not even 7 or 8 years. In other words, a skilled worker would have to spend 7 or 8 years of his monthly salary and all his food and clothing at home, just to be able to afford a boat. Tianhong quickly calculated the bill. Absolutely, are you good at math? So the bank borrows money and repays it for a long time, usually between 5 and 10 years. The shorter the borrowing time, the less interest, and the longer the borrowing time, the interest is the more. The ship boss said again as he introduced the situation. Then how long did you borrow it for? Can you earn so much money to pay it back? Guji asked, curiously again. I borrowed it for 5 years, and the interest was relatively low. Of course I can pay it back, because I have connections and can steadily deliver fish to the construction site of the cross-sea bridge. As long as the construction site is not completed, I can continue to deliver fish to them. Fish, so I don't have to worry about repaying the money at all. The boss of the boat said again after hearing this. Yin, who had been silent at this time, suddenly interrupted, Boss, I heard that the bridge is almost completed. It will only take 2 or 3 years at most. It should be completed by then. By then, your fish, where to send it? Without a stable place to pay, when the time comes to fish and sell it in the market, it may not be so stable. The boss of the ship smiled and said, Don't be afraid of this. In the past 2 or 3 years, if I work harder and make more trips, I will have everything. Even if it is still a little short of it, I won't be able to retail it in the market. It would be too bad. At worst, I can still run for transportation. But this is still the worst plan. I heard that the leader came to the south a few days ago, and he brought his family with him. I heard that he will not go back to Takumi County this time. You say, this is really great news. Look at how the leader has developed the north in just a few years. As long as the leader is there, there will be vigorous development. When it develops, there will be more opportunities. Are you afraid that you won't be able to make money by then? Money? Let me tell you, even if the cross-sea bridge is completed, but now that the leader is here, we don't know how many new construction sites will be built in the past 2 years. By then, which construction site will not have cheap and stable meat? Chickens and pigs will really be available. No, the pigs in our tribe are not allowed to be raised for a year or 2, but my fish is different. As long as I am not lazy, I will go home with as much meat as I want. Guji, Tianhong and Yi and all looked at the ship boss with some surprise. They didn't expect this man to have such forward-thinking vision, so they listened to what Tianhong said. Boss, you are very powerful. When we were with the Han leaders and the governor of Tuahai County in the past few days, we often heard them talking about some construction matters. It seems that there is also a food industry, saying that they are going to build various in the future. All food will be made by machines, and maybe there will be a factory specializing in fish making. If you can take this job, you will have a lifetime of food and drink. Really? Ha 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 ha, you see, I'm right. Who is the leader of our Han tribe? He is just like a god. As long as the leader is there, there is nothing he can't do. It was only a few years ago, when I first joined Luoyang County. Look at what our tribe has become in just a few years. I don't know what others think, but as long as it's what the leader wants to do, then it will definitely work. The boss of the ship immediately became happy when he heard the inside information mentioned by Tianhong and others. He was not worried about whether the leader would build a factory that uses machines to make fish, but as long as there is a factory, he will definitely have the opportunity to make money. There was no need for a construction team during the initial construction of the factory. He could find a way to capture the meat of those construction teams. When the factory is built, there will be many workers working in it, right? There must be a canteen in the factory, right? As long as he can secure the fish and meat supply for a factory cafeteria, will he be afraid that he won't be able to make any money? This is much more reliable than a factory that uses machines to make fish. The fishing boat just sailed on the sea. After lunch, everyone got busy again. Because there is no ice cellar on their boat, there is no way to keep the fish they catch fresh. If it cannot be insured, what should they do? That is to kill the fish and pickle it with salt. As long as they can persist for 3 or 4 days, they can send the fish to the construction site of the cross-sea bridge. Fortunately, it is cheaper for them to buy salt as a fishing boat. They can drive the boat directly to the salt farm for wholesale, and the salt can be reused, which can reduce some costs. This is also the result of the low requirements on the construction site. After all, there are so many people on the construction site. It is good enough to eat meat and vegetables made from salted fish every day. There is no need to expect fresh seafood. It's different if it's the kind of people who go to the market to sell fish. People who buy goods like to pick and choose. If you want to sell fish in the market, you have to go to sea in the middle of the night, finish fishing, and then go back. Sell the seafood in the morning when it is still fresh enough. If it cannot be sold, it can only be sold to those who specialize in collecting fish and making salted fish, but the price is much lower. The fishing boat soon arrived at Yashan County, on Qingshu Island. The boss of the boat docked the boat at the Yashan County pier and sent Gu Ji and Tianhong ashore. Then they continued to head west towards the construction site of the cross-sea bridge. After Gu Ji and Tianhong experienced the life of fishermen and understood the lifestyle of fishermen, they came to the big island that Luo Chong mentioned, hanging outside the mainland. Everyone walked while listening to Yi En's introduction. There are a total of 6 counties on this big island, with a population of about 100,000. In the early years, a tribe called the Qingshu tribe was in charge. Our Han tribe had a good relationship with them. Who knew that people from this tribe would unite later? The forces on the grassland sent troops to attack our city on the grassland. Later, in order to avenge the dead tribesmen, our leader sent troops to directly kill the leaders and elders of the tribe, as well as their army. Then a few years ago, our Han tribe directly took over the territory of this island and all the people on it. The leader renamed it Qingshu Island and divided it into 6 counties. This is what is now Qingshu. But there is a special feature here. Because it was taken over by other tribes from the Han tribe, there are not many cities here. Most of the people on Qingshu Island live in villages, and they are not willing to move to cities. If you are interested, I can take you to one of the villages, to see how the people lived after joining the Han tribe. Maybe you will know the benefits of joining the Han tribe. Yi En introduced the people of Qingshu Island. The situation said. What? You mean that the territory and population of this big island did not belong to the Han tribe before? Instead, the Han tribe sent soldiers to take the island back. Then the original population here did not resist? They were so willing to accept the control of the Han tribe? Tianhong asked incomprehensibly. Yi En smiled when he heard this, looked at Tianhong and said, "Why resist? As I said just now, the relationship between the Han tribe and the Qingshu tribe was good in the past. We helped the people of the Qingshu tribe and their leaders a lot, but how did they treat our Han tribe? The leader of their Qingshu tribe covets the technology of our Han tribe and wants to learn how we build cars and ships. He also wants to seize the city we built on the grassland and unite with the grassland tribes to attack us. They were the ones who attacked us first. We were just forced to fight back. Moreover, when we attacked, we only attacked the senior elders and leaders of the Qingshu tribe, as well as their troops. We did not touch any of their common people, but instead attacked them. It gave a lot of help to the people. Later, after we took over the entire Qingshu tribe and this big island, we brought a better life to the people here than before. Now we just changed the tribe to manage them. Whoever controls them does not control them. As long as life can, wouldn't it be enough to live a better life? If you don't believe it, you can go to the villages here and take a look and see what the local people think of our Han tribe. Gu Ji and Tianhong immediately became interested after hearing this. Okay, we must see how those people are doing now. Gu Ji, Tianhong, and Yi En arrived ashore, and Yi En began to arrange their itinerary. Let's go to Yashan County here first. The governor's office on Qingshu Island is set up there. We can visit Governor Shui first and listen to his opinions on the itinerary. Yi En said to the two of them immediately. Provincial governor? Isn't he a county guard? What is the position of governor? Tianhong asked, curiously. They had known Youfu and Dashu before, They were both county guards and could manage an area as large as a county and several cities. So they always thought that in the Han tribe, apart from the leaders, the people with the most power should be the people in each place. The governor is here, but what does the governor do now? Upon hearing this, Yan immediately introduced the two of them. In our Han tribe, the smallest administrative unit is a village, also called a village or village. The names are different in different places, but they all have the same meaning, that is, a management unit composed of dozens or hundreds of households. Further up the village, there is the county, or county seat. The chief official is called the county magistrate or county magistrate. They are distinguished according to the size of the county. They are generally responsible for managing a city and the villages surrounding the city. Further up the county, there is the county. The chief officer of the county is called the county guard, who manages several cities or counties. Generally, this is the biggest official as you know, but in fact it is not. In the Han tribe, there are prefectures above the counties, which are divided according to geographical location. For example, Qingshu Island, its administrative name is Qingshu, and its geographical location is this island. There are 6 counties in total on the island, so these 6 counties are all under the control of Qingshu. The largest official in a state is called the governor, who oversees several counties. However, the governor does not have much real power and is not responsible for specific administrative matters. He is mainly responsible for conveying government orders to the county guards on behalf of the leader, and then supervising those county guards. This is called the governor's job. However, our Han tribe has only established this Qingshu governor. There is no other governor for the time being. Our Qingshu governor is named Shui Qingyao. He is also a capable person. When we meet him later, you will know. Hearing this, Guji and Tianhong couldn't help but sigh. The Han tribe is really big. The territory is so big that the leader can't manage it alone, and the population is countless. How big do you think it must be? In addition, the Han tribe's organizational structure and strict management structure also made them secretly stunned. From the youngest village chief, Li Zheng, to the county magistrate, and then to the county governor and governor. One level controls the other to ensure that the leader of the Han tribe can manage every household in the Han tribe. This level of organization and mobilization is simply terrifying. It's just that they don't know the term imperial power entering the household, otherwise they would be able to better understand the powerful energy of the Han tribal centralization system. Without such a strong centralization of power, Luo Chong's plan to develop the Han tribe into this state in just 10 years would be simply wishful thinking. At this time, Tianhong became even more curious. But I heard before that the governor of Tuahai County has the best relationship with the Han leader. He seemed to be the first to join the Han tribe with his tribe. He was also the leader of a small tribe before, but since they have the best relationship, so good, why didn't the Han leader ask him to be the governor? Is this Qingshu governor more powerful than the governor of Tuahai County? Of course the governor of Qingshu is powerful, but Governor Lin of Tuahai County is not bad either. Although Governor Lin is just a county governor, we Han tribe's discerning people can see that Governor Lin will definitely be promoted to the governor of the state in the future, but the Han tribe is not divided into so many states. Besides, in terms of actual power, the power of County Governor Lin is no less than that of the state governor, or even greater, Yan explained to the two of them again. The two of them looked thoughtful after listening, and Guji thought about it and asked again. Then Governor Shui must be very powerful, or is he originally from the same tribe as the Han leader? Otherwise, how did he become the governor here? Haha, you don't know this. In the beginning, the Han tribe experienced 3 large-scale expansions. The first time was the Han tribe joined by 2 tribes themselves, which was the Shu tribe that Governor Lin was at the time. There is a Black Rat tribe, and its leader is called Shuda. He was also a county guard before, but was later transferred by the leader to serve as the guard post of Haijun, so you have never seen it. The two of them were the first leaders of small tribes who followed the leader. During the second expansion, I heard that they were all people from the Han tribe who traded various things, including pottery and white salt, in exchange for various things. There were about a few hundreds of people. The third time it was because everyone was threatened by cannibals. At that time, the Han tribe had already established a city. In order to gain the blessing of the Han tribe, everyone joined the Han tribe collectively. I remember that there were more than a dozen tribes together at that time. Joining the Han tribe, Shui governor's tribe joined the Han tribe at that time, and he can be regarded as an early veteran. But he is indeed a very powerful person. Before joining the Han tribe, the Shui clan was good at digging holes, building nests, building houses, and other techniques. Later, after joining the Han tribe, they were mainly responsible for construction projects. Shui governor is very powerful. He led the team to build houses. At first, he led dozens to hundreds of people to build houses. Later, the team increased to several thousand people and he was directly responsible for building the city. Later, the leader valued his organization. Because of his coordination ability, he became the military commander of the Huban Guards, in charge of the ideological and political support and logistical support of all the officers and soldiers of the Huban Guards, as well as the military law department and other tasks. You may not have heard of the Tiger Guards. This was the most powerful army of the Han tribe in the early days. Even now, it is also the most powerful cold weapon army of the Han tribe. The entire Tiger Guards has a total of 4,000 to 5,000 men. They are all young and strong men. Everyone is wearing heavy armor. They use steel knives and spears. There are also thousands of long-range archers and crossbowmen. There are also many soldiers in the army, equipped with dozens of artillery pieces. This army has made great achievements in battle. When they were stationed in the grassland, they defeated the sneak attack on us by the Xian tribe and the grassland tribe. Later, in order to avenge our Han tribe, the leader gathered nearly 20,000 young men. Soldiers came to attack the Xian tribe, which is the Qingshu island where we are now. The main force of the island attacking army at that time was the Tiger Guards. It can be said that the reason why Qingshu Island is because the Tiger Guards army played an indispensable role. At that time, Governor Shui was the army Sima of the main Tiger Guards. He was responsible for the administrative work of all occupied areas during the war, as well as the logistical supplies for the entire island attacking army of more than 20,000 people, including food and weapons. So after this battle, it was logical that Governor Shui stayed here in Qingshu and became governor, because he was familiar with things here. Gu Ji and Tianhong also felt excited after hearing this. Is this a war between big tribes? Tens of thousands of soldiers are casually dispatched to fight a war, and they are all young and strong men. What is the population of this tribe to be able to mobilize so many soldiers? There are also food, weapons, and equipment for tens of thousands of people. How many people are needed to farm the land and make equipment in the rear to support such a big war? The consumption of just one war was beyond their imagination. From this aspect, the Han tribe was indeed remarkable. Tianhong thought about it and asked Yin again, "Brother Yi, you are a guard beside the leader of the Han dynasty. You should also be a soldier. Then you should be familiar with the army of the Han tribe." "What did you just say?" "Hubanwei, where are they now?" "Huban guards, you have been resting for a while since the battle, and then were transferred to the Tang tribe by the leader. Now thousands of people are stationed in various counties of the Tang tribe. They are mainly used to protect our Han tribe. The administrative office set up over there." Yi and replied immediately after hearing this. After all, this is not a military secret. When the Huban guards were stationed in the past, they were always open and above board, and they went there swaggeringly. So that's it. That's a pity. We haven't seen what the cold weapon army of the Han tribe looks like. It would be great if we had the chance to see it. Tianhong said with some regret. Hey, so you want to see this? This is actually simple. Although you can't see the Tiger Guard for the time being, you can still see the other guards if you want. There are several guard armies here on Qingshu Island, such as the Shaoqi Guards stationed in the central plain of Qingshu Island. This guard station also has 3,000 people. The most important thing is that they are all cavalry, and each of them has 2 horses. It is considered the most powerful among the Qingshu garrison. In addition, there are also 2,500 leopard Tau guards stationed nearby. There are also 2,500 sea wolf guards stationed in Xianfeng County, to the north. There are also 2,500 sea wolf guards stationed in Jiahai County, in the northwest. The 3,000 people of Feixingwei are all cold weapon troops. If you want to see them, we can just watch them all the way. Yi and once again introduced the situation of the garrison on Qingshu Island. Guji and Tianhong secretly smacked their lips when they heard this. The Han tribe actually stationed so many troops on this island. There were tens of thousands of troops here and there were tens of thousands of troops in total, right? What do the Han tribe want to do? If you don't understand, just ask. Guji thought about it for a long time and didn't understand, so he simply asked directly. Brother Yin, why do the Han tribe station so many troops here? Isn't it good to send these soldiers home to farm? There are no battles here anyway. Yin smiled when he heard this, and then explained. Qingshu is a newly annexed land, and the people's sentiments are still uncertain. In addition, the remnants of the Yoshin tribe are causing trouble, which is likely to cause turmoil in the current situation here. When this island was captured, the leader only withdrew the navy and Tiger Guards. All other guards who participated in the attack stayed and were stationed in various counties here. They were afraid that someone would incite the people to cause chaos. After a few days, it will be good if things stabilize in 2018, and the leader has recently made plans to disarm. Disarmament? Just letting some soldiers go home? Tianhong asked in confusion. Yes, that's pretty much what it means. First of all, it's because this place has been stable for several years, and the decrees implemented by the Han tribe here have been widely praised by the people, and have won a lot of people's support for the Han tribe. The second is the reform of military equipment of the Han tribe. The leader plans to replace all the existing cold weapon troops with firearms troops, the kind of soldiers with muskets. By then, the soldiers' combat effectiveness will be enhanced, and they will not need so many ordinary weapons. The infantry is stationed, as long as 1 or 2 main forces are left, but this is also my guess, it is hard to say exactly. Yin explained again. So that's it, the 2 sighed. While they were talking, people had already arrived at the governor's mansion of Yashan County. They informed them of their intention and showed the badge of Jinwu Guard. Shui Qingyao quickly received them. Ha 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 ha, it turns out that they are the clan leaders from other tribes. It must have been hard for the 2 of you to come all the way. Are you going to rest here for a few days, or are you going to take a look and go back as soon as possible? Shui Qingyao immediately said hello. Come. Well, we want to leave as soon as possible to have a look, and then go back, because we have many places to see in our plans, and we don't want to stay here for so long. Tianhong said immediately. Oh, that's it. Then I recommend that you take a boat or ride a horse and go west along the Qingshu River on Qingshu Island. From here, you can pass through Yashan County, Xinhua County, Xianfeng County, and Jiahai County. The county is enough for you to observe the people's livelihood situation. The remaining Chaoyang County has a very small population and only a few fishermen's villages. Since you came here on a fishing boat and have seen fishing, there is no need to go to the fishermen's villages. There is actually nothing to see here in Yashan County. The reason why the county was established here in the first place was because this place is suitable for a port. It is not outstanding in other aspects. You can take a look at Xinhua County. This is a major grain-producing county in Qingshu, as well as Xianfeng County. There are several government-run salt fields there, which control almost all the salt output of our Han tribe. Over in Haijun, a cross-sea bridge is being built there, which is quite spectacular. You can also go and see it. As for the last remaining Guanhai County, it doesn't have much population now. It's all wasteland and there's not much to see. Shui Qingyao quickly introduced the situation here to them. Okay, thank you very much. This is the ship. I hope Governor Shui can help arrange it. We are new here and we really can't find the ship. Yi and also quickly answered at this time. Okay, these are not problems. I will let people arrange the ships. The two sides ended their exchange, and Gu Ji, Tianhong and his party stayed at the governor's mansion for another day and asked Shui Qingyao for a simple map of Qingshu Island. The group arrived at the pier, boarded a single-masted inland sailboat, and then embarked on a journey to visit Qingshu Island. Their first stop was Xinhua County, which was managed by Anvil. The old Jinwu guard, who used to be an undercover agent among the senior officials of the Xian tribe, was now the county guard of Xinhua County and was doing better and better. It just so happened that Yan was also a Jinwu guard. Although the two of them didn't know each other, as long as they had this relationship, they were still closer than others. The group soon took a boat to Xinhua County. These boats were used by the Han tribe to sell goods everywhere during the Xian tribe period. Especially when iron was exchanged for copper, a large number of these single-masted boats were dispatched. The total length was only 12 meters, and there was even without a sail, such a small boat can move forward by rowing. The boat soon moved upstream along the Qingshu River, and Gu Ji and Tianhong also stood on the deck and looked at the scenery on both sides. Both sides of the Qingshu River in Xinhua County are covered with rice fields. In the past, there was only corn, the main food crop on Bamboo Island, and soybeans, but they could not be used as food. However, since the Han tribe set foot on this land after that, there were many types of crops here. The Han tribe took away corn and soybeans from here, and accordingly sent rice, peanuts, barley, wheat and other food crops. The exchanges between the two sides should have jointly enriched their own food varieties. However, in the second year after the Han tribe occupied Judao and turned it into Qingshu Island, rice promotion began here. Compared with corn, rice is more productive and more adaptable to the island climate of Qingshu Island. Moreover, rice is richer in nutrients and is a fine grain suitable for all ages. It is far beyond what corn can match. Therefore, as soon as rice was introduced, it quickly received a warm welcome from the local people. Now it has become a must-win crop for the people every year. In the entire Qingshu Island, except for those places where the water source and terrain are really not suitable for growing rice, corn is still grown. Most other places near water sources are full of rice. In addition to the people weeding and farming in the fields, the two also saw some children on the bow deck carrying bamboo baskets and touching shrimps and crabs in the rice fields. If they were lucky, they could also touch eels and loaches, but this is just a bit of good luck, at least it can change the taste of the people. In fact, if you really want to eat meat, there is no shortage of meat here in Qingshu Island. Before the Han tribe ruled here, there was a tradition of raising goats here. After the Han tribe took over the rule, the types of livestock and poultry in Qingshu Island have also skyrocketed. The most common one should be rabbits, which are raised more than chickens and ducks, followed by chickens and ducks, then pigs and sheep. The common people can't finish the rabbits alone, so they still miss the shrimps and crabs in the fields. To put it bluntly, children like to play, so they go to the fields to touch the shrimps. Gu Ji, Tianhong and others took a boat all the way to the city of Xinhua County. It was said to be a city, but it was actually very small. It looked not much bigger than Hanyang City. This is because Zhudao was not run by the Han tribe at all. The people here had already settled in villages. It was already very difficult for the Han tribe to take over the place and move them to live in the city. After all, it's hard to leave your homeland. They quickly found the county governor's office in this small town. After a brief notification, Yian and the others were summoned. Entering the main hall, when Yian saw the anvil, he immediately took the lead and said hello. "Greetings to the sheriff of Xinhua County," he said and bowed slightly. Anvil quickly stepped forward to help the man up, holding his arm, and asked, "The Jinwu guard next to the leader? Then we are our own people. I am also a Jinwu guard, but I have never been with the leader. I have always been in charge of field work. Later, after the war, I retired directly and became a county guard. What about you, what's going on now?" "Haha, I know you, old man. I am still working as a guard next to the leader. It's just that this time there are 2 clan leaders from other tribes who want to visit our tribe. The leader specially ordered me to lead them around, so I'm bothering you, Lord Sheriff." Yi and also responded politely. "Hey, what are you talking about? We are all our own people. Whatever you want to see, I will just let you see it. Can I still embarrass you?" Because of this relationship with Jin Wuwei, Tai Zhan was very enthusiastic towards them. He personally asked the kitchen to prepare a few dishes and entertain Tianhong and the others. At the dinner table, because Anvil was too far away from the center of the Han tribe, he was no longer clear about the current changes, so he chatted with Yian about the current situation of the Han tribe. As the personal guard around Luo Chong, Yian was at the absolute center of the tribe. Of course, he also had first-hand new information, so he began to introduce the changes in the past 2 years to Anvil. But he is not stupid. He only introduces information to Anvil that can be made public, as well as information that is out of date. But even this kind of information also benefits Anvil a lot. After the exchange between the two, Anvil finally understood the situation of Gu Ji and Tianhong, and became more enthusiastic towards them. "I heard that you want to see the living conditions of the people at the bottom?" Tianhong nodded immediately and said, "Yes, firstly, we want to know what life will be like for our people after joining the Han tribe. Secondly, I am very curious. The Han tribe used the army to seize the territory and population. Are they so willing to obey the control of the Han tribe? Especially the matter of paying taxes to the Han tribe is a bit incomprehensible to me. Hey, what's the point? If you can have such an idea, it means you have too little experience." It was still the period when the Xian tribe managed Bamboo Island. At that time, the Xian tribe collected heavier taxes from the people, and their government affairs were very confusing. There is no fixed standard at all, and the actual tax collector often collects as much as he wants. After our Han tribe came over, although we also collected taxes, they were lower than those collected by the Xian tribe. In addition, our government affairs were more standardized. We collected whatever we were told and would never collect randomly because we have unified weights and measures. The Xian tribe did not have it at that time. In addition, although we collect taxes, more of the money is spent on the people. They see that we spend money for the people, and of course they will not object. Anvil immediately introduced the situation here. Spend money for the people? How to spend it? Guji asked puzzledly. We collected taxes from the people, but we used the money to build roads for the people, making transportation between villages more convenient. We also built schools for the children, hired teachers, and provided textbooks to teach them how to read and write. We also built water canals for them, cultivated new fields, bought them seeds, farm tools, and livestock cubs, and hired people to teach them various techniques. We even built a mill for them in the village. We have done too much for the people. Although we have collected taxes, the taxes are not in vain. I know you are not from the Han tribe yet, and you may not understand the matter of paying taxes, but I still want to remind you, just like the welfare measures I just mentioned, if the people do not pay taxes, what will the tribe get? When it comes to building things for the people, are all those things for free? For example, after you join the Han tribe, that is, the local government office, must distribute crop seeds and livestock cubs to you according to your household registration, but the government office does not have these things, so where does the government office come from? You can spend money to buy it from people's homes in other old counties, and then transport it and distribute it to you, but if you don't pay taxes to the tribe, where will the tribe get the money? The tribe has collected a little tax from you, but looking at it all, it's not in vain, right? In the end, it's still spent on you? Anvil also tried to persuade them both. The two nodded when they heard the words, and seemed to understand a little, but after all, they still couldn't turn around so quickly. After all, the Baiwu tribe was too primitive compared to the Han tribe. They were just in the transition period between farming and hunting and gathering. Under such circumstances, it is indeed difficult for them to immediately understand tax collection. After all, it is something produced by your own family. Since you already own it privately, why would you hand it over to the tribe? Well, you may not understand this yet, but if you communicate with the people more, you will know what is going on. Then you can ask the people yourself why they are willing to pay taxes to the tribe. With the arrangement of Tian, the local governor, the visit went more smoothly. The place Tian asked them to visit was none other than Shanghe village, which was the focus of the implementation of the New Deal. Now, after several years of development by the Han tribe, after the rule, the people of this Shanghe village have lived a very prosperous life. Those people who moved south have also intermarried with local wealthy families and even have many children. The people's lives are getting better and better, and the population has gradually increased. Now the village is full of children running around. This is what it looks like in a prosperous age. If the people really can't live any longer, let alone not take the initiative to have children, I'm afraid the children will be thrown directly into the pond and drowned after birth. After all, incidents of abandoned babies during disaster years were not uncommon in ancient times. Gu Ji, Tianhong, Yi En and other Jinwu guards, led by a petty official from Xinhua County, suddenly visited Shanghe village. When they arrived at Shanghe village, they saw many children running around in the village, most of whom were only 2 or 3 years old. There were also many adults working nearby while watching the children. Seeing such a scene, Gu Ji and Tianhong felt relieved. No matter when, reproduction is the most important thing for a tribe. Seeing that people here have given birth to so many children, at least it means that they have no worries about food and clothing. Looking at the smiles on people's faces, it is obvious that they are living a pretty good life, otherwise who can be happy? At the same time, Gu Ji and Tianhong also noticed the architectural style in the village. When they first went to the city in Xinhua County, they felt that it was no different from the architectural style of the Han tribe. It was just that the size of the city was different. But in Shanghe village, there are bamboo buildings everywhere as far as the eye can see. Compared with bamboo buildings, the brick and tile houses of the Han tribe are obviously sturdier. So why don't the people here live in brick and tile houses and bamboo buildings? Thinking of this, Tianhong asked directly, "Brother, I came from other parts of the Han tribe. All I saw along the way were solid brick and stone houses. Why are there all bamboo buildings here? Could it be that the Han tribe don't you want to give them a house?" Yi En obviously doesn't know the secrets here. After all, he is just a guard around Luo Chong. Even if he knows, it is some major tribal affairs. Small things like this are sometimes not reported to the subordinates. Luo Chong, they didn't know, so how could they know? So the person who answered this question was the little official sent by Anvil to lead the way. Hearing Tianhong's question, the clerk was not angry, but explained patiently. Your Majesty, it's like this. The Qingshu island you are on was managed by a tribe called the Xian tribe before the Han tribe took over. At that time it was not called Qingshu Island, but Bamboo Island because it was rich in bamboo. And famous. At that time most of the buildings built by the people here were bamboo buildings, which were made from local materials, which were inexhaustible and cheap. Later, when our Han tribe took over, they intended to replace them with brick houses, but most people were used to living in bamboo buildings. Just unwilling to replace the brick building. But then our leader specially moved a group of immigrants from the mainland, and after those immigrants came, they lived in brick houses. In addition, with the marriage of immigrants and local people in Qingshu in the past 2 years, more and more young people in the village have chosen to live in brick houses, but there are still some elderly people who are unwilling to move to new houses. The clerk explained patiently and cheerfully. So that's the case, then I was wrong to blame the Han tribe. The group of people walked and watched, and soon came to the small open space in the middle of the village. This was also the drying ground in the village a long time ago, but now the drying ground has long been changed into a cement-paved floor. The original grain drying field became a place for villagers to gather and chat. Guan Tao, the head of Shanghe village, heard that someone was coming from above, and he quickly came out to greet him. Now he has also married the Ren family who came here, and married his daughter to Ren Zhua, the eldest son of the Ren family. The two families became in-laws, and they were even more inseparable from the Han tribe. When the two parties met, Guan Tao took the lead in communicating with the officials he was familiar with, and then he understood the purpose of everyone's visit. It turned out that the chiefs of other tribes wanted to join the Han tribe, but they were hesitant, worried about what would happen if their own tribe joined the Han tribe. So I wanted to see how they live here. Guan Tao understood what was going on as soon as he heard this. Instead, he took the initiative to persuade Tianhong and Gu Ji, and explained the benefits of their village being taken over by the Han tribe. The two of them were very excited after hearing this. In the days of the Xian tribe, Shanghe village really had nothing to ask for. Later, they were able to weave and make clothes themselves. The looms were also bought from the embassy of the Han tribe. It can be said that they can live as they do now. The good life depends entirely on the support of the Han tribe. After the Han tribe officially took over the management of Qingshu Island, the lives of the people became better. There are also those immigrants specially brought by the Han tribe. They are all talented people, including blacksmiths, carpenters, oil mills, tofu mills, farmers, cart drivers, livestock raisers, and people who make clothes and shoes. The indigenous people in Shanghe village really learned a lot from them. Judging from the fact that the Han tribe specially arranged immigrants for them and helped them improve their quality of life, the Han tribe was considerate of the people. Of course, this is just what the people think. The reason why Luo Chong did this was to teach the people of Zhudao more life skills and transform them into beneficial population resources. After all, how can they engage in production if they don't have skills? What's the use of a population that can't produce? Another reason is to assimilate them as quickly as possible and completely change their living habits, to assimilate them with the Han tribe. This is Luo Chong's real plan. Gu Ji and Tianhong stayed in Shanghe village for a whole day, eating with the villagers here, visiting everywhere, and even looking at the brick houses built by immigrants in the village. The immigrant area, which initially had only 10 yards, has now expanded to more than 30 yards. Most of the young people in the village have moved to such brick-antile houses after getting married. Because of convenience. Although they were accustomed to living in the Zhulu, the changes in life brought by the Han tribe forced them to move to the ground. Because there is no way to carry out production work in the bamboo building, they want to raise cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, rabbits, and other livestock, but not all animals are suitable for raising under the bamboo building. There are also looms, which cannot be moved into the bamboo building, so they cannot produce in the bamboo building. Then there are some elderly people who find it very inconvenient to go up and down the bamboo building every day. There are also things like stone mills, and they can't move them into the bamboo building. They need a house on flat land, a very spacious door that is easy to enter and exit, and a large yard. All kinds of needs are forcing them to move to the ground. If this continues, it is estimated that in less than a generation, the people of the entire bamboo island will have to walk down from the bamboo towers and live in the Han tribe's brick houses and single-door courtyards. After seeing the people's houses, Guji and Tianhong went to see their fields again. Now, after the immigrants' careful teachings, and the indigenous people of Zhudao who already had profound farming experience, it took only 1 or 2 years. They have already mastered the planting techniques of rice, wheat and other crops. However, recently a new thing called potatoes has been introduced from the mainland. It is said that it can be used as both food and vegetables, and can also be used to make vermicelli for long-term preservation. Now it is available in all 6 counties of Qingshu Island. Gigi promotes the cultivation of this new crop. Although there are not many seeds distributed, there is no requirement to plant them on a staple food scale. Moreover, when the tribe collects grain taxes, they will definitely not collect potatoes. At present, each family just grows some in their own vegetable fields and eats them as vegetables. Whether it is shredded and stir-fried as vegetables, or stewed with meat, it tastes very delicious. When Guji and Tianhong saw them planting potatoes in the vegetable fields of people's homes on Qingshu Island, they almost cried on the spot. The two of them actually saw crops from their hometown, so far away from home. How did they feel? After the two calmed down their excitement, they had to admire the Han tribe's execution strength. I remember that when the Han tribe got potatoes at the beginning of last year, Yufu took away more than 200 kilograms from their tribe, and then at the beginning of this year he took away nearly 2 tons, or about 4,000 kilograms. As a result, in just a short time, the Han tribe had already extended potatoes and potato planting technology to as far away as Qingshu Island. What kind of dominance does Luo Chong have? What is the enforcement intensity of the grassroots officials of the Han tribe? This is simply too scary, okay. After looking at each family's fields, Guji and Tianhong went to visit their yards. Most people's yards are neatly cleaned, because they also saw the Han tribe's brooms here. The two couldn't help but sigh again. Maybe in this world, only the Han tribe would invent a tool specifically for cleaning, right? Another thing that impressed them most was that every household raised a lot of livestock, including not only chickens and ducks, but also medium-sized livestock such as pigs and sheep. But the most common ones were, it has to be said, that it is a rabbit. Every household raises so many rabbits that they can't even eat them because rabbits give birth too fast. What should I do if I can't eat it? Then kill the rabbit, salt it and smoke it into bacon, store it and eat it slowly. This situation is common in almost every household. Some are hung under the eaves of bungalows, and others are hung in bamboo buildings. There is so much meat that there is really no way to finish it all. In addition, because there are many rabbits, there are also a lot of rabbit skins, which has led to the proliferation of rabbit leather. Now most children in the village wear shoes made of rabbit skin. Once upon a time, even the earliest established Hanyang County people can only use old clothes and scrap cloth to make shoes. Now even the people of Qingshu Island are so luxurious that they can use leather to make shoes. In addition, the Han tribe's habit of raising cats and dogs was also brought to Qingshu Island from the mainland. Cats are good at catching mice. Since the arrival of cats on Qingshu Island, the people here have rarely been troubled by mice. In the past, the indigenous people of Qingshu Island built their houses so high that they looked like bamboo buildings, partly to prevent rats. Now they also breed civet cats, so even if they live in a flat courtyard, they no longer have to worry about rats. In addition, dogs are also good housekeepers and the most loyal partners of mankind. The Han tribe also has the habit of eating dog meat, which has now spread to Qingshu Island. Although the first purpose of domesticating wolves into dogs was to allow them to help with herding or hunting, as these hunting behaviors gradually disappeared, the role of dogs gradually became only housekeeping, so they slowly became common people. A food on our menu. It's just that the people of the Han tribe can't even eat rabbits now. It's completely unnecessary to kill dogs for meat, so there are only a few people who know how to kill dogs. After looking at the livestock aspect, they went to see the school where the children went to school. The mainland side of the Han tribe was called a school, but the Qingshu Island side was really a school. Because the population here is very scattered and does not form a city with a concentrated population, it is naturally impossible to gather a large number of children into schools to attend school uniformly. Even if a school is built in the city, nearby children will not be able to go there because they live too far from the school. If they still want to go to school, they will have to stay in accommodation. This is not cost-effective and will also add a burden to the people, especially when there are many children. And if the people are not allowed to pay for accommodation, food, and living expenses themselves, then the Han tribe's court will have to pay for it. But how much expenditure will this require? After comprehensive consideration, Luo Chong's proposed model is to set up a primary school in each village and gather the children in the village to teach. Only 1 or 2 teachers are enough. The teachers in Shanghe village are a young couple who immigrated from the 8 counties of Hanyang. Together, they are responsible for teaching the children in Shanghe village to learn the cultural knowledge of the Han tribe. Although this kind of teaching may not produce any talents, it is not important. Luo Chong didn't originally intend to teach them any talents. All he wanted was to assimilate to Qingshu Island as soon as possible, so that the local indigenous people could learn Chinese and Chinese characters as soon as possible and have the ability to read and write Chinese characters. This was enough. As for officials, they can be selected from the local area as appropriate and given to some less important or grassroots officials. Important official positions can also be assigned from the north, and there will be no problems. After sitting in the classroom and listening to the teacher's lecture, Gu Ji and Tianhong also felt very good. The two of them didn't know much about the writing of the Han tribe, but they just thought that the teachers who gave lectures in front of them were so amazing that they could actually write so many words. Other than that, I just feel that the teaching environment here is a bit worse than the schools in Takumi County. The village-run primary school in Shanghe village does not have a playground for the children. It is said to be a school, but it is actually a large courtyard with 6 large rooms, huts, and a courtyard. In the middle of the courtyard, there is a flagpole and a hanging with the flag of the Han tribe. There is no place to play at all. If you want to do activities, you can only go to the small square in the village. And because the teaching staff in the village is too small, there are only 2 teachers in total, and these 2 teachers are a young couple. If the woman is pregnant, there will be only 1 teacher left. Under such circumstances, one can only find other immigrants in the same village to help teach, such as Renzua's father, the Jingwu guard spy hidden in the village. Although he is only a field spy, he has undergone some military training. Since immigrating to Shanghe village, in addition to blacksmithing and repairing ironware and farm tools for the villagers, he also teaches physical education classes to the children in the village. He taught the children how to strengthen their bodies such as Q training, running, rope skipping, etc. He also often made toys such as sandbags for the children and played games with them, so the children in the village liked this physical education teacher very much. Seeing such a life, Gu Ji and Tianhong were also very happy. Although they knew that this Qingshu Island was forcibly occupied by the Han tribe, and the population here was also forcibly taken over and managed by the Han tribe, they still had to sigh when they saw the lives of the people today. The lives of the people in Qingshu today are really good. Although I don't know what their previous life was like, if the Baiwu people can live at this level after joining the Han tribe, they will definitely be willing to do so. The two spent a day visiting Shangha village, and then visited two other villages at Taiji's suggestion. The conditions they saw were similar, so they bid farewell to Taiyan with Yian and went to Xinhua County. At the garrison barracks, take a look at the heroic cavalry guards. This was what Jian and the others had planned before, because Guji and Tianhong had not yet seen what the cold weapon troops of the Han tribe looked like. They went to see it this time just to satisfy their curiosity. When the group of people arrived at the cavalry guards' barracks, they saw a battlefield-like scene. The warriors of the Night Cavalry Guard usually undergo various equestrian training, and what Guji and Tianhong saw was such a wonderful scene. Rows of scarecrows were arranged neatly in an array, while the cavalry soldiers lined up in neat lines to perform the classic corner charge training. The so-called angular charge means that when the enemy troops are arranged in a neat formation with spears, the front and center of the cavalry will definitely suffer heavy losses. At this time, the cavalry must be arranged in a single column, and then charge diagonally at a 45-degree angle. Charge against the two front corners of the enemy's formation. When the cavalry columns rush through the corners of the phalanx one after another, it is equivalent to using a column of cavalry to chop down the person in the corner of the opponent's formation. Using such a corner-cutting charge tactic, no matter how powerful the opponent's phalanx is, the cavalry can destroy the enemy's formation in one turn. Once the opponent's formation collapses, it will be the cavalry's world. Even if the horse tramples and crashes, the opponent can be trampled to death. This was the first time that Guji and Tianhong saw such a large-scale cavalry charge, collectively. In that scene, every warrior was wearing armor. The cold armor shone in the sun, and the weapons in their hands shone even more coldly. Whether it was the long sword used by the cavalry or the big sword, every item was taken out. It's so scary. With such a group of brave warriors gathering thousands of people, what kind of tribe in the world would be the team leader of the Han tribe? However, they did not know that when they attacked the Xian tribe and Zhudao, the cavalry guards hardly participated in the battle. The terrain on Qingshu Island did not have many suitable places for cavalry to engage in large-scale battles. At that time, Luo Chong specially organized a group of cavalry to come over. What he wanted was their ability to attack quickly. They could use this cavalry as cavalry to quickly raid the opponent's strategic nodes, and they could also maneuver quickly when their own war situation was unfavorable. Support. Luo Chong thought well, but it was a pity that the enemy was too useless and did not give the cavalry guard a chance to take action. You can tell how uncomfortable this is. Because the knights were a military unit after all, Guji and Tianhong were only allowed to visit for a while. However, for the sake of Yi and Jinwu Guard, Guji and Tianhong were able to put on the heavy armor of the knights and sit on their horses. I experienced the feeling of a knight on my back. The two of them also made several gestures with the big sword with their long knives, which was enough to satisfy the curiosity of the cold weapon army. After bidding farewell to the cavalry guards, they left Xinhua County by boat, and the group headed straight for Xianfeng County. The conditions in Xianfeng County are actually a bit worse. There are few freshwater resources, and not much land that can be cultivated and planted. Fortunately, several salt fields have been developed here. It is the largest salt production base of the Han tribe, and most of the people nearby are also work here. Their own output plus the salary from working in the salt field allowed them to live a good life. After all, the output of the family is enough for food, drink, and clothing, so the money earned from working can be saved or used to buy other things. After arriving in Xianfeng County, Guji and Tianhong went straight to the salt field. One thing is that although these two guys have been eating white salt provided by the Han tribe for more than a year, they actually have no idea how the salt is made, whether it is well salt, rock salt, or sea salt. When they came to the salt field this time, when the two of them saw the mountains of snow-white salt on the ground, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. How much would such a small mountain of salt be worth? If it could be exchanged for people. If so, I'm afraid they can just buy everyone in the White House clan. And there are so many here, the salt field is so big that you can barely see the end, and there are piles of similar salt mountains one after another. No wonder the Han tribe can meet the salt supply of the entire Han tribe's hundreds of thousands of people. Looking at the piles of salt mountains in front of them, both Gu Ji and Tianhong felt frightened. The importance of salt is self-evident. Although the Han tribe now has currency that can be used to trade various commodities, if you really can't come up with money, you can still trade with salt, which is not even comparable to food. After all, if you don't have food, you can still eat other things to fill your stomach, but if you don't eat salt, what can you find to replace it? Salt, to a certain extent, is actually of equal value to money. Because this is a necessity for human survival, not a necessity for life. Although there is only one word difference, it just highlights its importance. Without salt, people cannot live. Gu Ji and Tianhong naturally understood this truth. They looked at the piles of snow-white salt mountains in front of them as if they were seeing piles of coins. These are all money. How did the Han tribe get salt out of seawater? After thinking about this, Tianhong simply asked directly. Brother Yan, do you know how this salt is made from seawater? Is there really that much salt in this seawater? Yan couldn't answer this question. He only heard Luo Chong say that sea salt is dried from seawater, so it is probably dried by the sun, but he really doesn't know how it is dried. I don't know, but since we are here to visit, let's just go and see it. The governor of Xianfeng County was Niuwei, the former Shang elder of the Xian tribe, who was instigated by the Han tribe. Later, after Zhudao became Qingshu Island, Luo Chong made him the governor of Xianfeng County. However, Ushio didn't come over when we visited the salt field this time. The two tribal chiefs who came to visit did not need a county guard like him to receive them personally. They only sent a small official to help them take care of trivial matters. Yan told the clerk, and the group entered the salt field and began to visit. Guys, our salt field is the latest generation of salt drying field. Before the Han tribe ruled here, the Xian tribe also dried salt. However, the labor intensity of the workers was very high and there were many people using it. However, the amount of salt produced is very little, which is basically equivalent to God's gift of rice. However, since our Han tribe took over the salt farm, we have renovated the salt ponds here and installed many advanced machinery and equipment. The productivity has been greatly improved. Under the same good weather, we use fewer people to produce salt. The quantity is several times that of before, and it is not comparable to that of the Xian tribe at that time. Follow me, come over here and take a look. As he spoke, he took Gu Ji and Tianhong to the highest first-level salt pond and the water pumping station next to it. He pointed at the largest salt pond and the steam-powered water pumps. Guys, please see, this is our first-level salt bath. The steam-powered water pump here is connected to a very thick rubber pipe. The other end of the pipe extends to a water-collecting boat in the sea. The water-gathering ship will first pump the clear seawater into the ship for first-stage filtration, and then pump the filtered seawater to the first-stage salt pond above. Filtering? What does that mean? Gu Ji asked puzzledly. Filtration means that when seawater is pumped up, it will contain a lot of impurities, such as small stones, sand, shells, oysters, or small fish, shrimps, and octopuses in the sea, which will be pumped up by the water pump. If these things are not removed in advance, if it is filtered out and pumped directly into the salt pool, the salt that comes out later will be very impure, the clerk explained quickly. Oh, so that's what I meant. Keep talking, keep talking. Gu Ji nodded, looking like he suddenly understood. Well, there are also several water pumps on the water collection ship below. They will first pump seawater into the water tank in the ship. After a simple filtration, they will pump the water in the water tank into the water supply tank. Then the large water pump above will pump water directly from his water supply tank. After the water is pumped up, it will be placed directly into this primary salting pool. This pool is completely paved with cement and is very flat. The water will be exposed to the sun for a day. If it is summer, the exposure time will be it should be shorter, usually about half a day in summer. When only half of the water in this pool evaporates, it turns into salter brine. At this time, the brine will be discharged to the secondary brine pool, where it will continue to be exposed to the sun and further evaporate the water. The salt is retained and then introduced into the third-level solar salt pond. In this cycle, the pumped seawater will be exposed to less and less sunlight, and the water will become salter. Generally, after being exposed to the sun in a level 5 to 6 pool, the salt in it will be crystallized. But we have now mastered a faster method, which is to collect the super salty brine in the 5th level pool, and then spray it directly on those salt mountains, so that the moisture of the brine it will become salter and evaporate more quickly. But the leader said that this is just one of the reasons. I heard that there seems to be another reason for the crystal nucleation. It probably means that adding some salt to the brine with extremely high salt concentration is equivalent to implanting crystals in the brine. The crystal nucleus can make the salt in the brine crystallize more quickly. I don't know much about this. I heard that it can only be seen with the microscope in the Northern Research Institute. The clerk showed them around, pointing out various facilities and introducing them to the process of drying salt from seawater. In the distance, someone was indeed spraying water on the salt mountains with a rubber pipe. The man pinched the mouth of the pipe to increase the pressure of the brine, and then sprayed water directly into the sky above the salt pile. When the brine sprays out, it is still a slender water column, but when it sprays into the sky and draws a parabola to fall, it is turned into a large number of water droplets, like rain, evenly drenching the salt fields below. The white salt in the salt field also sparkles, which is the result of water droplets reflecting in the sun. However, such raindrops will soon be evaporated by the sun's light, and finally a new layer of white salt will precipitate. This kind of salt precipitation speed is very impressive. It is much faster than directly placing it in a pool and exposing it to the sun to automatically precipitate sodium chloride crystals. It is at least 10 times faster. Guji and Tianhong watched for a while and learned about the entire process of making salt from seawater. They were both surprised. They didn't expect that seawater could go through such processing steps and turn into piles of salt mountains. It was really enviable. A few people had a meal with the workers in the salt field at noon, and then inquired about the living standards of the salt field workers. When they were leaving in the afternoon, when they passed by the salt field again, they found the thin layer of salt that they had seen in the morning. After repeated watering and exposure to the sun, the thickness of the salt field has increased by at least 2 or 3 times. The two of them couldn't help but gasp when they saw such a scene. Hey, this method produces salt so quickly? Such a large piece of land, at least several acres of salt fields, has added such a thick layer in one day. How much salt is produced? No matter how much salt was produced, it was quite surprising to the two of them, even Yin. Although he was the leader's guard, he had heard Xiaoan mention the matter of drying salt many times, but this was the first time after all. Having seen it with my own eyes, it would be a lie to say that I was not shocked at all. Especially since he is from the Han tribe, he knows the importance of salt even more. After all, his family has to spend money to buy salt, and when he sees so much salt, he can't help but convert it in his heart into coins, and then guess how much the salt here can be converted into, and then you will take a breath of shock at your own thoughts and results. But that's it after reading it. It's impossible for them to make their own salt. The group of people left Xianfeng County and continued to the northwest. Their last stop on Qingshu Island was Jiaohai County at the northwest end of Qingshu Island, just across the bridge from the mainland. The main thing they came here to visit was the construction site of the cross-sea bridge in Jiaohai County. With Yian's help, the two of them arrived at the shore of the strait in Jiaohai County without any hindrance. The first thing they saw was the giant cross-sea bridge. They walked along the main road on the shore, directly onto the reinforced concrete bridge deck. After walking for almost 3 kilometers, the bridge broke. In front of the broken bridge were artificially poured piers. But at this time it's surprising that there is no bridge deck installed on it yet. How did the Han tribe build such a magnificent superbuilding? It feels like it's an incredible work of art, right? Humans actually have the ability to move mountains and reclaim seas? Isn't this something that only gods can do? Brother Yian, do you know how these smooth and neat, huge stone pillars are erected? Or how do they grow? Guji asked curiously. Of course I know. In fact, you yourselves also know that this is the reinforced concrete you saw in Qian County. The workers will first build a dam on the underwater reef, that is, the stone mountain hidden under the water, and use sandbags to cover it. A basin is built in the seawater, and then the water in it is drained with a water pump. At this time, workers are sent to dig deep wells at the bridge piers. After the well is dug, the bundled steel keels are inserted into it, and wooden boards are used to surround the outside with a mold for pouring. Then the sand, gravel, cement, and fresh water are mixed in a certain proportion. Concrete like mud is poured into the wooden shell with something, and it is vibrated while pouring to shake out the air bubbles inside. This is how the bridge piers are poured higher and higher, steel bars and concrete are added continuously, and then they are poured one by one. Actually, the method is very simple, but the resources consumed by this bridge are astronomical and unbelievable. There are so many bridge piers, so much steel and concrete are needed, and these are all shipped from the north. Those of you who have come here should know how difficult this is, right? Yian said with excitement while looking at the waves washing against the reef on both sides of the bridge. Every time he sees this unfinished bridge, whether in photos or in reality, it gives him a great shock. Guji nodded when he heard the words, and finally understood the principle, but the more they understood it, the more powerful they became able to feel the Han tribe. Let's not talk about other things, but being able to meet the demand for building materials such as steel and concrete on time requires unimaginable strength. The Baiwu clan still don't know how to smelt steel. The Han tribe has already begun to use steel as the skeleton and fill the buildings with cement powder. Moreover, so many building materials are transported from the north to the south on time and overseas, which makes it even more difficult. It's really cowhide. The few chatted for a while. Tianhong looked at the bridge under his feet and began to ask curiously. Brother Yian, the bridge piers are poured from the wells on the ground. I can understand this, but how on earth is the bridge deck above fixed? I see that there is such a big distance between each group of bridge piers. It must be difficult to pour it, right? No, this bridge deck is also made of reinforced concrete, but when making the cast shell, a large scaffolding called a scaffolding is used. This thing is installed through 2 modified boats. The boats are first parked under the piers where the bridge deck is required, and then someone climbs to the top of the mast and waits until the top of the bridge piers. At this time, the 2 sides will cooperate with each other to build a strong scaffolding between the 2 piers through the high platform on the ship. That is, the shell will be used for pouring. After the shell is built, the ready-made scaffolding will be placed inside. The steel keels are poured at the end. For this huge project, those people didn't know how many things were modified, such as this kind of ship specially equipped with scaffolding, as well as a sand ship specially used to transport sand, as well as the kind of ship with a steam engine and a mixing drum, specially designed for transporting sand. There are also several boats used to mix concrete. Yi and once again introduced the situation and construction methods to the two of them. The three construction areas that Luo Chong pays most attention to at ordinary times are the capital city, the industrial layout in the south, and the third is this very important cross-sea bridge. As long as this bridge can be completed and open to traffic in the future, it will definitely be a great feat in this world and in the entire human history. At this time, a small boat with 2 masts was gradually approaching them not far away. That was the ship that had contacted the other side in advance, to take them to the other side. Yi En showed Jin Wuwei's token to confirm his identity, and then led them down the rope to the boat, and then sailed smoothly to the other side. It wasn't until they sat on the boat and headed towards the opposite side that Gu Ji and Tian Hong knew how wide the strait was. It took so long to walk even by boat. So how long was the bridge? When the group of people successfully landed from the dock on the mainland, they were not far from the grassland. When we come to the northern end of the strait, it seems very lively here, because from the very beginning, the focus of the construction of the bridge was on the mainland side. After all, the resources on the mainland are more abundant, and there are a lot of rocks that can be mined. In order to pour this reinforced concrete bridge, the Rocky Mountains on the northern mainland shore were flattened by 2 hills, and now they are all mixed into concrete. Became part of the bridge. Guji and Tian Hong felt very different when they came to the north bank of the bridge. If the south side of the bridge is quiet and deserted, then the north end is lively. Almost all the people in the bridge construction team are concentrated on the land in the north. There is a huge workers' residential area here, which is comparable in size to a county town, or even larger than the county town. Not only are there residential areas here, but machines on various other construction sites are also roaring. 2 large gravel crushers that look like small buildings are constantly devouring large pieces of gravel quarried from the mountain, and then being crushed again. The rollers of the stone machine ruthlessly crushed the stones into dates the size of dates. There are also long lines of tractors here, sending all kinds of gravel, sand and cement to the break of the bridge in front. On the quarrying hill next to it, 2 crawler excavators that had been converted into rock drills were also working. They replaced the bucket in front of the excavator with an air hammer, which was used to dig blast holes in the mountain. Then they manually loaded explosives, dispersed the crowd, issued warnings, and finally used a fuse to detonate the explosives. With a loud rumbling sound, part of the entire mountain collapsed instantly. At this time, other excavators will go up and move the large stones away. The small stones will be pushed directly by the loader, and finally loaded onto the tractor, and then unloaded to the yard in the gravel area. In addition, here, they also saw a huge canteen built with rammed earth. The canteen provides meals for more than 10,000 people on the construction site every day. There are hundreds of cooks in the back who cook, wash and chop vegetables. There are also sea fish delivered by fishing boats. In this canteen, every meal is served with tons are consumed as a unit. No wonder the boat boss said before that there was a lack of meat here and that there was not enough fish to eat. The construction site is very busy every day, but it is precisely because of their busyness that the bridge construction speed is so fast. It takes almost a week to lay a bridge deck forward. Although a bridge deck is only tens of meters long, but this progress is also very impressive. Gu Ji and Tian Hong visited here for a day and saw the workers' residential area. They found that the living conditions here were very poor. There was no yard at all. It was more like a military camp. Each room had a big Kong, and a row of people could lie on it. People. Everyone eats in the cafeteria, and there is no small stove of their own. Fortunately, the food at the construction site is not bad. At least rice and meat can make people feel full, but there are very few vegetables. Vegetables are not grown on the grassland closest to them, so the nearest source of vegetables on the construction site is Qingshu Island. The vegetables are purchased from ordinary people's homes, and they get whatever they need. Then there are tea and mung bean soup, as well as soybeans, which are soybeans that can be turned into bean sprouts and can also supplement some vitamins. Although the Han tribe cannot guarantee a supply of vegetables for them, they can still supply bean sprouts. After all, they can fertilize the fields. Basically, every household grows them and can harvest a lot. Guji and Tianhong spent a day here shopping and experienced the workers' food. Before leaving, they asked Yin in a low voice. "Brother Yin, why do the residential areas here look like military camps? Don't they have families? Everyone lives together, and I see that they all wear the same clothes. These are all issued to them by the tribe." "Clothes?" Yin smiled when he heard this, and then explained. "Two clan leaders, didn't you ask them? These people were all prisoners of war captured when we attacked Qingshu Island. They were unwilling to surrender and colluded with the top leaders of the Xian tribe. They would rather fight with our soldiers than lay down their weapons. So our Han tribe simply arrested them all and asked them to build the bridge without paying them. You think this is such a good thing? It's not like you, the Baiwu tribe, working for the Han tribe. You can still get so much salary." Guji and Tianhong were speechless for a while. It turns out that these people are free coolies. However, Tianhong was still a little confused, so he asked again. "Brother Yin, if the Han tribe arrests these people, will the people on Qingshu Island be willing? Why don't I see any common people saying anything bad about the Han tribe? Is this unlikely?" Yin laughed again when he heard this, and he explained again. "Do the two patriarchs know who these prisoners of war are?" Guji was a little confused when he heard this. "Who are they? Aren't they from Qingshu Island?" "They are from that tribe you mentioned before." "Yes, but that's different. Think about it, you know that you are definitely not a team player of the Han tribe, but you are still willing to fight with the Han tribe. Who are these people?" This time he spoke again without waiting for a reply from the two of them. The Xian tribe used to have a hereditary leader, and he had 10 elders under him. These elders controlled all aspects of the Xian tribe. Some were responsible for refining salt, some were responsible for construction, some were responsible for smelting metal, and some were specifically responsible for livestock breeding, and those specialized in farming. These elders are the top leaders of the Xian tribe and have a transcendent status. They have also obtained a lot of benefits for their family. In this case, once they are defeated by the Han tribe, without the transcendent status of the elders, their family members will naturally decline accordingly. Then tell me, who is most willing to fight for them? Of course it is the clan members of the elders and leaders. These people usually take advantage of the people of Qingshu and bully them. Now they are all in trouble. Moreover, our Han tribe has made their lives better after taking over. Do you think those people should be happy or not? Should we be scolded?" Guji and Tianhong suddenly realized that these prisoners of war were all high-level members of the Yuanxing tribe. No wonder those ordinary people didn't have any rebellious mentality. But Tianhong asked again. "Then what are the Han tribe going to do with these prisoners of war? Let them work without paying them, and then what? When the work is done, what will the Han tribe do to them? Will they kill them?" This time Yin said without any hesitation. "Of course not. Although these people are prisoners of war and members of the upper echelons of the Xian tribe, they themselves do not have much fault. They are human beings like us. So the leader promised them that as long as the bridge is built, he will let them go home. They issued household registrations to Han tribes. Besides, building this bridge is not only for the good of the Han tribe, but also good for Qingshu Island itself. It is something that benefits the township, and they are willing to do it, but they don't have the wages. However, the cannibal prisoners of war captured by the Han tribe from the north are different. They all grew up eating their own kind. Such beasts that even eat people do not deserve to be treated as humans, So they spend their entire lives. You can only become a slave and work for the Han tribe until you die. Let them do whatever is the most tiring and dirty. Gu Ji and Tian Hong nodded upon hearing this, and they also agreed with this. After spending such a long time with the Han tribe people, the two of them also heard a lot about cannibals. If they encountered this kind of cannibalism, they might be better than the Han people. The tribe's treatment turned out to be ruthless, and they killed them all. But the Han tribe is different. The Han tribe has too many things to build. These captured slaves, just like Ian said, can save much money than using their White House workers. After all, they don't have to pay for the work. After learning about the situation at the Cross-Sea Bridge construction site, the two of them were ready to head to the next stop of their trip. Their next stop is the grassland. They will go directly east first, to the southernmost Binhai County, and then turn north to Zhongwu County and Kaiyuan County. In this trip, they can take the entire 3 counties of Honghu and the Han tribe. All the grassland forces took a look at it, and finally took a boat from Kaiyuan County and took the Honghu waterway to the capital. But before they set off, Yan asked them with a smile. 2 clan leaders, we are going to the grassland now, but do you know how to ride a horse? Gu Ji and Tian Hong were stunned on the spot. It is impossible to ride a horse. It is impossible to ride a horse in this life. You can only make a living by riding a carriage. Although Gu Ji and Tian Hong have been responsible for the work of the Baiwu people in Qian County for a long time and have seen a lot of horses, carriages, tractors, and trains, they have only ridden in carriages, tractors, and trains because they do not need to learn by yourself. All you have to do is sit on it, but riding a horse is different. You need to practice this thing, and it is best to have some talent. However, they are already in their 20s, and they don't really want to learn it now. The group set out on the journey again, with Yan riding a horse and escorting the Jinwu guard with a small flag, while Gu Ji and Tian Hong followed in a carriage. However, because the carriage was slow, it also slowed down their entire team. The road heading east from the Cross-Sea Bridge to Binhai County has been in a mixed area of coastal forests, mountains, and grasslands. On one side are cliffs and woods, and on the other side is the boundless grassland. Looking at the green patch of land in the distance, but not seeing a single person or a house at all, Gu Ji and Tian Hong both felt as if they were seeing the sea for the first time. Can anyone really survive in such a shabby place? If you don't understand, just ask. Gu Ji asked directly to Yan, who was following him. Brother Yan, look at the grassland. It's vast and boundless. You can't see the edge at a glance. It looks like a sea full of water. But you can't see a single person or a house here. You said the Han tribe is here. There is a city and many shepherds living here, but why can't they be seen? Ha 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 ha. Yan laughed for a while after hearing this, and then explained. The 2 clan leaders may not know that the lifestyles of herdsmen and ours are different. Although we, the Baiwu tribe and our Han tribe, are 2 different families, we also choose the same land to settle and cultivate crops. It's just that the crops you grow are quite diverse, but you only grow potatoes, am I right? Gu Ji and Tian Hong both nodded. At this point, the Han tribe and the Baiwu tribe are indeed the same. This is why they are willing to join the Han tribe. The living habits of the 2 tribes are the same, but the crops of the Han tribe are more abundant, the living conditions are just better. Isn't the life of herdsmen different? Tian Hong also asked at this time. Of course, herdsmen don't know how to farm, they make a living by raising livestock or grazing. Their main food, clothing, and various things they need in life all come from their own livestock, so as long as they have livestock, they can live. Similarly, their lives must also change according to the habits of the livestock. They don't grow crops themselves, so naturally they don't have straw that can be used as feed for their livestock, so they feed their livestock entirely by relying on the grass that grows naturally on this vast grassland. They will first choose a place with abundant water and grass and graze there. When their cattle, horses, and sheep have eaten up all the grass there, they will continue to move to another place to graze again. This cycle repeats, and they have no fixed place to live. The houses they live in are also tents made of wooden sticks and animal skins. After being dismantled, they can be carried away on the backs of livestock. When they arrive in a new pastoral area, the tents are put up and become their new home. After hearing Yi En's description and introduction, both Gu Ji and Tian Hong were very surprised. There are actually people living like this in the world? But if you ask them whether the life of herders is better, or whether the life of Han tribes is better, they will definitely not be able to answer. Thinking of this question, Tian Hong asked immediately. Brother Yan, according to you, don't these herdsmen live a more comfortable life than us? We don't have to work hard ourselves, as long as we drive the livestock to places with water and grass, then we can eat endless meat every day. Haha. Yan sneered when he heard this, and then asked. Endless meat? You are thinking too much. Nomadic herdsmen are very poor. If they raise too many livestock, they need larger pastures to supply food, which will inevitably lead to competition with other herdsmen. Once competition arises, either I will kill you or you will kill me. Anyway, one of them has to be killed. They are fighting for a piece of grass every day. There are not enough livestock. A sheep can only last 2 days. How many livestock do they need to raise to feed them every day? You think too well of them. Gu Ji became even more confused at this time. Didn't you just say that all their food and clothing come from livestock? What do they eat if they don't eat livestock? Drink milk. Yi En replied without any hesitation. The main source of food for nomads is the milk of livestock. They will make milk into cheese, which is their staple food. They will also boil fresh milk with oil, tea, and other things together. This is called milk tea, or oil tea. They are reluctant to eat meat. The whole family depends on the livestock. If you kill one, you will lose one. How long will those who can eat meat get it? It's when the old animals give birth to young animals. When the young animals grow up and can produce milk and give birth to babies, they will kill the old animals for meat. This is called natural replacement. Gu Ji and Tian Hong were both shocked after hearing Yian's words. Herdsmen who rely entirely on livestock for food, clothing, housing, and transportation are so poor that they can't even afford meat and can only survive on milk every day. Is this a fucking human life? Then they usually drink milk every day and eat cheese? Won't they starve to death? If they only eat those old livestock, they won't be able to eat meat several times a year. Tian Hong complained in shock. Yes, that's right, but it's not as exaggerated as you said. In fact, herdsmen still have other meat to eat, such as old animals that need to be culled, and among the young animals that are born, there are too many males and they cannot produce milk. Yes, they will only keep a few and kill the rest. With the same forage, they can raise another female to produce more milk. Yi En explained again. Gu Ji and Tian Hong were speechless for a while after listening. Is it okay to kill the newly born male too? Can males and females still be equal? When will we male animals stand up? Shivering. But it feels like there's still not much meat to eat. I just eat the small ones and the old ones. How many meals can I eat in a year? Tian Hong still said with emotion. Yeah, they don't have much to eat, so they also hunt. Grazing on the grassland is not that easy. Not only do they have to compete with other herdsmen for pasture, but they also have to worry about predators attacking their livestock, such as foxes, jackals, wolves, prairie tigers, and other predators. If they don't pay attention, they may suffer losses. Losing livestock is a trivial matter, losing lives is even more tragic. However, if you are a powerful herdsman, you can also hunt some carnivores. The first is to increase some food, and the other is to reduce some threats to livestock, so that they can feel at ease of grazing. But even so, they are still very poor. They have no savings and are very precarious. Once they encounter any natural disasters, they don't even have the ability to resist, such as grassland fires. If all the grass in the grassland is burned, their livestock will be destroyed. They will starve to death, or there will be droughts or snowstorms, and livestock will die in droves, and those herdsmen who rely on livestock will definitely not be much better. Listening to Yi En's introduction, Tianhong's interest in the grassland was probably greatly reduced. What was it about such a broken place that attracted the Han tribe to build 3 cities here? But when the group of them came to Binhai County, what Yian told them before immediately changed in their eyes. Yes, when Yian mentioned how miserable the grassland people were before, he was talking about the herdsmen who relied solely on nomadic life. The Han tribe is not herdsmen. Even if the Han tribe is herding, they still have cities, houses, and graze in fixed places. Moreover, the Han tribe can also grow their own grass. Their lifestyle is very different from that of nomadic herdsmen. The terrain here in Binhai County is very good. It is adjacent to the mountains on the seaside in the south, Honghu Lake in the east, endless grasslands in the west, and Zhongwu County guards the flanks in the north. There are forests, trees, shrubs, wild fruits, grasslands, herds of livestock, rivers, and farmland and orchards cultivated by the Han tribe here. Especially the orchards in Binhai County are a major feature of the Han tribe, because Binhai County is the only county in the Han tribe that grows fruits in large quantities and on a large scale. The most produced here is a citrus fruit called a lime, which is actually more like a lemon, but green. This thing is not for eating, but for the lime juice inside, which is used as natural citric acid and can be used to make cheese. Herders on the grasslands need it. The role of lemon juice in making cheese is probably similar to the relationship between brine and tofu. If you don't add citric acid to the fresh milk will not solidify into cheese. In addition, the Han tribe would build a soda factory in the future to produce soda in large quantities. When there was no way to artificially produce citric acid, these limes became an essential soda raw material. In addition, there are grapes, green apples, blueberries, and other fruits, and a huge orchard has been built here. In addition, a lot of vegetables and grains are grown in the fields here, but the most commonly grown ones are wheat and corn, because they don't need as much water as rice. After all, water is a very precious resource on the grassland. Here, they also saw a large number of livestock. The number of cattle, horses, and sheep was beyond their imagination. There were more cattle and horses in groups than the war horses they saw at the cavalry guard. The white sheep were almost in one piece, and they could be scanned casually. You can see several large groups of hundreds at a glance. The population in Binhai City is even greater. As the Han tribe took root on the grasslands, more and more small nomadic tribes with little power chose to seek refuge with them. There were also countless small tribes that were purely family style and took the initiative to seek refuge with the Han tribe. The Han tribe would not reject anyone who came here, and they would accept as many as they came. But since you have chosen to join the Han tribe, you must abide by the rules of the Han tribe. So these herders also changed into Han clothes, took off the braids on their heads, tied their hair and wore crowns like the Han tribesmen, began to learn Chinese, and became more and more Chinese. After several years of development, it is now difficult for some of the early herdsmen who joined the Han tribe to distinguish them from the Han tribesmen in terms of their clothing, appearance, and living habits. Gu Ji and Tianhong rested here for a day and saw some of the unique life on the grasslands and the nomadic herdsmen. Only then did they suddenly realize why the Han tribe took this place so seriously. Because this place not only has a lot of livestock resources, but the Han tribe can also make a lot of money selling goods here. Grassland herdsmen need salt and various other daily necessities, but the Han tribe happens to have everything. They only need to use livestock or even wool to exchange for whatever they want. After the Han tribe took root in the grassland, they could not only absorb the resources here, but also sell their own products from here. No matter how you calculate it, it is very cost-effective. Gu Ji and Tianhong stayed in Binhai County for 2 days. In addition to feeling that there are more livestock than other places in the Han tribe, and that it is a free-range grazing breeding method, there is also more active business activities with herdsmen, and the others are no different from those counties of the Han tribe in other places. This is because the terrain in Binhai County is more complex. There are rivers, forests, mountains, lakes, and grasslands. There is a lot of land that can be cultivated, so there are also many farming people living here, and even some who can only herd animals. The herdsmen also began to learn to farm after joining Binhai County. So this is a county where farming life and fixed-point grazing coexist. Going further north, to Zhongwu County, the situation is completely different. There are almost no forests in Zhongwu County, it is all grassland, and there are no rivers. There is only Honghu Lake on the back. It is very difficult to farm in such a terrain, so at present, fixed-point grazing is mainly used here. However, the environment here is very suitable for the breeding and growth of horses. It has now become the largest military horse breeding base for the Han tribe, providing the Han tribe with most of all kinds of horses. Not only military horses, but also various draft horses for pulling carts and farm work horses. Zhongwu County, as you can tell by its name, was originally the base camp of Maodun. After being occupied by the Han tribe, it has been heavily guarded. The army here is the strongest in the entire grassland. At first, it was enough, the 1,000 Nyo guards are as famous as the Tiger Guards. Even the governor of Zhongwu County has been concurrently held by Chai Duoduo, the commander of Qianyo Guard. The people's livelihood in Zhongwu County is not very good, and Chai Duoduo is not good at it, but his Qianyo Guards have always been effective in fighting, and there are many horses here. Some of them are military horses for him to use for training. When the horses die, after they cannot meet the level of military horses, they will be sent to other counties to be used as draft horses for pulling carts. Guji and Tianhong also started learning horse riding here. Chai Duoduo specially arranged a cavalryman to explain the essentials of equestrian skills to them. 2 guests, in fact, riding a horse is very simple. Our Han tribe is the most advanced in the world in terms of horse equipment. It has all kinds of functions. Even people who have never experienced riding a horse can quickly ride it as long as they are brave enough. Learn. Look at this rein. When you lead a horse, you hold this rein. When you ride a horse, you also use this rein to control the horse. Let me teach you. First, grab the reins with your left hand, grab the saddle with both hands, step on the stirrup with your left foot, then pull with your hands, push with your feet, and sit up as soon as you push, then put both feet in the stirrups. Sit back on your butt and grab the horse's reins with both hands. Guji and Tianhong did as they were told, and found that with the help of this harness, it was not difficult to ride on a horse. The 2 of them had never ridden a horse before, and with the help of this harness, there is almost no training. Once you see how to operate it, you can ride on the horse directly. At this time, the cavalryman said again. You may be a little scared when you ride a horse for the first time, especially when the horse wants to run forward or raises its front hooves. The rider will worry about falling off. Don't worry about this. Just lean forward a little. This way you will be able to sit very firmly, and even if the horse raises its front hooves, you can quickly hold on to the saddle to prevent yourself from falling. Guji and Tianhong once again followed their instructions, and found that they felt much more at ease. Then the cavalryman began to teach them how to march. The technique of horseback riding generally only has 3 directions, turning left and right, and going straight. Horses generally don't go backwards, so if you want to go backwards, just turn around. When riding forward, you can loosen the horse's reins a little, don't pull it too tightly, and then gently tap the horse's belly with both feet, and it will move forward. Gu Ji and Tianhong heard the words and quickly followed the instructions. They held the reins tightly with both hands and pinched the horse's belly with their feet. The horse immediately began to walk forward, and then listened to the cavalry continue to speak. At this time, if you want the horse to turn, you can pull the reins on one side of its head. Whichever way it turns, just pull the reins on that side, but don't pull hard, as this will make the horse uncomfortable. You should pull the reins naturally. As long as it feels that one side is tight, it will naturally turn. Don't pull hard. Horses are very spiritual animals. They can understand people's words, so you must treat them like friends. They will feel your kindness. If you are not good to them, they will not listen. Your words. Gu Ji and Tianhong were both in their 20s, relatively young. Under the guidance of the cavalry, the two quickly mastered the essentials of riding a horse, and now they are able to trot on a horse. At this time, the cavalryman said, "Now you two have basically mastered the skills of riding a horse. If you want to ride well, you will have to practice more in the future. As for the stunt equestrian movements used by some cavalrymen and some tactical movements on horseback, this I won't teach you anymore." Gu Ji and Tianhong quickly thanked them and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. This set of horse equipment from the Han tribe is really good. It can actually help a person who has never ridden a horse master the skill of riding a horse so quickly. They heard that herders do not have such luxurious horse equipment, but their riding skills are also very good. This is because the children of herdsmen have grown up riding sheep. After riding sheep, they started riding horses again and have been practicing for a long time. He has become a proficient horseman. As long as they are herdsmen, there is no one who cannot ride a horse, regardless of whether they are men or women. Moreover, the horses they rode had bare backs and did not have as good saddles as those of the Han tribe. After spending 2 days learning to ride horses in Zhongwu County, the group abandoned the carriage and galloped towards Kaiyuan County on horseback. Gu Ji and Tianhong also completely became addicted to riding horses. When they arrived at Kaiyuan County, the scene they saw was different. Ying Rui was the first person sent by Luo Chong to run Kaiyuan County. He was also the first county run by the Han tribe on the grassland. After so many years of development, the scale of this place has grown several times larger than before. There is not only an inner city, but also an outer city. In addition to the outer city, there is also a city wall outside. Kaiyuan County extends outward from the shore for more than 10 miles, which is enough to show its huge scale. The population here is also very large. Most of the herdsmen who came to join the Han tribe chose to settle in Kaiyuan County, because Kaiyuan County gave them a different feeling. After all, this was where the Han tribe first established on the grassland. The city left a deep impression on people. In addition, the Han tribe had defeated Maoduan's 60,000 coalition forces here before, which made them feel that Kaiyuan County was very safe. Even 60,000 people could not get close to the edge of the city. What other force in the world could come to Kaiyuan County? What's causing trouble here? The commercial activities, the scale of farming, the scale of breeding, as well as the size of the population and cities here are the largest in the entire grassland. Looking along the streets of Qingshu in Kaiyuan County, you can see an almost endless long street with hurried pedestrians on both sides and herdsmen who come here to do business. What a scene of prosperous grassland.